When the arrogant female emperor collected things for the first time, she received an idiot, and it must have been a rich idiot. If you do not have money, it's okay. Everyone who hears such a perverted request will cry, but this man directly throws money away like trash, competes with millions of people, temporarily asks to worship a master, and then said he would take care of both the master and the sect. The female emperor was so angry that her face turned red. You rotten brat, what do you think I am? It turned out that this man's name was Diep Fong. Because he was fascinated by Valorant, he suddenly died, accidentally traveling to Hyanthian continent, where the strong are respected. Without the golden finger, he originally intended to live in seclusion for 2 years, but unexpectedly encountered the New Soul sect openly recruiting disciples. Only seeing 2 flashes of light, the beauty of the Tan Soul sect's leader, Lac Thien Tiat, solemnly appeared. Who would have thought that as soon as she opened her mouth, it would be a trick? This sect recruits disciples without considering their qualifications, without considering their age, without considering their cultivation level. Everyone below immediately cheered. This was indeed a good opportunity to get close to the sect master's beauty. Only Diep Fong stroked his chin and felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, Lac Thien Tiat put out her finger. Joining my sect had only one request: within an hour, submit 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone's spring dreams were immediately shattered. Some people have criticized the New Soul sect for being a shameless sect. Is this a way to collect things? It's clear that it's a trick to eat, a trick to drink, a trick of money to a trick of appearance. Diep Fong also feels puzzled. Is not this a disguised dowry? But just as he was about to leave, he heard a ding sound, congratulating the host on awakening the invincible Baijia system. This system can provide unlimited spirit stones and treasures, as long as you do not stop using them. If you can become strong, you can just lose your family, and let me take care of the rest. Immediately after that, the first mission was sent out, joining the New Soul sect. The housekeeper of the New Soul sect, Old Batch, saw that everyone had dispersed and advised Lac Thien Tiat to lower his standards a bit, but Lac Thien Tiat said, if you lower your level, you cannot lower it. If you do not have money, you will not have any relationship with our sect. In fact, she was originally a reincarnated saintess of the infinite Holy Land. She was secretly reincarnated into the reincarnation. She only wanted to practice to ascend and return to take revenge. She had no intention of accepting disciples at all. Collecting 10,000 spirit stones was just intentionally making things difficult. Lac Thien Tiat turned around and was about to leave. At this time, a small chubby blue hand was extended. The disciple was willing to worship the master. Hearing that Lac Thien Tiat was startled, her expression was unbelievable. At this time on the large square, only Diep Fong was left alone. Lac Thien Tiat and Old Batch hastily confirmed whether they had heard wrongly. You heard right. The newly established sect is definitely lacking in finances. The disciples are willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones to join the sect. Then Diep Fong threw a green storage bag towards Lac Thien Tiat. She checked and discovered that there were indeed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. Lac Thien Tiat knew this situation was difficult to handle. She cuffed. Are you sure you want to join the sect? Our sect currently does not even have a place to live. Diep Fong just heard. This is not a problem. The disciples can hire people to build our sect. His stupid, rich look directly next caused Lac Thien Tiat's blood pressure to skyrocket. Then said, our sect is extremely poor. There are no resources for us. This is not a problem. Just say anything if you want. I will buy it all for you. Looking at Lac Thien Tiat's blood pressure skyrocketing again, Diep Fong realized that this beautiful female sect master did not seem to want to accept him as a disciple. But because of the mission, he absolutely did not back down. Lac Thien Tiat was angry. To tremble. Thinking to myself, does the old lady need you to supplement her cultivation resources? In her heart, she wishes she could strangle Diep Fong. Cannot you see that I do not want you to join the sect? But Old Batch was still by her side instigating. She could only continue to make things difficult. Even if you join the sect, I will not care about your cultivation. You will not learn anything. Hearing that Diep Fong was stunned, came out, then began to think, and saw that he finally showed an awkward expression. Lac Thien Tiat was proud. It was indeed me. This time I can definitely scare you away. Who would have thought that the next second, the sect master could rest assured. I do not need anything. Lac Thien Tiat knelt down on the ground, spitting out 3 words. Sip of blood, is this an idiot sent from heaven? I do not need to spend 100,000 spirit stones. I still want to join. Could it be that God sent me to torment me? She directly pulled out her sword and angrily slashed at Diepfeng. This is the situation? What? A huge question mark appeared in Diepfeng's small head. Luckily Mitterbach stopped Lacthian Tiet. She had no choice but to accept Diepfeng as her disciple. Diepfeng's reward had also arrived. Congratulations to the host on completing the task, reward 100 loser points. The host lost 100,000 spirit stones, rewarded 100 points to lose the family. Diepfeng's heart was as happy as opening a flag. He is here, he is here, he brought the loser points. Diepfeng immediately requested the system assigned another task to him, but the system told him to explore it himself. As long as it is a disgraceful act, you can receive points of failure. After that, Diepfeng had to aim at Lacthian Tiet. He ran forward, sect master, now I am your only disciple. Does that count as a true disciple? Lacthian Tiet flatly refused. She pouted. It's already annoying enough for me to accept you as a disciple. You still want to be a true disciple? There's no way. But Diepfeng told Lacthian Tiet to come out. Price. As long as you can become a true disciple, no matter how much money you have, Lacthian Tiet is speechless. Can you even use money to buy a true disciple? But this kid is also very interesting. This is what you offered yourself, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As long as you get it, I will make an exception to accept you as a true disciple. Hearing this number, Diepfeng was surprised. Seeing his expression, Lacthian Tiet chuckled in her heart. Where was the confidence just now? Hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones cannot even be taken out by ordinary sects. How can you, a mere mortal, get them out? Who would have thought Diepfeng would say, "Just sect master, is that all you need?" The next second he directly took out a storage bag. Sect master, this is 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. The remaining 40,000 can be considered as a bow to my master. Diepfeng's heart was as happy as opening a flag. This time my identity as a true disciple is definitely okay. Ding, congratulations to the host on your success. Reward you with 200 points. Lacthian Tiet looked at Diepfeng so wastefully and was so surprised that he trembled. This is 50,000 spirit stones. Casually brought to a third-rate sect, people can also call you an ancestor. She sighed helplessly and reluctantly accepted Diepfeng as a true disciple. This then Hyoyan sword is given to you as a meeting ceremony from your master. Lacthian Tiet only felt embarrassed. She was the holy maiden of the infinite holy land, accepting disciples, but also needing to worship her master. It's too much. Diepfeng here is even more upset, only to see the system remind him that he is a loser system. How can he receive other people's things? But he will also be deducted 20 points. Of defeat. Diepfeng was speechless. This damn system is too strict. Reluctantly, he held the spirit sword and knelt down in front of Lacthian Tiet. Lactae Beauty was very confused by his action, so she asked, "What do you mean by that? Master, without merit, you will not receive fortune. We cannot accept this then Hyoyan sword. If you absolutely want to give it to us, just bid." The next second, Lacthian Tiet directly snatched the spirit sword back. Do you really think that having money can buy everything? The teacher once thought. Since you do not accept feelings, then that's it. She turned around angrily. This brat is really unreasonable. This is a town treasure, a level 7 spirit weapon. You actually returned it to me. Then she stood up directly, without turning back, and flew away. Diepfeng had to follow Old Batch and fly with the sword. But Diepfeng cannot practice normally. He can only rely on consuming defeat points to increase his realm. The loser point can also be used to spin all kinds of exercises, formations, spiritual pills, etc. In the system store, Diepfeng immediately chose to spend 90 defeat points and raise his cultivation level to Lin High level 9. In an instant, the aura within 100 meters of the surrounding area immediately erupted, then crazily poured into his body. Old Back, who was flying quickly, also stopped. He looked at Diepfeng next to him in surprise. This actually opening Lun High. A few minutes have passed. He felt the surrounding aura continuously pouring into Diepfeng's body. Not only did he have no intention of stopping, but also had a tendency to become more and more intense. How is this possible? The spirit sea he opened was larger than 20 people combined. This is the first time I've seen such a talent. At this time, Diepfeng's cultivation base finally reached the peak of the first level of Lin High realm. But Old Back discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was pouring in even more. Why? How is this possible? Did he want to break through the second level of Spirit Sea realm? By the way, just heard a bang sound. Deep Feng broke through to the second level of Lin Hai realm, but the surrounding spiritual energy became even more intense. After that Lun Hai level 3, Lun Hai level 4. In 10 minutes, Diep Feng actually directly broke through the peak of Lin Hai level 9. Old Batch immediately went crazy. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this kid? At this time Deep Feng finally opened his eyes. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that it took 10 minutes to break through to the peak of the 9th level of Lin Hai. I'm a systematic person. Should not it be done in the blink of an eye? He looked at Old Back angrily. It took me 10 minutes from the moment I opened Lin Hai to break through to the peak of Lin Hai level 9. If Master knew, would he consider me useless? Is this bragging? If you are trash, then what am I? It turned out that year, Mr. Batch was also considered a genius. But under the guidance of strong people and abundant resources, it took him 8 months to the breakthrough to the peak of Lin Hai Realm 9. Do you not need the sect's cultivation techniques? You yourself already have strong cultivation techniques. Deep Feng was stunned. What technique? I do not have any martial arts. I do not even have spiritual roots. After hearing this, Old Back shouted loudly, no way, absolutely impossible. Then he immediately raised his right hand and looked at Deep Feng. A moment later, Old Back took 3 consecutive steps back. He looked at Deep Feng with an innocent expression, as if looking at a monster. It was unimaginable that he actually had no spiritual roots. Furthermore, is the thing you opened Lin Hai? That motherfucker's the vast ocean. If he cannot think of it, he would not think anymore. Let's go. Your situation should still be looked at by your master. Old Batch thinking is very simple. After all, he is not his disciple. Such a strange thing should still give the lady a headache. A few minutes later, Mr. Back, why are you so slow? Miss, your precious disciple is making a breakthrough outside. The spiritual sea that he opened was 20 times greater than that of other people, and he had even broken through to the peak of the 9th level of spiritual sea, but he had no spiritual roots. Lack the Entiate was startled, quickly ran to Diep Feng to investigate, feeling the vast ocean in Diep Feng's body. She could not help but take a deep breath. Deep Feng, you do not even have spiritual roots. How can you open the spirit sea and break through? Just as Diep Feng was thinking about how to refute, an extremely arrogant voice came from outside. Nguyen Gayat Tong came to pay his respects and asked the leader of Tanhan Tong to meet him. Hearing that, Lac Thien Tiat thought that if Deep Feng was attacked by them, he might leave the sect, but Deep Feng directly asked if he could use the talisman. Receiving an affirmative answer, Deep Feng immediately strode towards everyone with an arrogant expression. The 3 Gaian Nugayat Tong disciples looked at Diep's weak appearance filled with confidence, and all rolled up their sleeves. Who would have thought that Diep Feng directly took out the talisman from the space system? Immediately, stacks of talismans appeared in front of everyone, forming a small mountain. The disciples of Nian Gayat Tong immediately widened their eyes. My goodness, there are so many heavenly thunder talisman, there must be at least a few thousand. Elder and Gaian Gayat Tong was also extremely surprised. It was a level 9 heavenly thunder talisman. A single one was equivalent to the power of a level 9 spirit sea. So what else to play? The next second, Diep Feng grabbed a handful of talismans and threw them into the sky, and the Thien Loi talisman exploded for me. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lightning bolts struck, countless explosions rang out in the martial arts arena. The 3 Nagayat Tong disciples were suddenly blown away and ran away. Diep Feng was also engrossed in playing. He grabbed and then grabbed the Thien Loi talisman and threw it into the sky, making him regain the feeling of lighting firecrackers as a child. Lac Thien Tiat next to her looked stunned. Each level 9 heavenly thunder talisman is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Other cultivators treat it like a treasure, but Diep Feng throws it away like a toy. The 3 Nagayat Tong disciples are miserable. Master, let's go quickly. This new soul sect is too rich. The Thien Loi talisman also lets the disciples play around. We cannot afford to offend. Lac Thien Tiat looked at the scene before her eyes and thought to herself, this Nagayat Tong is no good, completely being toyed with by Diep Feng like a child. Just like that, after a few hours of throwing around, although those 3 disciples did not die, their skin was still flayed several times. The more Diep Feng plays, the more addicted he becomes. The more he throws, the more enthusiastic he becomes. Those 3 disciples hurriedly found their master, begging him to take them away from here. The old man also swallowed his saliva. This new soul sect is so domineering. Today it really kicked an iron plate, so it took its disciples and ran away. Lac Thien Tiat chased after her again, directly exploding her primordial spirit realm cultivation base. Where do you think my new soul sect is? If you want to come, then come. If you want to go, then go. Can it be that easy? Seeing Lacthian Tayat's primordial spirit realm cultivation level, the old man was terrified. With her strength, she alone could destroy the Nuyan Gayat sect. At this time, Lacthian Tayat opened her mouth. You guys cut off an arm. I will let you go. Hearing that, although the four Unanu Gayat Tong people cried out in their hearts, they could only agree in the face of a forced situation. The four people immediately cut off their left arms at the same time. Lacthian Tayat nodded with satisfaction and let them go away. Seeing this scene, Diep Feng also took a deep breath and thought in surprise, this woman is also very cruel. Seeing that the Gaian Gayat Tong people had left, Lacthian Tayat immediately told Diep Feng to take away the Thean Loi talisman, but Diep Feng said, can the master help the disciple with something? Help me throw these heavenly thunder talisman. There are more than 9,000 left here. I cannot throw them all alone. Lacthian Tayat's face was full of black lines. The corner of her mouth twitched, but the words that came to her mouth were swallowed back. She was the holy maiden of the infinite holy land. The disciples also do not care about these talismans, so how can I pay attention? Give it here. The teacher will help you throw it. Then the two of them began to passionately throw talismans. As each talisman was thrown into the sky seemed to bloom with countless brilliant fireworks. Looking at this scene, Lacthian Tayat could not help but be stunned. She remembered the past. In the holy land of infinity, Lacthian Tayat's junior sister always nagged her to let off fireworks together, but she was so engrossed in cultivating that she refused every time. At that time, the junior sister also advised her not to practice all day long, but also to relax a little from time to time. Otherwise, would not it be even more painful when she died and never enjoyed pleasure? Lacthian Tayat did not understand at that time, but now she seems to understand something. The corner of her beautiful mouth slightly raised, suddenly feeling that with this rotten boy Diep Feng, the already boring life suddenly became more interesting. On the other side, Mr. Batch was sleeping soundly. One of his earplugs playfully fell out. He suddenly woke up and looked out the window to see that the Thean Loi talisman was exploding. When he finished getting dressed and went out to the yard, everyone was dumbfounded. What are you two doing? Lacthian Tayat elegantly threw the talisman and said, we are destroying these heavenly thunder talisman. Diep Feng also immediately invited Mr. Batch to throw with them. Old Batch tapped Diep Feng on the head. It was so confusing. Each of those cards was worth 1,000 spirit stones. Is not this a failure? Miss, you are the same. How can you mess with this brat? The next second, a sparkling storage bag appeared in front of him. Old man back, at his old age, has been making noise in your sleep. These 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are considered compensation for you. Are you looking down on this old man? Old Batch immediately tore off his shirt, revealing his strong body. Although he was old, he was still not old. Depending on you young people, when would he throw it all away? The remaining talismans were left to the old man, only to see his hands clenched tightly. Countless Thean Loi talismans were thrown into the sky. Watching Old Batch wave his hands until afterimages, Diep Feng immediately exclaimed how cool it was. At this time, the system issued a reward notification, congratulating the host on his success, giving him 100 points. Is that okay? Looks like I'll have to spend a lot of spirit stones to ask Mr. Batch for help. Just like that until the next day. At this time the sect's martial arts field was blown up by a huge hole by the Thean Loi talisman. Old Batch was exhausted. He did not expect that one day he would be physically tired again. Both physically and mentally were trying to throw the talisman, but very quickly, Old Batch smiled and looked at Diep Feng. Kid, in the future you can look to me for things that require your strength. I'm not old yet. I still have a lot of strength. Lacthian Tayat next to me cannot bear to look at her anymore. She feels like the sect with only these 3 people is about to go into chaos. Old man Batch, you are the 8 great elders of the new soul sect. How could you sell yourself for just 100,000 spirit stones? Old Batch said this was a matter of dignity for the elderly, but in his heart he thought Diep Feng was giving too much. At this time, the system announced, congratulating the host for today's defeat of the light item, a reward of 1,000 points for defeat. Diep Feng was surprised. So cannot he now upgrade to the 9th level of Kai Dong realm? There are still 500 loser points left to open a few more chests. At this time Diep Feng came up with a bold idea. If the sect recruited a few more disciples, would not the speed of his defeat double? Then spend money to develop a strong sect, cannot we take off directly? Thinking of this, Diep Feng was in a very good mood, and wished he could immediately go out and recruit disciples. At this moment, The knocking sound rang out again from the sect gate. The door was gently pushed open, revealing a delicate face before everyone's eyes. However, as soon as the young man entered the door, he was surprised by the scene before his eyes. The martial arts arena exploded into a large hole that was still emitting white smoke. A skinny old man was about to die, a tall and cold woman who looked very unapproachable, and an idiot who did not look very smart was swaying back and forth. The teenager did not know if it was still time to run away. At this moment, Deep Feng moved in front of him. Young man, learn about the new soul sect. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones can join us. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones can become a true disciple of the sect master's beauty. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 1. You are worth having, and I am the first disciple of the sect, and also the eldest disciple of the sect master. Deep Feng looked expectant. Quickly say you do not have money. I will pay all your expenses. The young man turned around and ran away. This sect does not need anything. Just money, even true disciples. Tradition can also be bought. It's too unreasonable. Let's get away. Let's get away. But how could Diep Feng let him just go? He hugged the teenager. Do not go. Think again. The teenager was about to refuse. His grandfather's voice rang out in his head. Vo Feng. Pay 10,000 spirit stones and stay. You stay in this sect, I can rest assured. After hearing his grandfather's words, the young man was momentarily thoughtful, then was pulled by Diep Feng in front of Lac the Entire. Master, master, I want to recognize this junior brother. Look how obedient he is. The teenager did not understand why his grandfather told him to stay in this unreliable sect. But everyone listened to their grandfather. Lac the Entire said helplessly, give you an hour, pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can join the sect. She thought to herself, looking at the teenager's appearance just now. Obviously want. Left was pulled back by Diep Feng. Let's chase him away quickly. Diep Feng does not care what Lac the Entire is thinking. He must have this junior brother. Just when he was about to return these 10,000 spirit stones to the teenager held out his hands. This is 10,000 spirit stones. Lower class, please take a look at the sect master. The disciple is willing to join the Tan Soul sect. Lu Thian was immediately dumbfounded. What's wrong with this world? Are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, like white cabbage? She only felt more surprised in these 2 days than in hundreds of years combined. Let me tell you in advance, the sect will not provide any cultivation resources for you, and I will not guide you in cultivation either. So do you still want to stay? Who would have thought that the young man would be like Diep Feng, saying that he did not need these things? Lac the Entire directly spit out 4 liters of blood. Old Back did not understand what was going on and congratulated her on accepting another disciple, but at this time Lac the Entire only felt tired both physically and mentally, saying a word. I will guide them to practice tomorrow. As for the location of the new disciple's room, he quickly left with Old Batch. She felt that the things that had happened in the past 2 days were too wild. She needed to calm down. Diep Feng only thought that his master was tired. He watched his brother become more and more happy. Later his family's great career would fail. I will be even more favorable. Lan Vo Feng immediately patted his chest and told Lan Vo Feng that he would have meat to eat when he followed him. This made Lan Vo Feng shiver. His intuition told him that in this unreliable sect, this senior brother had this seemingly unintelligent person, seems to be the most untrustworthy person. Just like that, an hour passed. Both of them finished cleaning their rooms. Lan Vo Feng invited Diep Feng to come sit and play. Diep Feng happily agreed. When he saw all kinds of tools and a giant alchemy furnace in the room, Diep Feng realized that this junior brother was an alchemist. Lan Vo Feng also proudly said he was a third-grade alchemist. In this world, professions such as alchemists, weapon refiners, and array mages are highly respected. As long as they show their identity, most people will respect them 3 times. Lan Vo Feng imagined that when Diep Feng knew his identity, he would definitely be respectful to him, and his cultivation level was already at the peak level of Linhai realm, and he was afraid it would startle him. But who would have thought that Diep Feng just calmly said, oh, he found it hard to believe. Knowing my identity, you just said, oh, and that's it. What is this cold reaction? Should not you be surprised and praise me? Before he could think too much, Diep Feng asked again, which of the 3-level spiritual herbs is more rare? Lan Vo Feng immediately mentioned more than a dozen types of spiritual herbs like the palm of his hand. The spirit herbs he talked about, even in the eyes of 9-level alchemists, were rare treasures. After that, Diep Feng immediately opened the system's shop. chose the 3 types of spiritual herbs Vo Feng had just mentioned, and began opening the chests. After consuming 1200 defeat points, these 3 types of spiritual herbs, each type of Diep Feng, spins 2 plants. Then tell Lan Vo Feng, junior brother, take your time, senior brother will go cook some water for you. After speaking, he ran out like the wind. Diep Feng's enthusiasm made Lan Vo Feng very touched, and he even planned to refine a few more pills for Diep Feng. But in less than 5 seconds Diep Feng came back. In his hand he also held a bowl of soup that looked very delicious. Lan Vo Feng looked at this bowl of soup suspiciously. But when he saw that in the bowl were the precious golden herbs he had just mentioned, his whole body was dumbfounded, trembling as he took the spiritual herbs in the bowl. For a moment, he only felt that this was a waste of heaven. Such precious spiritual herbs were being used to make soup. Just as he was about to explain to Diep Feng, the next second his hand was empty. I just saw Diep Feng say, I heard that spiritual herbs soaked in water are good for cultivation. If junior brother does not like it then throw it away. Having finished speaking, he threw a few spiritual herbs on the ground and stepped on them a few times with his feet. Lan Vo Feng panicked and quickly rushed forward, wanting to use his body to protect those spiritual herbs. But when he looked down, a second next, everyone collapsed. He lay down on the ground in pain like a young girl. The spiritual herb was so rare that even my grandfather had never seen it before. He just lost. But because Diep Feng lost his family in front of Lan Vo Feng, he instead received 1500 points of losing his family. Diep Feng was overjoyed. This time he spoke loudly. He comforted his little junior brother with a few short words, then turned around and left. Returning to his room, Diep Feng immediately put the remaining spirit herbs into the wooden box. He actually used them to soak his feet, and even let out a comfortable groan. He could not help but exclaim, the masterpiece spiritual herbs were truly different. This tingling feeling was wonderful, but he did not know that his legs were gradually turning black. At this time Lan Vo Feng also came to Diep Feng's door. Although I do not know where senior brother Diep Feng got the spiritual herbs, I still need to remind him a bit. Of course I absolutely do not regret those spiritual herbs, absolutely not. Those 3 types of spiritual herbs, even if used individually, are rare spiritual medicines, but 2 of them, if used together, will produce extreme toxicity. At this moment, there was a scream in the room, damn, why have I lost feeling in my legs and are still so black? Lan Vo Feng kicked open Diep Feng's door and saw Lan Vo Feng coming. Diep Feng quickly asked him what was wrong, but Lan Feng seemed not to hear, staring at Diep Feng's foot bath basin, which was a 3rd-grade excellent spiritual herb. Such precious herbs, he actually used them to soak his feet. This Diep Feng, because of Lan Vo Feng's heartbreak, received 1,500 defeat points. The system also reminded him that consuming 1,000 defeat points would immediately remove the poison. Diep Feng just looked, then it's okay. Lan Vo Feng tried to suppress his anger and said to Diep Feng, I came to tell you that there are 2 types that are poisonous when used together. But you use them to soak your feet. Feng smiled cunningly. The next second, the black color on his legs gradually disappeared. In less than a second, all the toxins were eliminated. When Lan Vo Feng saw this, he was immediately surprised. How could this be possible? This type of poison is very complicated to handle. But he saw Diep Feng sticking his foot in again. Lan Vo Feng's whole body was not okay. And after Diep Feng learned that the system could also detoxify others, he invited Lan Vo Feng to join him for a foot bath. Come my precious junior brother. Come to my brother's side, do not be afraid, when the time comes, I will detoxify you. This scene scared Lan Vo Feng. Brother, do not joke, I'm not interested in men, and that's very poisonous water. Who dares to say it? After speaking he immediately ran away. Half an hour later, Diep Feng again consumed 1,000 points of defeat to detoxify, then consumed 900 points of defeat, allowing the system to raise his cultivation level to the peak level of Kaidom. In the sect's main hall, Lac Thien Tai was upset. She felt that Diep Feng, that bastard, was sent by heaven to torment her. Now there's another Lan Vo Feng. How will we live in the future? But suddenly, she and Old Batch realized that the spiritual energy around them was violently violent. The prestige was huge, covering the entire new soul sect, and all the spiritual energy was converging in one direction. It was the area where the disciples lived. Old Batch was very suspicious. Could it be that kid Diep Feng had just broken through to the peak of the 9th level of Lin High Realm? Now you want to break through again? Recalling the scene of Diep Feng breaking through before, Old Batch felt that it was not impossible. But this time he still broke through continuously. 10 minutes later, following a column of light that shot up into the sky, Diepfong's aura suddenly turned into the peak level 9 Kai dynamic realm. Lack Theantiat was still angry just now, but now he's deflated. Old man back, in a few days will he surpass me, this sect master. Looking at his young lady with tears in her eyes, Mr. Batch scratched his head. Or should he comfort her first? On the other hand, Diepfong woke up the next day. The first thing he did after waking up was to open the system panel. When he saw the item he lost today, it turned out to be 10,000 medicinal pills 3rd grade than. Tam, what is this? He immediately wanted to ask his junior brother if he was a 3rd grade alchemist, but Diepfong looked for him, but could not find any trace of Lan Vofeng. He thought, did he attack his junior brother too hard yesterday and scared him away? At this time, the sect's butler, Mr. Back, came over and said that Lan Vofeng and Lack Theantiat had come to the city to buy spiritual herbs. He just found out that he had to come to the city and could take Diepfong there. Diepfong was immediately happy. Like mad. Just like that, after a 5-hour flight, the two arrived in town, but who would have thought that Mr. Batch only told them not to cause trouble? Immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving only Diepfong alone in the cold wind. Reluctantly, Diepfong had to walk around the city. At this time, a store called Thian Vu Chamber of Commerce appeared in front of him. Diepfong wanted to go in and take a look, but thinking about how he was losing his family, was there any danger in going in alone? At this time, the system warns that once the host is in danger, the system's guardian guard will automatically appear to solve the host's danger, and will only deal with enemies that threaten the host's life. Owner. As soon as Diepfong heard it, he felt reassured and leisurely walked into the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he entered the door, the young man enthusiastically ran out to greet him. When he learned that Diepfong was coming to auction the medicine, he respectfully invited Diepfong inside. Entering the room, a white-haired old man smoking opium appeared. This person's name is Cowan Sun, and he is a 6th grade alchemist. Then Diepfong conveniently threw Than Tam Dan in front of the old man. Unexpectedly, the old man said disdainfully, thinking it was something good, just a 3rd grade Than Tam pill, but when Cowan Sun glanced at the pill again, his whole body went crazy. This is actually the 3rd grade 9 text Than Tam Dan. Is this medicine very powerful? Cowan Sun said tremblingly, very strongly. Although Than Tam Dan can only be used by monks under the Spirit Sea realm, this is still 9 texts after all. The medicinal potency of the medicinal pill has reached its maximum level. I have been practicing alchemy for hundreds of years. The first time I saw the 9-pattern medicinal pill, Diepfong, who had never come into contact with medicinal pills, was immediately stunned. What do you mean by 9 verses, 8 verses or something? Dandy. The complete medicine pill in its ideal state is 10 lines. 1 line represents only one part of the medicinal effect of the medicine. 2 lines is 2 parts. And so on. He then continued to introduce how powerful the 9 text Than Tam Dan was, but Diepfong did not understand anything. Diepfong immediately slapped the table. I do not want to know how powerful this medicinal pill is. Just tell me directly how much money it can sell for. Cowan Sun pondered for a moment. A normal 3rd grade medicinal pill costs several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but this Than Tam pill can not only remove impurities from the body, but also reach the 9th level. Literature. So if you want to know how much money you can sell, you can only bring it to the auction floor to know. Diepfong was very surprised. A nonsense pill cost several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, so expensive. He forgot that he had spent over tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones in the past 2 days. Hearing Diepfong calling such a powerful medicinal pill a nonsense medicinal pill, Cowan Sun was so angry, but thinking that this guy was probably a holy son of some mysterious sect. And still so. Therefore, I respectfully said that there will be an auction this afternoon. Young master, please wait half a day. Diepfong threw him another Than Tam Dan pill, telling him to auction both pills. Just say a word for how much you want to sell, he'll come pick it up. Then turn around and leave. This arrogant look made Cowan Sun grit his teeth. Diepfong muttered as he walked, this nonsense pill is so expensive. I want to see how many idiots spend money to buy these 2 pills. Hearing him say that, Cowan Sun, a 6th-level alchemist, an expert about to reach 7th level, was immediately speechless. Going out the door, Diepfong continued to walk around. As he walked, he ate the 9 text 3rd grade Than Tam Dan like candy. At this time, he suddenly discovered that under a large tree next to him, a small yellow dog was lying there weakly. Looking at the cute and pitiful appearance of the little dog, Deep Fong immediately walked over. A puppy, I just clicked my fingers and figured out that we are very compatible. How about you follow me from now on? In fact, Deep Fong only saw this little dog so skinny. It must be very harmful. I already have this little dog. If I can spin medicinal pills in the future, just give it all to him. At that time, people will discover that their survival is not as good as that of a dog, and they will certainly collapse. Thinking of this, the more Deep Fong looked at this little dog, the more pleased he became. Then he took the puppy to a restaurant, intending to wash it clean. Seeing the dirty little dog in Diep Feng's arms, the second young man blocked Diep Feng's way, saying that this dog was not allowed to enter the restaurant. With it here, no matter how much spirit stone you pay, you will not let it in. Feng pouted. Really? I do not believe it. So in the next second, the little boy respectfully prepared water to bathe the puppy, said that Diep Feng could not bear to look at him, shouted get out. The little boy quickly ran away. Then Diep Feng saw that the puppy had been bathed clean, so he picked it up and started letting it work. The puppy did not disappoint his expectations, eating Than Tam Dan like rice, one pill at a time. Deep Feng chuckled. This puppy is amazing. He cannot stop eating. From now on you can work for me for the rest of your life. After that, Deep Feng decided to go out for a walk. As soon as Deep Feng walked out the door, the puppy that was eating deliciously suddenly raised its head. It just feels like something has changed in my head. Then he let out a comfortable groan and fell down. I do not know how much time passed when the puppy opened his eyes and saw Diep Feng blaming him for being lazy. But the puppy only felt dizzy. Seeing it like that, Diep Feng said he was tired too. If so, let's sleep together first. So he hugged the puppy to bed. What Diep Feng did not know at this time was that the little dog next to him, after eating several thousand 9-text Than Tam Dan tablets, was evolving into a demonic beast. Maybe one day it will give him a surprise. Lac Thien Tiat and Lan Vo Feng went to Thien Vu Chamber of Commerce. When she learned that today there would be 2 third-grade Than Tam pills being auctioned, Lac Thien Tiat only felt that her 2 disciples were very lucky. This time, he brought Lan Vo Feng out to buy spiritual herbs, but instead he encountered the 9-text Than Tam Dan that had never appeared before. These 2 pills were very beneficial for the 2 of them. She was determined to buy them no matter what the price. At that time, Deep Feng will definitely hug him tightly, feeling extremely grateful, thinking of that kid being trampled under his feet. This sect master's beautiful woman was secretly proud in her heart. Old Batch on the other side finally met his old friend. He was complaining about how hard it was to get here. Yet all morning there was no sign of the old friend. The old man mysteriously said, Mr. Back, today our Chamber of Commerce received 2 special medicinal pills. The 3rd grade Than Tam Dan. Guess how many they are? Really? It can keep you busy all morning, so at least you should be absent-minded or more. Could it be that those old men were refining it? No, it's 9 tablets. There are 2 more. I do not know who made it, but it was a young man who brought it. Old Batch paused. Old man, do you know what that young man's name is? I do not know. That teenager did not leave anything behind. Just said a few words that he would come to get the auction money, and then left. I do not know why. A figure gradually appeared in Old Batch's mind. The old man continued to say, that young man seemed to have no regard for these 2 medicinal pills at all. He was most likely a saint or a true disciple. Some mystical sect. At this time, in Old Batch's mind, the image of Diep Feng was even clearer. To be able to do such a disgraceful thing, there was definitely no one else besides him. So Mr. Batch stood up and said to the old man, Come, I will take you to meet someone. My lady has just established a sect. I will take you to meet her eldest true disciple. The old man was skeptical. What was there to see from a great disciple? Old Batch said with a face full of meaning and reluctance, You will not understand. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at Diep Feng's residence, but knocked on the door, but no one opened the door. Old Batch thought to himself, how could an excellent monk waste precious time? Sleeping immediately kicked the door in. As soon as they opened the door, these 2 old men were dumbfounded. They saw only the dog bowl on the table and medicinal pills scattered all over the ground. Is not it the 9-text 3-grade Than Tam Dan that the old man just talked about? At this time, Deep Feng also woke up, sleepily asking Old Batch why he came here. At this time, he lowered his head to see the little dog that was supposed to help him eat medicinal pills, but now slept more soundly than him. He immediately became angry. Angry, you dog, have not you finished eating those medicinal pills, and you're already sleeping? But who would have thought that the puppy was a picky eater, and kicked the medicine aside with a disgusted look on his face. This scene left the two old men dumbfounded. It was a medicinal pill that they wished they could keep as a family heirloom for future generations, but it was hated by a dog. At this time, old Baksh discovered something unusual about this little dog. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly flowed into its body. In less than a year, it could become a monster, but there was nothing in its body. The demonic beast bloodline is transformed on its own. The old man realized where the problem lay and quickly asked Diep Phong how much than Tam Dan he had fed the little dog. Diep Phong was confused. Looking back, he said, it was not much, it seemed like it was only about 2,000 pieces. At this moment, the old man in the red shirt could not calm down anymore, spit out 10 liters of blood, grabbed Mr. Batch and shouted loudly, "That's 2,000 pills. Such a precious medicinal pill, but you give it away to feed the dogs, in broad daylight. These are your Tan Soul sect disciples. Do not you care, old Batch is helpless. How can you manage? You brat, this guy is rich, even I work for him. What kind of management do you tell me?" The red-shirted old man does not believe it. You are the 8 great elders of the New Soul sect, a third-level powerhouse of the transcendent tribulation realm. And yet you work for a disciple in the sect. Old Batch explained, I did not want it either, but he gave me too much. At this time, Diep Phong came over. Old Back, can you help me with something? The old rules. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are gone. There's no other way. The picky little dog has more than 7,000 medicinal pills to hurry. Spend it all. Remembering the last time he threw away more than 9,000 talismans, Old Batch quickly asked, how many pills are left? Diep Phong said, not much. Old Batch heard that and immediately patted his chest and said, if so, just leave it to the old man. The next second, Diep Phong directly poured out 7,000 medicinal pills. This action directly scared the two old men's souls away. Old Batch was very speechless, unwilling to accept this brat's wealth, but in front of you is a top-grade 9-text medicine pill. Moreover, there were hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, so Old Batch's eyes flashed. Then he began to eat greedily. Diep Phong also said to the little dog, you also quickly eat for me, otherwise I will stew. There you are. So I saw the scene of a man and a dog frantically eating medicinal pills. This scene made the old man in red shirt collapse. What happened to this world? Are everyone crazy? At this time, Diep Phong encouraged Old Back. Come on, cannot even a dog win? Old Back did not expect that the 9-texture pill would be so delicious. Although eating it now is useless, when he was young, he also used the 5-texture pill. At that time, he spent all his fortune on that pill. Accumulated for 10 years, but compared to these 9 texts, it's really trash. Old Batch is crying now. He was born in the wrong era. If 60 years ago, when he was young, he could have had this great opportunity. Diep Phong saw Old Batch crying. He quickly said, Old Batch, it's okay. If you cannot eat it, then well, you would not be short of 100,000 spirit stones. The old man said, boy, you would not understand. If we had been able to eat this medicine back then, I'm afraid we would have passed through the 9th stage of the Thunder Tribulation and ascended by now. It will definitely not be the same as now. There is no hope in sight. They look bright on the outside, but who knows, once they cannot withstand the next disaster, their souls will be scattered. Diep Phong immediately understood, asked the old man if he wanted to join, ate a full meal. Of course he would not let his seniors help him for free, or still give him 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the old man heard these words, his tears immediately stopped falling, his mouth refused, but his hands could not help but move. An hour passed. Diep Phong looked at the few thousand remaining pills. He sighed. The fighting power of 2 people and 1 dog was still a bit weak. At this time, Old Batch asked Diep Phong, are those 2 medicinal pills at the Chamber of Commerce also yours? Diep Phong said yes. He did not expect that 1 stone could sell for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. He really did not know which idiot would buy them. This left the old man speechless. 1 million pills is still considered cheap. At this time, Sect Master Lac Thien Tiat had left the Chamber of Commerce. She sensed that Diep Phong and Old Batch were in the room of this tavern. Lan Vo Phong was excited and wanted to show Diep Phong the good thing they had just bought. Immediately ran up and shouted, Senior Brother Diep Phong, let's see what the master has bought for us. Lac Thien Tiat is proud. What if you have money? This level of medicine is priceless. When arriving at the door, Lac Thien Tiat asked why Diep Phong did not come inside. Lan Vo Phong trembled and raised his hand to point inside. 3 people and 1 dog were eating medicinal pills. and the puppy even ate until he vomited. When Lac the Entire saw this scene, the three senses and five senses, plus the world view, all collapsed. This moment was the darkest moment in her two human lives. A mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out. Old Batch and the others also noticed Lac the Entire's appearance, looking at the medicine pill falling from the box. The rich man in Diep Phuong's mouth turned out to be her. Lac the Entire was heartbroken. In the end, she was still wrong. She thought about how she fought to the point of bloodshed at the Merchant Guild, but here she was only used to feed the dogs. She thought that this time she could win back the game, but she did not expect to lose so much that she lost her pants. Old Batch smiled and said, "Miss, your intention is enough. After all, it is for their good." At this time, Deep Phuong said, "Master, senior brother, medicine pill, if you want to eat it, just eat it." Lan Vofong immediately salivated. Now the 9-text Than Tam pill has too much effect on him. Deep Phuong told his junior brother to eat as much as he wants, rest assured, and eat. Lan Vofong shouted loudly, "My damn stomach, just eat as much as you want today." A great opportunity suddenly appears. It must be grasped firmly with both hands. This makes Sect Master Lac the Entire very speechless. Is he in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Suddenly, Lan Vofong saw a few medicinal pills falling from the table, and even falling right in front of Dai Hong. This made Dai Hong confused. What was going on? Lan Vofong could not stop shouting loudly, "This medicine is irresistible to any wild beast. If a dog eats it, then it's a waste and will definitely be heartbroken." But the next moment, the image suddenly changed, only to see the puppy not bothering to look at it, kicking a few pills away. The dog also did not want to eat this thing. Seeing it, he wanted to step on it twice. Lan Vofong was dumbfounded on the spot. Has this era changed? At this time, the old man walked up to Lac the Entire and said, "Master Lac, I accept money from you to work for you. There are a few words that I should not say too much. But you are a master, and you should still teach your disciples." Good. This kid actually took 2009 pattern pills to feed the dogs. What a waste. What a waste of heaven, Diep Phuong muttered. This is very reasonable. Humans do not eat as fast as puppies. Lan Vofong picked up the puppy. This guy actually ate 2,000 pills. He cannot live as well as a dog. Deep Phuong told the three of them to stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. This speed made him very worried. Lac the Entire sat opposite, calm on the outside, but inside she was speechless. Why did I accept this disciple who spends money like trash? An hour later, the three men, as if they were 10 months pregnant, fell to the ground, unable to scream anymore, unable to eat anymore. Deep Phuong looked at the remaining 2,000 pills. He turned his head to look at the beautiful sect master. Lac the Entire immediately refused. She absolutely would not eat. Deep Phuong told her not to pay attention to those details. Eating a few times will get used to it. Lac the Entire said that these Than Tam pills were bought at a high price and given to his father's sect. They could definitely increase the sect's strength. Deep Phuong immediately refused. These are all systems lost items, can only be consumed, cannot be traded. Lac the Entire thought it was because the price was low, so she slammed the table and said she could increase the price 10 times, which made the three people very confused. Do you think the person opposite you looks like someone lacking money? Lac the Entire also realized that she had lost her temper, that a master should not talk about money with a disciple, and this guy was incredibly rich, but the next moment she was stunned. Dip Phuong guy actually used roses to decorate the medicinal pills. He told his master to taste the rose-flavored 9-text Than Tam Dan. Sure enough, all girls like flowers. This trick worked. Lac the Entire took one. Observe carefully. A slight blush appeared on his face, and he even caressed his earlobe, acting like you understood tonight, little guy. Half an hour later, several people finally regretfully ate all the medicinal pills. Lan Vofong even ate so much that he became drunk on the pills and fainted on the spot. Congratulations to the host on the success of the losing family. Reward 300 points for the losing family. Congratulations to the host for today's defeat of the item. Reward 1,000 points for defeat. Reward 3 9 grade 9 leaf and ice soul grass. 15 9 grade Kim Tam Than Duok. Reward items must be consumed in the form of defeat. No points will be given for defeat. The host can use it at will. Deep Phuong looked at Lac the Entire, who had eaten the medicine to the point of paralysis, opened his mouth and asked Old Batch, "Do you still need to open this sect of mine? Cultivation does not require guidance, nor do I need to worry about resources. The master also often has to work for his senior disciple." Old Batch also suspected that Deep Phuong was not a disciple of the sect, but the god of wealth of the sect. just a bit of a loser. Suddenly Depfong came to the old man's ear and said, "You are a 9-level alchemist. Do you know the 9-level Ku Dip Hoi Sol grass?" Old Batch and Lacthean Tyet were speechless and started boasting again. As soon as he heard Hoi Sol grass, the old man immediately jumped up. "I'm very familiar with this thing." This startled Diepfong. People who did not know thought this old man was about to eat people. The old man shouted loudly, "The 9-leaf Hoi Sol grass is the legendary spirit grass. Each of its leaves represents medicine. Not to mention this thing is 9 leaves. He has never even seen 1 leaf. Furthermore, the soul recovery grass is a necessary spiritual herb to refine the soul recovery pill. Soul recovery life-saving pill, only needed within 24 hours after taking. Even if your soul returns to the underworld, you can still slap the king of hell twice, then return righteously from the underworld. It is not an exaggeration to say that this type of medicine is absolutely something that any powerhouse of the tribulation realm would like to have. There is this type of medicinal pill that protects the soul. Even if the body of the powerhouse of the tribulation realm is destroyed, at least the soul remains, and will later find a way to restore the body. The old man opened his mouth. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Old Batch immediately realized that the situation was not good. This kid dares to ask, so he dares to do it. "Old man, do you know bamboo demon grass Bach Han Ho and Tu Vai Lan?" Of course. As soon as these 3 types of spiritual herbs appear, they will definitely fight to the point of bloodshed. Unfortunately, these 3 types of spiritual herbs were just taken away by this kid yesterday for foot bathing. The old man's face turned pale. He was a loser, he was too broke. Old Batch tried to ask, "Deepfong, Ku Dep Hoi Sol grass is very precious. You cannot use it for foot bathing." Deepfong took out the things and said he had 3. What if he took one to soak his feet? The old man almost fainted after hearing this. His expression was like a meme. "Impossible, you brat actually has 3 plants of 9 leaves aniseed soul grass. Oh my god, today no matter what it costs, I must have these 3 nice soul grasses. Even if I have to sacrifice this broken body of mine." Depfong was scolded and slapped. If he took away the foot bath, it would be a waste of heaven and crazy. Suddenly, Deepfong rummaged around in his chest for a while, went to Lacthean Tyet's side, and took out a 9-leaf aniseed soul grass, which made Lacthean Tyet confused. Paying a visit to a master costs 100,000 spirit stones, giving a gift costs 400,000, and now giving him the priceless Hoi Sol grass. It was hard for her to imagine what other great opportunities she would receive from Depfong in the future. She imagined Depfong pursuing her. Depfong used deceitful tricks to force her to follow him. She suddenly felt like her master was being taken care of by his disciples. Thinking of this, she tried to stay calm. This 9-leaf soul recovery grass is definitely unacceptable. But thinking about my future happy life, in the future do keep, can also use the soul recovery and life-saving pill. She really could not refuse this great opportunity. Diepfong secretly thought that this second and ice soul grass, he must bring it back to soak his feet. No one can stop it. What about the 3rd tree? He told Mr. Batch, "As long as you do a lot of hard work, sooner or later it will be yours." Old Batch immediately became Dipfong's loyal hunting dog. At this moment, a hand was placed on Deepfong's shoulder and he asked, "Is it possible that just by doing hard work, there is a chance to receive this Ku Deep Hoi Sol grass?" The next second Deepfong was dumbfounded. The old man actually came to disgust him. This 80-something-year-old man shows off his muscles and openly smells them. This made Mr. Back, who was a thin man, immediately angry and scolded, "Old man, what do you mean, stealing a job and stealing right in front of me?" At this time, the old man and Mr. Batch were looking for a Ku Diep aniseed soul grass. Half of his emotional life was completely broken. Lan Vofong thought about how his brother actually wanted to use Ku Deep Hoi Sol herb to soak his feet. He wondered if he should ask his senior brother to keep the foot bath water for him to drink. Suddenly the old man moved his chubby body in front of Lacthean Tyet. In the past, there was the Phoenix Lubo, now there is a Thean Vu leading the army. I have been wandering for half my life, only wishing I had not joined the sect. If Thean Tyet girl does not mind, I'm willing to join the noble sect. Asking for an elder position, Luathian Tyet told him not to joke. A 6th grade alchemist, and also a 3rd level of the tribulation level. Moreover, he is also the boss of the Thean Vu Chamber of Commerce on Xuanthean continent, but he actually wants to join a small sect of hers. But he just wants to join. The old man smiled and said, "Little girl, if you do not agree, then I will go find your father." This Diepfong conveniently took out was 9 textured medicinal pills, rare spiritual herbs, and what's more, a foot bath is a foot bath. This proves that he does not value these mascots at all. He definitely has something more powerful in his hand. Lac Thien Tiat asked, if the old man joined my sect, how would the Thien Vu Chamber of Commerce deal with it? It's very simple, leave it to my incompetent son to manage. Old Batch was so angry that his face turned pale, but he could not object. The old man sneered again. His favorite thing was to see how you wanted to fight, but could not hit me. After that, it was still unknown who belonged to that aniseed herb plant. At this time Lac Thien Tiat began to doubt her original goal. Originally, he intended to cultivate well, overcome the lightning tribulation, return to the upper world to take revenge, and kill all 4 directions. But now the sect has 2 more disciples for no reason. Today another 6th grade alchemist. At this time, Diepfong opened his mouth to ask, does anyone know Kim Tam Tam Duok? As soon as the old man heard it, his expression immediately changed. You have Kim Tam Tam medicine. Even Old Batch and Lac Thien's eyes light up. This made Diepfong feel cold for the first time. He trembled as he opened his mouth. I was just asking casually. Damn it. Just when I took it out, these 3 people might really kill everyone. But how could these 3 cultivators give up so easily? This Diepfong definitely has Kim Tam Tam medicine in his hand. Lan Vofong asked Old Batch, what kind of person is senior brother? It's truly unbelievable. At this time, the spirit pearl on Lac Thien Tiat's waist lit up. She immediately picked up the spirit pearl, which was the news the sect sent. Lac Thien Tiat told everyone to immediately return to the sect. Old Batch asked, what happened? She said my father is coming soon, probably to inspect the sect. 5 hours later, on the top of Tan Han Tong Mountain, when several people arrived. In the darkness, a man dressed in black stood tall at the sect's gate. Lac Thien Tiat worriedly said, Dad, I'm back. The middle-aged man had a gloomy face and calmly said, Thien Tiat, you make me very disappointed. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere became terrifyingly quiet, filled with solemnity. Everyone did not dare to breathe loudly. Lac Thien Tiat asked in surprise, Father, what's wrong? Her father shouted angrily, disappointed, so disappointed. Did not your new soul sect just recruit disciples 2 days ago? Now not even a shadow of a person can be seen. I originally thought there would be a group of disciples coming to say hello, bringing 10,000 pieces of lucky money for them. Now it's good. I waited at the sect gate for 5 hours, but not even a single ghost was seen. Lac Thien Tiat was helpless. She did not expect that the sect had only been opened for a few days, and her father had already come to inspect it. Then introduced, is not this just recruiting 2 disciples, one named Diepfong, one named Lan Vofong, fortunately recruiting 2 people, considered completing the mission. Just good can be used as a shield. Lac Thien Tiat said coyly, I see you still accept Diepfong as your eldest disciple. Although she was a female emperor in her previous life, she had no father or mother and was an orphan since childhood. This life has allowed her to feel the love of her parents. This made Lac Thien Tiat extremely respectful. Lord Lac Tong carefully observed this great disciple. He was very confused. His daughter had not paid attention to anything since childhood, only knew how to practice. Why did she suddenly accept a big disciple? He asked Diepfong what spiritual root is. Without spiritual roots, Lac Thien Tiat replied, what talent? For the time being, it has not been discovered that he has talent. So what cultivation base? This time, Lu Thien Tiat said in a low voice, Kaidong Realm 9th level. Sect Master Lu spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. Is not this trash? How did he become a true disciple? Diepfong said he spent 500,000 to buy it. This made Lac Sect Master even more confused. Spending money to buy it, even if it was an unknown sect, he could not be so negligent. He thought his daughter was blinded by money, and if she wanted money, she could ask him for it. Suddenly, the old man brought a chair from nowhere and told Diepfong to sit down quickly. Stop standing, he was very tired. Old Batch told him not to be too much. Does not the sect leader need face? Then bring tea for Diepfong to drink. Now the weather is getting cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. This scene causes direct damage. Batch Thien Hong, do you think I do not exist? Still the 8 great elders of my new soul sect. Moreover, the old man of the merchant guild is also here. A few minutes later, Lac Thien Tiat told the end of the story. This gave the Lac Sect Master a headache. A dog had eaten 2,000 pills of 9 pattern pill. It was inhumane. This was not a disciple. Clearly is the god of wealth, even if placed in his Tan Han tongue. Must also serve like grandparents, Old Batch said. Sect Master, we have long suspected that this Diepfong is his disciple, so that Old Batch does not need to talk anymore. Deep Feng's matter does not need to be discussed anymore. Today Mr. Mainly to see the daughter's sect. Now everything is fine, then rest assured, tell the two old men to go out first. I want to chat with my daughter. At the same time, in Diep Feng's room, junior brother Lan Vofeng happily held the soaking basin. When you arrive, tell your senior brother to soak first. After the senior brother finished soaking, be sure not to throw the water away. He wanted to taste it. Diep Feng told him that the senior brother was not a stingy person, so he brought another pot, that 9 grade a nice soul grass. Each of us has half. This makes junior brother Lan Vofeng move to tears. Under the bed in the room, 2 figures were peeking through holes. Old Batch's face was black. This kid Diep Feng was really not pretending. He really used Q Deep Hoi Sol herb to soak his feet. The old man looked at I'm about to faint when I see this scene. This Diep Feng is so inhuman. Diep Feng woke up, feeling refreshed. Last night, using Q Dip and Ice Soul herb to soak his feet was indeed extraordinary. Even his waist felt a lot better. This rare spiritual herb is indeed not bad. It's a pity that it is used for soaking your feet only absorbs less than 1/1000th of the medicinal effect. Then he looked at his system board. The remaining loser points were 2,500 points. Today's loser item was 10,000 pieces of Hong Chian sword intent. Diep Feng took out a piece and observed it for a long time, still not understanding what it was. The next second he called the puppy here. The puppy happily ran to Diep Feng's side. Diep Feng looked at the system's introduction, saying this thing only needs to be touched on the forehead. And the next second the piece of Hong Choyan sword, I was immediately absorbed by the puppy. The surrounding world's spiritual energy was filled with sword intent. A picture of swordsmanship inheritance appeared in the puppy's head, making it look dumbfounded. I was born with magical powers. I am the only one with sword intent. I am unique. Diep Feng asked Dai Hong if he farted just now. Why did not Hong Choyan's sword intent have any effect? He asked the system. This loser item is mainly for consumption, so can I use it? Although the puppy does not look like anything has changed, Hong Choyan's sword intent sounds very domineering. It's definitely a good thing. The system told him it's not impossible. It'll just deduct a lot of defeat points. Moreover, the 2 words a lot are circled. Reluctantly, Diep Feng could only hug Dai Hong and find a private place. At the same time, Lac Thien Tiat's father asked, Daughter, are not you going to take those 2 kids to the Thien Dao battlefield to practice? What Lac Thien Tiat heard was right. She could not teach these 2 guys at all. When she came to Thien Dao battlefield, she felt very secure about Diep Feng, while Lan Vofeng was afraid something would happen. Sect Master Lac Tong asked, although Diep Feng has many treasures to protect his body, he is still just a mortal after all. On the battlefield, even the weakest monster or monk can easily kill him. Why do I feel more secure about him? Lac Thien Tiat explained that although Diep Feng did not have spiritual roots and was not immortal, his strength was enough to protect himself. Her father told her not to worry about Diep Feng. Mortals are still mortals after all. Lac Thien Tiat said Diep Feng had opened Lin Hai, and it was 20 times larger than hers. Sect Master Lac is even more incredulous. When I opened Lin Hai, I broke the sect's record. Lin Hai is 20 times bigger than me. It's a myth. Just as the 2 were arguing, there was a loud explosion. This shock startled both Lac Thien Tiat and her father. Even Lan Vofeng and the old man felt it at the same time. Ancient voice rang out Hong Choyan Lo, Naiha Kiyu. Before the sword came out, he was dead. In the blink of an eye, several people ran out of the sect. Lac Thien Tiat asked Old Back, did he also feel it? Where was Vofeng? This sword intent was too scary. Vofeng could not stand it. Sect Master Lac said loudly, Old Back, old man, I'm in charge of paving the way. You guys protect me. Immediately saw the person in the distance was Diep Feng. The next moment everyone was dumbfounded, only to see Diep Feng actually playing frisbee with the puppy. The person was very normal, but the puppy was a bit unusual. His mother's entire body was filled with Hong Choyan's sword intent. They discovered that Hong Choyan's sword intent actually radiated from a ground dog. If one had not seen it with one's own eyes, who would believe that a dog could comprehend this extremely difficult and powerful sword intent? Lac Thien Tiat could not bear it anymore, asked Diep Feng if this dog have just comprehended the sword intention himself. Diep Feng said how could that be possible? He is a ground dog. Being able to comprehend the sword intention is because I just feed it some pieces of sword intent. 4 immortal cultivators froze on the spot, but actually used Hong Choyan's sword intent to feed the dogs. Whoever said this would not give you 2 slaps in the face. Diep Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong. The eyes of the old man and old batch were not right. Lac Thien Tiat explained. Hong Tian's sword intent was originally one of the strongest sword intents in the world, for even on the battlefield of Heavenly Tao, it is extremely difficult to obtain. If you want to get this thing, you have to completely rely on fate. You are good, not only do you have it, but you also take it away and feed it to the dogs. When will you not be so defeated? Deep Feng asked Thien Dao where the battlefield was. Lac Thien Tiat told him that his father came here to take them there to practice. Haiyan Thien continent is just a lower plane. All lower planes can go to the Thien Dao battlefield, and depending on the different realms, the division is also different. This place no one knows about. How's it? But everyone knows that there is a great opportunity inside. Heaven and earth spiritual treasures, great inheritance and cultivation resources. But inside is also extremely dangerous. If you make a mistake, you will be killed by the powerful creatures inside. Died suddenly the system rang, asking the host to go to the second floor of Thien Dao battlefield. Killing 100 peak Kwai Dong realm monsters. Diep Fong looked at the reward for this mission. Normally it was 100. This time it was actually a lot of losers. The reward was good, but now he's just a trash with no fighting skills. At this time, Sect Master Lu opened his mouth and asked, Diep Fong, how many pieces of sword intent did you just feed this dog? I see that this dog's sword intent is as strong as that of Sword Dao. Grandmaster at any time. Breaking through to the Sword Heart realm, he remembered the person who had previously obtained the Sword Heart realm. It was still his old ancestor of the New Soul sect, who secluded himself for hundreds of years before barely entering the threshold of Sword Heart. But that old ancestor's comprehension of Thien hands. Sword Heart was completely incomparable to Hong Choyan's Sword Heart. At the same level, Diep Fong does not laugh or talk much. About 10,000 pieces of sword intent. He fed 10,000 pieces to the puppy and he was tired to death. The next second he felt a chill down his spine, being stared at by 4 immortal cultivators, as if he was watching a dead person. Several people were completely different. All explode. You actually took 10,000 pieces of Hong Toin sword intent to feed the dogs. That's inhumane, crazy. Even one piece can cause trouble in the cultivating world. Why did you actually take it away and feed the dogs? Deep Feng also realized something was wrong and quickly apologized. The 4 cultivators told him that the next time he had something like this, he would have to ask them for help. What about finding a dog? Lac Thien Tiat told her father to quickly send someone away. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back and slap this loser to death. Master Lac Tong picked up Dip Fong and flew away, saying he would immediately bring him back after finishing his work. He was also afraid that he would not be able to bear it and would slap this loser to death. In the air, Dip Fong asked our master, "Where are we going?" The New Soul sect, the real sect, let him and the other monk brothers go to the Thien Dao battlefield. Deep Fong said, Master, is our sect strong? Are we poor? The disciples are willing to contribute some of their strength. Do the monks and brothers have enough to eat? Does the sect need to invest in construction and expansion? These words made the sect master's skin crawl. This guy was about to say that his sect was bankrupt. Sect master Lac Tong told him to shut up. The Tan Soul sect was so rich that it did not need anything. In the evening, the 2 of them went to the inn to rest, ordered 2 single rooms. Deep Fong told the master to let me pay. Lying on the bed, Diep Fong thought, not knowing what the lost item would be tomorrow. Earning 1,000 points every day is very difficult. Early the next morning, as soon as he woke up, Diep Fong opened the system panel and looked at today's loser item. This time it was actually 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Today's task is much simpler to handle. Having experienced several times before, Diep Fong was immediately filled with confidence, knowing what to do to quickly lose the light. The first step, buy a skill chest in the system store, specify a level character or higher. According to the introduction of the spiritual herb chest, the skill chest also has a 90% chance of producing junk, consuming 100 defeat points. Congratulations to the host on receiving the top-level skill, Fire Dragon Fist. Downloading the skill. Dip Fong smiled proudly as if analyzing. But wait, this Fire Dragon Fist, the system popped up to remind him. Yes, fire attribute spiritual energy is needed to be able to use it. But Diep Fong does not have fire attribute spiritual energy. The system told him, hold his hand, maybe he will have it. Sure enough, in the next second, Diep Fong immediately felt a stream of spiritual energy swirling around in his palm. He really could not believe that a waste with no spiritual roots could actually rely on the spiritual energy in the Lin Sea to transform into spiritual energy. This fire dragon fist has truly been successfully cultivated. At this time, the master told Diepfeng to wake up and should continue on his way. On the way, the master asked Diepfeng why breakfast was so slow. Diepfeng said that eating slowly and chewing thoroughly is good for health, mainly for nourishment. The next second, the master discovered something unusual. He suddenly turned around and asked Diepfeng what he was doing. Diepfeng threw the top-quality spirit stone and said, handing out gifts in the air, opportunities are for those who have preparations, then without any further pretense, poured down all the spirit stones. This made the master very uncomfortable. Diepfeng, although you are very powerful, spirit stones are good things, you cannot waste them like that. Do not wait until you have nothing left to regret. Diepfeng asked his master again, do you know what is the most painful thing in the world? The master seriously answered his question. As a human being, with a dog stepping on his head, this brat's level of wastefulness is truly unworthy of anyone. The old cultivator flew all the way, he wasted all the way. Finally, at the gate of Tanhan Tong, Diepfeng spent all the items he lost. Looking at the level of this new soul sect, it simply cannot be compared to the shabby mountain gate before. Sect Master Lack opened his mouth and said to Deacon Song, this is the great disciple that Thean Tiat has just accepted, and in a few days he will join the other disciples on the Thean Dao battlefield. Sect Master Lack Tong told Diepfeng to be a little more obedient. He would depart in 3 days. This Diepfeng guy still knows the rules very well. He bowed his head and said that he had been bothering Deacon Tong for the past few days. At this time, Diepfeng discovered that the side seemed to be very bustling. There must have been some activity. He asked Deacon Song next to him what he was doing. Today is the day the outer sect and inner sect disciples compete in martial arts. If you are interested, you can come and watch. Suddenly the system rang, asking the host to challenge the arena and defeat 100 opponents of the same level. Mission successful, reward 500 defeat points. At this time, Diepfeng had forgotten his master's instructions. Now for the sake of losing his family by 500 points, he only wanted to fight with others. At the same time, on the ring, the outer sect and inner sect disciples were crowded. Suddenly a stranger walked up. The disciples were confused. This person's clothes were not the uniform of the new soul sect. Could it be that he came to challenge the sect? Diepfeng immediately introduced, everyone, my name is Diepfeng, the peak level of Kwai Dynamic Realm, the only true disciple of Lac Thean Tiat. Come to challenge the ring today, please senior brothers. Instructing, in the blink of an eye the disciples shouted, the saintess's eldest disciple. I heard that the saintess went out to establish her own sect, but I did not expect it to be true. A figure stepped onto the ring, a man with instant noodles, and told me the first match. Everyone below was talking loudly. After Man Duong took action, it was said that in 3 years he had raised his cultivation level to the peak level of Kui Dong realm, and his cultivation methods were even middle-grade earth martial arts skills. Could it be that he was the handsome boy of the sect? Man Duong said that he completed his cultivation to the 9th level in less than 3 years. I do not know how long it took Brother Diepfeng very generously told the other person that he went from opening Lin Hai to the 9th level of Lin Hai. Peak takes 10 minutes. From the Spirit Sea realm to the peak level 9 Kai Dynamic realm, it took 20 minutes. Man Duong was dumbfounded after hearing this. Is this guy sick? What are you talking about? The reincarnated immortal cultivator is not as boastful as him. Everyone who comes and goes is speechless, boasts to the point of losing humanity, and is even more arrogant and arrogant. Looking at the monks and laughing, this is the place, so that you can boast. Just now, Diepfeng said that it took him 20 minutes to break through to the peak of Kai Dynamic realm. This made the immortal cultivators and non-immortal cultivators below all silent. The scene fell into a terrifying silence. His opponent Man Duong, the more he stood in the cold wind, the more this guy had cultivated and boasted to perfection. The new soul sect disciples muttered. The once-in-a-100-year genius Man Duong also took 3 years to break through. This guy said 30 minutes. It took me more than 30 minutes to pee. Do you think you can use money to level up when you practice? That's right. This Diepfeng is typically bragging. Let's see Man Duong beat him later. There are also a few people who grit their teeth. If he is really that powerful, then these evil geniuses, that person will be trampled under his feet for the rest of his life and will not be able to raise his head. Diepfeng turned around, said to everyone below, saying that you do not understand. There are some things that can really be bought with money. Manduong immediately got angry, told him to stop talking nonsense, and rushed over with a lamb move. Silver grass wrapped around him. Deep Feng told him this punch had 20 years of power. Be careful, then shout loudly Fire Dragon Fist. A fire dragon with a fiery head appears, directly scaring Manduong to pee his pants. What the hell is this? As soon as the fire dragon appeared, the surrounding temperature immediately increased to the extreme. Some of the weaker disciples directly suffered from heat stroke. Manduong was clearly also a genius among geniuses, knowing this blow himself. If you cannot dodge it, you can only use the skill-splitting sword to block it. Looking at the approaching fire dragon, he opened his bloody mouth. Manduong pulled out his sword, used all his strength to use Fan Lang Kiem to fend off the fire dragon. The terrifying sword intent collided with the fire dragon. Boom was heard. Up, the balance is too strong. Many disciples used defensive shields, shouting loudly to protect the weaker junior disciples. As a result, a group of people cursed loudly because they overestimated themselves. This terrifying aura collision, they could not bear it at all. After the rest was over, a group of people were stunned. Brothers, look quickly. That fire dragon is still there, and it seems unharmed. And the most miserable person is Mandong. Right now, he is being burned by the fire dragon using big fire. Small fire. Torture. The fire dragon was clearly very upset with Mandong's recent attack. Mandong wanted to die right now. He did not want to be arrogant anymore. The price to pay was really too big. The guy opposite completely did not know what the stopping point was. Dipfeng took on an arrogant pose again. He knew the result would be like that, so he prepared his posture in advance. With each blow of Diepfeng's fire dragon fist, there were more and more fire dragons on the ring. Manduong was also pushed to the edge of the ring, about to burn by dragon fire. He froze on the spot. This guy was not human. In the end, it was a monster that came out of somewhere. The amount of spiritual energy was so scary. The next second, he definitely made the right choice. The opponent was too strong. Continue fighting. He will have to go see the Buddha. Rather than admitting defeat, holding his head and jumping down from the ring. At this time, Depfeng transformed into Diep Man, silently shouting proudly, "Who else? I want to fight 10,000 people." When men can no longer stay calm and waste their spiritual energy, how terrifying can cultivating immortals be, punching and kicking 80 old men on Wuding Mountain? A 90-year-old little girl on Enga Mai Mountain. Just now, Diepfeng was completely became inhuman, experiencing the refreshing feeling of a great cultivator. But a group of sect disciples were in trouble. Cursing loudly, there were no dirty words in every sentence, but the meaning was extremely high. And he also shouted loudly that this bastard was too much. Looking at the sect being destroyed, the elder next to him could not bear it anymore. Dipfeng laughed again, daring to violate his protection. Although not far away, blockading, repelling, destroying, at this moment Dipfeng's heart is burning. Is this the refreshing feeling of wasting money cultivating immortals? Is this the joy of cultivation? The elder looked at this arrogant brat and gave an order. All the disciples obeyed the command. The peak of Qui-dynamic realm took a step forward. The remaining disciples all retreated, cleared the scene, and now rushed forward. Beat this kid for me. Remember not to kill him. Just beat him until he does not recognize his parents. A group of sect disciples are stunned. Are they crazy? More than 200 people rushed in together. Can this Dipfeng stand it? No wonder the holy maiden accepted him as her eldest disciple. And she truly had something better than others. Another person said, "This person is very scary, fighting alone with hundreds of people. His courage is unparalleled. If he wins this match, he will definitely have a place in the future. If he wins this game, he will be famous in the world. If he loses, the whole village will be famous. Eat feast." At this time, the elder gave a command. All the disciples released spiritual energy, gathered in one place, forming a spiritual shield. The disciples obeyed the command, one by one continuously releasing spiritual energy to form a spiritual energy shield. This made Depfeng's whole body uncomfortable, but even though he had a lot of spiritual energy, he only used human-level top-grade skills. And even if he was tired to death, he could not break this barrier. Looking at the remaining 4,000 loser points, there is no other way, but can only continue to top up the top-grade Earth-level skill, congratulating the host for consuming 700 loser points. Spinning the top-grade Earth-level skill Ku Dao. Loyaling obviously once you start depositing money, Dipfeng would not just charge a little. The next second, he continued to spin and hit an Earth-level top-level skill Water Dragon Soak. Dipfeng continued to lose. If he thought about spinning one more spiritual skill, he would be fine, consuming 700 points and losing. Receive the top-level Earth grade Feng Quine Quang Sa. After looking at the full skill, he showed a proud expression. In the blink of an eye, spiritual energy erupted crazily, and an Earth-level skill, 9 Knives Thunder Lotus, appeared in the air, surrounding lightning. A round followed by an Earth-level skill called Water Dragon Soak. Appear. Water Dragon Soak combined with Knives Thunder Lotus. Yet a fusion skill appeared. The power skyrocketed 100 times. This made the disciples, who were maintaining the spiritual shield below, all stunned. Spiritual energy, and also has water spiritual roots. Two types of spiritual energy are merged. What level of skill is this? Is he still human? Where did the monster come from? Yet there are 3 types of spiritual roots. Just looking at them from afar makes people scared. Suddenly someone said, "What's going on?" Big wind. Diepfeng, after experiencing the joy of cultivating immortals, immediately makes you no longer care about anyone else. Tell 200 people to pay attention. This attack is a 20-year single strength, an Earth-level top fusion skill, fusion of 9 Dao Thunder Lotus, Water Dragon Soak, Wind Curl Kong Sa. 3 types of spiritual power. Due to Diepfeng attacks, the attack has not yet come. The pressure has come first. The spiritual energy shield of 200 people immediately shook. A group of people shouted, "No, it's exhausted. The opponent's attack range is too large. No one can withstand this collision." People are shocked. The most surprising thing is the sect elder. Seeing the skill that Diepfeng used, he was dumbfounded. This guy really had the strength to be arrogant. Yet he had the rare 4 spiritual roots. Using the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, he shouted loudly. His cultivation level was already high. Champion the world, no need to rely on others. A group of sect disciples were immediately stunned, but he was actually a braggart. As a result, as soon as Diepfeng heard it, he immediately threw the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus out without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, countless disciples were exploded, to the point where only a pair of iron underwear remained. Diepfeng also completely spread evil. At this moment, he smiled like a villain. The Tansol sect disciples immediately took out their underwear as a white flag of surrender. Deacon Song next to him did not expect it to be like that. He originally saw Diepfeng as too arrogant. Wanting the sect's disciples taught him how to be human. As a result, a quartet of spiritual roots appeared, and he also mastered 3 Earth-level top-grade martial arts. This guy is really no one else, so terrifying. In the future, there will definitely be a place for him in the top 10 Thean long list. Diepfeng is still not satisfied, but he condenses a Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, laughing loudly and saying, "The boastful words that should be said when young will not be said once. Indispensable, youth without extravagance is a waste of life." The disciples of New Soul sect were speechless. This guy is really not human. He fought for several hours and was still full of spiritual energy. He became famous in this battle, but he did not expect that the joke would be on us. At the same time, in the main hall of the Tan Soul sect master, 5 other disciples were already waiting here. The sect master hastily left the sect a few days ago. As soon as he returned today, he summoned us, not knowing that he wanted to announce Dad. "What's going on?" At this moment, Sect Master Lack walked in, said that he really had something to announce, which was that they were about to have a little junior brother, whose cultivation level was at the peak of Kai Dong level 9. The 5 people immediately discussed. Finally they had a little junior brother. "I am no longer the youngest core disciple. Henfei said that we are already the top sect on the Xuan Thean continent. If we want to become a core disciple, our talent and understanding must definitely be top-notch." At first someone asked the patriarch, "Does the junior brother have any superiority?" Master Lactong replied, "Yes, he is very good at spending money and bragging." A group of disciples are speechless. Is this the little junior brother's superiority? Even if it is property of those great elders who practice, they are nothing in front of our sect. The sect master told them, "Right now you still do not understand. Wait for a while to know. That guy does not care about anyone. At that time after the end of the Thean Da battlefield, let him follow the Saintess. Came to Tan Huntong for a while." That's right. Do not blame the master for not reminding you. Following him you have to be a little careful. Your little junior brother, just taking out a little thing from between your fingernails, is enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Thinking about Diepfeng being able to let a dog practice Hong Choyin's sword intent, he put these 5 genius disciples next to Diepfeng. The sect could not only cultivate 5 strong people of the tribulation realm, but also save resources to develop other disciples. Thinking about 5, this disciple is not even as good as a dog. This old man smiled even more happily. If these 5 disciples saw the dog with Hong Choi's sword intent, they would definitely be scared to death. The 5 people looked at the sect master being away for a few days, as if they were not mildly ill. Lu, the sect leader, turned around and smiled and said, "There are some things that I have to go through myself. I just learned what it means to be abused. Now come with me to see your little junior brother spending your money like trash." Just now Lac Vaudan gave careful instructions, told the disciples, "Remember what I said, little master, your disciple is absolutely a generous person. When the time is right, these 5 disciples can all be hunting dogs for Diepfong." At this time outside the sect's arena, a group of disciples were stirring. This senior brother Diepfong is truly a buffalo, with 4 spiritual roots, 3 earth-level top-grade martial arts skills. Senior brother Diepfong's understanding is too harsh. Moreover, the most important thing was this battle of deification, fighting alone against 200 martial artists of the same level. But the battle ended in the blink of an eye. The 5 disciples said it seemed like they had missed something. Tran Haovu asked the sect master, "Are you sure this little junior brother is only good at spending money and bragging? Does he not have any specialties or points above others?" Lac Vaudan shook his head, saying he did not know. He did not know Diepfong very well. He only knew that he was very rich, wanted to ask about Diepfong's situation. It was better to ask the disciples here. This vague answer made him angry. The 5 cultivators were stunned at the same time. Is this still the highly cultivated sect master? Even the little junior brother did not know what he was good at, so he directly gave the junior brother the status of new soul sect and the status of core disciple. A moment later, several people arrived at the ring. The scene was deserted, like the scene of a major accident. Du Ngayat Thean said with a ponytail, "Is not today the day the outer sect and inner sect disciples compete in martial arts?" Hathian Thean said next to him, "If it was not that the competition style had changed to group fighting." Lac Vaudan asked Deacon Song next to him, what was going on. Did a level 17 storm land on the sect? Deacon Song immediately rambled, "A battle of consecration. This person has the qualities of a king, sect, master, Diepfong, and the invincible realm. Alone fighting with 200 people, using earth level to fuse Buddha skills. Angry Fire Lotus, shocking the whole arena, great victory." Tran Haovu was surprised. What the hell, he fought alone against 200 people of the same level, and even won overwhelmingly. This made both immortal cultivators and non-immortal cultivators silent. Lac Vaudan, the elder, could no longer calm down and told Deacon Tong to quickly recount the process. 3 minutes later, Lac Vaudan understood everything, then remembered what his daughter had said. Diepfong's Lin Hai was 20 times bigger than hers, and his daughter's Lin Hai was 20 times bigger. Compared to normal people, Diepfong is 20 times bigger than her. This is indeed doubling and then doubling again. So it seems that Diepfong's spiritual power alone is equivalent to 400 monks of the same level. I blame myself for always treating him as trash. Having never examined the Lin Hai in Diepfong's body, Triuthi and Min suddenly started to get mad, saying, could a person really have such abundant spiritual energy to the point of being so perverted? The sect leader, who is unfair, kept his little brother's secret from us, yet only told us that he was rich. In vain, the fact that he has 4 spiritual roots and has mastered 3 Erval top-grade martial arts is not mentioned a word. Is it fun for such an old person to trick us? Tran Haovu came to ask Deacon Tong, where is the little junior brother? He had already returned to the inner sect main peak to rest. A few others also received the signal. Several of them immediately flew to the inner sect main peak. To let the sect master rest assured, they went to see what kind of person this little junior brother was. At this time, Deacon Tong asked Tran Haovu to call Diepfong his junior brother. Did the sect master want to accept him as the 6th core disciple? Lac Vaudan asked Deacon Tong to hide what happened today. Do not let the 3rd ancestor know. This Diepfong is his daughter's great disciple. Deacon Song told him it was too late. Now not only the 3rd ancestor, even the remaining 4 ancestors knew. Lac Vaudan sighed softly. It seemed like this matter really could not be hidden anymore. Next we have to see if Diepfong can do what he did in the beginning, just living off his daughter. Right after Diepfong finished performing, the song Oh My K rang out in the small yard. As a result, several figures suddenly rushed forward. Like a level 18 earthquake, Diepfong shouted, "What are you doing? It's okay for a beautiful woman to rush over." A few rough bosses quickly stopped. A group of brothers and sisters seemed to be in heat, all showing signs of hunger. Goosebumps appeared all over Diepfong's body. How could his small bed withstand this attack? Tran Hao Vu spoke up to little junior brother. I am your big senior brother. I am second senior sister Hathian Thean, third senior brother Triu Thean Min, and me, fourth senior brother Hein Phi. I am senior sister Du Thean Gaiet. Dip Feng was confused. Is not he the only true disciple? How come just after returning to the sect, there were 5 more brothers and sisters? He himself became the last person, but dual status is not bad. Both a true disciple of the master and a core disciple of the Tan Soul sect. Deep Feng asked the system, the first time meeting, as a junior brother, should I give a meeting gift to the senior brothers and sisters? And they are cruel geniuses, and they do not even bother to give them normal things. In my opinion, it's not worth 100,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. The system rang, congratulating the host. The number was within the loser range. Dip Feng was proud. This was just a random thought. I did not expect the system to agree. At this moment, Dip Feng looked trembling with excitement. The second senior sister smiled and said, no matter how outstanding the little junior brother is, seeing our status will still be shocking. So adorable. The second senior sister will definitely love him well in the future. The fifth senior sister was also moved to tears. She finally had a little junior brother to bully. At this time, Deep Feng turned around, brothers and sisters. Junior brother did not prepare anything. Please accept this little gift. The 5 cultivators saw the storage ring in their hands and were all bewildered. Tran Hao Vu said let him see what was inside. As a result, in the next second he was stunned, but it turned out to be 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, as soon as we met, the senior brother and senior sister, before even giving a gift, received 100,000 pocket money from the junior brother. They immediately remembered the patriarch's words. He was rich, very rich, extremely rich. At this time the system rang. Congratulations to the host on success, receiving 200 points and receiving 100 Dun Gu Dan. Deep Feng did not expect that he could receive a special reward. System introduction, Tuningo pill, has no level. Any living being that swallows it can immediately enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Last 20 minutes cannot be used to receive defeat points. It seemed that these medicinal pills could not be used, so he could only ask his brothers and sisters. Tran Hao Vu looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and opened his mouth to ask little junior brother, what is this again? Deep Feng told them this was a great chance. This medicine was called Dun Gu Dan. Just now, the senior brothers and sisters all received the Dun Enlightenment pill from Dip Feng. Deep Feng told a few people, 1 pill opens the hole, 2 pills are deadly. If you eat it you can immediately enter a state of sudden enlightenment. The medicinal effect lasts for 20 minutes. Brothers and sisters, please try it quickly. When a few people saw his little junior brother offering his goods so enthusiastically, Tran Hao Vu said his little junior brother could never harm him. So he sets an example and eats first. The second senior sister did not hesitate at all, and even the relatively trustworthy third senior brother swallowed his breath. Needless to say, Heinfi is rude. The innocent and harmless fifth sisters even treated it like a spirit stone and ate it. As a result, in the next second, 5 people simultaneously emitted the light of sudden enlightenment and entered the cultivation field together. Lakfo Dan then came over and asked them what was wrong. Deep Feng told him to keep his voice down and not to disturb the brothers and sisters. Lakfo Dan is very confused. These evil people are usually too lazy to practice and want to die. Why today is it like I ate the wrong medicine, yet I'm cultivating on my own? Deep Feng said that he gave the 5 of them the Dun Enlightenment pill, telling them to eat it and quickly practice. Sect Master, definitely do not bother them or ruin their great opportunity. After hearing this, Lak Dan smiled mysteriously. Deep Feng actually has this kind of medicinal pill. I wonder if he can give some to his master. What a chance! Deep Feng took out 5 pills and said he could only give them that much, the rest was for his puppy. This made Lakfo Dan angry. Am I not even as good as a dog? Yet, taking this miracle medicine and feeding it to dogs is inhumane and crazy. Deep Feng knows this thing is very strong, but using this thing does not receive defeat points. Moreover, losing family is a kind of spirit. He wants to lose family for the puppy. Maybe he can get some special reward. Lakfo Dan looked at Deep Feng with cunning eyes, knowing that this kid was definitely thinking about his puppy. He absolutely could not stand by and watch this brat take medicinal pills and feed them to the dogs. Just say, Deep Feng, the sect has taken all of this medicinal pill. After all, you are a disciple of the sect. You also know the situation of our sect. With your strength, you can defeat 200 people alone. Believe you can understand my suffering. Deep Feng said he understood, but he refused. If you cannot feed his puppy, it's even more uncomfortable than letting him eat shit. Even a dog would cry after hearing this. Tell Diepfong not to make it up. Lakvo Dan knew he could not do anything to Diepfong. He could only distract him. Saying that the 5 great ancestors wanted to meet him, it was probably related to accepting disciples. When we meet, you should be careful yourself. The rear mountain sect of Tan Han sect, in the cave palace, was in retreat. A person opened his eyes and said they are here. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 people appeared at the same time, like angels descending to earth. Lakvo Dan and Diepfong knelt down and said, 5 ancestors. This is the disciple that this young lady accepted, Diepfong. Lak Thien Han asked, is it the person who fought alone against 200 disciples of the same level the other day? Zhang Hou Yu said, I heard that he also has 4 spiritual roots and mastered 3 types of earth-level top-grade martial arts. Cao Minfeng also said, moreover, he miraculously uses Buddha's wrath and fire lotus. Then Hung Fi calmly said, overwhelming his peers, such a genius should devote all his efforts to training. So Van Sun nodded, yes, such a cruel demon should be given a great opportunity. In just a blink of an eye, 5 people came to Diepfong's side and surrounded him. Diepfong was immediately dumbfounded. This is the old ancestor. Several people began to investigate Diepfong's situation. Indeed, he was at the peak of his level 9 Ki dynamic realm cultivation base, and the boundless spiritual sea within his body. But in the next second, Lak Thien Han was suddenly stunned, and several others were also extremely surprised. This Diepfong actually has no spiritual roots. This is clearly beyond the expectations of the 5 great ancestors. Is not Diepfong the 4 spiritual roots? Why cannot I see the spiritual roots now? This was no different from an explosion that had occurred in the cultivating world. So Van Sun was so shocked that even after practicing for 8,000 years, this was the first time he encountered this. Lak Thien Han asked Diepfong if he did not have spiritual roots. How could he feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The other elders were also puzzled. Without spiritual roots, how can Diepfong open Lin He? Could it be that he used a knife to slit his butt? Diepfong scratched his head and said he did not know. This spiritual energy, when he wants it, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy are all his hunting dogs, will madly enter his body, immediately feeling filled. Although he does not know why he is a baseless person, one thing is that the spiritual energy in his body can be transformed into other types of spiritual energy at any time. This made the 5 ancestors immediately anticipate something big. Can cultivating immortals still operate like that? What the hell is this? Diepfong now asked the system, with the strength and status of these 5 big men. As a core disciple of the sect, a meeting gift of 1 million high-grade spirit stones was very reasonable for each person. The system told him, who are you looking down on? The host's vision is even smaller than that of an insect. If you speak loudly, Diepfong will be angry. You can laugh at him, but you cannot laugh at his younger brother. The next second, he showed his wasteful nature, each with 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This time being praised by the system, it must be like that. Just now he was stingy, now the amount is unbelievably high. These 5 people are truly rich, with such high gold content. Then Diepfong smiled and took out 5 storage rings. He said he came too quickly and did not have time to prepare any generous gifts. This is 5 million top-grade spirit stones, considered a little sentiment. I hope the elders do not criticize. The 5 cultivators were immediately struck by lightning. What? Seeing 1 million in each person's hand, both immortal cultivators and non-immortal cultivators were silent. A core disciple of the peak Kui dynamic realm could actually have such a fortune. How is that possible? At this time Lakvo Dan smiled and walked over to ask, are the 5 ancestors still stuck in a bottleneck for more than 10 years? These are the 5 dumping pills. The 5 elders do not ask too much, just use it. This can help you immediately enter a state of sudden enlightenment. The 5 immortal cultivators were once again shocked. What kind of medicine does Dungo Dan have such medicinal effects? You must know that the higher the cultivation base, the more difficult it is to attain enlightenment. This made Diepfong dumbfounded. This cunning master actually played him. Lakvo Dan pretended not to hear, who told Diepfong not to sell him Dun Nugo Dan. Yet he intended to take it away and feed it to the dog. In the next second, the 5 immortal cultivators suddenly came to their senses at the same time. The golden light radiating around them even illuminated the entire stone forest, within a radius of 10 miles. Lakvo Dan directly picked up Diepfong and told him not to bother the elders. 20 minutes later, the medicinal effect of the Dun Nugo Dan ended, and the ancestors opened their eyes one by one. Lacthian Han said with some regret. There's still a little bit missing. In the end, there's still a little bit missing. Then Hung Fai also nodded. It was like he was inside, but it was not filled. This made the others immediately understand and visualize very accurately. Luthian Han, said Vodan, how many done enlightenment pills do you and Diep Fong still have? Lac Vodan also did not know how many good things this kid, Diep Fong, had left. But one thing he knew was that no matter how many done enlightenment pills Diep Fong had left, he was going to take them and feed them to the dogs. These words shocked the 5 cultivators to the point of being stunned. They took the god-level medicinal pills and fed them to the dogs, so they were not as good as a dog. Lacthian Han came over and said, the sect has rules, you are not allowed to plunder. Diep Fong, Tun Nu Dan is yours, you can handle it however you want. But do not do it anymore when it comes to feeding dogs. Diep Fong heard something unusual again. On the surface it was a reminder, but in reality it was a warning. He now had 90 pills left, and he really could not eat them all. Diep Fong trembled and asked, should I keep 40 pills? The 5 immortal cultivators sneered and said, it can be negotiated. Then he shouted at Lac Vodan, who was waiting for something to happen. As a sect master, you tolerate this loser, do not you intend to take care of it? Lac Vodan said this is not the first time he lost his family. Before that, he also took the 9-leaf hoisol grass to soak his feet, and the piece of Hong Choyan sword intent to feed the dogs, all of which belongs to him. This kid is determined to lose his family, and I am also very helpless. After hearing this, Lac Vodan immediately felt damned. There was no other way. He could only use one word, damned, to describe it. Diep Fong was really speechless at this time with the sect master. He said everything out loud. Luthian Han came forward and said, Diep Fong, about the matter that the ancestors discussed with you. Dun Nugu Dan is really very precious. Can we not take it away and feed it to the dogs? Hearing that his ancestor actually used words to negotiate, he felt that this was not the world of cultivating immortals. As a reader for 10 years, the novels he read were all like, once he had a treasure, people would target him, some people would even directly kill and rob him. After all, this was a place where strength was valued. But the people he met recently, that wonderful master, actually spent a lot of money to buy medicinal pills to help him practice. Old Batch was also gentle, smiling all day long. Even the Tan Soul secteples he had defeated before, after losing, became good friends. There are also these 5 elders and masters, they are all reasonable people. Diep Fong thinks that in a sect like this, there is absolutely no need to fight or fight. He decided that from now on, he would be a freeloader at Tanhan sect and become a loser. He immediately smiled and said, Elder, this storage bag contains 70 Dun Nugo pills. I voluntarily submit them, contributing some of my strength to the sect. The remaining 20 pills are for me to decide. Do not advise anymore. I have decided to stay in the sect. Diep Fong felt it was very necessary to rebuild the sect. Lacthian Han is not an unreasonable person. He laughed and said that having a disciple like Diep Fong was a great blessing for the sect. Immediately said, Vodan, Diep Fong has made great contributions to the sect. Do you know what to do? As long as Diep Fong does not violate the rules, even you do not have the right to punish him. Got it? Lac Vodan said, I understand. Are you joking? This is the god of wealth. He also wants to build a temple to worship Diep Fong. Just now, Lac Vodan told Diep Fong that as long as he does not dig up the sect's ancestors, the female disciples in his sect will take as much as he wants. Lac Vodan also supported that such a man can only be tied to his wife and children. Even if he sacrificed 1,800 female disciples in one night, being able to retain this god of wealth would still be a big deal. But at this moment, Diep Fong unintentionally bragged. An unknown object fell out of his pocket. So Van Sun directly exclaimed, damn, I did not see wrong, right? Diep Fong used one hand to hold it, smiling and saying luckily it was just a stone. He is a wealthy man with no meaningful items on his body. Letting others know would be too embarrassing. Lac Vodan thought to himself, this rotten boy really has the golden heart medicine. Diep Fong asked, Mass, you also know. It seems like the master told you, right? So Van Sun now looks at Diep Fong like he looks at his own son. He asked Diep Fong if he could sell Kim Tam Tam medicine to him. This thing is more valuable to an alchemist than the neighbor's wife. Diep Fong seriously refused, no, I do not have much of this. If I give it to someone or sell it, I'm afraid the toilet built will not be enough. Luthian Han immediately spit out a mouthful of 8,000-year-old blood, and a group of big cultivators were silent. This guy has to die, not to feed the dogs with medicinal pills, but to use Kim Tam Tam Duok to build a latrine. Obviously, so Van Sun will not give up easily. telling Fong to just set the conditions. He asked Deep Fong if he knew the importance of Kim Tam Tam Duok to the alchemist. Deep Fong said he did not know, nor did he want to know. Thinking about saving enough money to build a latrine in the future, bringing it out to the cultivating world, would certainly be very impressive. Lakvo Dan was about to be angered to death by Dip Fong. This kid still wanted to save money. This is an extremely rare spirit mineral that can absorb lightning. Is it possible that Diep Fong, if he wants to escape the disaster in the future, will hide in the toilet? So Van Sun was dumbfounded. He heard that the other side was still hoarding. In other words, he could still continue. Deep Fong saw that the old man wanted it like that. He could only say, once the toilet is built later, there will be more. I will give it to my ancestors. Only then did so Van Sun nod, then said that the idea of using Kim Tam Tam Duok to build a latrine was very good. This made the other four speechless. Lacthian Han asked, Elder Gu, are you also infected? That's Kim Tam Tam Duok, but you actually encouraged Diep Fong to fail. Then, without any hesitation, the five people started whispering in front of Diep Fong, completely disregarding the opinions of the people involved. So Van Sun, Sev, are you stupid, waiting for Diep Fong to finish building the latrine? We are the ancestors, borrowing the latrine from him to avoid the late to very reasonable. Right? We just need to squat in the toilet to overcome the storm. It's great. After listening, Lakvo Dan said, damn it, sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I'm still too young. With such a golden toilet to save lives, why do we still need a protective treasure? Dip Fong now regrets taking out the stone. He could feel that these old men were definitely discussing his plans. After discussion, the five ancestors decided to summon all the sect's Kai Dong realm disciples and accompany Dip Fong to the Thian Dao battlefield to ensure his safety. In other words, use the entire power of the sect to protect this god of wealth. Lakvo Dan immediately agreed. He also thought it was very necessary. Deep Fong said again, Great Patriarch, Fong's strength is enough to protect himself. Lakvo Dan told Deep Fong Thian Dao battlefield is not a joke. People will really die there. You should still listen to the arrangements of the ancestors. Lacthian Han also looked at Diep Fong with an expression that refused to refuse. The next second, Diep Fong cried bitterly. Talking about so many people going together, he lost the meaning of training. It's better to go to the Thian Dao battlefield than go to the sect to dance disco. Lacthian Han had a headache, and he was a crazy fan of his brother, so he could only reluctantly agree. Say, you rest for 2 days, then 3 days later go to the Thian Dao battlefield portal. Thinking about the old man's suggestion just now, although it is not bad, there are many people in strength. But if you encounter a problem that cannot be resolved, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, a very important point is that he still does not know what kind of person is the captain of the loser's guard that the system arranged for him last time. Very quickly, Diep Fong returned to his residence. As a result, as soon as I pushed the door in, the brothers and sisters were already waiting. Several people immediately asked, Little junior brother, do you still have Dun Nugo Dan? The effect is truly amazing. One pill made us immediately enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Although saying these words is really shameless, we still want to ask if we can add a few more pills. After hearing this, Diep Fong immediately performed a scene, explaining that he had previously had 90 tablets, but had just given 70 to the sect's ancestors. The second senior sister immediately transformed into an ebony cat, signaling that there were 2 left. 10 pills give senior sister 1 more pill. Of course, sister does not take it for free. Tonight you can let Diep Fong attack once. Deep Fong directly refused, saying he would not let the puppy suffer, because of its beauty. What exactly is this sect? The ancestors finished competing with the dog. Now it's the disciples' turn to compete. When the 5 cultivators heard that Diep Fong actually wanted to take the Dun Nugo Dan to feed the dogs, the 5 people were dumbfounded. They remembered their master's words, your little junior brother, a loser, a very loser. The second senior sister immediately cried, saying she was no longer alive than a dog. But everything cannot be forced. Even though it was such a great opportunity, Deep Fong told them why they could not force it. He gave 70 tablets to the sect. The brothers and sisters are the core disciples of the sect. These 70 Dun Enlightenment pills naturally belong to them. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, every figure in the room rushed out. With the fastest cultivation speed, running to the place with great opportunity, Tran Hao Vu also gradually disappeared. Say, little junior brother, if you need help in the future, just say so. At this time, Diep Fong looked at this arrogant senior brother. Why did not he go to the door and instead broke the window of his house, looking at a group of people trying to cultivate. It turned out that the life of a failed family god was so boring. Taste luxurious? Deep Feng had now gradually adapted to the loser system, took out a glass of rock and roll red wine and asked the system, "Last time I gave my ancestor 5 million spirit stones, why was not there a reward?" The system told him that the 5 great ancestors did not truly accept it, but intend to return the spirit stone to the host. So this behavior is still in the evaluation process, not finished yet. Deep Feng scolded loudly, "Are these 5 people sick, or have hydrocephalus? They do not need money." Just when Deep Feng was angry, a figure appeared at the door. It was the ancestor Lacthian Han. He said, "Diep Feng, there is something to tell you." Scaring Diep Feng. He was a bit excited just now. Said a few curse words. The ancestor probably would not have heard. Then he tried to speak first, asking the ancestor if the spirit stone he had just given was not enough. Otherwise, how could he have the heart to take the done and go down to feed the dogs? He smiled and asked if the ancestor came to return the spirit stone. Lacthian Han took out 5 storage rings and told Diep Feng that the new soul sect temporarily did not need to use the disciples' spirit stones. Deep Feng directly refused. The things he gave away have never been returned. Although he did not know how much spirit stone reserves the sect had, he could confirm that it was absolutely not equal to 1/10 of what he had. If there is a day when the sect needs spirit stones, just come find him. The spirit stones are unlimited, lifetime warranty. The disciple is defeated, trustworthy. Lacthian Han was completely stunned by Diep Feng. Since the other party wanted to brag, he was not polite. Asked if Deep Feng had junk. Lacthian Han believed that even if Deep Feng had it, it would not be much. It was the main source of energy to maintain the Great Formation. Recently the sect is lacking. Let's try to find out how much Diep Feng has. If he really has it, he can solve the urgent problem of the sect. But in the past few hundred years, the new soul sect has had miscellaneous items. There are fewer and fewer on the Thean Dao battlefield. Not enough for the sect to consume. Deep Feng heard the other party's request. He smiled. "System. The sect is family. I intend to give the family 100 billion miscellaneous. Is not that too much?" The system told him that this was not excessive, but shameless. New Soul sect cannot use it for hundreds of years. At most, it can only give 1 billion. Deep Feng was angry. In the sect were all his relatives, friends, and brothers, so he had to add money. The system told him that daydreaming and delusion are 2 different things. Deep Feng suddenly discovered that this system actually knows how to bargain. It seems that the system is not dead. Seeing that the sect's family matter was urgent, Diep Feng had no choice but to compromise, offering 1 billion in exchange. Luthian Han saw that Diep Feng did not look okay. He also knew that junk was something that was only found on the Thean Dao battlefield. Diep Feng probably did not have it, so he acted strange to avoid it. He felt like he should leave, otherwise he would really drive this child crazy. As a result, Deep Feng said again, "Great ancestor, please stop. Feng only has 1 billion top-quality crystals. Please do not criticize him." Lacthian Han froze on the spot. Did I hear correctly? 1 billion. When Lacthian Han thought he was hallucinating. What was the concept of 1 billion? A day and night the sect opened a large formation to burn without end. Suddenly Diep Feng said that the great patriarch had not heard wrongly. This made Lacthian Han confused. Even if he sold the entire sect, he still would not be able to exchange so many miscellaneous items. So many miscellaneous things like that. Deep Feng took it out directly from his pants and told the old man to go ahead and check. Lacthian Han used spiritual energy to probe. The next second he was surprised. He was immediately filled with countless miscellaneous things, piled up into mountains, stretching endlessly, no matter where in the world he was placed. The cultivating world was also extremely shocked. Diep Feng thought to himself, "Are not you a big old cultivator? Then I will deposit a little money. Congratulate the host on success. Receive 200 points of defeat. Congratulate the host on success. Receive 300 points on defeat. Receive a Book of 9 Stars Formation Secret Book Sword Battle Upgraded Version." Lacthian Han excitedly asked, "Diep Feng, are you really willing to hand over these top-quality miscellaneous crystals to the sect for use?" Deep Feng thought to himself, indeed, in front of the rich capitalists, even the great cultivators had to bow their heads. No one could withstand the attack of the storm of money. Deep Feng said he still had it, and suggested that the sect's grand array be open 25 hours a day, and let him know about any other miscellaneous things. Lacthian Han had a conditioned reflex and said, "Miscellaneous maps and miscellaneous items can only be used when the sect is in danger. They cannot be wasted like that. As a result, Deep Feng said to the elder, "Your vision is too narrow. Please expand your vision. A miscellaneous crystal is nothing. Less than 100 billion, I do not even dare to take it out." Regardless of the waste, Luothien Han was immediately dumbfounded. But is there still more? Deep Feng at this time looked at his ancestor like he was looking at a ground dog and said, "Elder, you can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my financial strength. If you have any miscellaneous items, just come find me and get them." Anyone who hears these words without being moved will be happy to be forced to eat them. Lacthian Han directly announced that from today onwards, the sect's 9-star sword formation will be opened forever. Deep Feng heard that the old ancestor just now seemed to say that the sect's great array was something like 9 stars, so he told the old ancestor to look carefully. Said, "How unfortunate, I also have a book." After seeing the content, the great ancestor trembled even more. This is the 9-star sword formation, but improved version. Although the consumption of miscellaneous crystals increased tenfold, the power of the formation increased more than 100-fold. Suddenly, Lacthian Han turned his head and was about to say something. Diep Feng told the old man to stop. Asking was the same as not asking. Then he followed Diep Feng's example and rummaged in his pants. This makes Diep Feng confused. Is he planning to take out the toy? The unexpected result was that this time it was the ancestors who took the lead, taking out an order and appointing Diep Feng as the youngest honorary elder of the new Soul sect. Later, his position was equal to that of the 5 great ancestors. Diep Feng asked, in other words, is he currently the second person? Lacthian Han told him that even sect master Lac Vodan had to respectfully call Elder Deep when he saw it. Deep Feng quickly refused, telling the great ancestor not to joke. He just wanted to be an unknown person in the world of cultivating immortals. All my life I can only do one thing, which is to quietly lose my family. Otherwise, when I die, I will not have lost my family. Then it would be sad. Furthermore, man once said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He, Diep Feng, does not want to be a hero in the world of cultivating immortals. Lacthian Han told him not to, then the sect would blame him. If Deep Feng refuses again, he will drink it on the spot. After being introduced, this honorary elder status could be kept a secret and only known to the sect master and the 5 of them. Could Diep Feng only reluctantly agree? So let's say first, he is only responsible for providing resources for the sect. He did not care about other things. This was agreed by Lacthian Han. Just as the 2 of them secretly reached an agreement, Patriarch Lac Vodan pushed the door open and walked in, asking Diep Feng if he wanted to go the demonic beast peak to see the demonic beasts. As a result, in the next second he was startled. The great ancestor was actually here. Lacthian Han got angry, poked his forehead and scolded, "Is Diep Feng also someone you can call? Now remember for me, from now on I will be called Elder Deep. From today onwards, Diep Feng's status is equal to that of my ancestors, and I will be appointed as an honorary elder. In the future, when meeting Elder Deep, you must maintain a proper attitude." Lac Vodan nodded bewilderedly. Very good. After 2 days of arriving at the sect, his status has surpassed that of the sect master. Lac Vodan asked, "May I know how Diep Feng became an honorary elder?" Lacthian Han said a little embarrassedly, "It's the sect's fault for Diep Feng. Giving him honor is really too little. He had made a great contribution to the sect." Lac Vodan's jaw dropped. Even the ancestors said that his contribution was great. So how great must it be? Then he went to ask Elder Deep if he could reveal a little. How much did it cost this time? Buying the honorary position of elder, Deep Feng said he was not that kind of person. It only took a few miscellaneous items and a sect's secret book to improve. Luo Vodan immediately understood. The little bit converted into normal language was 1 billion top-grade crystals and an improved version of the 9 stars sword formation. Just receiving the position of honorary elder is truly too disadvantageous. Deep Feng was afraid that Lac Vodan would say chivalrous words, so he quickly said, "Master, did not you just say that you wanted to take me to the demonic beast peak to see the demonic beasts?" Half an hour later, in the cave training in the back mountain, seeing Lacthian Han return, several others asked, "A big brother, have you returned the spirit stone to Diep Feng? It's good to pay back, but we really cannot do the matter of taking money from disciples." Lacthian Han sighed again and shook his head, which made the other 4 bewildered. "What's going on? Boss personally took action and still failed to pay?" A few people said, "Big brother is confused. We really do not lack several million of these top-quality spirit stones." At this time, Lacthian Han spoke up. He said, "Sorry, I disappointed you. This time not only did I fail to pay, but I also took advantage of Deep Feng. I originally did not want to accept it, but the other party really gave me too much. So much that no one could refuse. At this time, the five great ancestors looked at the miscellaneous objects in the storage ring and were silent. So Vanson asked, Big Brother, just say it straight. How much did that kid give this time? Lacthian hand sighed softly. This time it's not much, just 1 billion top-quality miscellaneous crystals. Then Hung Fai almost dropped the storage ring. It actually contained 1 billion miscellaneous crystals inside. It was so random. So Van Sun was overjoyed. With these 1 billion crystals, the great formation of the new soul sect could be peaceful for 1,800 years. Cao Minfeng told him to quickly put away the storage ring. If he accidentally crushed it, his life would be over. Lac Thianhan announced in front of everyone that from this moment on, the sect's grand formation must be open 25 hours a day. This arrogant statement made the other 4 people stunned. Even though you have 1 billion, you do not have to use it forever. Cao Minfeng shouted loudly, Big Brother, are you crazy? Could it be that there is an enemy who wants to attack Tan Han Tung? Lac Thianhan told everyone to broaden their horizons. Deep Feng said that 1 billion is just a little change. Even his own change is not as good as it is. If you run out, just go find him and get it. The 4 of them could only nod. Since Deep Feng arrived, they always felt like beggars in front of him. But it was not over yet. Lac Thianhan started to go crazy. His behavior was half similar to Diep Feng's. He said, Diep Feng also gave me an upgraded version of 9 stars sword formation. Both consumption and power have increased more than 10 times. Now, even at the peak of the tribulation realm, even if you do not die, you will still be seriously injured. This shocking news surprised everyone. The power of the Great Formation increased tenfold, and it could injure the peak of the tribulation realm. It was unbelievable. At the same time, at the foot of the demonic beast peak, Diep Feng and sect leader Lac Vodan entered the cave. Lac Vodan introduced to Deep Feng, each cave here has sealed demon beasts, with different strengths and numbers. The higher you go, the higher the demon beast level. Deep Feng asked the sect master why he sealed the demon beast, without directly killing it. Lac Vodan told him very simply, just let the disciples come here to practice life and death and improve their cultivation. If a disciple wants to leave the sect, he must have enough strength, and challenging and defeating the sealed demon beast is a process he must go through when leaving the sect. If even the sealed demon beasts here do not fight back, then do not talk about going down the mountain to train. Going out will only lead to death. Having lived for less than 3 days, the more Diep Feng heard, the more enthusiastic he became, telling his master to choose one for him to try. In 2 days he will go to the Thean Dao battlefield, wanting to experience the cruelty of society. Lac Vodan said that these demon beasts should still be left for your brothers and sisters. To Diep Feng, waving 200 people alone, these demon beasts are just like vegetables. After the 2 went out, Deep Feng saw the sealed cave door nearby and asked, Master, is that okay? Lac Vodan told him the weather was beautiful today, which made Diep Feng unhappy. The master actually did not pay attention to him, and now there are more than 2,800 points left. Deep Feng is about to start a riot. What level of monster is this? How should this monster's corpse be disposed of? Tran Hao Vu told Deep Feng that the body can use spiritual energy to transform into blood essence, but blood essence only works on the body. Deep Feng heard this for the first time and asked his brother what kind of animal this was. Tran Hao Vu introduced, body cultivation is also a path to cultivating immortality, which is to train the body, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so that the body continuously grows stronger. These people's combat power is very strong, especially their close combat ability is extremely strong, and the blood of demon beasts is the best supporting resource for body cultivation. Diep Feng suddenly woke up and said he understood. I wonder if this demon beast should be eaten raw or grilled? Tran Hao Vu immediately became angry, telling Diep Feng that the demon beast did not take away the blood essence, but instead grilled it. It was crazy. This was a disgraceful act. Deep Feng asked again, does anyone in our sect follow the path of physical cultivation? The senior brother told Deep Feng that the 5th patriarch was a cultivator of the tribulation realm, which had a lot to do with the fact that he was an alchemist. Seeing that his senior brother was about to start acting again, Diep Feng immediately wanted to go to Tai Thian to request sutras. Tran Hao Vu watched his junior brother leave. He vaguely guessed that Deep Feng might have a very high-level demon beast corpse. At this time, Diep Feng came to the martial arts training field again, and the other disciples did not know what happened. Some people are discussing, Does Diep Feng want to fight with disciples of the same level? As a result, when the people involved heard it, they immediately acted and told everyone not to look at him. Today, even if he was trampled to death, he would not ask for forgiveness. The next second, Diep Feng jumped onto the roof and told his brothers and sisters not to compete anymore today. Everyone come here and help me chop the meat. I invite everyone to eat. This makes the disciples below all bewildered. Is Diep Feng coming to invite you to eat grilled meat? Diep Feng directly took out the demon beast's body from the storage ring, causing a few disciples who were slow to react to be stunned. The disciples were all bewildered, not knowing what had happened. A body of Tu Vikuang covering the entire sky was taken out by Diep Feng. The senior brothers and junior brothers were all scared. This demon beast was not ordinary at first glance. Diep Feng stood on the body of Tu Vikuang lion and shouted loudly, "Everyone come here and help me deal with this guy. I cannot cut this guy off alone. I really cannot cut it off." The scene immediately boiled over. Everyone shouted loudly to join him. Join the grilling team. As a result, one disciple slashed. The sword directly broke. The monster's spiritual armor was too hard. Other disciples also started cutting, finding the weakest point of the monster. The result was that the blessed sword still broke. Right away. This gave Diep Feng a headache. He asked the system if there were any good tools and could lend him a temporary one to solve an urgent problem. The next second, the system replied to him and could temporarily lend Diep Feng $100. Sharp dagger. He was a little embarrassed. Since he lost his family, this was the first time he used such a petty form to appear. Diep Feng told the brothers and sisters to stop. Use the dagger in his pocket to try. A group of brothers all looked disdainful. This thing could be used to cut the buttocks. But the next second someone shouted, "Die." Damn, so cool, this dagger is too strong. The monster's spiritual armor in front of this dagger was as thin as paper. This demonic beast has thick skin and fat meat, but it can be cut easily. What level of weapon is this? It's terrifying. Seeing a foolish senior brother actually used himself as an experiment, Diep Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect this nameless little pawn to be so powerful. As expected, good things would not be easily revealed. The system reminded him, do not have any intentions. If you borrow, pay back. If you borrow and do not pay back, the system will deduct a lot of the host's failure points. Pay attention a lot. Follow a group of enthusiastic disciples. Flesh stripped from its skin, the giant demon beast from before now only has a skeleton left. Seeing the strength of those gluttons that can never be underestimated, one by one they shouted loudly, "It's delicious." Diep Feng also gave a thumbs up. This sect's barbecue conference ended successfully. A group of monks. The fun-loving scholar came up with local specialties. Introduced to other monks, grilled meat dipped in wine, add stir-fried pork intestines. The taste is even better. At the same time, 10 miles east of Tan Soul sect, a man directly tore through the void, stepping out from the space rift. This person's name was Lakai. This time he came for Lakvo Dan of Tan Soul sect. When he came to New Soul sect, he was confused. Could it be that the New Soul sect was facing a great crisis? Why did they open a large mountain protection formation? Could it be that besides him, there were other forces coming to the New Soul sect? He looked around and found that within 100 miles of only there is him alone. In the next second, he sped up and rushed forward. It had been a long time since he had faced the 9 stars sword formation directly. Lakai intended to test to see how many blows of the 9 stars sword formation he could endure after his cultivation level increased. As a result, in the next second, an earth-shattering stream of sword energy shot out. The strong aura made him instinctively dodge this blow, scaring Lakai and exclaiming, "Damn it." Moreover, he was also blown away by the big formation. Lakai no longer had any arrogance at this moment. The blow just now, if he had not dodged, he would probably be dead now. After all, who could improve swordplay to such a terrifying level? The great formation was attacked. Lakvo Dan flew out, scolded Lakai for having a mental attack again. Lakvo Dance smiled and said, Are you blind? Did not you see that the great formation of Tan Hun tongue opened like that? I want to die, then go somewhere else." At this time, Lakai pointed at Lakvo Dan and scolded, "Just now I was only 2 inches away from losing my life." Lakvo Dan told him to stop talking nonsense and say something quickly. Lakai took out a few words from his pants. Star, tell Lakvo Dan to see the results he earned on the Thean Dao battlefield. 80 top-quality miscellaneous crystals, but ended up being despised by Lakvo Dan. That's all. Told him to go away. Lakai was dumbfounded. This script is wrong. Should not Lakvo Dan kneel down? Begged him for a few dozen pills. Lakai seriously asked. Why did your sect suddenly open a great formation to protect the sect? Is there a strong enemy coming to attack? Furthermore, who improved the 9 stars sword formation to such a terrifying level? Lakvo Dan smiled and said, there are no strong enemies at all. It's just that the sect has had a lot of miscellaneous items recently, so it's been consumed less. As for this sword formation, the power has increased more than 10 times, but our sect is rich. Yes, consumable. Lakai was angry. Okay, you want to brag, right? How many miscellaneous things does your sect have now? Tell me to make me laugh. Lakvo Dan calmly said, actually, it's not much, only about 1 billion, probably enough to maintain a great battle that burned for 3 or 5 months. You must have just returned from the Thean Dao battlefield. Besides coming to give gifts, is there anything else? Hearing the billion, Lakai seemed not to care. After all, he could not earn that much after working all his life. He could only pretend to be calm and talk about drinking. The two quickly went to the Tanhan intersect area. Tongue the next second, both of them stopped. Here, however, there is a faint, intoxicating scent. Lakai looked closely and exclaimed, damn it, is not it? There was actually a purple beast on the ground. This startled Lakvo Dan, but with their cultivation level, it was still very easy to distinguish a monster. At this time, the two people were silent for a moment in the air, but on the martial arts training ground in the intersect area, a group of disciples were enthusiastically eating and drinking. Lu Kai still could not believe it. Luo Vodan is clearly used to it, but he can analyze that the aura of this purple thunder demon beast, when it was still alive, definitely surpassed the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. This type of monster can ascend to the upper world at any time. In the world of cultivating immortals, it can be called a great demon. Lakai asked, your disciples seem to be very happy. It seems like they are eating grilled meat. What kind of patriarch are you? If you roast such precious flesh and blood from a great demon, is your new soul sect so rich that it is so wasteful? Lakvo Dan said how rich his sect was. It was definitely this loser Diepfeng who did good things. At this time, a disciple laughed and said, another plate. The two of them looked at the voice, but were startled again. What was that? Lakai asked, old friend, what divine weapon is that? Is this still your new soul sect? Why does it make me feel so strange and scared? Lakvo Dan looked at this great demon's corpse. If it were to be refined into blood essence, it would be extremely valuable. Such a big matter must be reported to the 5 great ancestors. He immediately took out the audio command token and said, elders, Diepfeng has lost his family again. Quickly come and stop him. That is the purple thunder crazy lion who has overcome the 9th level of lightning tribulations. He is grilling meat on skewers for you. Disciples eat. Lakai asked Lakvo Dan, just a disciple, you are the sect master. Cannot you control it? Why do we have to inform the 5 great ancestors? Lakvo Dan silently scolded. He also wanted to, but now Diepfeng had to call an elder when he saw it, and this was the god of wealth who gave him 1 billion top-quality crystals, plus a set of the improved version of the 9-star formation. Although he is the sect's 6th core disciple, he is also an honorary elder specially promoted by the great ancestor. At the same time, at the rear of Tan Han Tong Mountain, Lak Thean Han looked at the trembling Sovan Sun with confusion. The next second Sovan Sun immediately became angry, which made the other 4 people even more bewildered. He shouted loudly, big brother, you should know how important the body of a great demon, who has overcome the 9th level of lightning tribulation, is to me. The other 4 quickly pulled him back and told him to calm down. Then Hung Fai also covered his mouth, telling him not to get angry, or else he would harm himself. Lak Thean Han nodded and said, of course, a great demon of that level is extremely valuable, and for cultivators, it is truly a rare treasure. So Van Sun was about to cry at this moment. He said, now we have one in our sect, and now it is about to be eaten by thousands of outer sect disciples. Lak Thean Han smiled wryly and told Sovan Sun not to cry anymore. He would go stop him now. This disgraceful behavior was certainly inspired by Diepfeng, but if he just wanted to share the meat with his disciples, it would be inconvenient for us, the ancestors, to stop him. After all, we already took a lot of good things from Diepfeng before, and that grilled meat is also very beneficial for the sect disciples. We can only let the 5th one suffer a little. Since we cannot have it, then let's just destroy it and go out to eat a little. We have never eaten a great demon of this level, so we do not know what it tastes like. At the same time, on the martial arts training ground, a group of disciples shouted loudly. The 2 great immortal cultivators, Lakvo Dan and Lakai, in the name of competition, went crazy eating and drinking. deliciously eating grilled meat from the purple thunder crazy lion. As soon as the 5 great ancestors arrived, they fell silent. Since that loser's arrival, the new soul sect had completely changed. Lakvo Dan looked at the chaotic scene below, bewildered, but there was someone banging drums and clanking gongs, as if they were competing in martial arts while eating and drinking. The main ingredient is purple thunder, which is crazy about eating meat. In the end, Lakvo Dan fell to the ground. Lakai was a more experienced meat eater. Even the last bit of meat was eaten by Lakai. Now the old man can only compete with dogs for bones. The sect disciples frantically shouted loudly that Big Brother Le was so cool, such a man, so strong. At this time, the great cultivators looked at the barbecue party of thousands of people below and fell into silence. Lakvo Dan felt something was wrong, raised his head to look, and sure enough, the ancestor had arrived. As a result, the elder directly ignored him, hugged Diepfong and asked, "Can we participate?" Diepfong said of course. Lakai secretly smiled. Lakvo Dan, you are really not as good as a dog as a sect master. An hour later, everyone was full, so Vansun said, "This body has no use, let me take it away." Diepfong bowed his head and said, "It's been hard work for my ancestors." At this time, Lakvo Dan hugged Lakai and introduced him to Diepfong, saying that he was also a cultivator of the second heaven level. Diepfong greeted, meeting Senior La, resulting in Lakai hastily saying, "Elder Deep, do not dare to accept." At this time, the system announced that the loser's mission had been completed, rewarding 200 blood essences of the purple, thunder crazy lion tribulation level 9 peak demon beast. Diepfong asked why the reward has increased. What is the concept of overcoming 9 levels of thunder tribulation? The system's explanation was very superficial, just very strong. Lakai was in a very good mood at this time, hugging Diepfong tightly. However, he still had to say that Diepfong was really too wasteful. It was a good thing that could be refined into blood essence. Diepfong directly took out a blood essence and asked, "Is it this?" Lakai felt the aura. It was definitely refined from the purple thunder crazy lion. Diepfong said he had a lot of this left, he could give some to the two of them. The rest had to be saved for the puppy. Hearing the puppy, Lakai asked, "This must be a very close friend to you, right?" Lakvo Dan told him not to think too much. The puppy he talked about was an ordinary groundhog, which he raised into a demon beast, using 2009 pattern pills. Hearing these words, Lakai finally knew that this man in front of him was not simple. Lakai asked, "It was all a joke, right?" The words he said made the other two extremely tense. Diepfong said, if there was nothing, he would have to go back and feed the dog. Lakvo Dan called Lakai to follow him and go to his room to give him a great opportunity. Lakai kept asking what kind of big opportunity it was that needed to be kept in the room, and how big it really was. Returning to the cave, Lakvo Dan took out a medicinal pill and said, "If it were not for our 30,000 years of friendship, I absolutely would not let you eat this." Lakai asked what this glowing pill was all about. Lakvo Dan laughed coldly, "That's incompetent, right? This is the rare Tungo Dan, eat it. Later you will definitely kneel down and thank me." Without hesitation, Lakai immediately swallowed the Dunningo Dan into his stomach. The next second, he felt as if a crazy force of power attacked him. This refreshing feeling lasted for 20 minutes, causing his 9th acupuncture point to directly open. Lakvo Dan said, "Old brother, I did not lie to you. As for Dunningo Dan, Diepfong only gave 70 pills to the sect. He directly kept 20 pills to feed the dogs. As for old Manhwa of the Chamber of Commerce, do you know? Now he is Diepfong's younger brother, specializing in working for him. He ran to Tan Soul sect where his daughter became an elder." Lakai now had a gloomy face and was about to leave. Lakvo Dan called him over. "Are not we talking about drinking?" Lakai immediately got angry and said, "What else should I drink?" Lakvo Dan was startled. He was only telling the truth. Indeed, everyone's life is not as good as Diepfong's dog. The next second, Lakai sadly said, "I am old, lonely, have no support, no sect, and no children." Lakvo Dan thought he had touched his old friend's pain and quickly apologized. But as a result, Lakai changed his tone and said, "Your old man, your daughter founded a sect and did not inform. Now I have decided to go to her sect to become an elder, settle down there, and then leave without giving Lakvo Dan a chance to refute." This made Lakvo Dan so angry that he jumped up. "Are you really going there to be an elder? Do not think I do not know your thoughts and want to be Diepfong's hunting dog." Before, he said he would not join any sect, but now as soon as he saw that loser, he could not walk anymore. But there was one thing he had to admit. If I were not Diepfong's master, I would also want to be this hunting dog. The next second he suddenly became alert. almost forgetting the main thing, the blood essence of the great demon, purple thunder crazy lion. Such a precious thing. He had to immediately inform the 5 great ancestors. At the same time, Deep Fong returned to room. While singing Wild Disco Wolf, Tran Haovu kicked the door in. He scolded, "Little brother, I know you're a loser, but you cannot be crazy to the point of being losers. You do not have that kind of humanity." Deep Fong told his senior brother to calm down, do not panic if anything happens, and there's no need to be so rude. It's okay to knock on the door. The junior brother heard it. Tran Haovu took out an encyclopedia and said he had deliberately gone to Tang Kin Kak to find information about the Purple Thunder Mad. Master, the one you fed to the monks in the sect was as big as a mountain. This proves that it has likely reached the tribulation stage and is a true great demon that can fly. Deep Fong did not care. He noticed that Tang Kim Pavilion could borrow books. Tran Haovu's whole body was not okay. Talking sparingly with a wealthy nobleman was truly a piece of cake. He could only quickly adapt to his younger brother's ability to lose his family's lack of humanity. Looking at his senior brother leaving with a sullen face, Diep Fong did not understand that he was just a purple thunder crazy lion. Did he have to be so heartbroken? Break the door and leave, just fix it himself. As a result, half an hour later, the poor door was finally repaired. Just as Diep Fong was about to go to rest, the door blew up again. This time, not only did the bones break, even Diep Fong was blown away by the balance. This performance was done by the 5 ancestors. Since Diep Fong lost his family until now, this is the first time he was beaten to the point of lying flat, with a depressed look on his face. Looking at Diep Fong lying on the ground, So Van Sun was bewildered. Diep Fong spoke frankly, telling the 5th ancestor not to say anything. He understood. In this storage ring there were 10 drops of great demon's blood essence. Out of respect for the sect, please accept it from the ancestors. Do not be polite. He just wanted a good night's sleep. As an ancestor, So Van Sun said he could not accept this and felt very guilty after receiving it. Although his mouth said he did not want it, his hands were very sincere. Deep Fong knew that this time he had been sold out by his master. Seeing that the things had been taken, the 5th patriarch immediately ran away. Said Elder Dift, "Rest. If there is anything you need to do, just send a message, and I will definitely come to help." Deep Fong looked at the destroyed wooden door. He thought that's it. Change to another house, and lie down to sleep. Deep Fong woke up from a beautiful dream, wondering what the lost item would be today. Open the system panel and see the lost item, 100 tin then incense sticks. Tin then incense is made from Van Nien Min then Hyen Thu. After burning, the fragrance emitted has a calming effect. Dip Fong smirked. This time he finally had something useful for him. Burning tin then incense can help him sleep better. At the same time, outside the yard, Deep Fong did not know that he was being targeted by thousands of old men. Lakvo Dan analyzed that Deep Fong, this loser, could not stand not losing a few good things every day. The next second, I discovered that there seemed to be a faint scent. Lakvo Dan took a deep breath and discovered that the scent was not right. It was very stimulating, so he rushed out without alerting the elders behind him. The scent just now is definitely tin than hong, and it's not even an ordinary scent. In the room, just as Diep Fong was burning the 33rd stick, the door was broken open again, causing Diep Fong, who was burning incense for himself, to exclaim, "Damn it! Does he not deserve a door in this sect?" Lakvo Dan was completely indifferent to his rude behavior. First, taking a few breaths of the fragrant nutritional supplement, the 5 great ancestors also entered one by one. Say, "It's definitely tin than perfume. I've never smelled it before. It's definitely a rare type." These 6 vampires rushed together, causing Diep Fong to wake up and think he was famous. He asked the master and the 5 great ancestors why they came here so early in the morning. Lakvo Dan asked him what grade this tin than incense was made from. Diep Fong said, "Van Nien Min than Hyen Thu is the most ordinary." Lakvo Dan tried to calmly say, "Just Van Nien Min than Hyen Thu. The effect is also temporary." Diep Fong doubts, is it really just temporary? It seems that this Van Nien Min than Hoyen tree is also normal. Compared to the previous things, it is far inferior, yet is despised. Lakvo Dan looked at the defeated Diep Fong as he spoke while burning incense. His heart was about to explode. This performance was a bit too much. At this moment, he still wanted to kneel down and beg Diep Fong not to fail his family anymore. Let the master take care of the rest. Because of a normal request from the sect master, Diep Fong thought that this incense was trash, so he threw it directly into an iron pot and burned it on the spot. This caused Lakvo Dan to secretly tell his ancestor. Diep Fong burned 100 trees. The ancestor signaled him to improvise. The other 4 elders were not calm. This loser made their hearts bleed. This thing used 1 stick at a time and 100 sticks at a time. There was absolutely no difference. It makes people feel sad. It's really heartbreaking. The great ancestor looked at this bastard and lost his family as soon as he woke up. Now, after burning 100 sticks of tin and incense and going straight to sleep, So Van Son cried to the heavens that he could not stand it. He really wanted to slap Diep Fong twice to calm him down, but Lac Vaudan warned him again, if you want to hit the god of wealth, just try it, now go away, do not bother Diep Fong to rest. Going out into the yard, he just started cursing. He did not say any profanity, but the cursing connotation was extremely high. Half an hour later, he breathed a sigh of relief. After scolding, people felt much more comfortable. Jiang Hao. Vu was crying at this time. Not to mention Van Nien Min, the mysterious tree. He had never seen it in 1,000 years. The more Lac Vaudan thought about it, the more he suspected that 10 than fragrance was not simply 10,000 years old, it was most likely refined from the core of a tree, so it is no longer possible to use 10,000 years to visualize it. Several elders were discussing, I really do not know why this brat Diep Fong has so many treasures that are not suitable for his identity. Well, after all, having Ip Fong in the sect will bring. Although he was very uneducated, he got used to it later. Lac Vaudan said to the 5 great ancestors, if you cannot change, why do not you just close your eyes and enjoy life? This makes So Van Son laugh. It's still your old man who knows how to talk. Yet they use the word destruction to describe it. The other 4 elders also gave a thumbs up. Under Lac Vaudan's enlightenment, the 5 great ancestors sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in Diep Fong's yard. An hour, Diep Fong woke up. He felt that his waist was painless and his legs were empty. Tired, the effectiveness of this Tin Then Hong is really not bad. Most importantly, the incense has burned out. Congratulations to the host on completing the consumption of today's defeat item, and rewarding 200 pure than incense sticks made from Van Nien Mun, then Haiyan, Thu. Diep Fong was stunned. What is that? The master said this thing makes a dog shake his head. What's the use of giving 200 more? If the system does not give a reward then, that's it. There's no need to be so stingy. In the room, Diep Fong looked at the system's rewards. Dogs do not even want to eat this thing. The system actually gave him 200 more, and threw them all directly on the ground. Diep Fong thought about the fact that even the ancestors did not bother to look at this thing. It was completely unsuitable for his class of losers, and carrying it greatly affected his status as a god, so he had to throw it all away. As a result, when Diep Fong opened the door, he was immediately stared at by countless eyes. Diep Fong was puzzled. Why have not the masters and ancestors left yet? Sitting on the ground waiting for something. Lac Thien Han seriously said nonsense. People who practice immortality and seclusion must follow their mind's desires and practice regardless of place, as long as their mind is calm. Lac Vaudan stood behind and signaled that whatever the elder said was correct. Diep Fong thought it was a good thing that the great ancestors were all here. Even though they did not want this Tin Then Hong, it was okay to give it to the sect disciples. If not, ask them to handle it. Then without saying a word, he directly threw 200 Tin Then Hong sticks to the ground. This made Lac Thien Han also stunned. This loser is really crazy. Seeing Diep Fong throw Tin Then Hong like trash and then leave, Lac Vaudan asked everyone, do you feel like we're like beggars now? Moreover, Diep Fong threw Tin Then Hong to the ground without saying anything. What did he mean? Lac Vaudan told his ancestor to stop. Just now it seemed like he only said one sentence. Tin Then Hong was not bad. His expression was not bad. Diep Fong immediately changed. These words made Lac Vaudan wake up. Lac Vaudan continued to say, Elder, most likely Diep Fong felt that your compliments were not enthusiastic enough. That's why he treated Tin Then Hong like trash. Just throwing it away for us to deal with, Lac Vaudan said while not sure. He still knocked on the door and asked Diep Fong, do these Tin Then Hong want his help? Diep Fong shouted loudly, I'm bothering the old man, these discarded things. Just find a place to throw them away. Having these things in the house is really embarrassing. Received a firm answer from the old loser. Lac Vaudan chuckled and shouted, brothers, run quickly. Returning to the post-mountain cave, Lac Vaudan divided Tin Then Hong to each person. This idiot Lac Vaudan immediately ran to flatter him. Where is my share? As a result, Lac Thien Han coldly said, he eats from the sect, he eases from the sect, that's shameless enough, but still wants to take from the sect. No need to look anymore. It's not his part. Then directly open the 10-meter-high window. Throw him down. Lac Vaudan did not expect that the joke was on him. Obviously they were beggars together. Why not to share with him? So Van Sun shouted loudly, "Sir, it's great to be a beggar. Let's continue." At this time, the 5 great ancestors took out their old wandering tools and told their eldest brother to come to Diep Phong's door every day to pick them up. It may sound strange, but every day there are Western treasures. So Van Sun was determined to be a beggar. The others also nodded. Beggars to get rich, to become strong, Lac Vaudan said. You guys are shallow. Our behavior cannot be called begging, but rather because I do not want Diep Phong to take good things and lose his family. We are ancestors. It is natural for us to help our disciples solve problems. Then the great ancestor came to the window and said, Lac Vaudan, have you heard? Tomorrow Diep Phong will go to the Thian Dao battlefield. This time he must protect Diep Phong's safety. Even a strand of his hair must be protected intact. Lac Vaudan was stunned when he heard it, but thought moreover, Diep Phong is a god of wealth, so protecting him like that is not too much. Lac Vaudan also told him to personally take Diep Phong to the Thian Dao battlefield teleportation gate. One day in Diep Phong's yard, he was full of energy at this time. It was another day of defeat, yesterday's defeat. He boasted of failure. Today he will definitely not follow the same mistakes. Completely saying goodbye to yesterday's useless self, he opened the system panel to see today's loser items. Loser items, 10,000 pieces of grade 9 bridge earth talisman. Earth bridge sword talisman. There were can condense an earthen prison to imprison enemies. Diep Phong smiled. Interestingly, controlling the talisman, the system still loved him the most, knowing he was about to go to the Thian Dao battlefield, gave him some lost items to protect his life. This time Diep Phong did not intend to die. Waste, prepare to keep it for use in Thian Dao battlefield. At the same time, outside Diep Phong's yard, the great ancestor Lac Vaudan was hiding in the corner of the wall. He knew Diep Phong would leave today, so he came to try his luck to see if he could pluck any more feathers, but this time somewhat immoral. Did not tell the other brothers. After all, begging is not a glorious thing. This humiliation was left to him as the eldest brother to bear. But the next second, he saw the second elder preparing. More thorough, yet even brought props. This made Luo Thian Han shiver. This old man is too much. What he'd not think of using props. He came to beg. He really does not mind bringing toys. It looks good. Much more professionally, the second elder now said. Big brother, maybe we should cooperate. Divide the things we get to today in half. How about that? Luo Thian Han then smiled cunningly. It was indeed a good brother. But in the next second he discovered something's wrong, pointing to the front. That is not that old man. As a result, the third ancestor's equipment was even better, so he opened his mouth and asked, Big brother, second brother, do you mind adding third brother? Lac Thian Han said again, you kid, this is cool, you must have a side job. A hum rang in the ears of a few people. A beautiful girl gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The scene was hot. This burn made 3 people exclaim, oh my god, this operation is against the rules. You use this thing to test the disciples. With this kind of method, causing the 3 senses of several people, plus the 5 senses and worldview to all collapse. At this time a beautiful woman appeared. But do you believe whose legs these belong to? Yet it was the 4 ancestors who were over 30,000 years old, wearing classic sexy robes and heavy makeup, wanting to seduce Diep Phong. This made the other 3 people exclaim, what the hell? Luo Thian Han looked around at this time. He knew that the 5th guy must have come. This guy is best at playing dirty. The 4th old man told him to look behind. Were not people already lying there? As a result, they turned around. Again, what else is there to measure? It's said to be a competitive beggar, but this guy actually plays. Like this? Where can he put it without someone throwing him 2 coins? Lac Thian Han could not bear it anymore and scolded, are you animals? It's just begging. Why is there such a need to compete? This sudden anger startled the 5 ancestors hiding to the side. At the same time, Lac Vaudan decided to take Diep Phong to the Thian Dao battlefield portal a little early today. When he arrived at the small yard, a shock caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes seemed to see something unclean. A few elders saw Lac Vaudan coming and asked him if he needed a bowl. Lac Vaudan immediately ran away. He was afraid of being killed. He saw something he should not have seen. He ran and shouted, I'm fine with everything. Do not. 10 minutes later, Diep Phong finally woke up. As soon as he opened the door, he exclaimed, oh my god, what caught my eye were the 5 contestants of the contest who is worse. The scene fell silent. Diep Phong was completely unaware of what was going on. But when he saw the bowl in the hands of the ancestors, moreover, almost everyone had one. He understood that the 5 great ancestors were training their will and imitating the masters to attain enlightenment. So they came here and wanted him to choose them. The person most in harmony with heaven and earth among them, Lac Vodan, looked at Dup Fong and said nothing. The next second, every drop of the great demon's blood fell into the bowl. Deep Fong was really tired, helping to choose the best beggar of the year, and had to dig out his own wallet to reward the other person. Disciples like him, although they may still exist, are almost extinct. Now he does not want to stay in this yard anymore. Being chosen by Deep Fong as the best beggar of the year, the 5th ancestor is proud, is not he? Big question, who else? This method was indeed safe and effective, but in the end he was too arrogant and was directly locked and dragged away. The others all smiled murderously and asked him, "Do you want to swallow it alone? It's said that there are blessings and misfortunes to be shared together. Do you want to run away as soon as you get something?" Only then did the 5th patriarch react. He was a bit arrogant just now, laughing and saying that he was just too excited. Of course, good brothers have to share with each other. At this time, in the sect's main hall, Lac Vodan was waiting for Diep Fong. Deep Fong said that as soon as he left the door, he said goodbye to the ancestors. The ancestors were indeed worthy of the title of great cultivators, but instead suffering such a state of mind to experience the earthly realm, willing to volunteer to live a life like a beggar. Deep Fong said that although the ancestors did not say anything, he understood, so he told the 5 ancestors to describe 10 drops of the great demon's blood essence. Lac Vodan was dumbfounded after hearing this. Is this called training? Obviously pretending to be a beggar to trick the treasure in your hands. This situation is very serious. This time they succeeded, so next time these 5 people will be even more shameless. Thinking of this, Lac Vodan knew life was not easy. He could only sigh. Who said he was not an elder? He really cannot control it. Deep Fong next to him excitedly asked the master, "Are the other disciples ready? When will we arrive at the Thean Dao battlefield?" Lac Vodan took out his precious sword and told Deep Fong that his ancestors had told him to leave him alone to protect him. Outside Deep Fong's yard, looking at the back of the god of wealth leaving, the 5 people were a little reluctant. This time they were gone for a few days, and they also missed Diep Fong a bit. Furthermore, after Diep Fong finishes training, he will most likely return to Tan Han Tong. They immediately discussed. The sect already has a large mountain protection formation, so why do not some of us go to Tan Han Tong to inspect it? This made Lac Vodan angry, asking them if they were ashamed. As soon as that person leaves, you rush to flatter them, look at their elders, and know that they should leave, but you cannot hold back. As a result, So Van Sun finished packing his luggage and said, "Big brother, after I leave, everything in the sect will be handed over to you. Thank you for taking care of me for many years." New Soul sect goodbye result with a bang. A figure rushed into the sky. It was Lac Vodan who was angry. He told everyone to go away. No one should even come to Tan Han Tong. This is what he said. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Several elders immediately became obedient, knowing that Big Brother seemed to be really angry. At the same time, on the way to the Thean Do battlefield, Deep Fong asked the master why it was so quiet on the road. Not even a shadow of a person or monster was seen. Lac Vodan said it was very normal. The monster might have recently been captured by monks to practice their hands. It's over. As for not seeing a monk, it's also very normal. After all, Huan Thean continent is vast and vast. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, something happened. This made Dip Fong and the two people stunned, but a strange man appeared. Bodhisattva, the woman smiled and said, "Meeting each other is fate. I wonder if you two can make me happy a little." Lac Vodan just saw this demon is very strong. Just looking at it, he knew it was not easy to control. He told Deep Fong to be careful. He might risk his life, but Deep Fong can rest assured. He is old and can endure it. Told Deep Fong to find a chance to run quickly later. Hearing this, the big demon got angry. Little fresh meat wanted to run, leaving the old man behind. Who would want to eat this? Then a purple attack from above the sky is falling. Leave me there. What's the hurry? Let's play with me first. Lac Vodan is locked in the formation. His face is serious. The other party is indeed a great demon of level 9. Deep Fong next to him is also serious. With such a big demon, he is still seeing for the first time. The female demon smiled. Said that she only wanted to do business with the two of them. As long as they could give her a treasure that satisfied her, then she could let them leave safely. Lakvo Dan directly transformed into Saitama, the words of the demon race. Unbelievable. Did you think he was a child? Yet you wanted to use this kind of despicable trick to trick him? But in the next second he froze. Drops of the great demon's blood flew out. This result left Lakvo Dan speechless, but the female demon was extremely shocked. She kept checking to see if she was mistaken. Lakvo Dan immediately scolded Fong, asking him if he was losing his family again. The other person is a big demon, has no trust at all. Now you take out such treasures. The more she cannot let you leave safely. Deep Fong smiled sinisterly. Master, would not that be better? When that time comes, I will not hesitate to cut down another flying demon. These words made Lakvo Dan was startled. Does this kid have any other tricks? The female demon next to her was truly frightened. The blood essence just now was truly that of a great demon who had passed through the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations. And she had only passed through 2. For a moment she did not know what the origins of the 2 people opposite her were. She cautiously said that the 2 of them could leave. At first glance, she knew that these 2 people were not ordinary people. Their status could be very dangerous. She did not dare to bet. If she lost, her life would be over. She saw the space barrier opened. Lakvo Dan told Deep Fong to leave quickly. No matter what the other person's purpose is, running away quickly is the best policy. But Deep Fong told him to wait. Why rush to go? Seeing that the barrier has opened, 2 who did not leave immediately. The great demon's heart became even more scared, but Lakvo Dan next to him told Deep Fong to stop acting. Boosting once was enough, but once a person wants to die, no one can stop him. Deep Fong shouted, you see, I have 50 drops of great demon blood. Now as long as you kill me, these things are all yours. This makes Lakvo Dan cry soundlessly. Very good, if you want to die, do not drag me along. He looked depressed. Just chanting Buddha's name, Deep Fong secretly calculated. He knew if he was in danger, the guards would come to save him, so he frantically lured the demon to kill him, and this made the demon even more scared. This rotten brat was absolutely not ordinary. There must be some terrifying power nearby. If she makes a move, she will definitely be beaten into ashes. Thinking of this, she immediately transformed, revealing the complete form of the great demon. The demon girl knew. A one-time opportunity. Once they fail, they will never be able to recover. Deep Fong looked at Lakvo Dan with an excited expression. Master, look quickly, that monster is a mantis. Lakvo Dan explained, it's the blood tang wolf, all you need is a mantis. Strong blood essence can become strong. It is an extremely difficult monster to fight. As a result, right when the 2 were discussing, the female demon ran away. She did not expect the other person's pressure to be so strong, but it made her so nervous that she showed her true form. The man who was addicted to losing his family had just robbed the beautiful female sect master for the first time, and today he met the beautiful great demon. But he lost his family and also left behind 10 times for the benefactor. At this time, the female demon ran for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausted, panting. She felt that running for so long should be fine. Looking the great demon's blood essence in her hand, she sighed. She was still too careful. What if the opponent just accidentally got this treasure? So did not she miss a great opportunity, storing away the great demon's blood? Thinking about it, it was not a loss. After going out on a trip, she actually got such a treasure. It's a pity that the old and the young did not get to taste it. At this moment, the demon girl suddenly heard a noise behind her. The mountains and rivers are like brocade. Ask who is as talented as me. Where are the heroes today? I'm the only one who is arrogant. So I should sing the song of the great wind. What are the petty people? It was Deep Fong riding the master who transformed into a horse and was coming at a fast pace. The female demon almost peed her pants. These 2 people actually took the initiative to chase and kill. Lakvo Dan shouted loudly, we're about to catch up, but I cannot stay. How much longer? Deep Fong, quickly bring out the spirit stone for me to eat. Deep Fong frantically recharged the loser, telling the master to just rush forward. He did not have anything, only money, countless spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, Lakvo Dan's battery was immediately fully charged. This crazy behavior directly scared the demon girl into screaming. She was only 18 years old. These 2 bastards actually wanted to take her back as a pet. Seeing that the big demon was right in front of them, Deep Fong shouted loudly, do not run away, let's fight fairly. I will lose. Then all assets will be handled by you. If you lose, then come and warm the bed for me. The demon girl cried and ran away, shouting loudly as she ran, I do not want to fight. I do not need the great demon's blood anymore. Just ask Deep Fong to spare me away. Living. At this time, Lac Vodan watched the female demon run away and told Diep Fong to stop walking. His physical strength was too much, not enough. Diep Fong gently patted the master and told the master to throw him forward. Lac Vodan nodded and said to Diep Fong bow. Then Diep Fong flew out like a bullet, with the speed of sound quickly approaching the female demon. When she saw Diep Fong suddenly appear behind her, the female demon was dumbfounded. Desperate for the last time, swinging wildly, sickle backwards, told Diep Fong to stay away. She did not want to be the maid warming the bed. The next second, there was a cracking sound in the sky. This startled Lac Vodan, who was watching the play below. Could it be that someone was coming to help? How is she? At this moment, his face was full of question marks, wondering what the current situation was. Diep Fong looked at that crack again with an excited expression. The female demon also stopped attacking, looked up at the sky, only to see the void gradually being torn apart. The next second, a rustling sound rang out. The void shattered. A Super Saiyan wearing golden armor appeared and shouted, "It's so noisy here." Appeared shouted loudly, "It's so noisy here." The sound of thunder tearing through the void was so loud, the mantis girl next to her was frightened and dizzy, not daring to move at all. The guard saluted Diep Fong. "Host, your subordinates are late, I hope you excuse me." Diep Fong rides on the mantis girl. "Tell him not to pay attention to these small details. Is not he not dead yet?" Now was just the right moment. The guard punched the void, used crystals to spread out a large road in space, and told the host that he could now stand on it. Diep Fong asked him, "Does the loser family's guard team only have one member?" The yellow-clothed warrior said, "With the host's current danger, I alone am enough. Furthermore, there are tens of thousands of guards, and a corresponding number will be dispatched depending on the host's level of danger." The next second, the yellow-shirted warrior riding the mantis girl asked, "Host, do we need to eliminate the immediate danger?" This deadly question made the mantis girl hastily apologize, bowing her head and begging for forgiveness. Network saying, "I have eyes like I'm blind. Please forgive me, sir." She really knows her mistake. Diep Fong saw that the problem had been resolved and that the deterrent effect had been achieved. He told the guards to retreat. If the opponent still intended to kill, he would bother him again. The yellow-clothed warrior said that the host did not need to be polite. He would come as he called. At this time Diep Fong smiled and gave the mantis girl two options. The first was to be his maid and to obey, no matter what. Any request must be followed. The second is death. As soon as she finished speaking, the mantis girl knelt down in front of Diep Fong and said, "Master, I dare to do anything." This startled Diep Fong. Happiness came too suddenly. The next second, a piece of paper gradually appeared in front of Diep Fong. The runes on it he did not recognize any words. Not knowing what it was, Lac Vodan told him this was the Thian Dao blood contract. As long as you drip blood on it, everything about her is in your hands. From now on you can control her at will. At this time, the poor mantis girl looked at Diep Fong, wanting to arouse Diep Fong's compassion. As a result, Diep Fong was not only a loser but also lustful. A drop of blood in exchange for a beautiful female demon. It was too much. How could he miss such a great opportunity? When fresh blood dripped onto the Thian Dao blood contract, an ancient rune aura revived. The mantis girl whose contract was signed immediately felt hot in her body. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. She could not stand it anymore. She shouted with all her might, congratulating the host on conquering the Blood Tang Wolf. What a joy! What a joy! Diep Fong looked at the mantis girl lying on the ground, caressing her forehead. "My name is Diep Fong. I will be your master from now on. Do not worry, being my hunting dog is absolutely not a loss." The poor man came to the Thian Dao battlefield, had a bodyguard team to protect him, and was not afraid of any rules. Diep Fong was even more wasteful in a place where no one knew him. No respect whatsoever? One day he squandered the inhuman talisman on the battlefield. Just now Diep Fong persuaded the mantis girl, an old and a young one, her on the road. Lac Vodan sat there calmly saying, "Diep Fong, I know you come from the upper world, but what is your background?" Diep Fong just laughed, telling his master that he was just his master's eldest disciple. Although Lac Vodan could not ask anything, he was still very happy. This time his daughter really received a god talent. Diep Fong looked at this old man and did not seem to care about his identity. The three of them walked west until sunset before arriving at the Thiendao battlefield teleport gate. Deep Feng looked at the crowded stream of people below, admiring how many people there were. Lakvo Dan explained. Although the Thiendao battlefield is extremely dangerous, each realm is an independent space, no over-level strongmen will appear, so the safety is still very high. Therefore, the benefits outweigh the harms. People cultivating to the heavenly Dao battlefield to find great natural opportunities. Deep Feng thought he could defeat hundreds of people alone. If they fought head-on, he would not be afraid. It be said that he was the leader among people of the same level. But just in case, he still asked the system, if we encounter danger on the Thiendao battlefield, can our security team completely ignore the Thiendao battlefield's rules? Could he come at any time? Deep Feng immediately praised the system. If so, he could rest assured that he would cause trouble on the Thiendao battlefield. Deep Feng said to the mantis girl, "Tu Hyatt, later you escort the master back to the sect first. This time, I do not know how long I'll be able to train before I can go out." Lakvo Dan also wants to quickly return to the sect. This great demon is a character who has overcome two thunder tribulations, and now joins the new soul sect. So his strength will increase one level again. At this time Diep Feng has entered Thiendao battlefield. A few minutes later, he was dumbfounded. Inside was empty, not to mention human, not even a monster. Suddenly a voice rang out from the tree. "Brother, is this your first time? A Deep Feng is not here." A little defensively he nodded. The fat man introduced himself as Lai Fai. Asked Diep Feng what his strength was. Did he need him to lead the way? After all, he was a regular visitor to this battlefield. Diep Feng looked at the opponent's strength. The Kaidong realm was at its peak. The two looked at each other and smiled. They both saw that the other person was a cunning person. The next second, the two punched each other, becoming good brothers fighting monsters together. Lai Fai looked at the other person, not knowing if he was naive or stupid, or had some kind of trump card, to dare to be so arrogant. Feng also smiled. "Really? Do you think he's an idiot?" As soon as he arrived, he wanted to form a brotherhood. Thinking of the fact that he had traveled here from time to time, he had not yet killed anyone, and felt like he was losing face with his time-traveling predecessors. Lai Fai suggested forming a team now, with all available resources divided in half. Depfeng said excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you, sir." Lai Fai smiled sinisterly. If this person has real strength, then he will form a long-term team. But if he is just an idiot, then sorry. The two of you quickly sneaked to the monster area. Lai Fai told Deep Feng the first time he came here, first use Iron Boy test to test your strength. Thiet Boy's strength was about level 5 to level 8 of Ki Dynamic, and there were about 300 of them here. Lai Fai told Deep Feng to take action. He tried to see what his spiritual power attribute was, and the result was as soon as he finished speaking. The surrounding talismans were flying all over the sky. That loser was coming again. I only saw Deep Feng laughing evilly and wasting away non-stop. This scene made Lai Fai stunned for 3 minutes. He exclaimed damn and asked, "Are you crazy? Why did you take out so many talismans?" Moreover, it is still a 2nd grade and 9th grade level, Diep Feng calmly said. Is not it very clear? Of course, let those demon beasts taste the pain. Looking at this boastful man, Lai Fai immediately fell into deep thought. Yet someone came to plot against this loser. The result was obviously that he used money to crush him, so Lai Fai immediately told him to hand over his assets. The next second he was dumbfounded. His assets belonged to him. There are so many of these men. Just now a group of armored teamsters detected movement. I immediately told my younger brother to go look for him, but in the next second, the group of iron armored trials discovered that they could not move, were bound by the call long talisman on the ground. The scene was chaotic. A group of iron armored trials were simultaneously bewildered. Who the hell dares to come to their lair and cause trouble? The next second, the one who screamed the loudest was stabbed through the heart with a sword from Diep Feng. He killed the chicken to scare the monkey, looking at the iron-armored troops being destroyed. Lai Fai shouted loudly, "Mod big brother, you are so cruel, kill several of them. The mouse is small but uses 3 hundreds of precious control talismans. Did you come to the Thiendao battlefield to hunt and kill, or did you come to defeat the family?" 20 minutes later, each bound iron-armored beast was sent away by Diep Feng. He exclaimed that killing demonic beasts was really boring. He asked Lai Fai if his strength was enough. Lai Fai looked at the name. This shameless loser really wants to slap him twice. Really too shameless. Just now Lai Fai tried the Co-Dragon Talisman. Unless he tried his best, otherwise he absolutely could not break it. At this time his mind was full of question marks. This guy took out the Call Long Talisman. Simply want to kill the demon beast, or want to show off to him. If he was a loser, it would be crazy. At this time, Diepfeng asked, Brother Lei, why are you standing there blankly? If you do not go, are you planning to build a tombstone for the mouse? Le Fai shouted loudly, do not you need the demon core in the bodies of these demon beasts? Although these are all low-level demon beasts, they are still a decent amount of income. Diepfeng waved his hand. He did not expect Brother Lai to be so poor. Those demon cores were given to him. Lai Fai was speechless. This guy really knows how to act. Everyone comes here looking for resources. Selling so many demonic beasts would fetch quite a sum of money. He was determined to follow Diepfeng to see how long he could perform. At this time, something unexpected happened. A monk quickly approached the two people. When he saw the body of iron armored all over the ground, his speed became a few points faster. The next second he landed above, stared at the two people below and said, if you do not want to die, leave the body of iron armored. Now get out of the way. This performance left the two speechless. Diepfeng asked who the other person was, yet he dared take the initiative to provoke him. At this time, Diepfeng was happy, finally meeting someone who was not afraid of death to rob. He immediately became murderous, preparing to kill this junior, becoming the first undead soul under his hands since he came here. The cruel person did not say much. Diepfeng directly took action, immediately wasted the talisman. Looking at the approaching earthen prison, the masked man was frightened. He did not understand. This person had just used 300 of them. Why did he have so many left before he could react? An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a wave of heat spread 10 miles around. The masked man was locked in an earthen prison by Diepfeng. He attacked for 3 hours, broke 13 prisons, and saw the last remaining prison. Diepfeng slowly walked forward, took out a dozen photos, smiled, and said to the man, It will take a long time to go out. I still have a lot of talismans like that. Lai Fai next to him suddenly realized that this guy was definitely a big man, and he was also an extremely loser. The masked man angrily scolded Diepfeng, if he's good, do not use props, let him go, and the two of them duel. As a result, as soon as he finished his cruel words, Diepfeng became friends with him. This act of backstabbing without martial virtue left the masked man speechless. He had completely miscalculated. This man is just a loser, not an idiot. People who deposit money always have the highest IQ. Saying a fight is a fight, Diepfeng smiled mysteriously, looked down at the man, and calmly said, You guys are not qualified to fight me yet. The loser man frantically refilled his money. Finally, after 5 hours, he was exhausted. Then he took out the Dunningo pill and told Li Fai to supplement his nutrition and replace him on the Thean. Dao battlefield. At this time, Diepfeng chased away the masked man locked in the earthen prison. Only then did Li Fai wake up. This gentle-faced boy in front of him was also a cunning guy. I originally thought that the other person was a harmless idiot, but I did not expect that this person's innocence and honesty were all fake, and I was almost fooled by him. This is a cold-blooded, heartless killer. Diepfeng took out a handful of talismans and gave them to Li Fai, telling him that fighting and killing were too rough. If you get into trouble, you do not have to do it yourself, just throw the talismans. No matter how much he threw it, he still had a lot of talismans left. If he used them up, he would come and get them again. Looking at this loser, he finally understood why the other person did not even look at the demon core. Does it look like someone lacking money? Suddenly Diepfeng's face changed. Less than 5 hours left until the new day. Just now he only wasted 1,000 talismans, and 9,000 talismans were still not lost. Very quickly, explosions rang out on the battlefield. A group of demon beasts thought the end of the world was coming, but countless talismans fell from the sky to destroy them. Li Fai became even more effective as his right-hand man in raising money for the bankrupt family. This feeling of wasting money without regret made him immediately addicted. Diepfeng was also so defeated that he was overjoyed. There was absolutely no one here to stop him. Even if they wanted to stop it, people who had not arrived would probably have been beaten into ashes. 5 hours later, Diepfeng finally completed the mission. Congratulations to the host for today's defeat of the product. Reward 1,000 loser points. Reward 100 dumpling pills. Li Fai thanked him for letting him experience the rich life for a day. This time he made a big profit. The harvest in one night was worth the whole year. I secretly thought that Diepfeng was definitely a core disciple of some sect. Such a big man absolutely cannot be provoked. At this time, Diepfeng sat up and said, Good brother, Today you have helped me with a big thing. Rest assured, I will not let you help me for nothing. This is a done-in-you pill to supplement your nutrition. Eat quickly. Fei suddenly did not know what to do. This thing was black. It was not a poison pill. After taking advantage of the opponent, does he want to kill everyone to get rid of it? But if I do not eat, I'll lose face for this guy. Will he use some secret treasure to directly kill me? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to eat it immediately. Good things must be swallowed cleanly in one breath, otherwise it will harm the stomach. As a result, as soon as it is swallowed, the stomach feels refreshed. Fei immediately wised up. Deep Feng asked him why he was so dumbfounded. Was he stupid? The medicinal effect of Dungu Dan only lasts 20 minutes, so it cannot be cultivated quickly. Diep Feng thinks that if it were not for too many ton Nugu Dan, he would not give it to strangers. These are all his puppy's snacks. 20 minutes later, Fei woke up. Only now did he regret it a bit. Just now after eating Dungo Dan, his mind was stunned. Wasted 2 minutes? Then he knelt down on one knee and bowed to Diep Feng, saying that from now on he was his younger brother. Fei kept this kindness in his heart. If he had anything to say in the future, Diep Feng suddenly asked him which world he came from. Hearing Diep Feng say that, Fei quietly walked over and whispered in Diep Feng's ear, Thien Van Jioi, Thien Ho Sword. The loser actually returned to Earth. As a failed time traveler, that man was about to start bragging again. Just now, Fei said he was a member of Thien Van Jioi, Thien Ho Sword. Diep Feng said he had never heard of it. He only knew Hoyan Thien Jioi. Fei smirked, saying he came from Hong. Thien Ho Sword is indeed not famous, but the scene that Fei imagined did not appear. He originally thought Diep Feng was so good that he must be a member of Thien Ho Sword. I said I came from Thien Ho Sword. Diep Feng saw that his compatriots would definitely be generous in giving gifts. But Diep Feng said he was from Hoyan Thien Jioi, which made his plan to get close to him completely fail. As expected, free lunch is not that easy to eat. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes in the Thien Dao battlefield, when Fei discovered that a place ahead was glowing. Diep Feng curiously asked what it was. Fei carried the little wolf's head and shouted loudly, Diep Feng, we have made a fortune. No, big words, this is a spirit stone. Although it was a low-grade spirit stone, there were about 200 pieces, extremely a large sum of money. Diep Feng asked Fei, how poor is your family? Seeing a rotten watermelon is said to make you rich. Hearing Diep Feng's sarcasm, Fei stopped his hand movements and asked Diep Feng what he came to Thien Dao battlefield for. Diep Feng told him the reason was very simple. The loser family, just to lose the family, his good things are countless. The resources in this Thien Dao battlefield did not attract him at all. Fei was dumbfounded. Is this the way the old man talks now? Fei told Diep Feng that if he wants to lose his family, Thien Dao battlefield is not suitable. Thien Dao City is a good place to deposit money. Thien Dao City is the most special place in the Thien Dao battlefield. Inside there are countless treasures, resources, martial arts. As long as you have money, you can buy almost anything there. That place is truly a paradise for losers. That place is completely controlled by the laws of heaven. There is no need to worry about being killed or robbed. But there is one condition. If you want to enter Thien Dao City, you must have Thien Dao's order. A heavenly Dao order can only stay there for 1 day. As soon as he found out he had one, Diep Feng asked him where he got this thing. Fei scratched his head. The Thien Dao order was something he accidentally picked up in a relic. Even though there was an order from heaven, he was so poor that he only had underwear and did not dare to spend money there. He smiled and looked at Diep Feng, knowing this time he had said something big. Just give the Thien Dao command. The other person will definitely give you a great opportunity. Diep Feng told him to stop. He never took other people's things for free. He really needed this heavenly order. He accepted it. But you must accept this bottle of Tunnugo Dan. Fei hugged the bottle of Tunnu Dan. He knew Big Brother Diep would not be stingy. And after Diep Feng received the Thien Dao order, he immediately bit his finger. A drop of blood dripped onto the yellow gourd, resulting in a bang and smoke rising. Diep Feng was startled. But it was too late. The next second, the whole person disappeared, teleported away by Thien Dao's order. Fei opened the bottle and saw 13 Dunnugo pills inside. Another day of big talk. In the sky above Thien Dao City, a space crack appeared. Diep Feng was transported from inside. He had 8 kidneys. He felt like he had lost 2 just now. But the next second, he looked at the scene before him and was surprised. Simple cement ground, skyscraper high-end office buildings. Is this really Thien Dao City? The failed immortal man returned to Earth and immediately transformed into a rapper. But the next second he was surprised, saying that Thean Dao City was not allowed to fight. As a result, the two Super Saiyans are arguing again. The luxury Rolls-Royce car came up and asked the man if he wanted to ride. When a group of people saw depth of Ki dynamic realm cultivation, they were all puzzled. How did an obscure guy come to Thean Dao City? Deep Fong looked at that group of people and scolded them for being sick. Suddenly someone next to him was cursing loudly, with extremely high curse implications. Deep Fong turned his head to look and was dumbfounded. Yet it was Goku and Vegeta, one with blonde hair and one with black hair, arguing. Deep Fong asked the person next to him in a low voice, "Did not it say that Thean Dao City does not allow fighting?" The man told Deep Fong they were arguing. One person comes from the world of finding stories. One person comes from the world of comics. As soon as the two met, they had to fight. Every time they collaborated on drawing a story, they argued. Deep Fong asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" The old driver snorted coldly and asked Deep Fong if he wanted to ride. Reasonable price, 5 points of Thean Dao starting point. This makes Deep Fong bewildered. What is the Thean Dao point? As a result, the man scolded, "I do not even know what Thean Dao point is, it must be a new country guy." As soon as I saw this customer, I knew he was a poor guy, wasting 2 seconds of my time. The old driver immediately stepped on the gas and left to find another passenger. Deep Fong was speechless. He only asked one question, and this brother got angry. Half an hour later, Deep Fong arrived at Thean Dao Bank. This is probably the place to exchange Thean Dao points. As soon as Deep Fong walked in, the receptionist enthusiastically greeted, "Sir, what do you want to do?" Deep Fong asked, "Can I exchange Thean Dao points here?" As soon as the receptionist heard it, she immediately knew that the other person was a newcomer. Just an introduction, in Thean Dao City, a top-quality spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 point of Thean Dao, and all transaction fees in Thean Dao City are used for Thean Dao points. Deep Fong just heard that a top-quality spirit stone was exchanged for 1 point of Heavenly Dao. If so, he can also waste it as he pleases. He looked at the information on the opponent's name tag. The employee was from the water spirit realm, and his strength was actually level 7 of the tribulation realm. The receptionist girl explained, "Working here can earn Thean Dao points, and the time employees work in Thean Dao Citadel is not counted." The receptionist girl was also very helpless in her heart, because the Dukeep scene was working for the Ki Dong scene. If others knew, they would definitely die of laughter. Deep Fong said another heartbreaking sentence, "So is not all your time wasted here? Do not you need to practice? Is there no position in the sect? Do not you have children to teach? Furthermore, are spirit stones really that hard to find in the Thean Dao battlefield?" Today, the bankrupt man officially stepped to the pinnacle of his life. Data hot Miss Universe, spend tens of millions on beautiful women. As long as a man's penis is big enough, dumping will start tomorrow. At this time, Deep Fong was chased out by Teen Ho. He said to Teen Ho, "Wait a minute, I do not know if I should say this or not." Teen Ho is speechless. This guy talks a lot of nonsense. Deep Fong activated the system's magic card, telling the system to exchange him 1 billion top-quality spirit stones. Deep Fong calmly said, "I wonder if you can exchange this billion." Hearing a billion, Teen Ho's eyes immediately changed and told young Master Depp to wait a moment. Transforming into a hunting dog, he immediately went to exchange for Deep Fong, then took the billion and happily left. Fong smiled again. He discovered that this magical world was becoming more and more interesting. Next time if you come here, you must find a way to get 2 heavenly Dao orders and bring your master here to spend. It's natural to go shopping, splurge and end up staying at a 5-star hotel. At this time, Teen Ho turned back at the fastest speed, with a smiling face, handed over the card and said, "Young Master Dip, your Thean Dao card. Please accept." Deep Fong was surprised. Is the performance of making this card incredibly fast? But looking at the Thean Dao card, he was silent. Why is it a cartoon? Teen Ho looked at Deep Fong who was bewildered and asked, "Young Master Deep, if you do not understand anything, just ask. I will definitely answer it for you." This is the god of wealth, she must keep it with all her heart. But as a result, Deep Fong did not even turn around and left. Said no need. Seeing that the other person seemed busy, he did not bother anymore. After hearing this, Teen Ho was dumbfounded. The god of wealth was gone, so her commission money was gone. A few minutes later, Deep Fong went to a fair. He looked at this modern decoration style. Guess this is probably a product left by some time-traveling old man. It's really so modern, even his favorite anime idol has it. Look at the model cabinet. Please support your favorite idol. If you participate, you can receive a character model of the same name. Deep Feng looked at the idol inside. It seemed like Timo was very good, but Nar was also very cool. But he still chose Timo. Just as Diep Feng was about to swipe the card, a space crack appeared behind him, immediately sucking Diep Feng away. But because the model liked him, Deep Feng resisted for the first time. As a result, when the card was successfully swiped, the model fell out, and there was no one left in front of the machine. Thiendao battlefield on the second floor. At this time Deep Feng was teleported here. The pile of trash next to it was the stuff that Li Fai threw away. Deep Feng suddenly got angry, scolded Li Fai for being a bastard, saying it was only one day, but in just half a day he was kicked out. The most serious thing was that he did not receive the model. Deep Feng looked at the Thiendao order in his hand, remembering what Li Fai had said before. It seemed like he had found it in the ruins, but he had no choice but to look for it. But the next time you see Li Fai again, you must let him know how vindictive men are. At the same time, Li Fai on the other side kept sneezing, looking at the weather. Maybe it was getting colder, but that was not right. He was so fat. In 20 years, I have never had a cold, let alone a sneeze. The old man's family is truly a family heirloom. Others have worked hard for 30 years in the Thiendao battlefield, saving money to buy 2 defensive treasures. As a result, as soon as the old family's ancestors heard it, they took the 90 million spirit stones that Diep Feng left behind to spend. Today, an uninvited guest arrived at the gate of Tan Han Tung. This man is Lac Thienhan's close friend. His name is Bitch Kong. At this time, he saw that Tan Soul sect actually opened a large mountain protection formation. Could it be that there was a strong enemy coming to attack? After all, who are you protecting? Feel the breath of your best friend. Lac Thienhan opened the mountain protection formation to welcome him and asked, "Old man, why did you have time to come to my sect?" Bitch Kong suddenly did not know how to speak, before he accidentally picked up a Thiendao. Orders after entering Thiendao City, he worked hard there for 30 years, saved money every day. In the end, thanks to his constant efforts, he saved up a sum of money to buy 2 defensive treasures that could withstand the thunderstorm. After being teleported back to the Thiendao battlefield, he talked to other monks and learned that 30 years in Thiendao City. Yet only a second had passed outside. Such a strange thing, he originally intended to ask his close friend Lac Thienhan. At this time, Lac Thienhan told the old man to quickly go inside and stop standing there blankly. Bitch Kong asked, "The sect's main array seems to be maintained using top-quality junk, right?" Lac Dan arrogantly said, "That's right, I have countless top-grade, miscellaneous items. Now, the sect's grade array is open 2024 per 24. If you need miscellaneous items, I can give you a few later." Bitch Kong slapped him and asked if he was crazy. They have been in the rivers and lakes for so many years, and have encountered very few top-grade junk. Being able to have top-grade junk is a blessing from God. Such a treasure being wasted is such a shame. Lac Dan did not listen, telling the old man to hit people. Do not hit them in the face. There's no need to be so serious. At this time, Bitch Kwong took out 2 sparkling defensive magic weapons and said arrogantly, "Each of these treasures can block 1 heavenly thunder. Now I can rely on this treasure to block 7 heavenly thunders. But such a powerful treasure cost me more than 300 top-quality crystals." Lac Dan slapped his face. "There is no treasure in this world that can withstand the tribulation of heaven. It's all illusory, only being strong is real." As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, Bitch Kong slapped him again and scolded him, "What the hell do you know, brat? Have you heard of Thiendao City and the Thiendao battlefield? The currency traded there is top-grade junk. Even if a mighty person ascends there, he must serve you." Lac Dan asked, "Do you say that the currency traded in Thiendao City is of the highest quality?" Bitch Kong silently nodded. To make money, he worked hard there for 30 years, but outside, only a second had passed. The next second, Lac Dan immediately packed his luggage, brought the remaining 90 million top-grade crystals, and prepared to depart. Bitch Kong asked him if he was stupid. He said that if he wanted to go there, he must have an order from Thiendao, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. Lac Dan broke out in a cold sweat. He actually overlooked such an important detail. Thinking about the remaining 90 million, if I suddenly died without spending all the money, it would be heartbreaking. Bitch Kong saw that the other person was not joking, so he shouted, "Damn kid, where did you get so many top-quality junk?" At the same time, Li Fai is looking for his great opportunity on the Thiendao battlefield. At this moment, he seemed to hear Big Brother Dip calling him, "But it cannot be, Deep Feng just left, am I hallucinating?" The sound got closer and closer. Li Fai turned around to look. It was really his big brother Deep. Looking at big brother Diep running as fast as he could, Li Fei quickly waved his hand and shouted loudly that he was here. But Diep Fong, who was running, had a fierce look on his face, muttering, "Good, you kid is very good. You dare to stand still and wait." Hearing Diep Fong say strange words, Li Fei suddenly had a headache. He did not understand what big brother Deep was saying. What? He only knew how to tightly grasp the Thean Dao command, then used a few dishonest means to find out the information that he was also a victim. That guy tricked him. Seeing the other party's sincere explanation, Diep Fong stopped attacking. He believed this explanation. Li Fai asked, "Big brother Deep, why do you say half a day? You just left for half an hour." At this moment, I was secretly proud. Fortunately, I used the Thean Dao command to exchange for 13 Dun Go pills. Diep Fong tried asking Li Fi, "Does your world have science and technology?" This word made Li Fai difficult to understand, knowing that the other person did not understand. Deep Fong said seriously, "If you want to go to Thean Dao City, you must store top-quality crystals. This is very important." Li Fai was speechless. He also wanted to stock up, but the problem was that he did not have any. At this time the system rang again. Today's loser item has been renewed, 10,000 pieces of Death Sword Wing. Looking at the new loser item, this sword wing is not difficult to waste. It's a pity that the puppy is not here. Otherwise we could have taught the puppy another self-defense skill. The next second, he looked at Li Fai. If he did not have a dog, he could have a pig. Deep Fong asked Li Fai if he was a swordsman. Li Fai said he did not like practicing swords. Training was very tiring. Deep Fong suddenly changed his face, smiled righteously, and said to him, "After today, you will be a sword cultivator." This made the 200-pound fat man immediately speed up and run 100 meters saying thermos. He left it outside. But in this era of monks, poor people rely on their feet, rich people rely on technology. How can a monk run faster than a cross-country vehicle? At this time, Li Fai cried bitterly, begging Big Brother Dip to forgive him. He did not want to be the only person whose swordsmanship overwhelmed me. Under the money of a poor man, even a piggy bank can be raised into a great demon. A piggy bank can also be raised into a peerless sword cultivator. Become a sword-filled Limoy. My God is you. Just now, Dip Fong drove a jeep to chase after him, and Li Fai shouted that he did not want to be a swordsman. Half an hour later, Dip Fong caught him and repeatedly stuffed him. Li Fai begged for his life. He really did not want to be a sword Dao grandmaster. Dip Fong told him to shut up, hold back for a moment, and it was over. He had already stuffed more than 9,000 pieces of the Death Sword Wing, stuffing the last piece into Li Fai's stainless steel door. Dip Fong then clapped his hands and finally lost today's item. Now he has accumulated 5,800 points. Li Fai asked Big Brother Deep why he wasted such a precious piece of sword wing on him. Is not this trash? Although he knew that after comprehending the sword wings, he was very strong, but he was really not a sword cultivator. So he told Dip Fong to look carefully. Even if they learn, they are still a waste. Suddenly, on the green grassland, the flock of sheep felt the breath of death. In the blink of an eye, the mountains collapsed, and the green grasslands were torn apart by a swordsman. Li Fai looked at his gentle blow, yet it caused such high damage. He was depressed, thinking to himself that he was done. If his master found out, he would definitely force him to switch to practicing swordsmanship, and his life of entertainment would no longer exist. Dip Fong patted his shoulder and smiled and said, "Brother Li Fei, no need to thank me. This is a great opportunity that I give you. Now as long as you want. At any time you can break through and step into the sword of the heart." Scene. Li Fai was about to cry after hearing this. Their patriarch was the person with the highest enlightenment, but it took hundreds of years to cultivate the sword heart. If he knew, it would only take him half an hour for people to cultivate the sword heart. The sect master will definitely cut him into 8 pieces for study. Although his heart was sad, he did not dare to say it. He could only sadly thank Dip Fong for this great opportunity, then asked why Dip Fong did not use it himself. After hearing this, Dip Fong was stunned and said he was not a swordsman. Why cultivate this thing? Li Fai was speechless. You are not a sword cultivator. Am I a sword cultivator? That's too two-faced. Deep Feng suddenly raised his hand, a stream of gray spiritual energy, telling Li Fai that now that he had his protection, he could go to the second floor of Thean Da battlefield and be bold. Li Fai was shocked again. Earth-level top-grade martial art. Nine Knives Thunder Lotus. Is not this the martial skill of their Liamintong that has not been spread out? Deep Feng asked Li Fai if he recognized this martial skill just now. Li Fai pouted. How could he not recognize it? Born with dual spiritual roots of thunder and fire, he only learned it for a month. He had not yet started this martial skill, but Deep Feng was thinking again. In New Soul Sect, no one knows this martial skill. They only know that it is a top-grade earth level, and the ancestors all suspect that it was created by him. Now it seems that the martial arts that the skill chest contains are not limited to Xuan Thean continent. The next second, Deep Feng cleared his throat and told Li Fai his next goal, to hunt and kill the peak level 9 key dynamic realm monster. Looking at Deep Feng full of energy, he still wanted to know where he learned this martial skill from. No matter where he went, the poor man could not hide his money-making nature, and even brought his younger brother to dominate the Thean Dao battlefield. Even the demon beast scolded him for such an inhumane act of depositing money. At this time, on the second floor of Thean Dao battlefield, looking at the two Deep Feng's arrogant people, a group of people in the darkness were silently cursing their arrogance. Who are these two guys? Furthermore, he whispered, not only is he arrogant, his strength is also incredibly strong. That fat guy is actually a sword cultivator with sword intent. The man next to him really does not care about anyone. Even seeing a stupid demon beast has to throw out 1,800 talismans. These two guys are completely cannot tease. Li Fai glanced at the monk observing in the dark and smiled. He had been to the Thean Dao battlefield many times, but this was still the first time he was so arrogant. But he was still careful to guard against a few backstabbers. He asked Deep Feng when he would come to Thean Dao battlefield next time. He would definitely arrive on time. Deep Feng said that the next time he comes, he will go to the third floor of the battlefield. Li Fai was skeptical. Is it possible that Big Brother Deep has shown signs of breaking through the Dung Line realm? Deep Feng told him that breaking through the realm only depends on whether he wants it or not. Once he breaks through, at least the 9th realm will directly attack the 9th level peak. But these things do not matter. Important, the focus now is how to lose the family. Deep Feng told Li Fai that the 5-9 realm peaks in front were given to him, and the remaining small monsters were his. Backstabbing without martial virtue, throwing a 9-knife thunder lotus into the birds from afar, but still not finished. Seeing that a bolt of lightning could not roast these birds, he threw countless more thunder lotuses. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The nest of a group of fuzzy chickens was attacked by a nuclear bomb. Each bird carcass was roasted to the point of being charred black. On the outside, cooked inside, simultaneously ascending to heaven. Li Fai was scared. Is this the real strength of Big Brother Deep? Even if you kill a bird, you still have to use great moves. He is truly handsome. The next second, he was surprised again. Was not it necessary? Not only killing but also destroying the remains. Where does this name come from? How big is the background? A group of people on the top of the mountain secretly gossiped about Li Fai below. Is this fat guy a Dharma cultivator or a sword cultivator? Why do you have sword intent and not use swords? A smart guy explained, you do not understand. Such a low-level demon beast is simply not worthy of him drawing his sword. This fat guy was very arrogant in his heart. Hearing these flattering words, Li Fai thought to himself, damn, I'm really not a swordsman, I just have sword intent. 2 days later, Deep Feng and Li Fai just lost their family and killed the monster. Congratulations to the host for killing 100 peak-level Kai Dong Realm demon beasts on the second floor of Thean Dao battlefield, receiving 5,000 defeat points. Points lost 1,800 points. Looking at his fortune, it finally exceeded 10,000. Deep Feng said to the system, these few days this little fat man has been following him to kill monsters. After all, he has merit. Is it not too much to reward him with 100,000 top-quality spirit stones? The opponent has extreme death sword intent, and the number of rewards is very reasonable. At this time, Li Fai told Deep Feng that he needed to return to the sect. The sect's regulations require you to return every 2 months to prove you are still alive. It's not convenient for Deep Feng to keep it. After all, people are coming to prove that they're not dead. He immediately threw out a storage ring and told Li Fai that inside was the wages of the past few days. We were destined to meet again. Lafai looked at the back of his big brother leaving, cried bitterly, and asked how many such generous gods of wealth there were in this world of cultivators. Depfong was alone again, setting out alone. Since stepping on this path of defeat, he was destined to be alone and dominate forever. Because the man was too arrogant and had no family, he finally caused the first massacre on the Thiendao battlefield. At that moment, all the heavens and worlds fell silent, and the man who lost his family let the world know what it was like. Is an ancient tyrant. Right after Li Fi left, Deep Feng's defeatist mission was completed. The system rewarded 200 defeatist points, and rewarded 10,000 pieces of Death Sword will. Deep Feng was speechless. Everyone was gone. He would not even feed this to the dog. He began to miss Dai Hong. If there is a puppy here, at least you can feed it 9,000 pieces. If there is no choice, Deep Feng can only fuse it himself. But right at the moment Deep Feng was fusing and consuming the piece of Death Sword intent, without knowing it, a group of people in the darkness had aimed at him, whispering that hateful fat guy is gone. Continuing to observe for a few more days, at this time one person slowly said, "We are ascetic monks, without background. Now we have the opportunity to kill geniuses and steal treasures. Do you want to miss it?" This silver-haired young man was the nameless leader. The other monks were talking loudly. Kill the genius. Leave a lasting reputation. Moreover, the most important thing is, there is a lot of demonic beast blood on that guy's body. The silver-haired young man calmly said, just one sentence, do it or do not do it. The opportunity does not come twice, such a great opportunity. You guys, think carefully. Suddenly the crowd laughed loudly. All were incited by the silver-haired youth to become villains. Countless people laughed loudly, shouted kill geniuses, steal treasures, seize weapons. Shrill screams rang out. Hundreds of monks all raised their weapons. Diep Feng saw quite a few people. Up to 100 more people than when they were at the sect. But they came at just the right time. They had merged martial arts, so let everyone try it. Death Sword intent. Everyone looked at Diep Feng on the mountain, confused. What was he doing? He just woke up and was stretching, but the next second, the world changed. A group of people shouted, "Damn! This guy is playing dirty." Deep Feng suddenly, waves of Death Sword intent, attacking the monks below. Someone realized that the situation was not good and shouted loudly, "This guy also has the Death Sword intent." But it was too late. Everyone was suppressed by the Death Sword intent to the point of not being able to move. Moved at this moment, the nameless silver-haired teenager's face was full of expression. Regretful, Deep Feng was like an angel descending to earth and said, "Did you want to kill me just now?" The silver-haired teenager told everyone not to panic. This guy was already exhausted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Diep Feng waved his hand, preparing to tell everyone why his hometowns. Cherry blossoms were blooming at this time. He smiled and said to the chives below, "There are some things, once you make the wrong choice, your life is over, your whole life is ruined." The group of people are suppressed by the Death Sword intent to the point of not being able to move. They all show terrified faces. They cannot win, basically cannot win. This is the man who has dominated forever. The disgraced man stole the first time of the beautiful female patriarch, but unexpectedly met his sister-in-law in the wilderness. Just now Deep Feng was dominating forever, stepping on the invincible path full of corpses, but he is a tyrant, but he is not a saint. He dares to attack him. He must be mentally prepared to reincarnate. At this time, a maid appeared and asked, "Big brother Deep, are you from Hyoyan Thean realm?" Deep Feng asked, "Who is the person who comes?" The lowly girl said her name was Lac Dao Dao from Van Hokoff, looked at Dip Fong with an arrogant expression, and asked, "Big brother, it seemed like he fought very hard just now." Dip Fong glanced, Van Hokoff he has not seen yet. I've heard this before, this makes the lowly girl impatient. Is not Big brother from Hyan Thean realm? Could it be that some small-time guy from some sect sneaked out? Diep Fong is wary. This girl does not look like a good person. The lowly girl asked Diep Fong to tell her the reason for coming to Thian Dao battlefield. Maybe she can help Diep Fong fulfill 3 wishes. The lowly girl is like that. Is a talkative person. Constantly pestered Diep Fong, saying she liked very much, then said, "Big brother, are you too tired just now? Do you want to eat some tonic pills?" A Diep Fong said if the girl does not go, it will really kill people. Lac Dao Dao laughed, telling Diep Fong that he could not kill her, that her true cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level of the primordial god realm. Diep Fong asked the system if there really was a secret treasure that could suppress the cultivation base and hide the heavenly Dao. Received an affirmative answer from the system. Indeed, yes, and the opponent's secret treasure was a hairpin. Deepfeng did not expect this little lowly girl, such a small thing, to have such a high cultivation base. He said, I come from Tanhan sect, now do not bother me anymore. Lac Dao Dao asked Diepfeng, Tanhan, what kind of tattered mountain gate is this? Furthermore, did he believe what she had just made up? Did he really consider her to be a powerhouse, at the peak of the primordial spirit realm? Diepfeng told her to try taking off her hairpin. This made Lac Dao suspicious. Unexpectedly, the hairpin was not loose, the aura was not visible. How could the other person see it? She looked down on the man in front of her a bit, and in the next second said, I've never heard of the New Soul sect. It's probably not a famous sect. It's better to join the New Soul sect. As long as Diepfeng's New Soul sect, she can ensure that he becomes the core disciple of the sect. This man has 4 spiritual roots and can break through the sword heart realm at any time. As long as he puts effort into cultivating, in the future he will definitely be able to enter the top 3 of the Thianlong list. Diepfeng analyzed. This lowly girl's status was not low in Tanhan Tong, and her last name was Lac. He asked her, what is Lac Thian Tiat to you? The little lowly girl said, do you know my sister? At the same time, in Tanhan Tong, Lac Thian Tiat sneezed continuously. Old Batch quickly asked, Miss, do you have a cold? Lac Thian Tiat, she said she always felt uneasy, like someone was talking about her. How shameless is this broke man, yet he used despicable tricks to seduce his sister-in-law in the wilderness. As expected, rich men are both handsome and domineering. Just after finding out this chaotic relationship, the two of them were silent. This lowly girl was actually his cousin. Lac Dao Dao was also surprised. This person was actually her elder sister's eldest disciple. And what made it most difficult for her to accept was that Diepfeng also held many positions, as well as being the core disciple of Tanhan. Tun is an honorary elder. She is about to go crazy. What should I call him? Elder Diep? Diepfeng walked over with a smile and said, let's just call him by status. I call you cousin. You call me Elder Diep. Lac Dao Dao from refused. Diepfeng directly moved his hands and feet. What does it matter if the elder pinches the disciple's face? He thinks about what gift he should give when meeting his cousin for the first time. Giving a spirit stone has no meaning. Dunango Dan can be a gift to meet his cousin, but it is not appropriate to give it. The remaining Kim Tam Tam Do. Kudip Huey Soul Grass, or the blood essence of the great demon Purple Thunder Crazy Lion, Diepfeng asked. Is your cousin a cultivator? He guessed that it was definitely not a cultivator. Lac Dao Dao was immediately surprised. Diepfeng, but it turns out that what she hates most is people pinching her face. When he was about to go home, he had to tell his sister, but in the next second, a Diepfeng took out a red stone from his pants and said, this is the blood essence of a great demon that has overcome 9 levels of lightning tribulations. From now on, let it be. I pinch one and give 1 drop, but if the cousin does not want to be pinched, then that's fine. The lowly girl immediately rushed forward, telling her brother-in-law to pinch her wherever she wanted. Since she's a cousin, it's okay to pinch her brother-in-law's face. Diepfeng looked at her money-grubbing sister-in-law. This yet it is a practice, so most likely she is also an alchemist. This girl is cunning, she must be sure. Thinking of this, Diepfeng took out something from his pants, then pretended to be surprised and shouted, oh, this Kim Tam Tam Duok is so wonderful. His sister-in-law heard the 4 words Kim Tam Tam Duok, immediately asked Diepfeng with a greedy expression, where is it? Diepfeng held it in her hand and asked if she accepted it. Out this thing. His sister-in-law's eyes lit up. Diepfeng smirked and asked, do you want it? The little lowly girl was immediately stunned. A wave of anger rose up, used a small 800-pound hammer to hit Diepfeng in the chest. Said that she dared to bully her. Diepfeng was an evil person. Diepfeng told his sister-in-law to just scold her. These words he likes to hear. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked dejected. This lowly girl was really not the right type. If she punched her a few more times, he would have to go to Tathian to meet Buddha. Just because she was not familiar with the poor man's face. She promised that if the man could take out 1 billion, from now on she would worship him as his teacher, be his buffalo and horse, and do anything. As a result, the man immediately took out 1 billion and bought her life. At this time, the saint knew that this man was very talented. Just now, his sister-in-law asked Diepfeng how he got the honorary position of elder. Diepfeng did not hide it at all, telling his sister-in-law that he paid 500,000 to buy the position of chief disciple of the New Soul sect. Okay, but the Honorable Elder used 1 billion top-grade miscellaneous crystals and an improved sword formation in exchange. Lakdao was surprised. Since when did the sect begin to be corrupt? Yet they used money to buy it. Suddenly a voice rang out, "It's funny. Have you ever seen top-quality junk? Just opened your mouth, and it was 1 billion. Do you know what the concept of 1 billion is? This person is the owner of Van Ho Kok Hogu Mong." She asked Diep Fong if he likes to use money to oppress people. If it's good, take out 1 billion to crush her. If so, she would marry her immediately, and even take out a marriage certificate. Lac Dao Dao quickly explained to Diep Fong that her master always hated it when others bragged the most, and told his brother-in-law not to pay attention. Then ran in front of the master. "Tell her not to cause trouble, always threaten people with her marriage certificate." Ho Ongumong said she hates people who brag the most. Doing so is to let her disciples clearly see the ugly face. Lac Dao Dao is about to cry. This is the honorary elder of the New Soul sect. Even her father had to call Elder Deep when he saw it. Ho Ongumong said that even an honorary elder cannot speak nonsense. At this time, Deep Fong spoke up. Voice said, "Cousin, your master is too much. If that's the case, then do not blame me for not showing respect." After that, Deep Fong rummaged in his pants for a while, threw out a storage ring, and told him to obediently accept 1 billion spirit stones as a meeting gift. Ho Ongmong looked disdainful, still acting. "I do not believe this name can be taken out." Then Ho Gumong opened the storage ring to see, but Diep Fong had successfully slapped the system. This made Diep Fong a bit surprised. The slap on the face could actually receive a reward. He felt the system there are still many hidden functions yet to be discovered. Ho Ongumong panicked again. This man is really very talented. Diep Fong laughed again. If he brags, he will not hold back. His small billion is completely not enough to see. This loser man has just come out. A woman's hands and chest also tremble 3 times. At this time, Deep Fong had taken out the advanced piece of sword heart. This thing only needs sword intent to reach its limit. Absorbing it can easily break through the sword heart realm. Lac Dao Dao and Ho Gumong were both stunned. Sword heart realm. The initial sword embryo, Ho Engumong, immediately revealed his expression when he saw the man. Covetous, this man who paid money to a wealthy family. She is married, and from now on, she, Ho Engumong, is this man's disciple, but only represents an individual, not representing Van Ho Koff. The disciple looked at the master's bewitching eyes and knew that things were not simple. It's considered incest with Deep Fong. The whole family has a relationship with him. Now even the master is involved. The thing that makes him speechless the most is that now he has to call Deep Fong his master. Ho Gumong keeps promise, take out the contract. Respectfully bow to the master with Deep Fong. Congratulate the host on having the first disciple. Based on the disciple's situation, reward 100 Devil's Charm grass, 100 amulets, 105 poisons batch fragrance flowers. Flowers 100 drops of track soul spirit water. The system told Diep Fong that the host must pass on this tradition of losing a family to the disciples. According to the situation of the disciples losing a family, the system will also give a certain reward. Diep Fong immediately understood. The system accepts a disciple for a reward. The system wants him to be on the path to failure. Make it strong and reappear gloriously. The beautiful girl, just because she was not familiar with the loser man's face, actually made a loser bet with him, and ended up losing so much that she lost her pants. Then she heard that the loser man wanted to give it to her. A great opportunity, accepting her as the female disciple of the failed family at the head of the Beijia sect. At this time, Diep Fong saw that there was something wrong with the system's rewards. Why were they all poisoned this time? He looked at Ho Gumong. Could it be that Van Ho Kok was playing poison? Then he took out a strand of seaweed with a disgusted look on his face, and asked the 2 of them if they recognized this thing. Ho Gumong immediately showed a surprised expression. Lac Dao Dao also gasped, "This is ghost charm grass. According to legend, this thing has been around for so many years. I only saw it once. It was in a secret book that had not been passed on. There was ghost charm grass. The body of the 10,000 poisons that they cultivated would immediately make a leap." Deep Fong threw out another thing and said, "Flowers. Gumong, today you are my first disciple. Is also the future big sister, so you must understand our sect's rules." When the 2 of them saw Deep Fong throwing out a legendary poisonous herb, they were both dumbfounded. She is the 3rd generation of the Kok Master. Van Ho Koff, after traveling for tens of thousands of years, only came across the treasure ghost charming grass once. Lac Dao Dao heard the sect rules and asked Diep Fong if he still joined another sect. One day, the disciples of Bagia sect will be famous in the world. Even everyone can dominate forever. Step on the path of invincibility and defeat. Congratulate the host on the successful establishment of Bagia sect and receive 10 rewards. 10,000 points lost the family. Open the sect's sound transmission function. Open the function to transfer the sect. This sudden defeat point made Deep Fong dizzy. He worked hard for half a year to accumulate 10,000 defeat points. As a result, he only had 100,000 points in just one sentence. The system said, Deep Fong, the sect's sound transmission function, host and disciple. No matter where you are, you can use divine consciousness to transmit sound. The host will command the disciple, the sect teleport function. No matter where the disciple is, the host can teleport to the side. Each disciple can teleport once per day. Maintain for an hour, then automatically return to the starting point. Deep Fong immediately thought that if he accepted disciples from other worlds, in other words, as long as he wanted, he could immediately teleport there. When Hoang Gumong heard that Diep Fong wanted to establish Baijia Mun, she almost could not help but laugh, but they were professional monks and would not laugh easily. Unless they could not help it, Lac Dao Dao covered her mouth and said, Baijia Mun, I'm gonna die laughing. If anyone else hears, my front teeth will also fall out. At this time, Diep Fong asked the two of them to look at the blackboard. He wanted to emphasize that as the first patriarch of Baijia sect, he told Ho Nu Gumong, as a senior sister, to understand the sect's rules. Diep Fong asked her after marrying her. Knowing how ghost charming they would handle it, she was stunned. Then she stood up to answer the question, blushing, and said, We usually use it when bathing, but if we do not have master's permission, we would not use it arbitrarily. We'll keep it carefully. The result is obvious, she replied. Wrong, completely contrary to Baijia Mun's principles. Deep Fong was angry. What are you keeping carefully? What nonsense are you talking about? Just looking at it, you know you cannot comprehend the essence of Baijia Mun. Ho Mong is dumbfounded. Should not you save ghost charm grass? Deep Fong told her, there is already little ghost charming grass, but you do not have the heart to use it. Is it true that ghost charming grass is not grass? If not for humans, why not let dogs use it? There is so little ghost charm grass, but you did not immediately lose your family. Do you still want to keep it? This made Diep Fong immediately curse. Damn, the man only said one word to the beautiful female cock owner, and she immediately transformed, showing the nature of a loser woman who does not act. Moreover, when bathing, use the best herbs. Because she wanted to work hard day and night, she also invited Diep Fong to have fun together. At this time, after being taught by the loser man, Ho Ingumong was depressed. She was supposed to be the owner of Van Ho Koff, but was actually rejected. A young boy taught. At this time, Deep Fong asked, Are they afraid of the poison of ghost charm grass? Ho Ngumong told Diep Fong. She and Dao Dao are both members of Van Doc. The stronger the poison, the more they like it. If they do not believe it, they can fight. Deep Fong received an affirmative answer. Tell the two of you that before going to bed, you must take some foot baths to reward yourself. If you have time, when you are tired, you can put a few in the bathtub to soak in hot water. Only practice. That way it will not be boring. You're in a bad mood, and when you're in a bad mood, you should vent your anger and tear up a few trees to relieve your bad mood. Having said this, Deep Fong reluctantly shook his head. This is probably the worst student he has ever had. Teach. If we follow the master's instructions, I'm afraid we will use up more than 100 of these ghost charming herbs in a few days. This makes Deep Fong angry. If he runs out, he will continue to use something else. Here he has nothing. Only the lost treasures are many. This crazy ill-fated lesson made both of them goosebumps. Lac Dao Dao was dumbfounded and asked the master. This poison spirit grass and poison spirit water seem to have been recorded in ancient books. Right? Ho Ngumong said, and there are indeed battlefields of Thian Dao, but not many. Not even Van Ho Kok and the others had these things. Deep Fong transformed into Ultraman at this time and said, This is a meeting gift. Feel free to use it. And deliberately remind the eldest disciple to remember it after returning. After spending 1 billion spirit stones, all the disciples' treatment will increase tenfold. Buy for the disciples what you should buy what you should not buy. But remember that our Baijia sect's motto is to fail the family, not to be a fool. This makes Ho Ngugu Mong temporarily unable to react. Deep Fong was angry. Scolded, why did I accept such a stupid disciple? It's not enough to lose the family. What else is there to be a cock master? The next second, he waved his hand, opening the sect sound transmission function and the translation function. Transfer the sect to Ho Gu Mong. Then, using the sound transmission function, he asked, "What is the order of our Bei Jia sect? The world does not necessarily know. There's nothing better than having a master like that." She does not act anymore. To be honest, she really cannot suppress her nature anymore. She lost her family. She must think of every way to lose her family. Diep Feng suddenly felt happy. Finally understood. At this time, Ho Gumong completely revealed his true nature. His heart was extremely excited. He could no longer suppress his luxurious loser nature. Lac Dao Dao hid in the corner of the wall and trembled. The master had gone crazy. The master, she's also gone crazy. Now she does not know what to do anymore. Deep Feng finally saw the first step for the Baijia sect to become famous throughout the ages. He thought that in the future, disciples only needed to have heart and not much. If he met Li Fi again, he would also let him join the Baijia sect. That smile was mysterious, looking towards Lac Dao Dao. This made her immediately refuse, while beating and scolding Diep Feng for being a pervert. She did not do anything. The girl said she did not want it, but when she saw what the man took out, she fell silent. Skipping half an hour later, Lac Dao Dao looked unwilling, telling Diep Feng not to be complacent. This time just watch. Just as he temporarily won, Diep Feng laughed again. His sister-in-law was caught. Ho Mong told Diep Feng that they had to go first. The secret treasure suppressing the body's cultivation could only last for 10 days. Lac Dao Dao told Diep Feng to wait for her at Tan Han. Tung, she must claim this debt. Again? As soon as Diep Feng heard it, he shouted loudly, "Cousin, I'm waiting for you." But the relationship between him and this girl is getting more and more chaotic. Sometimes calling big brother, sometimes calling elder, sometimes calling master. Diep Feng also does not know what to call Lac Thien Tiat anymore. This sister-in-law even stuck her tongue out at Diep Feng when she left. Seeing that everyone had left, Diep Feng also felt that there was no point in continuing to stay on the Thien Dao battlefield. After all, he already had 100,000 points. Failed family. First go back to improve their strength to the Dungline stage. An hour later, Diep Feng finally arrived. Returned to Hoyan Thien continent, then looked at the sun. This location was about 3,000 miles away from Tan Han Tung. Diep Feng decided to first find a town to confirm. At the same time, in the main hall of Tan Han Tung, the incident happened. Lakai's appearance startled Lac Thien Tiat. Old Batch also secretly thought that Tu had arrived. It seemed like he was coming again. One person, Lakai, cautiously looked at the two people, a little embarrassed, then asked Tu Tiat, "Do you remember when you were little, I gave you any book you wanted? Right, I treated you well, right?" After hearing this, Lac Thien Tiat was stunned. Uncle Lei of course treated her very well, but she immediately thought of something. At this time Lakai continued, "I'm old, I do not want to live alone. See if you can let me be a sect elder." Lac Thien Tiat, he always told his father. She said that she liked a free and carefree life. The two old men next to her were both surprised and angry. There were only a few people in the new soul sect in total. With him added, there were more elders than disciples. Lac Thien Tiat asked, "Uncle, you are a powerhouse in the realm of the tribulation realm. Coming here, I'm afraid it will be a loss for you." Lakai immediately lost face and said no loss. The next second, a strong aura covering the new soul sect. This caused the faces of Lac Thien Tiat and Lakai to change. This is the aura of a great demon. As a few people gradually appeared, a voice rang out. Lac Thien Tiat asked in bewilderment, "Why did you all come here? And what about this scary great demon?" It turned out to be a group of 5. The children of the new generation have arrived. Tran Hao Vu said they came according to the orders of the sect master, and would later stay at the new soul sect. This gave Lac Thien Tiat a headache. This group of people also wanted to stay at the new soul sect. She had originally established the sect only wanted to live comfortably, but now why are they growing stronger and stronger? Master saw what that loser had been doing these past few days and immediately became angry. Master Van Ho Kok became the top disciple of Baijia sect. His younger sister was disciplined and became sick, always saying that she only wanted to protecting big brother Diep Feng. On the way he also saw a big demon. He took him back to warm the bed. At this time, he looked at the group of 5 people and told them to go back. Something had happened to the core disciples of the new soul sect, so the new soul sect would be broken. The next second he turned around and appeared. The school immediately became awkward. Everyone was silent. After a while, Tran Hao Vu spoke up, saying that his master had given an order, telling his junior brother to pick them up. They immediately followed. This word startled Lac Thien Tiat. Since when did the new soul sect exist? One more junior brother, Tran Hao Vu, said it was Diepfeng. He fought alone against 200 people of the same level. In a battle he became famous in the new soul sect. The 5 great ancestors promoted him to be the 6th core disciple. At this time, the great demon Blood Tang Wolf had surpassed 2 groups. Heavenly Lightning spoke up, Saintess, do not worry, I'm here, no one dares to cause trouble. Lac Thian was completely stunned. Who is this great minister? Such a terrifying aura. Tran Hao Vu continued to explain. She is Blood Dong Lang, with the peak level of transcendence. The sect master said. The little junior brother accidentally caught him on the road. Can be a demon beast guardian. Lac Thian's whole body is not okay. Diepfeng can really do such a thing. Then she asked Uncle La. Is this coming here also related to the disciple? Are you losing your family? Seeing the other person's evasive eyes, Lac Thian was completely angry. This Diepfeng had only been out wandering for a few days, yet he had brought back all the big guys. The boss behind the Thian Vu Chamber of Commerce had arrived. Uncle La Du Keep Realm had also arrived 5 days ago. My sect's talent even brought a great demon from the transcendent realm here. At this time, Tran Hao Vu shouted loudly, Holy woman, let's talk. He whispered to Lac Thian, absolutely do not offend the little junior brother. He is not only your eldest disciple, but also an elder. The reputation of the new soul sect was promoted by the elders. Even the father of the person who saw him had to call out. Elder Depp and Lac Thian asked, since when did become an honorary elder position? Tran Hao Vu told the saintess to keep her voice down. This was not a glorious matter. The younger brother's elder position was probably a waste of money. By and when leaving, the sect master gave careful instructions. Must keep it a secret. Knowing Diepfeng's actions, she only knew how much he had lost his family. At this time, the jade pendant on her waist rang, and immediately a stream of divine consciousness came. It was her younger sister. Lac, sister, you tell me, what should I call my master's master? What should I call him? Since he is your master, then he is also my master. Then I'm sorry, sister. Eldest disciple. Yours is now my master. I told you in advance, maybe Big Brother has not come back yet. You definitely do not blame Big Brother deep. Lac Thian angrily broke the jade pendant. This damn Diepfeng has finally taken action. On younger sister, better. There's also her master. Although he was the master of Van Ho Koff, he worshipped a Kai Dong Realm Jr. as his master. At this time, Lac Thian could not contain the tyrannical aura on his body. The ground inside the sect immediately cracked and completely cracked. Crazy, Van Ho Koff's master actually worshipped a Kikave Realm Jr. as his master. Good disciple. The world's best fortune teller, just because he gave a fortune to a failed man, revealing the secret of heaven, and was killed by the system. His hair, which already did not have much left, has now completely disappeared. Lac Thian of the New Soul sect, after learning of Diepfeng's defeat, went completely crazy. She said that if you want to stay, the sect will absolutely not provide any resources. Looking at the saintess going crazy, Tran Hao Vu trembled. He replied that the saintess did not need anything. As long as she could live, it would be good. Lac Thian told Elder Ha to arrange a place to live for a few people. Back in the room, Lac Thian had thought of 1,000 cruel ways of torture. Diepfeng, the sect is all in chaos now. When you return, you must definitely settle the matter. Old Batch looks like he does not know why the lady is so angry, but he will help remove the lady's anger. And Diepfeng, after returning, you must submit a few plants of Ku Dip Aniseed Soul Grass. At the same time, in an anonymous town, Diepfeng felt strange. It was clearly summer. Why did he feel cold down his spine? He asked. This place was 300 kilometers from Tan Han Tong. It would take more than 20 days to walk, let alone how long it would take to get back to Tan Han Tong. At this time, he discovered that a group of people behind him were talking about a scammer. This person claimed to be a divine figure of the world. He could see the sky and earth, and see the air in between. As long as the other party paid, he would any position can tell fortunes. Diepfeng looked at Chu Thong claiming to be the elder of Thian Ko Cax. He did not expect that this world of cultivating immortals also had a bad fortune teller. Diepfeng told the old man to give him a hexagram. Chu Thong said the old rule, 1 meal, 1 hexagram, eat first, then read the fortune. Then the two went to an inn that could not be described in words. The dish that Diepfeng ordered was approved by the old Taoist. He praised Diepfeng for knowing how to be a human being. Diepfeng looked at this old man. He had to starve for at least 9 meals in the past 3 days. No matter how he looked at it, it was not trustworthy. Half an hour later, The old Taoist was full and asked Diep Fong to give him a drop of blood essence. He will tell the fortune for you. Diep Fong was stunned as expected. The operation was similar to other bad fortune tellers. Then Diep Fong also coordinated and gave a drop. Chu Thong used the Thianko technique and began to help Diep Fong see the heavenly secret, when suddenly the system rang. The scanning system has special energy and is examining the trajectory of the host's destiny. The kill function will automatically be activated. The next second, a bolt of lightning appeared in the inn, hitting the old Taoist black on the outside. Inside, successfully killed. Diep Fong was dumbfounded. This old man is not a scammer, he really has bravery. To the point where the system had to use the kill function to prevent it. At this time, the old Taoist looked at Diep Fong in horror. Diep Fong knew he had no morals and quickly apologized to the old man. He said it was because of his problem. For some special reason, the old man's soul was injured, unintentionally causing the other person to go bald. This type of weed is considered by the world to be a Western treasure. But who would have thought that the moment the man took action, he already had 5 plants. Not only that, but I also live-streamed it for the whole world to see me using it to soak my feet. Just now, the old Taoist told Diep Fong's fortune. Goosebumps all over my body, I almost died on the spot. In order to peek at the heavenly plan, the system forcibly activated the heavenly thunder to kill. At this moment, the old man was struck by lightning to the point of screaming miserably. That overbearing force almost made him lose his soul. He just wanted to take a peek at this person's fate and misfortune within a month. The old man told Diep Fong not to come closer and let him rest for a while. Diep Fong said he had a 9-leaf and eye soul grass, which could help restore a severely injured soul. Thanks to this old god, he learned about a hidden function of the system. The old man said, the spirit grass he gave him was too wasteful, so it was more profitable to sell it to the alchemist. Furthermore, he told Diep Fong not to reveal it. If you do not have the ability to protect yourself, you must not reveal this treasure. People who are innocent, wearing pearls are guilty. Diep Fong glanced at the old magician and discovered that this old man was not only good at fortune-telling, but also very kind. The next second, Diep Fong directly took it out from his pants, telling his senior to rest assured. He kept this thing very well, and the medicinal effect was absolutely sufficient. If the senior does not need it, then he can only reluctantly take it out to soak his feet. Seeing this, the old man refused, thinking that Diep Fong just wanted him to accept it with peace of mind before saying that he was taking it for a foot bath. Then receiving the 9-leaf high soul grass, the old man directly ate it raw. Diep Fong is very satisfied, so the loser must be generous. At this time the system rang. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 2 hidden functions of the system, rewarding 10,000 loser points. Reward 100 plants of 9 leaves and ice soul grass, 100 pieces of Thianko secret technique done Nugo Dan. After hearing this, Diep Fong was stunned. This secret technique of Thianko Dan and Go Dan does not sound simple. An hour later, the 9-leaf and ice soul grass was eaten cleanly. The old man had a satisfied look on his face. The medicine's effectiveness was certainly extraordinary, and the injured soul had recovered 7 or 8%. Diep Fong observed again. Could it be that a plant with medicinal effects could not completely cure it? The next second, he took out 5 spiritual herbs and told the senior to eat them. If we cannot eat it all, we take it and soak our feet, which surprises the old man. This foot bath turned out to be no joke. A few minutes later, he still completely collapsed. Brainwashed by Diep Fong's loser theory, life should be enjoyed well. The old man felt it was better to say, little friend, you really live a very clear life. At this moment, he wanted to cry and eat it raw, but he actually took it and soaked his feet. Damned! Diep Fong suddenly asked, Elder Chu, are you not? Diep Fong, he came to carry out a secret mission. Everyone understood. At this time the system rang again. The celestial peeping function is activated, requiring the host to participate in a celestial peeping event. Chu Thong once used Thian Haiyan mysterious technique to peek at the host's heavenly secrets. The host met the conditions, and the function to peek into the heavenly secrets was opened. Diep Fong saw the hidden function reopen. He really did not expect it. Old Chu fortune teller actually helped him unlock 2 functions. Diep Fong has never owed overnight favors. Give the 5 mysterious Thian Nugu Dan techniques and tell Elder Chu to keep them. Old Chu was stunned. Diep Fong fed him food and bathed his feet. Should not he be thanking him? Diep Fong smirked again. This is all he deserves? The next second, the old man reacted and asked, what do you say is the name of this medicinal pill? Another female saint is about to be educated with money by a very talented man. The wealthy man exudes the romance of the 80s, calling himself very handsome while holding a rose in his mouth. As a result, the female saint criticized her as something dogs would not even want to eat. This made the Baegia sect master feel embarrassed for the first time. At this time, old Chu heard that it was the mysterious Thien and Gu Dan technique. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He shouted loudly, "What the hell is that? This Diep Fong really does not care about anyone. Treasures in his eyes are all trash." Diep Fong asked Old Chu if he wanted to try one. Old Chu tried to calm down, but in his heart he was craving. Diep Fong used the function to peek at the heavenly plan to see Elder Chu's mission. Chu Thong's mission is the destiny of Heavenly Master of Thien Ko Cax. Searching for the future saintess of Thien Ko Pavilion. Diep Fong found this secret mission very interesting. Looking for a successor, the system rang again. Release random missions. Recruited Saintess Thien Ko Cax to become a disciple of Baegia sect. The mission involves large-scale family defeat. Can refuse. Diep Fong immediately saw through the system's shameless face and wanted him to dig into the corner. This system is really dirty. Seeing Old Chu is immersed in the Dun Nugo pill and cannot get out on his own. Diep Fong can only say sorry. Then tell the system to look it up. Name and current location of Saintess Thien Ko Cax. 20 minutes later, the medicine's effect wore off and Old Chu slowly opened his eyes. He quickly asked Diep Fong how many more pills like that he had left. He covered everything on behalf of Thien Ko Cax. Diep Fong was stunned. It was true that he had some left, but he did not sell it to him. This caused Old Chu's brain to shrink. Ask why? The next second, Diep Fong whispered, "Save it for your sect's saintess. Diep Line tie it." This almost made Old Chu say, "Damn it." Diep Fong told the old man not to rush away. He had no malicious intentions. Just wanted Diep Line tie it to join the Baegia sect. They can be in charge of teaching, but he can only provide resources. Elder Zhou continued to talk again, saying that the saintess absolutely could not fish with both hands. No matter how you look at it, Diep Fong does not look like a good person. Thinking to myself, I absolutely cannot let Diep Fong find the person first. Diep Fong chuckled again. The other person was hooked. Thien Ko Cax cannot calculate the time. Diep Line Tiat has not yet arrived at Fong Dip City. After that, Diep Fong ran for 2 hours, tired to death. Right now he really misses his little brother Lai Fai. Suddenly he was stunned. Someone came. A girl slowly approached. Does Diep Fong know he cannot escape? This lovely innocent girl is Diep Line Tiat. Young, beautiful, and seductive, he's hooked on this female disciple. Immediately forgetting Lai Fai, the next second, Diep Fong appeared in an extremely suggestive pose, holding a rose to greet the other person. This startled the innocent, straight, black-haired girl. Diep Fong introduced himself as the leader of the Baegia sect. Today, when he saw your white skin and long legs, he wanted to cut you down. Oh, that's wrong. He wanted to accept you as his disciple. I do not know if you would agree. As soon as the words fell, Diep Line Tiat almost could not hold back her laughter, but finally laughed out loud. This script is too bloody. Diep Fong was engulfed by mocking laughter, feeling embarrassed for the first time since debut. The female saint doubted the man's financial resources. As a result, the loser man had already paid $1 billion, buying her life, and could only use it for him in the future. After learning the truth, the saint was frightened. It turned out that the man had done such a thing not just once or twice, but had become a habit. At this time, Diep Fong asked the rose girl if she was surprised just now. The girl smiled wryly and said, "Very special, especially trash. You are a sect master. Your cultivation base is only in the Ki dynamic realm. Placed in the realm of cultivating immortals is a nonsense sect that can be destroyed at any time. Where do you get your confidence and why do you accept others as disciples? You must know that she is a powerhouse of the 7th level of bamboo structure." After hearing this, Diep Fong was stunned and said, "That's right, the 7th level of Truck Ko's cultivation level is indeed a bit weak. After all, compared to senior sister who entered the sect a few days before you, the gap is quite big. Her cultivation level seems to be level 9 of the tribulation level, but you do not need to feel inferior. Our sect is not a place that values strength, but needs to learn a kind of spirit." Diep Line Tiat was angry and left with an arrogant expression, a sect's master whose cultivation level was lower than hers. Yet she said that the disciple was from the Duqi period. Was she an idiot? If she had not found the other person handsome, she would not have bothered to talk today. Especially when the man boasted just now, he should have been slapped twice. Diep Fong saw that soft methods were not working, so he could only use tough methods, and began to brainwash the girl, saying that as long as she joined the sect, She would get whatever she wanted with cultivation resources, and there would also be commissions. As a result, seeing that the girl still did not pay attention, she immediately said, "Are you trying to use retreat as advancement?" This made the saintess even angrier. Did she want to seduce an idiot? If she had not seen this man's handsome face, she would have strangled him to death. After that, he stopped pretending and told the man that, if he wanted to accept her as his disciple, it was not impossible. He just needed to take out 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Then tell Diepfeng he can start acting. Diepfeng laughed again. Here she comes again. Today she really saw a ghost. If her master knew, she would definitely regret it. Her previous price was only 1,000. Diepfeng slowly said, "Less too. Your vision is too narrow. Compared to senior sister, you are really far behind." Then Diepfeng took out a storage ring from his pants. Deep Line Tiat whispered again. Just now this kid kept staring at her chest and talking softly. The next second, Deep Line Tiat opened the storage ring. Her vision immediately expanded, suddenly larger. Seeing the mountain of spirit stones in front of her, she could only scream. She hesitated. What should she do now if she accepted the spirit stones to join the so-called Beijia sect? The master actually has a lower cultivation base than the disciple, so it would definitely be embarrassing to say it out loud. But if he directly took the spirit stone and ran away, what would the devil's mind do if he later overcome the lightning tribulation? In the next second, she suddenly realized, did not she still have a senior sister of the 9th level? Such a big man can even boldly join the sect. What can she not do? Deep Line Tiat asked Diepfeng, "How big is your sister's vision? How much did you ask for before?" Diepfeng said vision is something that needs to be supplemented with spirit stones, then realized he was off topic, smiled and said, "It's also 1 billion. Deep Line Tiat was stunned. That's not much of a difference. Diepfeng suddenly approached again, saying that she wanted not a spirit stone, but 1 billion top-grade spirit crystals. As soon as the words fell, Deep Line Tiat felt like she was struck by lightning. What is the concept of 1 billion top-grade spirit crystals? She immediately exclaimed, "Damn it." She looked at this very talented man with an unbelievable expression. How terrible is it when a broke man deposits money? When Aladdin's magic lamp came, he had to give him 3 wishes. Just now, when Deep Line Tiat heard her sister's price, she almost froze, then approached with a flattering look on her face, asking her master to give her a little more. "Go, I just need money, maybe I do not need to act." Diepfeng saw that this girl was very easy to teach, and the next second he rewarded her with 1 billion as an encouragement. Deep Line Tiat immediately knelt down. If you did not know this scene, you would think that the girl was proposing. Diepfeng told her to get up. The politeness may be small, but congratulating the host on completing a random task. Reward 30,000 defeating points. Congratulations to the host for having the second disciple. Reward 10,000 Theanco secret technique done new go pill. And reward 1 cause and effect Dao inscription. Cause and effect Dao Van after fusion can counteract the cause and effect caused by peeping on heaven's plans. Diepfeng knows this is a good thing. Fortune telling will result in karma. With this thing, he can freely reveal heavenly secrets. Deep Line Tiat saw her master smiling innocently and was very confused. Diepfeng told his 2 disciples that although he joined the Beijia sect, he must remember that the sect does not have a mountain gate. Thinking of Elder Chu being beaten along the way to find this girl, it was you. Cause and effect Dao literature. Revealing heavenly secrets will definitely involve cause and effect. It can counteract cause and effect to a certain extent. In the future, when revealing heavenly secrets, be a little more careful. Diepfeng took out 10,000 pills of Dundungo Dan and told his disciples to eat them if they encounter a bottleneck. If they do not have enough, they should come find him again. Deep Line Tiat looked at this wealthy man and suddenly felt a little moved to repay him, asking the world, who does not love such a generous man? She even began to suspect that her master was the one controlling Hyoanthian continent. Thinking of this, Deep Line Tiat came to her senses and told her master to rest assured that she would definitely turn Kokak into a dependent of Beijia Mun. Diepfeng saw that his disciple's brain circuit was abnormal. Deep Line Tiat immediately asked her sister if she was a person of some great power. Diepfeng nodded. Deep Line Tiat said she understood and would blend into Thean Kokak as a saintess. Diepfeng smiled and said, "Lin Tiat, you may have misunderstood." The female disciple smiled and said to the master, "Do not worry, you must trust the disciple's tricks to infiltrate the inner circle." Diepfeng even wanted to give her a reward at this time. It was really great. Damn it, do not arbitrarily add it to me. What the hell do you understand? This female disciple has watched too many spy movies. No matter how scary this female disciple is, as long as you dare to say it, she will dare to act. At this time, Deep Fong led Deep Lin Tayat to secretly find the old Taoist priest, who was the elder of Thean Kokak, and actually set up a fortune-telling stall along the way. Deep Fong hid to the side and told Deep Lin Tayat that the scruffy old man in front was the elder Thean Kokak. After hearing this, Deep Lin Tayat rushed out. "Master, do not worry, I'll go and have a fortune teller." Deep Fong was about to say something. This sick girl rushed out without having time to stop her. Deep Lin Tayat told her master that she was leaving and would absolutely not disappoint him. But just now it seemed like the master had something to say. Deep Fong looked at this agitated disciple. He gave up and told his disciple to try harder. It's useless for him to worry. It's better to give Thean Kokak a headache. Deep Lin Tayat came in front of the old god and directly said the code. The wind blew softly, the water was cold, the warrior left and did not return. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Fong saw the old Taoist indecently kidnapping people in the middle of the street. Looking at his disciple gradually disappearing, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Damn it, I forgot to turn on the sect sound transmission function and sect transfer function for Deep Lin Tayat. At the same time, the old Taoist took his people and ran out of the city. The old man sneered. That little guy with not yet fully grown hair also wanted to trick him. Deep Lin Tayat looked disdainful. This old man still did not know that he was being toyed by his master. Even though you live so big, you cannot tell fortunes as well as your master. Very quickly, the sun set, the moon rose, Deep Fong walked out of the small forest alone. In the wild forest, it was already dark. Deep Fong could only wait for tomorrow to continue his journey. But before he could take a few steps, he was stunned. In a small cave, there was a bed that was not bad. I was busy all day, but did not see any monsters. This man is the young owner of Tin Gayat mountain site, Truong Han. The old man next to him was the protector, Old Man Ban. He silently scolded the young master for being useless. Stupid talent, poor spiritual roots, arrogant, only knows how to play and enjoy, not wanting to cultivate. If it were not for the homeowner's arrangement, who would want to be his guardian? At this time, Truong Han also discovered the cave ahead. I have a bed, I have a place to rest tonight, but I do not know that danger is quietly approaching. Elder Ban from behind waved a palm. At the moment of danger, Truong Han told Elder Ban to come here quickly. This sudden statement made the guardian startled, then asked the young master if he had discovered anything. The man had lost his family and cultivated immortals. He recharged and broke through 9 realms in one day, but he did not even look at anyone when he slept. If anything, use spirit stone to cover the bed. At this time, Truong Han saw that there was someone in the world who knew better than him. He seems to have learned it. Using spirit stones to cover the bed is very interesting. The guardian next to him was angry. This useless guy did not learn anything. He only learned to lose his family. Truong Han told Old Man Ban to kill that person. He used the spirit stone bed. Old Man Ban told young master to think carefully. The other party has such financial resources. I'm afraid his identity is not simple. Perhaps his guardian is nearby. He suggested that the young master should still observe first. The next second, the proposal was immediately approved. Truong Han said he could take action. There was no problem with him observing. At this time, Truong Han imagined the scene after he got the bed, brought a few girls to have fun, then Ban La took action. A stream of spiritual energy transformed at extremely fast speed and rushed towards Deep Fong, killing him. Unintended consequences occur. As soon as they got close, a stream of golden light suddenly erupted. Truong Han and the guardian were immediately killed in the blink of an eye, without any pain. The yellow-shirted guardian said, "It's really dangerous. These 2 bastards almost disturbed the host's rest." The next second, he discovered a small creature, which was the purple mother worm, which could mark targets through death. The purple mother worm. It's interesting. After thinking for a moment, he let the purple mother insect go. It might cause some trouble for the host, so he would have a chance to go out and get some fresh air. Early the next morning, Deep Fong slowly woke up, but his face was unhappy, and his whole body ached when he woke up. He thought that next time it was necessary to ask the system to give him a blanket. The spirit stone bed is too hard. Then open the system panel. The defeat score is more than 14,000. Today's loser item is 10,000 pieces of Heavenly Thunder Talisman of 6th grade, 9th grade. The power of this talisman is equivalent to the full force of a single strike from the 9th level of the foundation. Seeing so many loser points, Deep Feng directly used it to improve his cultivation, telling the system to consume the loser points, raising his strength to the peak level 7 of Bamboo Foundation. The aura immediately overflowed crazily. Upon entering, the aura was so intense that it almost liquefied. At this time, in the cave, Deep Feng was greedily absorbing. This time the system was very generous. He was about to be unbearable, about to explode. The next second, a lotus flower slowly sprouted. In just a blink of an eye it quickly grew and bloomed, and Deep Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of the lotus. Finally, half an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, reaching the peak of the 7th level of Foundation establishment, successfully. In the end, the master, a female saint, and his hyperactive sister-in-law still fell into the trap of the loser man. With just a 30-carat diamond, the bankrupt man fell in love with the most beautiful saintess in Hoyanthian continent. He also agreed to let the man form a soccer team. Just now Dip Feng was practicing in the cave when he suddenly breaking 2 great realms in a row, feeling, I can fly? Asked the world, who can break through the 9 realms in one night? It is natural for him to be arrogant and defeated, but unfortunately no one witnessed such a glorious feat. But when he stepped out of the cave, he discovered 2 corpses witnessing everything. When Dip Feng approached, he exclaimed, "Damn, whose car was that?" Yet he was killed with just 1 blow. At this time he was upset. His shocking breakthrough was witnessed by 2 people who died. He was very heartbroken. He guessed that these 2 people must have wanted to stab him in the back last night. But what is this glowing insect in front of him? After that, I did not think too much and decided to pack my bags and leave. At the same time, a classic scene is taking place. Master, I entrust everything to you. Can you marry me? Lakvo Dan had tears in his eyes and handed his daughter over to the loser. Deep Feng had just married the saint and made a rude request, saying she wanted to give birth to 10 children. Lac Thien Tiat blushed and nodded and said everyone would listen to him. The next second she woke up from the nightmare. Then a terrible scream came from Lac Thien Tiat's room. At this moment, she was panting in the room. It turned out it was just a dream. The result suddenly came from behind. Deep Feng, what are you doing? Hearing someone, Lac Thien Tiat breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Since it was a dream, it's okay and you can continue to sleep. Very quickly she discovered something unusual. What is it? The next second, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in Tanhan sect. Lac Thien Tiat ran directly out of the room. She did not dare to stay in this room anymore. The 5 cultivators asked the saint why she came here so late at night. Besides, what was that explosion just now? Lac Thien Tiat was in chaos. The explanation was just a demon's mind. Tonight she will sleep here. Give her a place to lie down. The 2 of them looked at the saintess who came to borrow the bed in the middle of the night, and were also bewildered. The first time the bankrupt man bragged about meeting his opponent, he decided to teach him how to be a human being. At this time Deep Feng was lost in a small forest. Just when he was about to give up and wait for death, he heard the sound of a carriage. Deep Feng stood up and looked. It seemed to be a convoy of some commercial association. Seeing the life buoy, Deep Feng quickly ran over, and the man driving the car saw someone, waving his hand to signal the convoy to stop and see the situation. Meng Duongvu asked the other person why he was blocking the way. Deep Feng said he wanted to discuss whether he could join the convoy and go together. Meng Duongvu laughed coldly. Do you think I will let a stranger appear in the middle of the road arbitrarily join the convoy? Looking at the convoy gradually going away, the poor man was angry, for the first time feeling that money is not omnipotent. When he gets to the next town, he must personally create a convoy of 10,000 people. The next second, Meng Duongvu actually turned the car around. Asked Dip Feng if he really wants to follow the convoy. His master said he could give Dip Feng a chance. The prerequisite is that Deep Feng can win against him in the match. The person who came was the young master of the Tran Hai Chamber of Commerce, Hong Tiu Fai, who was at the peak level of divine hidden realm cultivation. Deep Feng was immediately interested. He was just a blonde kid. He introduced Deep Feng, the peak 9th level of bamboo realm. Seeing that Deep Feng's cultivation level was weaker, the blonde boy immediately became complacent, saying that he could give Deep Feng 3 moves, using any means. Deep Feng smiled. This guy likes acting even more than him. Today we must teach him. Let him experience the cruelty of society. Meng Duongvu saw Deep Feng playing in dirty and quickly ran to tell the young master to be careful. This person is very dangerous. He scolded Deep Feng that it was just a competition. Whether you win or lose, the young master will let you join the convoy. You taking out the talisman is too much. Deep Fong told him the talisman was not used to hurt people, it was just for fun, and then used the function to peek at the heavenly secrets. As a result, the system told Deep Fong that the other party was telling the truth. This time he was guessing. Meng Duongvu stared at Deep Fong and asked, if you take this out to play with, even the devil would not believe it. Deep Fong sighed helplessly. He knew it would definitely be like that. The next second, he waved his hand and threw the talisman into the sky, as if setting off fireworks for the convoy. Art exploded. Meng Duongvu was dumbfounded. But actually playing it, because of showing off, this man ended up losing his family like that. A man who is so proud of his family that heaven and earth shake. Seeing him as a reward. Each person gets a share, at least 10,000. There is no limit, making ordinary people believe that a night of tossing and turning is no longer a dream. Just now, Deep Fong waved his hand and threw the talisman, causing other people in the forest to experience something. Meng Duongvu saw that this man was truly a loser, so he retracted what he had just said. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he had a few more talismans in his hand. Deep Fong distributed small cards, one for each person. Even his horse did not miss. Meng Duongvu was really scared this time. Each talisman was worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Deep Fong told everyone to listen to the commander, and next he prepared to lead everyone to participate in the Thean Loi party. Deep Fong, this loser and devil, thought of asking someone else to lose his family and then give him some reward. Meng Duongvu looked at the man who exuded the aura of a rich man, but he continuously took out 6 bottles of 9-level talismans. This person's status was afraid that even his family's young master could not compare, intending to pay back. When he returned, he immediately saw that his young master had been poisoned by this loser. Deep Fong suddenly shouted, "It's time!" Everyone obeyed and threw talismans into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 10 miles around, it was as if a level 10 earthquake had occurred. The plane passing overhead was almost scared, their heads were pounding. Everyone looked at the deep hole in the ground and sighed loudly and deeply. Hong Tiufi found the butler again, cried and told him to testify, telling his father that his family was no better than anyone else. And at this time the system rang. Congratulations to the host for today's defeat, a reward of 1,000 buddhas. Deep Fong was very surprised. This time the reward was actually a magical power. He was very satisfied with this reward, so he proposed to system, each person rewards 1 billion. The system got angry and told him that the loser family had to be moderate. Each person had at most 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he could not pick his hair, Deep Fong had no choice but to give up. A gentle wind blew, each person had a ring in their hand. Just when everyone was confused, Deep Fong spoke up to say thank you. Thank you everyone for helping me throw those talismans just now. These top-quality spirit stones, I hope everyone would not criticize. After opening them, everyone almost knelt down. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. They work 3 jobs a day. They cannot find it in 10 lifetimes. So much. Meng Duongvu was silent. Each person had 100,000, a total of 1,080,000 top-quality spirit stones. Hong Tiufi was angry at this time. How could he be called a failure with the things he spent before? At most it was just consumption. When he returns, he must tell his father about this, so that he can bear the blame. 10 years of unjust failure and disgrace. Meng Duongvu warned him, do not learn the good, only learn the bad. As a result, this scene was seen by Deep Fong, causing him to begin to doubt his humanity. Duel, chickens of steel. The loser man has a system of heroes. Even when Jack Ma comes, he has to call Big Brother. The man helped. The convoy originally had hundreds of people. Now there was no one left. Just now Meng Duongvu and his young master were talking. Suddenly a group of people came. Everyone in the convoy, the cars, spoke up one after another. This journey was very dangerous. Now they were financially free. I do not want to risk my life. I want to go home to my 3 wives and 5 children. Meng Duongvu immediately felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he froze. In just a few short minutes, he witnessed a convoy of hundreds of people disintegrate, while Deep Fong was hiding behind the car trembling. Kindness took him part of the way. He was too ungrateful and unintentionally caused the convoy to disperse. Congratulating the host on the success of losing the family, rewarding 200 points for losing the family, and awarding a prescription for Hyatt's son Dan. Deep Fong could only helplessly smile and say, Mong Butler, we really did not mean it. Really. I did not expect these people to be so greedy. Just give them 100,000 top-quality spirit stones as a benefit. When Meng Duongvu heard these words, he immediately exploded. This bad boy really knows how to act. He always gives them 1 billion. If they really give them 1 billion, then why do they work 996 overtime every day? With God's money, you can get rich, so why go to work anymore? Hong Tiu Field told Deep Fong to stop quickly. Butler Meng was about to be angry to death. Deep Fong saw that the person was about to die, so he asked the butler if he had any wishes. The butler said he did not want to die yet. Deep Fong said, "That is, agree," said that he was satisfied. Immediately took out the treasure from his pants. The next second he was speechless. Although these things were not bad, they seemed to be of new use. When Butler Mong saw the treasure that Dip Fong took out, he immediately regained his health. Ku Dip Soul Herb, Kim Tam Tam Medicine, Blood Essence of the Great Diamond to Loi Kong Lion, Dunugudan, Advanced Sword Heart Fragment, Thean the Secret Technique of Tunugudan. This bastard did not want to cure him. Obviously trying to brag, Deep Fong muttered, "The system only knows how to reward useless things. When it comes to important things, none of them can be used." As soon as he finished speaking, making the two people next to him silent, Diep Fong asked, "Butler, you probably know your wound yourself. What medicine is needed to treat it? Just say it, I will definitely take responsibility." Meng Dongvu smiled. "Okay, let's start acting again, right? I have an internal injury and need an 8th grade blood sin pill to be cured, and it must be 5 lines to be effective." As soon as Deep Fong heard about Hyatt Sin Dan, the system rewarded him with a prescription for blood sin Dan. Then he laughed. This time he could not act. System 10 8th grade blood sin Dan, the type with good effect. Best. This made the two people next to them fully understand how much this man was a failure. Just now Dip Fong started spinning the blind chest. A total of 80 pill boxes were opened, consuming 8,000 points of failure, and received 10 8th grade 9-line blood pills. Deep Fong was a bit confused. He had just spent 8,000 points and was able to spin. He asked the system where the other items he could spin were. The system casually said he did not know. Young Master Hong Tiu Fi next to him said, "Mong Butler, this person is just a braggart loser. Is it too much to ask for 5 or more elixir pills?" At this time, Deep Fong was questioning the system. This damn system also stole a lot of his martial arts skills last time. This time he blatantly swallowed them. The system told the host to calm down and stop questioning him. "Someone comes." Butler Meng smiled and said, "This brother, just joking with you just now. After all, blood sin pill has been lost for many years. It's normal to not have it." But he did not expect the slap to come so quickly. So Diep Fong took it out of his pants and asked him if it was this thing. Butler Meng almost peed his pants, but he actually had it, and it looked like it was 9 text. Diep Fong told Butler Meng to eat quickly. Protecting his life was important. This scared. He could not eat such a priceless pill, so he had no choice but to refuse. "Young master, my wound is fine. It'll be fine in a little while. There's no need to waste medicine like that." Deep Fong suddenly said, "Is this trash medicine very valuable?" This made the horse startled after hearing this. Next to the two people dumbfounded. That is the legendary 9-text medicine pill. Yet being called trash, Hong Tiu Fi at this moment seemed completely poisoned. Considering Diep Fong a failed idol, the next second, Diep Fong actually started causing chaos, feeding the horse pills again. Medicine. This made the horse so excited that he almost spoke in human language. Meng Butler was dumbfounded again, excitedly shouted, "Do not do it. The loser's method meets the standards. Congratulations to the host for losing the family's success. Reward 3,000 loser points." Diep Fong smiled. "This loser point is easy to earn. 2. I had to lose a few more pellets to get it, then fed it frantically, telling the horse to just eat it." This crazy performance made the two people next to me dumbfounded. Meng Butler's face turned pale. He begged Deep Fong, "Stop, do not lose your family anymore." But Diep Fong was already in a state of failure. How could he easily stop? At this time the horse and he were immersed in the experience of being losers, for the first time feeling the joy of being losers. Then, Diep Fong took out another pill and asked Butler Meng, "How should this 9-mark blood sin pill be handled?" Meng Butler did not dare to say anything else. He could only sadly eat it. As a result, 1 pill went into his stomach. The taste did not seem to be bad, but in the end he still lived in the form he hated the most, how to lose his family for the first time. First conformity standards. Congratulations to the host on the success of losing family. Reward 3,000 points of losing family. 1,009-mark blood sin pill. This medicine will not receive the reward of losing family. Deep Fong was stunned. It seems that Butler Meng did not deceive him. The wound is not serious. If you eat it into the system, you will be considered a failure. But how to deal with the sudden appearance of 1,000 pills? He looked at the two people behind him, took out a handful of pills, and asked, "Young Master Hong, do you want to taste the taste of the 9-tex blood sin pill, or not?" Today, the bankrupt man finally got what he wanted, received a reward from his master, even took out a legendary level prescription, successfully joined the Merchant Guild, and entered the top list of wealthy people. World of Cultivating Immortals. At this time Diep Fong told the blonde boy to just eat. He has a lot of treasures. This makes the horse outside jealous. Hong Tiu Fai directly accepted Diep Fong as his big brother. If he needs anything in the future, he will definitely do his best to help. The next second, they suddenly looked at each other, but Butler Meng told Tiu Fai to rest assured. When he returns, he will explain everything clearly to his father. This makes Diep Fong anticipate something big. As a result, the situation suddenly turns around. Butler Meng comforts him. "Young master, over the years, you have suffered a bad reputation. I'm really feeling sorry for myself, because my vision has not expanded yet." Incompetent. Basically never met a true loser. Diep Fong was speechless, thinking it was a good show. Turns out that was just that he also took out sausages and instant noodles, and ended up showing him this, then asked, "Why do you say blood birth pill is a precious medicinal pill? Where is it precious? Is not there a more precious 9-grade medicinal pill?" Butler Meng said, "Blood pill is actually valuable in its prescription. The therapeutic effect of blood pill is extremely good, ranking very high among all medicinal pills. Although the preparation method and medicinal ingredients are very simple. But this description has been lost for a long time, leading to the fact that now the blood sin pill takes 1 pill at a time." Hearing these words, Diep Fong took out a piece of paper from his pants. "Ask housekeeper Meng, is this a prescription?" This also surprised Hong Tiu Fai. Big brother Deep could pull anything out of his pants. Diep Fong smiled and said he could give this prescription to the Chamber of Commerce. These words made Hong Tiu Fai happy. This is priceless. But Diep Fong also made a request. He must share a part of the profits, and must deliver them to his sect. Hong Tiu Fai immediately agreed on his father's behalf, thinking that by making such a great contribution to the sect, after returning, he would definitely be rewarded by his master. Diep Fong immediately flew up. He innocently asked, "Master, leave that sect to the disciples to take care of," then asked the two of them how much the luggage on the car was. "He packed everything. Now throw it all away. We still have to take him back to the sect. He has forgotten the way back." Butler Meng was relieved, took out his sword and told Diep Fong to come up. Hong Tiu Fai expected that such a disgraced man would be like what his sect would be like. In a small town, Diep Fong was busy all day and finally got to sleep in a big bed. At the same time, in another room, Meng Butler asked the young master, "Do you have it?" Wife said, "Wait until I get home, this time you will definitely die." An extremely strong fighting physique. The more severe the wound, the greater the explosive power. The more you fight, the more fierce you become, fighting in all directions. Diep Fong exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this thing so strong?" He asked if the system could break the rules one time and defeat the family on him. Are not. Warning, please do not do anything stupid. Are not. Remind the host that although the battle saint body is very strong, it is not worthy of you. No need to pay attention to this kind of trashy physique. Hearing that it was physically trash, Diep Fong said it was okay. He did not need it. He could not use it himself. So how did the family fail? As soon as he left the door, Hong Tiu Fai had already made arrangements, telling Diep Fong that he could have breakfast. This attentive service made Diep Fong immediately remember an acquaintance, Lai Fai. The next second, he came up with an idea that the loser had items that could be used for Lai Fai. So this Tiu Fai is of course not a problem. He asked Tiu Fai, "Do you want to be a god of war?" Butler Meng said that the young master's understanding was very poor. His spiritual roots were not good, and he was inherently unfit, which made Diep Fong stunned. Asked, "Does the Eucharistic combat system have any requirements?" Are not. No, as long as you fight life and death continuously, your strength can increase. In battle, you can also master the super powerful martial arts, the fighting holy body, which is extremely mysterious. Dipfeng sighed, such a trashy physique and yet such an exaggerated introduction. Then said, Tufi, do you want to become a hero who fights for love? Hong Tufi immediately said, Big brother Diep, it's a joke, do not make fun of my life. It's not that I'm bragging. I'm not good at fighting, but I'm the best at running away. Diep Feng smiled again, clearly looking like he was holding on to the other person. This look made Hong Tufi feel that something was wrong. Absolutely not right. The next second, Diep Feng told him a story. Once upon a time there was a handsome guy. He had 10,000 pieces of the death sword wing, but he did not need it. I found a fat man who absolutely hated swords and gave him the ultimate death sword intent. The second story, Holy Fighting Body is an extremely powerful fighting physique. And now this handsome guy just wanted to give the battle Eucharist to a younger brother who does not know how to fight and only knows how to run away. These words startled Hong Tufi. The other person had no choice but to say his name directly. He quickly explained that running away was definitely not due to fear of death. It was just due to an innate weakness. He worships the god of war the most. Deep Feng looked at this useless kid and told Butler Meng that this decision was left to him. This is only a one-time opportunity. If you want this young master to be good, just arrest him. Hearing these words, Butler Meng clasped his hands in thanks. Hong Tufi saw that the situation was not good and ran ahead, thinking in his heart that if his father knew he had this kind of strong physique, he would definitely force him to fight. The next second he felt something was wrong. Something black seemed to appear on his head. The loser man was tricked by the horse this time. The fighting holy body was terrifying. The fighting spirit turned into a horse. As soon as they merged, the sky and earth changed color. Blood stained the sky red. At this time, Hong Tufi was pressed to the ground and shouted loudly, Save my life! He did not want that, so he knelt down and begged Big Brother Meng for forgiveness. Butler Meng immediately gave the young master a sharp slap. This refreshing feeling made Hong Tufi immediately love this feeling. Deep Feng walked over and told the butler to hold on tight for now. After putting on a mask and costume, when Hong Tufi saw Deep Feng actually do it, he was scared and fainted. Deep Feng told him to rest assured. It's okay to hold on for the first time. Butler Meng also comforted him. Meng, master, come on, it would not hurt at all. The next second, a piece of the battle's sacred body immediately flew to Hong Tufi's forehead. A pitiful scream rang out, and he was stuffed 10,000 times. He was dumbfounded, asked Deep Feng with a weak expression, Is not it just a little talk? Why did it last 3 hours? At this time, suddenly the wind and clouds changed color. A blood stained the sky red, holy bodies appeared, strange visions emerged, as if something terrible had awakened. Deep Feng and Butler Meng were frightened by this terrifying phenomenon and exclaimed, Oh my God! Then an old voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, a black horse, longsword, thief who destroyed the tank, silver hair stained with blood, turning the universe. Fresh blood has become the main flow of the earth. The darkness was just the beginning of the chaos. The two people were sent flying into the tree by this aura. This is the legendary Eucharist battle. Butler Meng was surprised. The fighting saint body is so strong. If the young master does not work hard, then he really does not deserve to have this physique. Nail. Congratulations to the host for today's defeat of the item. Reward 1,000 points for defeat. Rewarding 3 sets of 9-level yin-yang maze tongue formation. At this time, Deep Feng was not calm. This damn system actually called this thing a trash physique. Nail. The 9-level yin-yang maze formation, releasing activated spiritual energy, can trap the peak 9th level of the tribulation realm in the yin-yang maze formation. Last 10 hours, one-time use item. This does not trigger the defeat reward. Looking at this reward, Diep Feng is still very satisfied. 3 days, journey from Tanhantong, just enough to get a good night's sleep. The system told him, truly worthy of being the host, very loser. Hong Tufi woke up and asked Diep Feng if he was done. Why does not he feel a burning sensation? Was he already paralyzed? As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, Butler Meng immediately rolled up his sleeves and said he had to personally go to war. From now on he would have to be happy every day. If the young master is not serious, he will not hold back and will most likely die in the end. The next second, Hong Tufi also spoke in Hong Tufi's ear. Rest today, start tomorrow. Diep Feng did not dare to look straight, could only silently pray for Tufi. With just a piece of cloth, it can cover 10 miles around an invincible field, and this is a magic weapon that even a great cultivator does not dare to touch. At this time 3 sword lights flashed past. The old butler Meng told Deep Feng that it was already dark, first find a place to rest, and continue on the road tomorrow. Deep Feng looked at Hong Tiufai again and asked Butler Meng, has this guy reached puberty? Being autistic, he did not say anything all day. The next second, he actually landed on a mountain top. Deep Feng praised Meng the housekeeper for being an experienced person. He even chose a feng shui treasure for the place to sleep. Hong Tiufai did not say anything all day, tears welling up in her eyes. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said a suggestive sentence, Butler Meng, tonight will come to teach me. This startled Butler Meng. Great, this guy finally thought it through. Dip Feng was also confused. What is the situation? Just now there was fierce resistance. Why suddenly change? But it was inconvenient for him to stop it. After all, everyone had strange hobbies. He took out the chess set that the system rewarded, and a yellow formation immediately surrounded him. Deep Feng looked at the two people fighting passionately and shouted loudly, leave 100 blood pills here. After fighting, remember to supplement your nutrition. If there is a formation here, no one will bother you. Butler Meng heard Diep Feng's instructions and immediately said, thank you, young Master Deep. As a result, just when he was stunned, Hong Tiufai quickly attacked. He was proud. Meng Butler, you are distracted, ol. He fought with all his strength but missed, making him secretly cry that something was wrong. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it becomes. Meng Butler gave him a kick to teach him how to be human. Meng Butler said to the young master, do you think I'm old? If I do not have a knife I would not know how to fight. At the same time, the sound of the two people fighting also attracted other people. The old man in black looked at the two people in front of him. It was his son and the young master. But the next second he was surprised. His face looked unbelievable, as if anticipating something earth-shattering. I only saw Butler Meng being pressed by Hong Tiufai, but the experienced Butler Meng did not panic. He immediately changed his position and said to the young master, this strength cannot hold me. Butler Meng smiled and said, the young master is still very young. Someone was riding on him. Hong Tiufai was angry, disgusting. The old man in black saw this hot scene and was angry, as expected. As the president said, these two rotten brats are crazy. I have to stop immediately. Otherwise, they will definitely do more outrageous things. As a result, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he was knocked back, only seeing the formation. The conversation between the two people in the formation. Butler Meng tried his best. Young master, you must prepare for the storm attack. Next tap. No matter how terrifying the mind of the failed family traveler is, the tricks that others think of are actually just his foreplay. At this time, the old man in black looked at the two happily all night. He looked at the formation in front of him and remained silent. The thing he was weak at the most was the formation. The thing that annoyed him the most, this is a high-level formation. Then he saw through the essence and saw a man sleeping on a coffin. Old Meng could immediately confirm that this person was the young master Dip in the president's mouth. At such a young age but with such talent, he was certainly not an ordinary person. At this moment, the sudden sound of collision startled the old man in black, only to see that his son and the young master had separated, just when he thought it was over. Finished, the young master actually took out a precious sword. This made the old man in black dumbfounded. He said it was a confession, so why did he take out the knife? But Butler Meng in the formation was not scared at all. It was a direct confrontation. The old man in black shouted loudly for the two to stop. Is he crazy? 5 minutes later, the match finally ended. The two people were exhausted in the formation. The next second, the old man in black was startled again. What is this? What do they want to do? Is this still that adorable, innocent Tiufai? What about blood birth pill? At this time, Butler Meng complimented Tiufei. You did a great job just now. That blow was very strong. Normal people could not block it at all. After taking blood sign pill, the two of you returned to your passionate days. Hong Tiufai also said that he felt a bit of fighting spirit. The old man in black outside was dumbfounded. Has the world changed? You crazy? A precious medicinal pill, like blood sin pill, was happily taken away. Very quickly, a night passed. The sun rose in the east. Diep Feng also woke up on the coffin. Looking at the situation of the two people, guessing for sure, is a great battle all night long. At this time, Deep Feng was stunned, but there was someone standing outside the formation staring, and this person still had a fierce look on his face, clearly coming to cause trouble. Fortunately, he used a formation flag last night, otherwise it would have been real. could be secretly attacked by this backstabbing guy. But the first array flag was about to lose its effect, so he could only take out the second array flag. Seeing that the formation was quickly disappearing, the black-clothed old man immediately accelerated and said angrily, "You really are as a manipulator." But in the end he still sees wrongly. Straight into the second formation, Diep Fong told Butler Meng to quickly leave here. Old Meng could only angrily watch the backs of the three people leaving. Diep Fong raised his middle finger to the guy who was about to sneak attack. He directly cursed his entire family to his face. How arrogant is this wealthy man who invites guests, coastal villas, combo blood pilsners. Today he is also selling according to trends, performing a storm of Thean Loy. The bigger the storm, the higher the price. Hi, at this time the old man in black looked at the backs of the three people leaving, almost angry to death. Diep Fong sighed. Fortunately he was smart last night and helped these two idiots block the enemy. He knew that the power of the merchant guild was easy to target, and then looked at the items that were lost today, and yet 10,000 9-line blood sin pill. Even a dog would shake his head at this amount, but he quickly thought of a perfect opportunity. Since he could not eat it all, he would just throw it to the right person. Such a method of defeating the family was very reasonable, he asked. System, this 9-pattern grade blood sheng pill is a lost medicinal pill, so throwing it on the street is definitely a waste of God's money. Being eaten by a little monster, or being picked up by someone, you may not be able to survive. Is this considered a disgraceful act? The system told him it was appropriate for his behavior. Vi loser, this answer is very difficult to understand. The next second, Diep Fong started to get busy, asking Butler Meng if the two of them had not had breakfast yet. Hong Tiufai shyly said it was all their fault, not thinking about the problem of eating after sleeping outdoors. What's the use of Diep Fong saying sorry? Now let's eat this coastal villa combo. This scene shocked the two of them all day. Diep Fong smiled and said, "Why are you standing there blankly?" Meaning that if you do not eat it, you will not show any respect. Hong Tiufai was helpless. Of course, if you eat too much of this you will actually vomit. But he did not dare to refuse Diep Fong's good intentions. An hour later, the two of them finally sold out the coastal villa. Only then did Diep Fong smile. Telling them to exercise a little, he had more left. 9,000 pills. Tell the two of you to help him throw some later. Hong Tiufai immediately became anxious. If someone else picked it up, then their Chamber of Commerce would no longer have the exclusive right to sell. Diep Fong sighed again. Is this guy really the young master of the Chamber of Commerce? His mind is full of things. Gangster. Even though these are all 9 patterns, after all there are only more than 9,000 pills. Just this amount of medicinal pills is not enough. Even if he was covered by the Chamber of Commerce, their alchemists would still have difficulty refining it. Moreover, even if they could refine it, not many people could afford the 9 marks. Basically they still sell high at Sindan with 5 or 6 verses. So now using 9 verses to advertise for free, the system exclaimed, "Great, you really understand selling according to trends." Diep Fong laughed again, stormy. The bigger it is, the more expensive it is to sell, the more money the Chamber of Commerce earned. Hong Tiufai immediately knelt down. Indeed, the boss's thinking was not like that of ordinary people. No wonder the losers lost the family in a reasonable way. Tiufai was taught. It was the night of the second day. Still in the suburbs, Diep Fong told the two of them that it was already dark, and they could start having fun. Although this time he was out of points and did not receive any additional rewards, but looking at these two guys full of energy, this old father, felt very happy and at peace. For the two of them, Diep Fong gave up. It's too much, tonight in this suburb let him Diep Fong protect. At this time the system rang. Host can rest assured and sleep. If in danger, the security team will come to protect him. Diep Fong muttered, he is not a waste, he needs any bodyguard to protect him. If he let others protect him every time, then he looks very useless. This reminds him of his previous life. Because of working overtime all year, I finally rewarded myself for one night, and woke up to find that I had arrived at Hyoanthian continent. I did not expect that cultivating immortality was like going to work, and working every day to earn points and lose money was like receive salary. But this time he was determined not to work overtime anymore. At the same time, the old man in black leaned against the blood area, and felt the location of the jade pendant on his son's body. He followed, but luckily he found the location at night. Just as he was about to continue on his journey, he was stunned. In this wilderness, there was actually a 9-text blood Sheng Dan. When he investigated, his whole body got goosebumps. That's amazing. Since when did the nine text exist? A blood birth pills are sprouting all over the ground again. The medicinal pill is this priceless treasure. He only knows how to call it a failure. It's too much. Who is it? The broken pieces have piled up into mountains. He does not want to pick them up anymore. Very quickly, a night passed. Deep Fong was awakened by a cry from nowhere. He did not expect that he had only slept for a while, and it was already morning. As a result, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a hot scene. Hong Tiufai calmly said, "Butler Meng, you will not be able to escape this time." But in the next second, the situation suddenly changed. A figure rushed out from the forest, just seeing his son pressing down on the young master. He laughed loudly and said, "Young master, you are still very young. This scene makes me angry." The black-clothed man froze on the spot. He was indeed one step late. Diep Fong also discovered that someone was coming. It was the old man who looked unfriendly from last night. Without saying a word, he threw out a flag, which made the old man in black so angry that he was about to curse. This guy did not give him a chance to speak at all. In the blink of an eye, the formation covered 10 miles around. Deep Fong sneered at the old man. "Old man, if you are good, continue to chase us." This makes the old man in black so angry that his stomach boils. "Rotten brat. No matter where you run, I will kill you." Can money really get anything you want? The answer is correct. Today, the ill-gotten man took out a Thien Cup grade exercise book for someone else to do the test, causing Hong Tiufai, who was flying freely, to poop uncontrollably. At this time, Deep Fong and the three of them continued on their way. If there were no surprises, they would reach Tanhan Tong tomorrow. This makes Hong Tiufai confused. Deep Fong, a man who values sleep very much, plans to stay up all night and set out tonight. 10 minutes later, the three of them headed west. Diep Fong looked at today's loser item, the top-grade Thien Cup technique, Fu Ma Ba Lu. This was the first time he encountered the top-grade Thien Cup technique. This was probably considered the top-level technique of Xuan Thien continent. Then he started thinking about how to destroy the family. Throwing it away seems meaningless. Tearing it up directly is not stylish. When his brain finally worked at full capacity, he finally came up with a solution. He opened his mouth and asked Tiufai, "Have you not been able to move for decades?" Butler Meng smiled and said, "Deep Fong, a monk can use spiritual energy to digest impurities after reaching the realm." Hong Tiufai nodded. Although his cultivation was low, he still had this ability. Deep Fong was bewildered. Is there another way to say this? What's with this paper character setup? But he likes to make things difficult for others, looking at Hong Tiufai with dead eyes and saying, "No, you do not have this ability." In a blink of an eye, Hong Tiufai's chrysanthemum immediately closed tightly. He thought to himself, "Mom, does Big Brother Depp have such a bad taste? Do you really have to refuse?" Thinking about it, Diep Fong was so good to him. So what if he sacrificed his butt? Could it be that he could not stand this little inconvenience? After a period of intense psychological struggle, he told Diep Fong that his stomach suddenly hurt. Deep Fong immediately showed a mysterious smile and walked over. This made Hong Tiufai know that things were indeed not simple. The next second, another sparkling little book appeared in his hand. Deep Fong told him to remember to use this to clean, not to use the scraping stone anymore. A moment later, Hong Tiufai, who was hiding behind a rock, began to fly freely. He had forgotten how many years he had not gone to the bathroom like a mortal, but he discovered that the book that Diep Fong gave him seemed to be very magical. Although he was a bit confused, the next second runes flew out from the book. Such movements immediately attracted attention. Butler Meng's idea. He's really hard to imagine. The young master went to the toilet, yet he was able to enter the moment of sudden enlightenment. What does Dream of the Housekeeper immediately think of? Asked Diep Fong what book he just gave the young master. That man finally met his favorite moment of his life. Today, for the first time, he failed and was deducted 50,000 points, making him work for 5.5 days without pay. At this time, Hong Tiufai was defecating and yet entered that mysterious moment of sudden enlightenment. This scared Meng Butler. What did Deep Fong just give the young master? Deep Fong told him it was just a Thien Cup exercise book for Tiufai to use as toilet paper. Butler Meng immediately knelt down. Great grace, great virtue. He will never forget this kindness for the rest of his life. Suddenly, Deep Fong discovered that the system beeped and his failure points were decreasing crazily. This speed is comparable to a roller coaster. The next second, Deep Fong's whole face turned black. only to see Hong Tiufei holding the Thean Kuk technique and running over smiling. Dip Feng hurriedly wanted to stop it in time. He swung out a fierce fist from the mountain and ox, but it was too late. Today's loser item failed, minus 500,000 loser points. This time it's good. There was only 60,000 left, but 50,000 was deducted. It was truly a night back to the liberation period. He cried, lamenting the unfairness of workers in the world of cultivating immortals. Looking at Dep Feng, who was dissatisfied. Hong Tiufi immediately knelt down and opened his mouth to say, "Deep brother, I was wrong." Deep Feng asked, "Where did you go wrong?" Hong Tiufi washed his face with tears, saying that his concentration was not strong enough, yet he could not resist the temptation of the Thean Kuk method. It turns out that's it. Just now he thought that young Master Deep was jealous, intentionally ruining the young master's great opportunity. Thinking of his ignorance, Butler Mong also knelt down and asked Dipe to punish him. For a moment all three people were silent. Deep Feng just needed water to go on stage. What the hell is K Mong Butler kneeling down? What does it have to do with him? Why do we always have to cause harm to ourselves? Speaking of self-boosting, the strongest is still his second disciple. But Butler Mong's brain circuits are absolutely no worse than his second disciple. Hong Tiufi looked at Deep Brother who still had a headache. He knew that this time he really disappointed Dip Brother. Dip Feng still lamented in the end. What is wrong with this world of cultivating immortals? If it's not a nerve, it's also a brain tonic. Dip Feng has no choice, he is really tired. At this time, Hong Tiufei had grown up in the blink of an eye, swearing and saying, "Brother Diep, I will absolutely not disappoint you in the future. One day I will definitely become a sharp sword in your hands. Because of you, wipe out all enemies ahead." After hearing this, Deep Feng had goosebumps all over his body. It's so good, I just want to lie still. This kid actually wanted to ruin his peaceful days. Seeing Deep Feng not paying attention to him, Hong Tiufi continued to speak, regardless of whether Brother Deep needs it or not. I will still try to practice. Always be prepared to be your strength. The next second, Diep Feng completely gave up, telling him it was too late to be a licking dog. His house is already there. Deep Feng patted his forehead. For the first time today, the sect leader took action. Because Diep Feng entered the sect's gate with his left foot first, he was almost brutally murdered by the character Lac Thean Tiat. At dusk, the old man in black finally broke the formation. This time that rotten brat absolutely would not escape. At the same time, Butler Mong saw Tan Sol Tong. As soon as he approached, he encountered a strong pressure. They guessed that there were probably as many powerful people inside as there were dogs. Half an hour later all three were silent. The front gate was full of spiders. Deep Feng did not pay any attention, opened the door and went in. The next second, a blast of murderous aura came, only to see Lac Thean Tiat appear at the fastest speed in front of Diep Feng. At that time, the sword was only 0 away from his neck, 0.00001 milli. Deep Feng's face was shocked. His master's way of welcoming him was also quite special. He told the system to save him quickly. Now he's very dangerous. The system told Diep Feng that it was just an extremely serious scratch. A little longer, and it would heal. Bao Diep Feng plans his own strategy. The guards will not intervene. At this time, several figures quickly ran over and loudly told Lac Thean Tiat to show mercy. Deep Feng asked with a puzzled face, "Why are they here?" Lac Thean Tiat became even more angry, telling he had done when he came to New Soul Sect. Did he not know in his heart? Then looked at the two people behind him and asked who they were. Bao Diep Feng thought carefully and replied, "Absolutely do not mention coming to join the sect." In the end, knowing that it was just a chance meeting, Lac Thean Tiat took the sword back. At this time, Old Batch and the two asked Diep Feng if he was injured. Skin wounds must also be treated, otherwise they can easily become infected. Looking at the person who appeared, it turned out to be Thean Vu. The two of them were a bit shocked. They were the boss of the Thean Vu Chamber of Commerce, but they actually lived in a small sect. At this time, Deep Feng told Lac Thean Tiat that he brought some business contacts to the sect. Lac Thean Tiat spoke directly again. Tan Sol Sect did not have enough financial resources. Let's stop cooperating. Not having enough financial resources. It's really poverty that limits their imagination. Hong Tiufei slowly threw out a prescription and opened his mouth to say, "Sect Master Lac misunderstood." A few minutes later, Lac Thean Tiat could not think straight. The opponent's 8-rank blood sin pill was actually willing to let the New Soul Sect participate. But this seems to have nothing to do with him. Originally, he did not open the sect for money. At this time, a stupid figure suddenly appeared. Diep Fong, with an appearance of quickly praising me, appeared. This made Lac the Entire instantly understand that it was indeed related to this villain. Suddenly the system sound rang out. The old man in black robe would arrive at New Soul Sect in 3 minutes, except for one function of peeping on the heavenly secrets today. Deep Fong told Hyatt Donglang to go out and stop this person. Do not kill him, just beat his parents so they do not recognize him. Hyatt Donglang wriggled around, instantly attracting the attention of others. What is Diep Fong thinking? Is this showing off? At the same time, in the small forest east of Tan Soul Sect, the old man in black laughed. He did not believe that that rotten brat could still pull out that high-grade righteous weapon. At this time, the man had finally conquered the master, and even the goddess cultivator who had just fallen in love definitely liked shopping. Seeing his master reveal a shy smile, the loser man immediately fell in love on the spot. Just when old Mong, who had been locked up for 3 days, finally escaped. As a result, just as he was about to leave, he immediately felt a murderous intent. Meng Lao asked who the other person was. Hurry up and go. He did not have time to kill anyone. Susat Dongqing smiled, a small 7th-level bamboo realm, who gave him the courage. Looking at the other person's blinking eyes, the fist was coming. Old Meng screamed in agony. Bloodsat Dongqing said, if you do not clean it up properly, the owner will be very angry, but you do not need to worry. The owner just wanted to teach his daughter a bit. She has not hit anyone in a few days, and her heart is itchy. I would like to ask uncle to pay more attention to her feelings. Just a little sacrifice. Old Mong spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was not because he did not want to care, but because his physical condition did not allow it. Suddenly Bloodslaughter Tang King laughed evilly. His master said that as long as he did not kill him, it was fine. At the same time, in the living room of Tan Sol Tong, Hong Tiu Fai heard Old Mong's intermittent voice transmission. In the end, he only heard one sentence clearly. He was about to be beaten to death. Come and save him. Hong Tiufi immediately went to ask Deep Fong for help, asking him if he had seen an old man in black in the past few days. Deep Fong told him that this person had been chasing and killing him for 3 days. If it were not for him, Deep Fong quickly told them to stop. That person is Butler Mong's father. As soon as the words fell, Deep Fong was shocked on the spot. The next second, with a thud, a figure was thrown down. Butler Mong's father was about to be beaten to death. The next second, a fierce figure fell down. This made the 3 people completely surprised, only to see the blood-slaughter Tang Wolf descending from the air, trapping people on the ground. Butler Mong immediately cried out in pain. He was suffering endlessly, his tears kept falling. Is his father okay? You must be patient, you're only 50, you cannot die. As a result, Old Man Mong pointed at his father for a few times and then fell silent. This caused Butler Mong to immediately collapse. The black hair saw off the white-haired person. Hong Tiu Fai and Dip Fong saw the scene. Their entire scalps were numb, while Tiu Hide on the side also looked confused, realizing that he seemed to have done something wrong. Half an hour later, Old Mong was rescued again, and Dip Fong and others also explained the cause of the incident, and he even more politely apologized. At this time, Bassa came in and introduced to several people the sectmaster of the New Soul Sect, as well as the 5 core disciples of the star-level sects, and 3 great kings among them, Elder Bach Thean of the sect level, Stars sect leader Lakai of the star-level sect, Demon Beast protecting the Tiu Hyatt sect of the sect. But outside the door of the New Soul Sect, there was a forgotten person. He is the 2nd disciple of the New Soul Sect, yet he has no such feeling of existence. Old Man Mong looked at the unremarkable sect, but could not believe these words. Moreover, behind the door was hidden an outstanding sword cultivator. Butler Mong thought to himself, could this also be Diep Fong's brother? The next second, the mysterious sword cultivator stepped onto the stage, but Butler Mong was immediately struck by lightning. Damn you, the person with unparalleled sword intent is actually a dog. Diep Fong happily looked at his great emperor. Lakai and others were speechless. Why did all the good things have to be left to this dog? Looking at this situation, Deep Fong is ready to start losing his family again. Sure enough, a dog holding a sword across the sky appeared. A dog with swordsmanship as old as the night appeared. Meng Lao's whole body collapsed. Swordheart is sword, sword embryo is rudimentary. Lac the Entire looked arrogant and comforted herself not to be angry. It was his stuff. Defeat was defeat. Lakai thought to herself, great, this trip came on time. This kid definitely has good stuff. Tran Hao Vu told a few people, calm down, this is just a small matter. Very quickly, the 3 of Old Mong said goodbye and left Tan Han Tong, returning to the study room. Deep Feng knelt on the ground and asked the master if there was anything else going on. Lac Thien Tiat held the great sword in her hand and opened her mouth to speak. My dear disciple, the teacher has truly underestimated you. You have only left the sect for a few days, and now you have several identities, a core disciple, honorary elder, established his own sect and accepted Master Van Hocock as his disciple. I wonder what a teacher is now. The disciple, Elder Depp or the master, Deep Feng immediately expressed his feelings, opened his mouth, and said that he was the master's person, death was the master's ghost, and became even more excited and cried, saying that he only wanted to help the master. Share the pressure of the sect, strengthen the sect. When Lac Thien Tiat heard this, he was very happy. Deep Feng immediately continued to say that if the master does not like it, all the disciples' titles can be abandoned. Lu Thien Tiat told Deep Feng not to kneel anymore. Do not waste the top-quality junk. Thien Dao battlefield has a mysterious place with great use. Deep Feng said it could be that the master said. It was Thien Dao City, but unfortunately he was only in Thien Dao City. During that half-day, Lac Thien Tiat said she had never been there. Too embarrassing. Deep Feng told Lac Thien Tiat that Thien Dao Than is very interesting. There are treasures there that girls like the most. Deep Feng assured that next time he will definitely bring his master with him. For a moment, Lac Thien Tiat thought he had a very good disciple. Deep Feng discovered that the way his master looked at him had changed. He knew love was coming. Lac Thien Tiat knew he had lost his temper and told Deep Feng, who was stunned, retreated first. Half an hour later, Deep Feng left the room. He knew that the rain had been pouring for a long time, and he could not be impatient. The next second, someone patted his shoulder. Lakai smiled and said, Deep Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He was startled. He smiled darkly and said to Deep Feng, Mr. Batch has been having back pain lately. Mr. seems to have a bad cold. Only his body is in good health. Feel free to bother him if anything happens. Old man Batch suddenly appeared, thinking to himself that this kid, you really do not have any good reviews. Old man also jumped out from the bushes. His face was gloomy. The kid did not know him. He did not see anything at first glance. Lakai was scared. When did these two people hide there and eavesdrop? Old man Batch asked him if he looked like he had back pain. Elder had told Lakai, when he was single-handedly healing the wound, you were still drinking milk. Deep Feng told the three people that there was nothing heavy to do today. Old Batch and Old Ha recognized each other, then knew they should retreat, could not fight anymore, but should rest. Lakai asked with a frightened face. Where does old Luong want to take him? He told Deep Feng to save him. Going today could ruin his whole life. Half an hour later, Deep Feng finally returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his brother and sister were also there. They saw Deep Feng going out for a few days and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of Truck Co. They asked the teacher, what great opportunity did you get in the Thien Dao battlefield? At this time, Lan Vofeng hid in a corner. He secretly lamented why he did not have the feeling of existence. He knew that if he did not act, he would be completely forgotten. He ran out and asked senior brother Deep Feng, how many meters does it take to break through from the air cave realm to the bamboo realm? The second senior sister told him not to talk nonsense. No matter how strong junior brother Deep Feng is, he cannot overcome the two great realms, but Deep Feng is now crying excitedly again. When he broke through, the shocking scene had never been seen before. No one witnessed it. It was very uncomfortable. As expected, it was still the younger brother who knew him best. Tran Hao Vu was frightened. Could it be that it was Lan Vofeng's words? Is it real? The little junior brother was so fierce. He immediately asked Deep Feng to teach him on the spot. Deep Feng could only distract attention and asked junior brother Lan Vofeng for 3,009 text and Hoin Dan tablets. Has it been digested yet? Lan Vofeng immediately began to be arrogant, meaning that everyone was looking at this. He was originally planning to attack the 7th level of Bamboo Realm, but his master said to wait for senior brother Deep Feng to return. After all, Bamboo Realm monks are very good. More importantly, Deep Feng instantly gave him a thumbs up, knowing that the person causing him the most trouble was this junior brother. Other people cried aggrievedly. Why were they so miserable? Why did not they meet this loser when they broke through the Bamboo Realm? But they still have a chance. They are currently in the 9th level of the foundation stage and have not yet refined their gods. So several people unanimously decided to postpone the attack on the foundation stage, wait for Deep Feng, and send out random missions, inviting the host to lead them. led his brothers to participate in the secret realm of Big Sisters organized by Thien Duong Tong, winning second place in the Big Sister. Could not get first place. Was the mission a success or failure? Rewarded or deducted a large amount of failure points? Being able to refuse, Deep Fong found it difficult to see, so he asked the eldest brother if there was a big sister from the Fong sect. Tran Hao Vu said he had no impression. The sister opened her mouth and said that a few days ago Thien Duong Tung had sent an invitation letter. But after finishing talking, the saintess flatly refused. A few minutes later Deep Fong hurried when he went to the master's room to ask about this. Lac Thien Tiat said yes. But if the sect agreed to the invitation, everyone has to put some resources into the small secret realm. This small secret realm is controlled by Thien Duong sect, thinking that they are very familiar, and other sects entering will definitely lose money. After listening to Deep Fong, he told his master that he wanted to participate, but Lac Thien Tiat told him not to. The sect was poor and had no resources at all, but in the next second he realized something was wrong. The sect did not have any, but the man in front of him was so rich that he almost forgot. This true disciple of his is a brainless loser. Deep Fong asked Lac Thien Tiat if he could not take it out. Lac Thien Tiat thought to himself that it's not good. He's about to lose his family. Master, I'll take 50 pills from this prescription. Kudep Hoisol Herb, 50 roots. Go Kim Tam Tam, Duok 13 blocks 8. The Great Demon's Blood Essence. Just take out 100 drops. Lac Thien Tiat is terrified. He will lose his family. The resources of all other sects do not have even a single drop of the Great Demon's Blood Essence. It's too expensive. Deep Fong laughing and saying, Master, is not that enough? At that time, other sect disciples will see these things. She will definitely go crazy. Lac Thien Tiat smiled and said that all of this should be submitted to the sect. If you need any resources, the master will prepare them. She secretly thought that you like losing your family, right? This time, just attack directly. Diep as soon as Fong heard this, he immediately took back all his treasures. Lac Thien Tiat asked him what he meant. Told you to hand it over to the sect. What did you mean by taking it all back? Diep Fong opened his mouth and said, because the master definitely intended to use these tattered things as treasures to dedicate. This is absolutely not allowed by the disciples. If the master wanted the 9-leaf high soul grass to soak in wine, the disciple would immediately offer it. Lac Thien Tiat did not expect to be guessed by Dip Fong. She reluctantly opened her mouth to say that those things just now had to be submitted. Sect, whatever you want to lose, you say, I will do as you say. Deep Fong thought to himself that this time the master was so obedient. The master was always frugal. If he let her fail and become famous, I believe it would be difficult for her to restrain herself. The system asked the host for the resources. Is that the reason why Deep Fong told the system that you understand farts? How could the sect's belongings be as important as the master's treasure? This made the system silently nod, as if it made some sense. Immediately afterwards, Dip Fong took out all the things, telling the master to be careless. Lac Thien Tiat asked Deep Fong how to use that prescription. Deep Fong said the master took 2 pills each. The remaining ones are fed to the dogs, but what about Hoi Han Thao? Still following the old rule of using it to soak wine. Each person takes 2 roots, the rest is given to the dog to bathe. As a result, just saying, Lac Thien Tiat cannot, when he could no longer control his emotions, Diep Fong was startled, thinking that he still overestimated his master's ability to endure. He said it was better to throw everything into the secret realm. But at this time Lac Thien Tiat smiled at him, and opened her mouth to say no need. I think your way of dividing is very reasonable. The female sect leader decided. It was said that the loser man used heaven-level martial arts to wipe his butt and spit out a mouthful of blood. The next second, he heard Deep Fong create a battle-sacred body, and could not bear to spit it out directly. Watermelon juice, this time holding the treasure that Deep Fong offered. Lac Thien Tiat asked for 3 blocks of Kim Tam Tam medicine. What do you plan to do to lose your family, or should you use it to forge some knives? What does the master think? This makes Lac Thien Tiat shocked. He did not expect Dip Fong to have the will to advance and know how to use it to help the sect forge weapons. As a result, Deep Fong told his master that yes, is used to forge a knife to chop vegetables or a hoe to grow vegetables in the garden. Lac Thien Tiat tried to restrain Lac Thien Tiat and asked Diep Fong for the last 100 drops of Great Demon Blood Essence. Diep Fong originally intended to say it was used to water vegetables. But seeing the expression on the master's face, something was wrong. Then he turned the situation around and said to leave it to the sectals who had improved their cultivation or made great contributions. Lac Theontie's expression became more relaxed at this time. Deep Fong thought to himself that his master had lost his master for the first time. Your mentality is still weak, so just slowly improve it. You cannot fail too quickly. At this time, Lac Theontie took out the voice transmission token and told Old Batch to inform everyone to come to the sect's main hall to gather. Lac Theontie asked Diep Fong again how many days he lived with Butler Mong. Try telling him what happened. Diep Fong said it was nothing. Just feeding the two of them until they were full. Lac Theontie felt nothing. After all, with the prescription, this blood send pill was no longer precious. Immediately after telling Diep Fong to continue speaking, the loser man opened his mouth and said he used a heaven-level technique for Tu Fi to use to wipe his butt. Lac Theontie tried to calm himself down. The heaven-level technique came. The upper world is not worth the money. Suddenly Diep Fong remembered that he had a piece of battle's sacred body and conveniently gave it to Hong Tu Fi. Lu Theontie shouted loudly, impossible, absolutely impossible. In this world, how could there exist a fighting saint like that crazy person? He had seen a fighting saint come to challenge his master even though he beat me until only my head was left. It is absolutely impossible to fall down, and also has amazing healing abilities. Even though the master was a great realm higher than the opponent, in the end he still failed miserably. He asked Diep Fong, what's special about the battle saint body you mentioned? Lac Theontie secretly thought that it was just a coincidence. There was nothing powerful. There was just no need to practice any martial arts or martial arts. It's just that the harder you hit, the longer you fight, the more serious your injuries become, the more power you unleash. In short, the more you fight, the crazier you get. In the end, Lac Theontie still spit out a mouthful of watermelon juice. Sure enough, that thing was right. He told Diep Fong that fighting the holy body is not simple. Remember that in the future he must develop a closer relationship with Hong Tu Fi. His future achievements are unpredictable. When Diep Fong heard these words, his face became even more ugly. He wished that kid would quickly go away and keep saying that he wanted to make a powerful knife in his hand. Diep Fong asked if this person was sick. Lac Theontie is really tired, the genius who keeps the golden ruler, but no one wants to give it to him. Suddenly a sound of hurried footsteps came. It was Old Batch smiling and saying, Sect Master, everyone had arrived. Lac Theontie looked haggard. It seems like what happened to Diep Fong last night. Suddenly Diep Fong picked up the toilet paper and said he was going to the bathroom. He had some urgent matters to take care of, and left the rest to his master. He thought to himself, something as good as this loser family must let the master personally do. That way it will be easy to become addicted and feel the joy of the loser family. Lac Theontie stood there stunned again. Fine, I did not do something embarrassing and ran away. He thought that if he was not his true disciple, and was always thinking about the sect, he would really take Diep Fong back and fight him. Knowing that the story of the family's defeat could not be changed, Lac Theontie could only tacitly admit that everyone had come. Right, today, we summoned everyone here to announce one thing, and that was the defeat of the Congress. The new Soul Sect begins. A group of people were bewildered. Did not they hear wrong? The thrifty sect leader said he wanted to lose his family. Only Tiu Hong barked twice, probably indicating that the sect master was cool. Lac Theontie saw that this dog had become a star, worthy of being raised by a failed family. The next second he woke up, a dog Diep Fong could still be defeated like that. So why should he be heartbroken? Anyway, in the end, Diep Fong paid and took out all the treasures. See, these things are all contributed by Diep Fong. The 100 elders were most shocked because he was closest, and in the blink of an eye, he was filled with an aura of defeat. Lac Theontie also completely let herself go, feeling the joy of the loser. One by one, the men in the sect showed signs of hunger and thirst, and let out primordial roars. Lac Theontie told everyone to calm down and now start distributing. Each person has 2 Dungo pills. Each person has 2 9 leaves and nice soul grass. The disciple asked the saint, how will the rest be arranged? Lac Theontie asked him what he arranged. The remaining things belonged to the little prince dog. The 100 elders almost could not breathe. People were not as good as treasures. Then Lac Theontie started a new round of benefits, taking out 100 great demon blood essences, used to encourage fellow monks to advance their strength, and to reward sect elders. Lakai immediately smiled like a flower. This trip made a big profit without any loss. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, Lac Thien Tayet told Old Batch to distribute the things. Family failure. A group of people from the New Soul sect were talking loudly. This meeting was really exciting. Now I'm already looking forward to what rewards the sect will give this year. Returning to the room, Lac Thien Tayet looked at the brand new key, which made her a bit awkward. She also did not know what to use this thing for. She had not processed it at all. But in the next second she suddenly had an idea. Thinking of a person, professional matters should be done by a professional. This matter should be asked of him. Today, the poor man saw the goddess being threatened with a knife. He was completely angry. He absolutely would not allow this, even if the opponent is an old man holding an 80-meter-long machete. At this time in a blacksmith shop, the girl was holding an iron hammer and pounding hard. This heavy work caused the girl to instantly breathe heavily and sweat profusely. This person is the wandering monk Sotu, close friend of Lac Thien Tayet. At this time, Lac Thien Tayet appeared. So Tu asked what was the east-west, south-north wind today that could blow Sect Master Lac here. Lac Thien Tayet asked her best friend for help, wanting to help the sect make a few things, which immediately made her interested. The person who only knew about Sect Master Lac actually started thinking about the sect. That's not right, there is definitely adultery in this. So Tu knows very well that this girl has an ice-cold personality. Besides her father and herself, probably no one likes her. Lac Thien Tayet said there was also a great disciple who could tolerate her. So Tu immediately became curious and asked if he was male or female. How are the 3 rounds? Specifically how much? Where to work? How is the income? Do you have debt on your house, car, and savings? Unexpectedly, this girl learned how to hide her beauty and started secretly raising boys. Lac Thien Tayet told her best friend to stop. This hereditary disciple is a famous master of the sect, and today he came here mainly to forge some knives for use in the kitchen. So Tu looked doubtful again. Did not he intend to continue the topic of that disciple? After that, it was a small matter to say that a plow knife was a thing, but we had to wait 2 days, because recently my grandfather was busy and had to forge a peerless weapon. At this time, a figure stepped out from the blacksmith shop. He told Lac Thien Tayet that he had time. Those things were just ordinary iron things, and they would be finished soon. The person who spoke was So Hong Sun. He asked Lac Thien Tayet if she was in a hurry, and if the 5 immortals were not dead yet. Then he told his niece to stop and help the girl Thien Tayet forge. Things first. Lac Thien Tayet said that this time she had a request, so Hong Sun agreed without thinking. He had the confidence to create anything. The next second, Lac Thien Tayet took out 3 blocks of golden jade stone. The request was very simple, that is to mix the mineral ling leaf. When both grandfather and grandson saw this scene, they were both so surprised that they were speechless. So Hong Sun immediately turned black. Are these 5 immortals giving you? My friend So Tu looked surprised. What did you say just now? If you want to mix golden jade stone into a slicing knife, use it to kill chickens and slaughter goats. Use a hoe with golden jade stone to reclaim the plain. Lac Thien Tayet looked at the 2 people's faces, thinking that this was the joy of losing a family. Suddenly So Hong Sun faced everyone. He could not stand it anymore and completely exploded. I was really angry to death. At the same time, Diep Fong was eating grilled food on a side street when an explosion rang out, leaving the 2 stunned. He asked what happened ahead. Thiet Duong Lang told the owner to rest assured. There would be no problem with it here. Then the 2 curious demons ran straight to the explosion point, and as soon as they got close, they saw the scene of the explosion. A rough man was holding a machete and staring at his lord. Diep Fong secretly shouted that something was wrong. This situation was definitely dangerous. But at this time, So Hong Sun looked angry, thinking that those 5 immortals had ruined Lac Thien Tayet, and wanted to go and kill 5 people. Lac Thien Tayet looked okay. So Hong Sun was angry. Those old guys actually wanted to mix treasures into shovels and machetes. Do not stop me. I'll go talk to them about what's wrong. The old man has lived so long and has never seen such disgraceful behavior, so today he must find an explanation. Lac Thien Tayet reluctantly explained that at this time it was not an order from those old men, but from an honorary elder. This made So Hong Sun even angrier. What the hell, elder? Where is he? Lac Thien Tayet clearly hesitated, not knowing whether to tell Diep Fong or not. At this moment, suddenly 2 domineering figures appeared, looking at these 2 people with sky-high aura. So Hong Sun was also stunned, only seeing Diep Fong's domineering aura, carrying sky-high pressure, being suppressed. Who would dare to hurt my world-honored one? This man finally took action, because of the sect master's decision. The old cultivator tried his best, but he did not hurt this loser at all, and was controlled by a single finger. At this time, So Hong Sun asked who was coming. Deep Feng stood in front of Lac the Intiate and told her not to be afraid. His disciple came to save her, then introduced reluctantly Ip Feng, a true disciple of Tan Han Tong. Deep Feng said with a concerned face, "You really made me worried to death. Luckily, you just went out to take a quick glance. Otherwise, what would have happened to you being bullied?" Lac the Intiate's heart skipped a beat in an instant. Diep Feng immediately opened his mouth to tell Tu Hyatt to take the world-honored man out of the blacksmith shop. Soon it would be difficult to avoid a battle. The next second, the bloodthirsty Tang Wolf suddenly broke out on the spot and immediately used the chain to pull Lac the Intiate away. Deep Feng completely stopped pretending and shouted loudly, "He is immortal." In broad daylight, he actually dared to rob the world-honored one's things and even wanted to hurt someone. In the end, who gave him this courage? So Tu heard the other party insulting his grandfather and immediately turned into an uncontrollable person. So Hong Sun pulled her back again. He was not angry but smiled, saying, "You're very good, kid." This made So Tu puzzled and asked Grandpa if he was so angry that he was stupid. "It's obvious that people just scolded you, but you're still praising them." So Hong Sun explained the reason: if his granddaughter also had a disciple who did not care about danger and wholeheartedly protected her, then this grandfather would also be very pleased. At this time, Thiet Duonglang returned and told Diep Fong that everything was over. He used a barrier to isolate the sect master from the outside. So Hong Sun spoke up, "I admit your demon beast is very strong, but if the old man's strength is above it, then how do you plan to deal with it?" Deep Fong told the old man to try betting with him. As soon as So Hong Sun heard it, he felt happy and asked what to bet on. Deep Fong bet that even if he tried his best, he would not hurt him one bit. Thiet Duonglang was waiting for a laugh, another stupid fat chicken. So Hong Sun said interestingly, "This kid suits me very well, but I just do not know if I can stand it." "Because you have the courage to say this, I believe that you also have some strength." So Hong Sun threw a punch. The powerful shock pressure crashed the ground. Although he fought with unparalleled strength, the result was 250. The punch was both strong and fast, but was controlled and caught by a finger. A skinny monster slowly appeared behind Deep Fong, laughing wildly. This time it was finally my turn. The man directly used the net to catch and suppress. Just now, So Thien Hong launched an earth-shattering attack that was stopped by a finger. The man revealed a strange smile, ending with a flick. Forehead. In the blink of an eye, So Thien Hong was thrown away. With just a gentle finger, the old cultivator was unable to resist, and it could even be said that he was killed in an instant. One of the members of the defeated family's guards, a man with one arm, asked the owner if he would start to attack the city next. If necessary, he could kill all the people in the city in the blink of an eye. Diep Fong saw that this time there seemed to be a bully. He opened his mouth and said, "Are you coming to protect, or are you coming to attack the city?" The one-armed man could not hear his ears at all. He instantly revealed a fierce light and stared at So Thien Hong. It was this old man who just wanted to hurt the owner. Now you can rest assured. Then I will not kill you directly, but will slice it into pieces, creating a specimen with only the head. These words almost scared the two of them to death. This person was too strong, and his ferocity made them even more angry. So Tu quickly spoke up, telling Dip Fong this was a misunderstanding. "Your master Lac the Intiate is my close friend, and Grandpa also does not want to hurt the Intiate. If you do not believe it, you can ask the Intiate." Dip Fong was stunned. This cannot be a joke. It must be clarified first. He told Hayat Lang to go ask his master first. Remember not to let him in, to avoid seeing the cruel scene. A few minutes later, Hayat Lang told Deep Fong that perhaps there really was a mistake. The sect master called the old man grandfather, so perhaps it was a misunderstanding, and even directly took out Lac the Intiate's jade recording. This armless man was not at peace. He incited Deep Fong, regardless of whether there was a misunderstanding or not. If he dared to attack his master, that person would definitely die. The armless man smiled fiercely and said, "Master, you are still too kind." Just as the armless man was about to continue speaking, a sudden change made him unable to react. Dep Fong's eyes changed at this time. He looked at the one-armed man and said, "Were you telling me to do something, just now?" At this moment, The one-armed man who was captured and suppressed by the net showed a trace of fear. Deep Feng saw that the other party was not convinced and immediately asked the system, "What should the defeated family guard team do if they disobey?" The system gives a very simple answer, immediately executes, and deletes on the spot. This time the one-armed man started to get scared, shouting loudly, "Master, I'm wrong. My subordinates do not dare anymore." Deep Feng coldly walked in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. "Give you a chance to live, now follow me." Looking at the man who had just been harmless, in the blink of an eye, he had become so cold. The armless man was completely frightened. As soon as this guy finished beating someone, he said it was a misunderstanding and directly took out the gag fee, warning the two of them 1,000,000 times not to say anything, otherwise next time they will really die. At this time, the one-armed man was led to the dark room by Deep Feng. Deep Feng told him to talk about the situation of the failed family guard team. The one-armed man did not dare to hide it, saying that there were only 10 official members including him. But if he wanted to join the guard team, he needed to go through tests and selections. Not only that, even if you have joined, you still need to take tests every once in a while. If your performance is not up to standard, you will still be mercilessly eliminated, and the guard team's mission will be defeated. Very simple. There is only one, to protect the safety of the owner, even if he loses his life in the mission. We also absolutely will not betray and run away. Deep Feng finally understood a little. He intended to give this bully one more chance. If he dared to act rashly next time, he would die on the spot. Lu Tatnan did not expect that he would commit a big crime. The master only gave him a verbal warning. This made him momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he thanked the master for not killing him and tore the space to retreat. Deep Feng asked the system how the loser's guard team actually existed. The system obviously did not want to directly explain the trick, but Deep Feng also knew that the guard team was not all strong men. Golden armor, the members inside must be thousands. Surely the other team members are not that bad either. A moment later, Deep Feng slowly walked out. He smiled and apologized to the two of them, saying that it was a terrible misunderstanding. He also took out a gag on the spot, telling the two of them to just forget about the unpleasant incident. "Then these 5 golden and medicinal stones are theirs?" So Tu asked again who Deep Feng was. What was the purpose of getting close to his close friend Lac Thien Tiat? If he did not explain clearly, he definitely would not let it go. But the next second he was touched by her rough hands. "Grandpa." So Thien Hong smiled and said he understood. Deep Feng said it was good to understand, then told Hyatt Lang he could go invite the master in. So Tu asked his grandfather why he stopped him just now. So Thien Hong explained, "We just need to know he will not hurt Thien Tiat. Do not worry about other things. We should still go now. Help them forge hoes and knives." So Tu knew that the situation was over, so he could only tacitly accept it. But when he thought of this bold-faced man, he silently swore, this matter is not over yet. When that time comes, he must follow his best friend. Came to the sect to stare at this man. He could not believe he could not see through him. At this time, Lac Thien Tiat arrived and asked them what they had just done. Deep Feng said it was all a misunderstanding, nothing happened, and also pushed the responsibility to Hyatt Lang, saying just now Tu Hyatt felt in danger. When danger comes, you rush over, but now many misunderstandings have been cleared up. If there is nothing, he will go first. Watching Deep Feng leave, so Thien Hong smiled and said, "Thien Tiat girl, you have a good disciple." "That's right. What is the situation about the honorary elder you mentioned before?" "As far as I know, the sect at the star level does not have this honorary elder." Hearing this, Lu Thien Tiat suddenly had a look on his face. Shy? This man, a cultivator of immeasurable wealth, today conquered a rough old man over 80 years old. Even more exaggerated, he even pleased him and sent him to a nursing home. The old man even directly packed his grandchild. The girl was about to give it to the man. Just then, Lac Thien Tiat's face turned red and she trembled, opened his mouth and said, the honorable elder was his true disciple. So Thien Hong was surprised. No way, those 5 immortals could not be that absurd. Is there anything special about this person? Star? So Tu was surprised, so when his best friend met him, did not he respectfully call Elder Diep? How did this happen? Lac Thien Tiat did not dare to open his mouth even more. Because he had money, he offered 1 billion top-grade miscellaneous crystals so that the star-level sect could be defeated at will. So Thien Hong chose not to listen. 1 billion top-grade spirit food was fine. But it was quite a lot. Suddenly So Tu came and slashed a knife. telling his grandfather that junk food is not food. So Thien Hong scolded the damn girl for not knowing how to look at her face, but made the over 80-year-old man face this cruel truth. But think again. For a moment his eyes lit up. He asked Lac Thien Tiat that all these years, Grandpa so considered her as his own niece. How about letting him and Tu go together from now on? So Thien Hong did not finish the sentence, leaving the remaining half sentence for Lac Thien Tiat to add on his own. Lac Thien Tiat still does not know what the other person means, but his sect is now there are more elders than disciples. If you hire more people, it will really become a nursing home. So Thien Hong looked at this girl indifferently. He thought he had not said it clearly just now. Lac Thien Tiat looked tense and did not know what to do. Suddenly So Thien Hong smiled and said, I am a second-class alchemist. The relationship is extremely broad and absolutely does not break the door. This makes Lac Thien Tiat momentarily stunned, meaning danger. This is the sound of a burning heart. Sure enough, as soon as he said it, he immediately received a response. Lac, from now on, Thien Tiat will entrust the sect's weapon training to him. In any case, the sect did not need it, so they simply gave up. So Thien Hong suddenly showed a wise smile, so he agreed, and the person who was thrown around the most was So Tu. I do not understand why it was packed and taken away. At the same time, on the upper floor of Feng City, countless monks gathered, each with compassion and kindness. Below, a group of people were whispering, who were these people? With such strong external aura, is not it afraid of causing everyone's anger? One person told him to stop talking. What kind of fart does a piece of aerodynamic trash know? Did not you see the word Tin Gayat printed on their robes? These people are all top-level powerhouses of Tin Gayat mountain site, and it is said that the site's owner, Truong Feng, has successfully broken through the first small heaven thunder tribulation, and their strength far exceeds the tribulation powerhouses of the same level. When Truong Feng in mid-air gave the order to go all out, the reason that could make him so angry. His son Truong Hang was killed. Today he dared to kill his son Truong Feng. No matter who he was, he wanted him dead. A group of people from Tin Gayat Mountain Manor were in a fiery atmosphere, shouting loudly to repay the debt with blood, to avenge the young master. Kill, kill, kill. This man was inhuman. When he went to buy things, the price would definitely increase. After spending 3 million on shopping, he told the shop owner that his goods were actually worth about billion. This act of killing people was complete, arousing the boss's murderous mind. At this time, Diep Feng was walking on the street, saying that he was very boring and that his depression had begun to flare up. Hayat Lang knew that his owner liked to collide with gold and fire. If he led him to spend money looking for fun, he would not have it. Interested, he suddenly thought of it and told Diep Feng in the north of the city that there was a conscience trading area. There seemed to be a lot of strange objects there. These words made Diep Feng's eyes light up. Things do not matter. As long as he can lose his family, that's all. In the neighborhood, near the north gate of the Feng Citadel, as soon as Diep Feng arrived, he heard a noise. People passing by do not miss it. Good goods at cheap prices. Conscientious business, buy without loss, buy without loss. A flirtatious girl immediately asked Diep Feng if she wanted to come relax. An old man selling fake medicine shouted loudly that the magic pill cures all diseases. Diep Feng and Tu Hayat were startled by the enthusiastic shopkeepers. Then, starting on the road to defeat, Diep Feng's strength was extremely strong. He saw a weapon, although the appearance was not bad, but it was too heavy. At this time, the system voice rang out, detecting the heavenly command, low, random quests, showing achievement boards, hiding heavenly orders. Success reward 100 points, failure minus 100 points, can refuse. Diep Feng was immediately stunned, then frantically searched around for somewhere. He soon saw in a hidden corner a pile of junk that no one was paying attention to. Diep Feng asked how the board was sold. The shop owner Tu Min chuckled. Finally, a big idiot took the bait. He smiled and said that young master has really sharp eyes. There is only this one in the whole shop that is the most valuable. Before he almost died because of this sign in the heavenly path battlefield. Diep Feng looked impatient. Why are there so many farts? Quickly tell me the price. Tu Min directly took the market price of 50 yuan including shipping. Touching his conscience, he said the price was 3 million low-grade food. Diep Feng laughed. Who the hell is he looking down on? It took a long time to make 3 million. It's a bit cheap. Tu Min was bewildered. What the hell is this guy talking about? If there was a rich person, he would support the price. He introduced young master, although the price was a bit high. but Diep Fong was too lazy to compare. Throwing away 3 million of the things he took, this scared Tu Min. Just like that, do not even bother to pay the price. He thought to himself, does this board have any big secrets? Then went up and asked Diep Fong, now that the transaction has been completed, can you reveal a little? How much his items are worth? Diep Fong said. For him, this object has a great effect on him. Even if it is 3 million low-grade food, as long as the other party dares to bid, he will not hesitate to buy it. Hearing these words, shop owner Tu Min welcomed an important moment in his life. 3 million. The low-grade food spirit was gone, his eyes turned cold. People who are not cruel cannot stand firm. He absolutely cannot accept such a loss. These two people will not be able to leave today. The person was finally beaten in the face. People aimed at his 3 million. The result was that the loser man only prepared 2,000 for the robbers. At this time Diep Fong had just taken 2 steps. Tu Min behind him was not there. Far from hiding his murderous intent, Tu Hyatt told Diep Fong that the guy behind him had very strong murderous intent. Looks like we've been targeted, Diep Fong asked. Really? He heard someone wanted to kill him. Diep Fong flew up excitedly, preparing to book a luxury room. Wash his neck and wait for someone to rob him, master. Dizzy. Making Blood Wolf equally stunned. Being targeted was just as fun. Even though the opponent was very weak, it was not that bad. An hour later, Tu Min found his big brother Hoda and told him that the other person's assets absolutely exceeded 1 billion, and the purchase order seemed to have some secret. The hooligan Hoda warned him. Tu Min, if the intelligence is still inaccurate this time, his chrysanthemums are just waiting to be exploited. Then the two of them walked towards the Thean 2 room, but as soon as they reached the door, they heard a strange sound. Inside they opened their mouth and said that the owner cannot be like that. It's too much, it's... Looks like you have very little experience. The two robbers were stunned for a moment and began to imagine the scene inside the room. At this time, Tu Hyatt asked, Master, if you used 2,000 low-grade linguine to chase away, would not it be too humiliating for the bandits? Diep Fong, who was as frugal as his life, opened his mouth and said, think about it, these 2,000 linguine, if they were destined to take it, they absolutely would not be destined to use it. Remember, although this person is a loser, there is no limit, but as long as I do not want to give it, no one can take it from me. This trick is to first give them hope and then directly destroy it. After hearing this, Hyatt Lang thought to himself, what kind of argument is this? The next second the door was directly opened. 2 majestic gunmen appeared, opened their mouths and said, bless the tea room, now everything is over. Both hands holding the head, Diep Fong smiled and said, knowing that you two were coming, this was my intention, more or less just 2,000. The robber saw this person and went crazy. What the hell? 2,000 low-level spiritual gold. This how much disrespect does she have for them? Only 2,000. Do you want to chase away beggars? His dog eats more than 2,000 cakes every day. Diep Fong asked the two of them if they gave too little. This made the two of them even angrier. They did not even hesitate to buy 3 million things, but when they were robbed, they only gave them that little bit. Diep Fong was so embarrassed on the spot that his face turned red. He looked for a theoretical system and told him to see that he had just said that much. It was definitely not enough. Now it's good. He's a disgrace to a wealthy family and is so stingy that even the robbers hate him. Today the poor man seemed to be completely unlucky. His senior sister actually opened her mouth to give him a few gifts, but what scared the man the most were these 3 rough old men. At this time, the robber was impatient, told Diep Fong to hand over the 3 million, and suddenly tore it apart. Diep Fong told the two to shut up first, but suddenly he did not know how he would die. As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack suddenly appeared, and 2 golden arms pressed down on the robber's neck. With a snap sound, in the blink of an eye, it was directly crushed into paste. Golden Armor Bodyguard opened his mouth and said that even with this group of people, he was worthy of robbing the owner. Diep Fong asked the system what the situation was. He had not encountered any danger yet. This guy came out and did it right away. The system told Diep Fong that the host was a failed genius, and that this was his first time being robbed of extraordinary significance, and he absolutely could not let this group of chickens have. This kind of product is simply not worthy of being recorded in your book about growing up and losing a family. Diep Fong was annoyed on the spot. Tu Hyatt asked the owner if he wanted more junk. Diep Fong told him to bring all these trash back to the sect. The system saw that Diep Fong was really angry, and quickly came up with a compensation measure, compensating the host for 100,000 defeats. Reward 9 bottles of the 9-level Heavenly Word Sword Formation, and reward 1 dragon, Burning Heaven Peak. The Heavenly Language Sword Formation. After opening the formation, gather spiritual energy within the scope of the formation to condense into 1,000 Tao realms, automatically attacking all creatures in the formation. The top of the 9 dragons is filled with heaven. The top contains 9 demon dragon souls, refining thousands of types of spiritual herbs, sharing the heaven and earth spiritual energy, and becoming the ultimate medicinal pill. Deep Feng saw the system's sincere apology and instantly forgave the system. A moment later, returning to Tan Soul Sect, Deep Feng was in chaos. Inside, there was an earth-shattering scream. Deep Feng just looked. Wow, the dance practice field is so bustling today, only to see 3 old men sitting in the middle. Old Man Bai looked disgusted and said, "Have not these 5 great heavenly prides eaten yet? In order for you to compete, you must use your heart, have full control over insults, and use emotions to influence the other person." Old Man had directly opened his mouth and told Lan Vofeng to swing his sword 10,000 times. Deep Feng hid in the corner trembling. In his heart he could only silently scream, "Fuck you, what the hell is this?" Deep Feng suddenly poked his head out, just in time to be seen by junior brother Vofeng. A few people seemed to see a savior. Lan Vofeng shouted, "Senior brother, save me. Junior brother is about to fail. The 3 sect elders have gone crazy." The 5 great heroes saw Deep Feng's tears welling up and shouted loudly, "Little junior brother, if you come 1 step late, we will die here." Everyone asked Deep Feng if he had any secret tips. If he did not mind, "My senior sister had a set of blood essence exercises and could give you one. Help senior sister. Tonight the 5th senior sister will help you relax." Lan Vofeng could only cry without making a sound and told senior brother that he could help massage your feet tonight. At this time, 3 rough men slowly approached, each of them staring at Deep Feng with unkind eyes. This made Deep Feng feel cold on his back. He opened his mouth to speak, and continued. This man only said 1 sentence about recurring hemorrhoids, but it led to a big cultivator to create a golden healing chair for him. Being stared at by 3 people, Deep Feng felt the horror. "Big Dad?" Old Man Back walked over and slowly opened his mouth to say that he was now arranging the project for Diep Feng. Deep Feng immediately shouted that he did not want to train. Hearing that, the 3 old men laughed and blinked once. Old Man Back told Diep Feng that it was cold and had to wear more clothes. Old Man had asked if his feet were sweating, so let it go. Only La Kai was shocked and said, "What's going on?" They did not plan to let Diep Feng participate in training. The 2 old men laughed and said, "You kid is still very young. With your EQ still want to compete for God of Wealth. Go home and straighten your scar." La Kai was mad. Okay, that's too polite. Play like that." In the blink of an eye, Deep Feng let out a shrill scream, asking him why he suddenly pulled him up when he was calm. Tran Haovu looked at him and felt gloating, not giving his junior brother any special treatment. This is Elderlay's integrity and respect for no one. Elderlay's righteous act immediately brought several people to tears, only to see Deep Feng being thrown directly into the air. La Kai below immediately struck a diamond force palm. A moment later he gasped, "Tell Deep Feng to come. Come and feel it. It's too expensive to make a pile of dirt like that." Just now he used a chess piece to turn it into a chair, scaring the old man with a disdainful face. This kid obviously secretly took a good opportunity. "But what the hell are you pretending to be? I thought this guy was blind." Deep Feng looked like he was making a chair for himself. He was really scared just now. As a result, La Kai's actions immediately attracted countless hateful looks. Lu Kai told a few people to be stunned, so why not continue training? When he heard about training Diep Feng, he immediately thought of something. He asked the system, "Can the power of the 100-sided heavenly language flag formation be adjusted?" Yes. The duration is 10 hours, but it is not for the owner to use. Someone else needs to accept the owner with blood to control its power. La Kai and the others watched Deep Feng take it out from his pants. All look suspicious? Deep Feng explained, "For senior brother and junior brother to train, it is better to use the 9-grade killing formation to train. This thing can control the power." Tran Haovu was bewildered on the spot. Luk Sich pointed at the little junior brother. "You failed our family. But can you be human? This thing can kill even the powerhouse of the Do Keep stage. Do you want to let your sister disappear forever? You are very good, you are noble, not only do you not save us, but you also came to our pit." La Kai looked at Tran Kai and was a bit embarrassed. He told Diep Fong that it was not necessary, do not act so cruelly, he just wanted to play with them, and had no intention of playing to death. As a result, Diep Fong took out the Thean Nugu Trankai and shouted loudly, Elderla, your things are too small, your vision is also small. One day, the upright senior brother reported to the highest levels about that loser. As a result, that loser only said one sentence in his ear, immediately causing him to transform into his fatherland, and open his mouth that he does not eat beef. At this moment, Lakai looked at Diep Fong pitting his teammates like that and broke into a cold sweat. Diep Fong argued that doing so was all for the future of the sect. The suffering of my brothers and sisters will definitely not be in vain. Even though they are the ones suffering, I am also very tormented in my heart. Lakai told Diep Fong that he could stop, it was a bit too much. That's it anyway, it's just a righteous face, just hold on for a bit, and it'll be over. Senior sister is crying, is not this trying to take her old life? Tran Hao Vu told her that the younger brother had already shown mercy, but luckily he only used a righteous face. But the next second he was slapped in the face. Diep Fong told a few people that on the one hand, righteous energy could only last for 10 hours. He was afraid it would not be enough, so he prepared a little more. Senior brother directly took out the voice transmission token and asked for help from the sect master. He really did not dare to stay in this new soul sect anymore. As a result, as soon as the connection was made, before the message could be sent for help, Diep Fong put his arm around his shoulder and said to his senior brother, "Do you want to be a member of the nation? Now he just needs to cut through the glitches. From now on he will be in charge of supervising others." The voice transmission command side worriedly asked, "What's the situation and still need help?" The next second there was a crackling sound, and the transmission command was trampled to pieces. At this moment, Tran Hao Vu is the father of the country in the practice world, instructing his younger brothers and sisters. He cannot if you... At the same time, in Tam Soul sect, Lac Vo Dan's face is dark, hesitating now. Should I go pick someone up or not? At this time, the ancestor asked the disciple how the situation was now. Lac Vo Dan said it was nothing, just that the disciple wanted to go home. Lac Thian Han was angry, such a big thing, but he did not say it early. Lac Vo Dan was immediately bewildered. Can this also be called a big deal? Lac Thian Han immediately told the sisters that his good friend Bitch Kong had not yet met Diep Fong when he came to the sect. Now he is taking someone to meet him. Do you guys have any opinions? Then said in a low voice to everyone, where are the outsiders? Just keep your words to yourself. In an instant, the other elders were all angry but did not dare to speak. No wonder Bitch Kong has been a guest for so long and still has not let them go. So he's here waiting for them. Shameless and despicable old wolf. Seeing that others did not dare to speak, Lac Thian Han immediately stood up. Bitch Kong told him to slow down. He just saw his grandmother waving at him. Lac Thian Han at this time then hastily braked, immediately causing Bitch Kong to choke. He was speechless and asked if he was in a hurry to be reincarnated. Furthermore, can you explain a bit? Why do you still have to intentionally dress up when going out? Wearing a beggar's outfit, Lac Thian Han told him, what the hell do you know? This is not a beggar's outfit. It's Chi Thang's outfit. What kind of thing does Chi Thang's outfit look like this? This man was mainly playing tricks today, saying he was alchemy, but actually took out a divine dragon crown. At this moment, Lac Han Thian told Bitch Kwong that the tranquility chest that he had been using every day for the past few days was given to him by Diep Fong. Having the tranquility chest was thanks to this beggar's outfit. After hearing this, Bitch Kwong directly touched it and told Mr. Lac to give him a set. At the same time, at Tan Han Tong, senior brother and sister were about to be blown to pieces. Senior sister still could not finish talking, she wanted to leave. The junior brothers were all angry and scolded the eldest senior brother for being inhuman. Yet he chose to be the father of the country. At this moment, all the pressure was on the big brother. It was so extreme that it made people's whole face change. Lan Vofong was scared to cry at this moment. As expected, the senior brother was still the best to him. Diep Fong told him not to misunderstand. He called him because he had something to ask. Hearing that he had to turn around, he was bewildered. His senior brother told him to come here to ask about alchemy. Diep Fong smiled. You little cunning boy actually knew how to answer first. Lan Vofong hugged his leg and was about to open his mouth. Old man had kicked him back, letting him continue to train in the killing array. He was also a 9-rank alchemist. Diep Fong looked surprised and opened his mouth to say that, bothering old man how. In Elder Chung He's office, he asked Diep Fong, what is the name of this peak? 9 Dragon burning Thean Din, cultivating thousands of spiritual herbs, burning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, becoming a supreme god. After hearing this, Old Manhwa immediately thought that Dep Feng had not been deceived, right? As for burning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he is really good at blowing it. To refine the spiritual herbs of heaven and earth, he must at least have heavenly fire. Otherwise the furnace will explode, and to be able to swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he must have a spiritual peak. Deep Feng looked proud. He felt that this thing absolutely surpassed even the fire of heaven. Elder Baohe looked carefully. In the next second along I was about to tear the sky. The dragon's shadow stepped into the air. This earth-shattering sound immediately attracted the attention of others. It turned out to be a sea of fire. Burning the sky, a majestic dragon stood tall in the air of Tan Sol Tung. Lac Thien Tiat said in surprise. This is the peak of the dragon's soul. How could it appear in the Ha family? Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that Dip Feng had just caused, Old Manhwa was at this moment shocked to the point that his outside was soft and hard on the inside. This time the master actually held a knife to slash that loser. The reason was that loser. Yet you want to use the god dragon's peak to roast a whole goat. At this moment, Dip Feng looked at this top. It was indeed beefy. In the future he wanted to eat grilled food. There was a place to use it. But unfortunately it was too laborious to use. Hala, who was on the side, felt speechless after listening. As expected, I already knew that nothing good would come of you taking out this top. That such a big dragon soul weapon would let you waste it. But just as Old could not stop sighing, suddenly Lac Thien Tiat refused. The representative flew straight here. I know who caused it. You're the only one responsible for this shocking matter. Tell me, was not the one in your hand the one who released the dragon's soul just now? Hearing that, Dip Feng immediately smiled and nodded in recognition, even reaching out his hand to invite the master to try it. Hearing this, Lac Thien Tiat was no longer polite and immediately started pouring spiritual energy into the furnace. Unfortunately, when pouring spiritual energy in, there was no reaction like a buffalo entering the sea. Seeing this, Lac Thien Tiat was immediately shocked. Could it be that you have already shed blood and accepted the owner of this furnace? Hearing that, Dip Feng repeatedly said the right thing, but this destructive thing really wastes spiritual energy. Just a moment ago, the spiritual energy in his body had been swallowed by it without any residue. Hearing this, Lac Thien Tiat was extremely surprised. She never expected that Dip Feng could receive the confirmation from the top. You have to know that just now Dip Feng released the shadow of the dragon. I'm afraid it could wipe out the entire new soul sect. Even strong people who can withstand 9 heavenly tribulations will have to endure a few moves to be able to withdraw. Can retreat. But right when Lac Thien Tiat was deep in thought, Hala was like a ghost flying back and forth next to her. This startled Lac Thien Tiat. She quickly asked Hala if something was wrong. But when she heard Lac Thien Tiat ask Olda, she was no longer polite. I said, little sect master, you should quickly take care of that bastard Dip Feng. He actually wants to use such a big pot to roast goat. This is simply blasphemy. After hearing this, Lac Thien Tiat immediately kept saying that Dip Feng was really a loser, having such a treasure, but not knowing how to appreciate it. But when Dip Feng opened his mouth to say that such a large bowl would probably roast a whole new sheep, Lac Thien Tiat immediately rushed over to stop him. I said, Dip Feng, do you know how powerful this top is? With it, you do not have to be afraid to travel throughout Huan Thien continent. And just when Lac Thien Tiat wanted to say a few more words, Dip Feng knew clearly what his master wanted to say and opened his mouth to interrupt. No. The master is someone who understands you well, right? I'm not interested in fighting and killing. Now I only want to eat food. Hearing that, Lac Thien Tiat immediately wanted to vomit blood. This Dip Feng peak can not only help you refine alchemy, but also protect you from lowly enemies in the future. You must know how to take advantage of such a precious auxiliary divine weapon. But when Dip Feng heard that, he leaned against the citadel and looked at Lac Thien Tiat, pretending to be deaf and ignoring it. He did not even know whether to live or die, but asked his master what he wanted to grill tonight. But at this time, Lac Thien Tiat saw that Dip Feng was a bit unreasonable, and she could not bear it anymore. Immediately seeing her take out a sword and intend to rush towards the mischievous guy, Hello quickly stopped him, constantly calling for Dip Feng to run away. At this time, Dip Feng saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly turned around and waved goodbye to the two people. Then, without saying a word, immediately ran away. At the same time, he was in another place. this time on the main hall of Huan Vm Tong. At this time, it had been a long time since I saw the fat boy Le Phi lying on the ground muttering, constantly saying that the master and disciple were wrong. And still sitting on the chair of Huan Vm Sect Master Tun Thien Hu listened to Le Phi's words. Said coldly, yet without permission, he dared to go to the Thien Dao battlefield on his own. Le Phi, you're really bold, and this is not the first time. If I had not found out this time, I do not dare imagine how long you'd want to hide it from me. At this time, Le Phi was lying on the ground trembling nonstop. His mouth kept saying to his master 1,000 times, do not come here, I know I'm wrong. But at this time, how could Tun Thien Hu listen to his advice? He only saw it when Le Phi repeatedly asked for forgiveness. Tun Thien Hu placed a large hand like a fan on top of Le Phi's head. Then, without saying a word, he picked up the guy who was 200 pounds fatter. This made Le Phi stunned in fear, his mouth constantly screaming in pain. But at this time, Tun Thien Hu did not pay attention to Le Phi's pleading. He was on the verge of an explosion and immediately issued a detention order. Le Phi, from today onwards, until you have broken through to the support stage, I will not allow you to take even a single step out of the sect. But right when Tun Thien Hu had an unpleasant look on his face and lectured Le Phi, then a resounding voice came from outside the main hall. Ha ha ha, I do not know which master came to my Huan Yen Tong as a guest, but I'm rude. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the great ancestor of Huan Yen Tong Vong Than Sun. At this time, when Vong Than Sun saw the monk radiating sword intent, Le Phi he was immediately stunned. At this time, Tun Thien Hu saw that the guest was the great ancestor, so he immediately released Le Phi and asked in confusion, Great ancestor, why did you come here? Today our sect does not entertain any great sword-doing monks. When Vong Than Sun heard that, he became a little impatient. What do you know? Quickly tell that brat Le Phi why he has that terrifying death sword intent on his body. Hearing that, Tun Thien Hu immediately turned his head to look at Le Phi lying paralyzed on the ground. Quickly tell me, Le Phi, what exactly did you do? Do not you hate sword practice the most? So where did this sword practice come from? At this time Le Phi was being beaten. The matter of kendo could no longer be hidden. Then he told the whole truth. The origin of this sword intent must have started when I met a loser in the Thien Dao battlefield and his ancestor. That day I just completed a level-up fight with him. While resting, I accidentally said that I hated practicing swordplay the most, and his expression changed. Then he suddenly took out a pile of death sword intent fragments and stuffed them into his son. At that time I also protested, but I said I did not want it. But he not only did not listen, but on the contrary, he stuffed it even harder. After stuffing 10,000 fragments, I finally understood this sword intent of death. After hearing this, Vong Than Sun was a bit stunned. He did not expect such a thing to happen. However, after 60 years of understanding the sword's meaning, in the end it was still less than a few minutes of yours. On the one hand, Tun Thien Hu was also full of surprise and mistakes. Then he asked Le Phi suspiciously, Tell me, Le Phi, what are you thinking now? At this time, Le Phi heard his master ask, but he did not hesitate to answer. Master, great ancestor, I have thought carefully. From now on I will avoid all things related to kendo. So after a while, you will definitely forget all about this swordsmanship body. In short, spending money makes you happy. When Vong Than Sun heard Le Phi say that, how could he bear it? He immediately picked up the whip and whipped Le Phi's body. After beating Le Phi, Vong Than Sun without saying a word pulled Le Phi back to his ashram. At this time, Le Phi kept telling his master not to practice swordplay. When Tun Thien Hu, who was behind him, saw this, he showed a very satisfied smile. In my heart I thought, haha, this time my sect will be able to thrive for another few hundred years. At the same time, in another place, in the New Soul sect. At this time Deep Feng was sleeping in bed. As if he felt something, he suddenly sneezed. When he woke up, he silently scolded in his mouth, damn it, who is it that disturbed the interest of me, and the 7 fairies? Just as Diep Feng was mumbling non-stop, the system suddenly transmitted good news. Ding, today's item has been renewed. Today's loser item is Thien Kuklo Dun Jia the Tun. And when Diep Feng saw the item that was lost today, he was about to be stunned. What could I rely on to lose the family with this tattered item? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Lao Ha seemed to have said that there seemed to be no more than 5 Thien Kukl Lu Din in Haiyan Thien continent. Does that mean he can still be defeated? Just as Diep Feng was secretly calculating, Lac Thien Tiat kicked open Diep Feng's bedroom door. At this time, Diep Feng had a terrified expression on his face. He did not understand why every morning the beautiful teacher broke down his door. At this time, Lack the Entire had an angry face and fiercely questioned Diepfeng. Or for the bad boy, why did you throw the top quality low dine out in the yard? I thought something big had happened. Hearing these words, Diepfeng secretly thought that throwing him out in the yard would still show him some respect. Do we still have to make offerings to it? Hearing that Lack the Entire did not know how to scold Diepfeng, should not this level of lotus be worshipped? At this time, Diepfeng saw that Lack the Entire still wanted to say something, so he quickly changed the subject. Forget it, master, let's not worry about the tattered roof out there first. This disciple now has something more important to consult with you. Suppose if I had 10 heavenly rank loaded on my body, how do you think I should use it to defeat the family? Hearing that Lack the Entire became angry. Haha, you still dare to say to me, do you think I'm new to you? As long as it's something you ask for advice, when will you fail? Thinking of this, Lack the Entire immediately left angrily. Seeing this, Diepfeng felt a bit helpless, but when he saw Lack the Entire turn around to leave, he immediately followed. Master, where are you going? The problem I brought up, you still have not given me a good idea. But at this time, Lack the Entire did not bother to answer Diepfeng's question. After going out into the yard, he immediately jumped up, then flew away without stopping. A few minutes later, outside Ngayat Lack Tin's soul sect, Old Manhwa was wiping the top while singing. But at this moment his eyes suddenly discovered that Lack the Entire was angrily walking towards him. Then he asked curiously, are you planning to buy spiritual herbs? When Lack the Entire heard Old Manhwa ask that, he became a bit angry. But this time Old Manhwa did not look at the other person's face, and said, I just bought a batch of spirit herbs a few days ago. In your bag there must be some. There is no shortage. Hearing that Lack the Entire was a bit speechless. Extremely upset, he changed his tone and intended to go out to buy minerals. Olda saw Lack the Entire's dark face and then regained consciousness. Then he opened his mouth and asked, has sect master Diepfeng injured you again? After speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something. Aya, I almost forgot, right now Diepfeng must be losing his family again. Thinking of this, Halao immediately ran away on all fours. At this moment, when Lack the Entire heard Laha say that, he was so angry that he trembled. A while later, Old Manhwa had already arrived at the mansion. When he saw Diepfeng digging the ground, he quickly said to Diepfeng, stop, this kind of heavy work is left to a young person, like you to do, right? Leave it to this energetic old man to do it. Old Niniampa did not wait for Diepfeng to answer, so he grabbed the shovel in his hand and started digging. This scene made Diepfeng stunned. In less than a moment, Halao dug out a large hole. At this moment, Halao stopped and began to ask, Diepfeng, why did you dig such a deep hole? Hearing the question, Diepfeng did not explain much at this time. I saw him take out a pill refining great cauldron from space. But at this moment, Elder Ha saw this and was stunned on the spot. At this moment he could not believe his eyes. Just because Diepfeng randomly took out one, it was a Thean-level Lu Dun. But when Halao trembled and asked Diepfeng why he took out this big peak, Diepfeng said he intended to use this peak to build a small toilet in the hole. Hearing that Elder Ha could no longer bear it. Seeing that he was a 9th grade alchemist, he immediately said that this time he would definitely have to beat Diepfeng. At this time Halao had an angry look on his face. When he heard that Diepfeng wanted to use that peak as a toilet, he could not bear it anymore. Just when he was about to teach Diepfeng, Lack the Entire suddenly rushed out from the darkness. Then I saw her pulling Old Ha back and asking for mercy. After all, he is also my great disciple. Old Ha heard what Lack the Entire said but was still very angry. I saw that my mouth was still scolding, Sect Master, let go, let me beat this loser to death. That Diepfeng is clearly insulting my career. Diepfeng on the side saw this familiar scene, and thought of something that he could not help but think, what do we rely on to be able to turn around like this? After being stunned for a while, he ignored everything and started to escape. You wait a moment, I will immediately let the wet Vofeng handle it. Seeing this, Lack the Entire next to him was speechless. This guy Diepfeng is really an old fox, even his support is calculated. This is because the sect's only 2 alchemists must work hard. Elder Ha on the side looked at Lack the Entire and muttered even more. Sect Master, you see, what has Diepfeng become after being spoiled by people? Lack the Entire heard this and was not convinced. Halao, who stopped me yesterday when I wanted to teach him? When Old Manhwa heard that, he was stunned. Damn it, why you came here on purpose to watch over me? After hearing this, Lack the Entire not only did not get angry but also laughed. Hello, I still have something to do. I'll go first. Please stay here slowly and enjoy. A few minutes later, Lan Vofeng happily walked towards Old Man Hao. Come in front and ask Old Man Ha if he's also coming to help build the latrine. After listening, Old Man Ha not only did not get angry, but also had doubts in his heart. He do not see you laughing now, you'll probably cry later. But even when Old Man Ha was still constantly fantasizing, Lan Vofeng saw through his thoughts and directly gave him a fatal blow. Hala, are you waiting for Thean Kolo Din? Hearing that Old Man Ha was suddenly stunned. Damn, this kid Lan, how do you know that? With Diepfeng wanting to use the top quality Lo Din as a toilet, do not you feel uncomfortable? Lan Vofeng heard that and said proudly, Hala, of course I know all of these things. Senior brother also gave me one of that top just now. Did not we drag him out to raise fish before I arrived? Hearing that Old Man has suddenly turned pale. As expected, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse only knows how to googe. You have big eyebrows and big eyes, but you unexpectedly started betraying the revolution. Lan Vofeng heard that but did not know what to say. Hello, that's wrong, it should be black when it's close to ink. Hearing that Old Man could not bear it anymore. Go away, do not I know. Although Old Man has said that Lan Vofeng should leave quickly. But actually he staggered away on his own. Go and keep muttering. There are only 2 alchemists here in total. The junior brother has it, but I, the elder, do not have it. The sect treats them differently. Looks like we should still leave soon. But right when Old Man was disappointed and returned to the dormitory to prepare to pack his things and return to the auction house. So Hong Sun, who lived in the same courtyard as Old Man suddenly spoke up. Elder that is the heavenly furnace, how could you just throw it away in the yard? When Old Man heard that, he was stunned. Then he thought of something and became happy. When Old Man quickly ran to the yard, he immediately burst into tears. I only saw a large, shiny golden top displayed in his yard. Old Man saw that and immediately caressed that big tip. So Hong Sun next to him saw this and quickly asked Old Man if he could lend him the top to study. When Old Man heard that, he said proudly, Elder what are you talking about? This trash, if you do not want it, I'm prepared to use it in the yard to raise fish. Hearing that, how could So Hong Sun bear it? I saw him holding the big peak and rushed straight out into the yard. But when he hugged Lo Din and ran to an empty field, the scene before his eyes immediately made him widen his eyes and open his mouth. Looking at the long row of heavenly furnaces displayed in front of him, he suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, there are so many top-grade Lo Din here. What else should I research? At this time, So Hong Sun was stunned just because in front of his eyes were 7 top-grade heavenly furnaces. This made him begin to doubt whether he needed to research this thing anymore or not. But just as he was falling into a state of self-doubt, Diepfeng suddenly poked his head out from the peak. Startled, So Hong Sun saw this and asked, Diepfeng, what are you doing hiding in the peak? I almost scared this old man to death. At this time, Diepfeng not only did not get angry when he heard that, but also asked a little tiredly, Elder Chu, your relative is a top alchemist on the continent. How do you say you should use these heavenly grade furnaces to be considered a failure? When So Hong Sun heard that, he was suddenly stunned. Damn, are you hiding here just because you want to think of this way? Besides, I'm just an old man who makes defense weapons. The Bai family's story is not something that a weapon refiner like me can understand. Diepfeng on the side when he heard So Hong Sun talk about weapons and defense tools. As if he thought of something, his eyes immediately lit up. Master Bai, I saw him quickly jump off the top and then tell So Hong Sun his idea, telling So Hong Sun to freely choose one of these 7 peaks. When So Hong Sun heard this, he was a bit bewildered, saying that I was just an alchemist. What did I want this pill refining peak for? Should I use it to fight? When Diepfeng heard that, he was extremely happy and said, Elder So is indeed human, but he guessed correctly. Elder Chu, you see this heavenly furnace can both attack, defend, and is durable. Is not this the ultimate weapon that was born for these brutes? When So Hong Sun heard that, he felt a little moved, but still opened his mouth to refute. Although he said so, no one had ever done such a thing with such a precious treasure. Diepfeng heard that and continued to advise Elder So, if you put in all your effort, how long would it take to smash this top-grade heavenly furnace? When So Hong Sun heard that, he hesitated and said, my old man has limited strength. No matter how long I beat this peak, I cannot smash it. Hearing that, Diepfeng immediately felt that something great could be accomplished then. without waiting for the old man to agree. He gave the top to him. And at this time in the main hall, Lac the Entire was extremely superior. Looking at the several peaks lined up in front of him, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. What the hell is going on with this Diepfong again? When Diepfong heard that, he chuckled and said, Master, these heavenly level furnaces are extremely sturdy and can be used as weapons, so each person should have one, so no one can harm them. Everybody. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tiu Hong extremely excitedly say, Master, this hammer is very comfortable to use. With my strength, I will definitely give each of them a hammer. Elder Batch and Lakai, who were nearby, saw Tiu Hong easily lift the big top without any effort, and were startled. Tiu Hong is worthy of being a monster with great strength, yet she can easily lift this huge top and dance. This power is truly terrifying. But at this time, Diepfong did not care about other things, only saw him proudly walking in front of Lac the Entire. Master, is it okay for you to see what my disciple gave me? Hearing that, Lac the Entire not only said nothing but also asked, let's not talk about anything else. I ask you, why do you want to give this top to the puppy? Hearing that, Diepfong suddenly got excited and began to tell his plan. Master, people who see puppies also really like this top. Besides, when the puppy gets stronger in the future, it will have a big mouth to fight for our sect in all directions. Hearing that, everyone thought for a while and realized it made sense. But just as everyone was happily choosing the best load done, suddenly from outside the main hall came an extremely unpleasant voice. The people of the New Soul sect heard this, and immediately sent someone to kill my son. Otherwise, after 3 sticks of incense, Cam and Gayet Suntrang will destroy your entire family. At this time, everyone in the New Soul sect is sharing the ultimate Lodine fam. When they heard someone outside loudly wanting to destroy the entire Tan Hantong family, everyone did not believe it. Elder Ha, who was next to him, was also stunned for a moment, and then spoke in surprise. Damn, it's really a toad that wants to eat swan meat, it's really loud. At this time, Lac the Entire's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Anyway, one morning my disciple made me angry, so I said, everyone follow me out to meet the enemy. But just when everyone was in full fighting spirit, an untimely voice came from the side. Master, master, you have not put this crown on yet. This top is a good thing. It's hard and heavy, it can both hit and block. It will definitely protect the master safely in this battle. Hearing that, Lac the Entire suddenly could not suppress the anger in his heart, only to see him venting in Diepfong's face. Top, 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 you only know the top. People have already hit the door, but you're still here babbling. If you do not hurry, come with me and prepare to kill those troublemakers. At the same time, in another place, at this moment a man was asking his homepage, the homepage, why this tattered sect was still here talking so much nonsense. Would not it be better if we rushed in and killed his whole family? Tin Gayet Mountain homepage Truong Thufong heard it and gritted his teeth. Shut up, stop talking nonsense. What do you understand? I will definitely not ignore anyone in this sect. But the prerequisite is that I need to force them to hand over the murderer of my son, and then let those people slowly die in the treasure. But right when Truong Thufong spoke viciously, the people next to him saw the situation below and revealed their expressions. It turned out that at this time, Old Man Batch had carried the big peak and appeared before everyone's eyes. When the disciples of Tin Gayet Mountain Village saw this scene, they laughed and choked their saliva. They kept saying that this person in the New Soul sect was sick or something. Out to meet the enemy, one person was dragging a large, tattered peak. I have lived for 20 years and have never seen such a funny thing. I see that you all want to laugh at me to death and inherit my loneliness. When Lac the Entire below heard these words, he was so angry that he trembled. Disgusting. I knew right away that I should not use this top to fight. Truong Thufong at Tin Gayet Mountain site heard people making noise. At this moment, his face was also filled with a heavy look, because he discovered below that there was a large figure shouting, loudly, his body radiating a terrifying aura. But so Hong Sun felt that Truong Thufong was looking at him and became angry. Or for you, Truong Thufong, today I do not care what you came for, but if you dare to provoke my Tanhan sect, your Tainan Gayet Mountain site will no longer need to exist. Hearing such domineering words, Truong Thufong above was also a little surprised. Just when he wanted to ask something more, he heard So Hong Sun speak again. Hemph, the old man is So Hong Sun. Even if that Trenfong comes in front of me, he has to nod and bow. When Truong Thufong heard these words, he was startled and frightened. He did not expect that the big man in front of him was So Hong Shan. Did not he hear that he would not join any forces, Why is he in this tattered new soul sect? Truong Thofeng clearly knew So Hong Sun's strength and immediately explained to him. Senior Chu, my son was killed, but I used a flying insect to track him here. So we have reason to believe that the murderer is definitely in this Tan Han sect. After hearing this, So Hong Sun sneered and said, if you want to blame him, why cannot you? Truong Thofeng, you want to annex the small sect without even looking for a better reason. It is truly despicable and shameless. At this time, So Hong Sun had a disdainful look on his face and said, Humph, you think I do not understand? Your trash son will always carry something with him wherever he goes. And my sect only has 2 disciples of low strength. One person is level 9 of dung line level, one person is level 9 level of bamboo structure. How could they do such a thing? Although Truong Thufeng also understood this principle after hearing it, the tracking insect could not deceive him. Extremely unconvinced, he still wanted to refute a few sentences. But at this time, So Hong Sun of course would not let Truong Thufeng open his mouth to explain. I saw him immediately aggressively and forcefully interrupt what Truong Thufeng was about to say. Humph, do not think that this old man does not know what kind of trash your Tin Gayat villa is all about. Saying that, So Hong Sun also turned to ask the people behind him, have any of you killed a martial artist recently? When everyone in the new soul sect heard this, they immediately shook their heads and said no, but at this time, how could Truong Thufeng dare to believe it? Seeing him immediately scold everyone for lying, Lac Thien Tayat, who was already angry by Diep Feng, could not bear it anymore. Immediately ordered everyone to attack, arresting the people of Tin Gayat Mountain Village on the other side. Upon receiving the signal to fight, several elders and Tiu Hong immediately burst out, with a terrifying aura. When the people of Tin Gayat Mountain Village realized that old batch and they were all in the do keep stage, they were all frightened. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, he was immediately hit by a large peak, and the person who threw the peak was none other than Old Batch and the strong Old Ha. I saw them one by one swinging the peak and starting Operation. Suddenly, the people of Tin Gayat Mountain site cried out incessantly. This scene made Lac Thien Tayat have some thoughts. Damn, can the top of the alchemy furnace be used to fight so viciously? If in the future, I also learn to hold a large peak as a weapon, what kind of scene will it be? Thinking of this, Lac Thien Tayat immediately shivered. While Lac Thien Tayat was fantasizing about herself, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the side. Master, are these people really coming to find the murderer? Lac Thien Tayat heard Dep Feng's question and opened his mouth to say, that's just a funny excuse to want to annex the small sect. But Diep Feng thought of something. Although he heard Lac Thien Tayat say that, he still had some doubts in his heart. Not feeling reassured, he immediately summoned the system's one-time function to spy on heavenly secrets. The system heard Diep Feng ask and immediately spoke without hesitation. Ding, just take this opportunity to peek at the heavenly plan and find out if the incident where the guards beat someone to death in the cave has something to do with you. When Diep Feng heard the system answer like that, he immediately understood that the murderer that Tin Gayat Mountain site wanted to find was himself. But right when Diep Feng wanted to say something to everyone, he heard a sound of tearing the air, so Hong Sun cut Truong Thufeng in half. Diep Feng next to him saw this scene and did not know what to say. Master, the owner of Tin Gayat Mountain site wants to find the murderer who seems to be me. Hearing these words, Lac Thien Tayat was immediately surprised. Damn, what's going on? It turns out they really did not come to cause trouble, but came to find the real killer. But if you are so weak, how can you kill them? After hearing this, Diep Feng thought a bit awkwardly. How should we say this? Should not I have told you that while I was sleeping, they were hacked to death by my failed family guards? Just as Diep Feng was trying to think of words, the crazy foreign Dharma disciples in the sect carried Truong Thofeng's body. Sect Master, all the enemies that came to invade have been dealt with by us. Tin Gayat Mountain site is not a good thing. Today we can also consider it as punishing evil and good. Old Ha next to him said even more firmly, just in case, in 2 days I will go to Tin Gayat Mountain site to destroy them all. At this time Diep Feng saw Lac Thien Tayat being silent. Then he immediately hurriedly asked his master what was wrong. After listening, Lac Thien Tayat said she was fine, just wanted to die. In my heart, I'm thinking about protecting the perpetrator, so stop it. The elder still intended to destroy the grass completely. It seems that the sect's heroic image is no longer there. Just as Lac Thien Tayat was falling into a deep pit of self-torment, the system kept reminding Diep Feng, Nail, congratulations to host Tan Sol Tong on becoming famous. After this battle, no one was surprised by the cruelty of the new Soul sect after learning the details of the incident. The leader of the Tan Soul sect, Lak Thean Tiat, is even more praised as the #1 great demon on the Haiyan Thean continent. Seeing the window appear, Deep Fong felt a bit panicked. Damn it, why is your system so scoundrel? Yet he wanted to build the sect into a once terrifying demon sect. At this time, Lak Thean Tiat's face was full of helplessness. Just because she was a master and sect leader, she had no achievements. Just as Lak Thean Tiat sighed and wanted to turn around and leave, Diep Fong next to her called her again, Master. When does the Secret Realm Sect Conference start? After hearing this, Lak Thean Tiat was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said that the sect conference would begin 7 days later. At that time, you and your brothers can bring your cultivation resources 1 day in advance. Also, in these few days, you should choose an elder to lead the team with you. I still have things to do, so I should stay in the sect. At this time, Diep Fong looked at Lak Thean Tiat's back after speaking and felt that something was wrong with his master. Thinking of this, Diep Fong immediately told the system to take a peek at the heavenly plan. After listening, the system immediately displays a notification, reminding the host the amount of information in this sneak peek is a bit large. Today's 3 opportunities need to be used up. Will I use it? After listening, Deep Fong decided to confirm. Ding, the host's master, is the holy treasure of the upper world infinite holy land. When he went out to practice, he was attacked by 3 great sects headed by the Thai Hu Sword sect. After fighting until the end, he still died. Luckily, thanks to the sect's secret treasure, he was able to keep a trace of his soul, and from then on, he was reincarnated. From then on, the host master practiced diligently every day, only to quickly ascend to the upper world to take revenge. But right when Diep Fong was looking seriously at his master's past, the system started teasing Diep Fong. Ding, the host master is indeed reasonable. After hearing this, Diep Fong immediately looked bewildered. After being stunned for a long time, he suddenly woke up. But right when Diep Fong was considering whether to eliminate all of his master's arguments, the system, this scoundrel, suddenly happily said, Haha, just fooling the host. Whether the host master is in a previous life or this life, there is no reason, so the host can rest assured. After hearing this, the Diep Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, the system is a bitch. If you can be specific, this guy will definitely take your dog's life. Also, originally I just wanted to know what the master is busy with these days. You just need to tell me that she is in seclusion in the sect. There is no need to say so many words. As for more information, this is clearly a waste of 2 opportunities to peek at my heavenly secrets, but the master's background is so strange and twisty. It seems that the Thai Hu Sword sect, the Hong'e Immortal Pavilion, Thean Vu Mun are all 3 sects in the upper world. Humph, this, hated Diep Fong, remember, sooner or later Diep Fong will ascend to the upper world to kill all these despicable villains, to avenge my master and wife. Just as Diep Fong was silently gritting his teeth, the system transmitted good news. Nail, congratulations to the host for confirming a reason. According to the host's thoughts, a special reward of 100 million marrow cleansing immortal pills. Nail, the advantage of cleansing water pill is that it can completely remove impurities in the body without needing any quality, and possess a truly impurity-free constitution. Regardless of the level of Dan Hyoyan Dan, in front of cleansing pills, it is his land. Nail, disadvantages of cleansing water Dan. A single pill of cleansing water pill is weak and needs to be used in large quantities to be effective. Taste a bit. When Diep Fong heard this sentence, he immediately felt wrong. System, your reward is coming too late. Senior sister was originally the daughter I intended, so why are you giving me a reward now? Hearing that, the system felt a bit embarrassed. If you're careless, next time it makes sense, the system will give it to you early. As soon as these words came out, Diep Fong immediately became angry. Damn you dog thief, there's still a next time. Do not you know that my love for my master sister is eternal? A few minutes later, Diep Fong was now holding a shiny golden cleansing water pill to study. It is said that puppies are spiritual beings without impurities. The spirit body without impurities absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very strongly. It seems that the puppy has not yet truly entered the impurity-free spiritual body. That's right. This batch of cleansing pills is a special reward that the system gives based on my thoughts. We have to distribute it down and strengthen the sect's power. Thinking of this, Diep Fong kept running to Tiu Hong's side. Then, without saying a word, he directly tore her clothes. But Tiu Hong has been single for thousands of years. Where has she seen this scene before? immediately beat Diep Fong. When asked Diep Fong why he tore his clothes, Diep Fong said he wanted to use the cloth to make a bag to hold medicinal pills. Hearing these words, Tu Yu Hong immediately became angry and could not control herself. I just saw her face speechless and pointed at the old men in the distance, saying, "Why do not you go tear them apart?" Diep Fong heard that and said in a low voice that your clothes look similar. Theirs are so ugly. As soon as he finished speaking, Diep Fong finished packing a large bag of cleansing pills. Then I saw him walk up to the old men and opened his mouth to say, "Four elders, I have something good for you." When people heard that, they immediately became extremely excited. Good, just finished betting and the price has arrived. But when everyone was looking forward to going up to see what the reward was that Diep Fong took out, a large bag of green medicinal pills directly made them pale. At this time inside the New Soul sect, several elders were sitting around, looking at the pile of medicinal pills emitting a strange smell. They were immediately a little scared. They all did not know when they would be able to eat all these medicinal pills. But right when Elder Batch and them were whispering to each other. At this time, Diep Fong is sending a message to the system. Have not the failed systems and items already failed today? So where's my reward? When the system heard that, it opened its mouth to speak. Ding host, you still have an unused furnace top in your hand, so the task is not considered completed yet. Diep Fong immediately woke up when he heard this. You did not say it and I almost forgot. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Diep Fong carrying a large top and running out. The old man next to him immediately became a little suspicious and asked, Diep Fong, what is he doing? Why do you look so unhappy? When Lakai heard that, he vomited and could not speak clearly. But right when several people were muttering to each other. At this time, Diep Fong walked in front of Truong the Fong. Without saying a word, he swung the big top and hit him. The voice that kept screaming was all about you. Do not hurry up and hand over my reward. But the few people in front of them saw Diep Fong in the distance, swinging his hat. They immediately became a bit restless. At this moment, Lakai was trembling a bit as he opened his mouth to speak. Mother Diep Fong, this kid, his mother is not a good person. When angry he is very ferocious. The old man next to him was now even more frightened. Diep Fong, is it possible that you are angry because you see us not taking medicinal pills? Thinking of this, several people immediately began to eat and drink quickly. At this time, after Diep Fong finished swinging the remaining large peak, the system immediately opened its mouth. Ding, the host has lost all his items today. Reward 1000 loser points. Reward 1 piece of Tu Min Hyoin clothes. Tu Min Hyoin is a woman's item made from thousands of years of black gold. Possesses super strong defense that cannot be broken. Soft, comfortable material. Wearing it in winter is warm, in summer it is cool. Simply too good. But when Diep Fong heard that the item that was lost this time was a woman's item, he was immediately happy. Very good, this Tu Min Hyoin cloth, as soon as I heard it, I knew it was a good thing. Maybe you can give it to your master to increase your affection. But right when Diep Fong was thinking wildly, the system suddenly sent a reminder task. Didn't give out random missions. Give this woman's underwear to Master Lac Thi and tie it. A successful mission rewards the host with 500,000 loser points. Diep Fong was a little restless. Is not this your damn system trying to harm me? Hearing that, the system said meaningfully, Host, what are you talking about? You're so embarrassing. This system is for you to soon have a shameless good day. That's why I'm kind enough to help you make arrangements. Do not be ignorant. When Diep Fong heard these words, his expression did not waver at all. Actually, inside, I was so happy that I could not bear it. Right when he was thinking about whether to continue or not. At this time, Lac Thien Tiet suddenly walked to his side. But right at that moment, Lac Thien Tiet opened her mouth and asked Diep Fong what she was doing standing here. Diep Fong, who was dreaming, immediately uttered a sentence. Oh dear wife, why are you here? And as soon as Diep Fong uttered this sentence, the people at the scene, whether it was Lac Thien Tiet or the elders, immediately froze on the spot. After being stunned for a moment, Lac Thien Tiet opened her mouth with murderous intent. Diep Fong, who did you just call wife? Feeling the endless murderous intent, Diep Fong immediately trembled when he heard that, he master, look at my mouth. What I said just now was just a beautiful misunderstanding. But Lac Thien Tiet was angry at this time and did not believe Diep Fong's devil's words. At this moment, she just wanted to completely destroy the traitor who was coveting her master. Several elders were now looking at this boss Diep Fong with surprised faces. Damn it, I did not expect Diep Fong to be able to prove his bravery. Yet he called the sect leader his wife. This is simply nothing more to say. But just when Elder Baksh and the others timidly wanted to withdraw from this Azura field, Lac Theantayat spoke up again. Deep Feng, you said this is just a misunderstanding, then tell me, what is the misunderstanding about what you hold in your hand? When Deep Feng heard that, he did not think twice. As soon as he opened his mouth, he called Lac Theantayat his wife. When Lac Theantayat heard that, she immediately became angry again. I saw her immediately jump to Diep Feng's side, hitting and scolding Diep Feng. What are you barking at? Seeing that his master was so embarrassed, Diep Feng immediately opened his mouth. Master, this is a set of Dian Fen underwear made from Ximing Xuan crystal. The material is soft and comfortable, and when worn, it is warm in winter and cool in summer. Furthermore, its defense is also the strongest in the first class. Hearing this, Lac Theantayat looked unhappy. After all, it was to Min Hoyan Tin in the legend. Even if it's in the treasures of Infinity Holy Land, it's not certain how much there is. And just when Lac Theantayat was doubting, the Dian Fen underwear in Diep Feng's hand suddenly emitted an extremely strong aura. Seeing this, Lac Theantayat put away her doubts. Although Infinity Holy Land is considered the top in Dongchao, in the entire upper world, it is still only the last. He can casually use the purple Ming Xuan crystal to make women's underwear, so he's afraid he does not belong to some supernatural power. But the charm of this Dian Fen lingerie set makes her unable to ignore it. After thinking for a long time, Lac Theantayat made a decision. I'll confiscate your stuff. Regardless of whether there was a misunderstanding or not, do not call me your wife from now on, okay? Hearing that, Diep Feng immediately nodded repeatedly, said yes, and after speaking, he raised both hands to offer the things, constantly thinking in his heart, my master is indeed hard on the outside and soft on the inside. It seems that this Tuminek Xuan Tin is definitely a good thing, or maybe at this point I'll take advantage of the victory and rush forward. Thinking about this, immediately take action. I saw Diep Feng immediately hug Lac Theantayat's small waist and opened his mouth to say, from now on, the two of us will discuss. I will call you my wife, and you can call me at will. When Lac Theantayat heard Diep Feng's words, her small face immediately turned red. No, this comes out. If you dare to call me wife one more time, then do not blame me for taking away your status as a true disciple. When Diep Feng heard that, he laughed out loud. Old Deep, who has been wandering around in love for decades, how could he not be able to cure this little stray cat? I, Lac Theantayat, now use my position as an honorable elder to order, not to take away Diep Feng's status as a true disciple. Hearing that, Lac Theantayat became even more angry. Hateful, you are threatening me. But Diep Feng saw that Lac Theantayat seemed shy, so he wanted to tease him even more. Oh, it seems my wife feels that this status is not enough. Then my husband will inform you, as his master, that he must not take away Diep Feng's status as a true disciple. Having been teased by the little scoundrel Diep Feng, Lac Theantayat did not dare to argue anymore. Never mind, call it whatever you like. Anyway, many people here cannot explain anymore. After speaking, Lac Theantayat blushed, picked up the Dian Fen underwear, and casually left. When Diep Feng next to him heard that, he was extremely happy. See what is called Vong De Gu in another world. Only one to Min Huan Tin made his master agree to call him his wife. So if you give more things in the future, you will probably achieve more. A moment later, Diep Feng happily walked to the dormitory yard. As soon as Diep Feng opened the dormitory door, he opened his mouth and said, Junior brother Vo Feng, quickly come to the sect's main hall, I have something good for you. Seeing that Lan Vo Feng did not say a word, he immediately knelt down at the speed of light. Diep Feng saw this scene and immediately felt confused. Woof Junior brother Vo Feng, what are you doing? When Lan Vo Feng heard Diep Feng's question, tears immediately filled his eyes, expressing that he was still too small. At this moment, Diep Feng's face was full of surprise. Just because he had just met his junior brother, he immediately knelt down on the ground. In his mouth, he kept saying that he had no vision. But when Diep Feng asked him why he said that, he saw Lan Vo Feng explain like this. Brother, my junior brother's vision is still too small. At first, when you spent 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, it was just to become the sect master's eldest disciple. At that time, I thought women were stupid and had a lot of money. But now it seems that I am the stupid one. But right when Lan Vo Feng kept complaining about his regret, the brothers and sisters next to him also came forward and spoke up. That's okay, little junior brother, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a saint's wife? Only you dare to do so? That's right, even the ice goddess of the New Soul sect was defeated by you. Tell me, when can I be a bridesmaid? The second senior sister was also at this time, with an expectant look on her face, and she opened her mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, everything described in the love story is true. I fucking love this type of plot. After teasing Deep Fong for a long time, these senior brothers and sisters left satisfied. But at this moment, Diep Fong's face was full of shame. He did not expect the elders to make such a big deal out of it. A few hours later, at this time in the sect's main hall, when So Tu saw Diep Fong entering the main hall, he immediately shouted loudly, "You are very good, Diep Fong. Tell me quickly, what did you do to our teen Tiet?" But Diep Fong saw that So Tu looked like he was gritting his teeth. A virtuous person like him is even more arrogant. Tu, quickly say a blessing to me. I'm happy today. Just say whatever you want. But So Tu was already very angry. At this moment, I heard Diep Fong still dare to stop barking in front of her. Then he became even more angry, so angry that all 3 souls and 7 souls were fuming. If her grandfather had not stopped her, I'm afraid she would have jumped up in the next second, opened her mouth, and turned into the sun. Puff puff, I So Tu will starve to death or be struck by lightning. I would not need your things either. Seeing this, Diep Fong was immediately stunned. In my heart I was still thinking, relying on a woman is faster than my master getting mad. But right when Diep Fong was still stunned, suddenly there was a look of spiritual energy looking towards him, making him startled. When Diep Fong raised his head to look, he saw Lac Thien Tiet sitting in the main chair of the main hall, coldly looking at him. But when Diep Fong saw her majestic face, not only was he not afraid, but he even wanted to laugh. Good guy, my master's wife is still angry with me at this time. It seems I still have to give her many good things. That way you can make your wife happy. Thinking of this, Diep Fong immediately ran to Tiu Hong's side. Then without saying a word, he tore his clothes. This scared Tiu Hong to the point of crying. But right now Diep Fong would not care about that. Just see him immediately wrap a package of cleansing water pill in cloth, then put it in front of his wife. Master, these are all cleansing water Dan. The medicinal effect is even stronger than Dan Hoyan Dan. If used in large quantities, there will definitely be unexpected surprises. Even a person with a normal constitution can turn into a spiritual body without impurities. But as soon as Diep Fong's words ended, Lac Thien Tiet still did not say anything. I saw the dog next to me running impatiently. Seeing that, Diep Fong immediately kicked it away without hesitation, still saying in his mouth, "You stupid dog, obediently let me lie there, waiting for you to finally try." When the people there heard this, they were immediately happy. Ha 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 ha, the chain of humans being inferior to dogs has finally ended. At this time, So Tiu walked up to Lac Thien Tiet and kept opening his mouth. "Thien Tiet, we cannot eat these medicinal pills." Just when So Tiu wanted to say something more, Lac Thien Tiet directly opened his mouth to interrupt. "Even though you say that, Tiu, this is a good item that can remove impurities in the body. People who want to become strong like me cannot resist this medicine at all." Hearing that, So Tiu immediately looked at Diep Fong and said angrily, "Good, good, I'll see if these medicinal pills are as strong as you say." After speaking, he saw So Tiu immediately pick up a medicinal pill and put it in his mouth, but the next second he saw So Tiu fall directly to the ground. The reason is because this cleansing pill is really difficult to eat. At this time, Diep Fong saw that Tiu girl, after eating the medicinal pill, immediately fainted to the ground. He immediately frowned. Was this medicinal pill really that difficult to eat? Not believing, he immediately pulled out his dog, then without saying a word, took a pile of medicinal pills and stuffed them directly into the dog's mouth. As soon as the dog with a confused face swallowed the medicinal pill, it immediately seemed like it had eaten the most difficult thing in the world, only to see it immediately glare. Its whole body stiffened, and a spitting sound appeared in its mouth. "Go out!" When Diep Fong next to him saw the dog that had died, not only did he not have any pity, but on the contrary, he even more heartlessly said, You still lack education." Having finished speaking, he saw Diep Fong pick up the dog and begin to transform. At this time, when the people around saw this scene, they all laughed. Half an hour later, the dog was now stuffed with medicinal pills into a large ball. When Diep Fong saw the dog with the dog's face that did not want to live, he immediately felt speechless. "You dog, you cannot eat the good things others want, but you dare to hate them like that. You are such an idiot." After muttering for a while, Diep Fong then opened his mouth to say to the system, "Everyone's constitution is different. To transform into an impurity-free spirit body, how many cleansing water pills do they need?" The system immediately opened its mouth to speak. Ding, cleansing water pill ignores all types of physiques. Each person only needs to swallow 100,000 cleansing water pills to be transformed into a spiritual body without impurities. When Daipfeng heard that, he was stunned. Good guy. 100,000 cleansing water pills. Would not that mean you have to eat someone to death? At this time, So Hongso opened his mouth and asked, Diepfeng, tu, and I have both eaten 300 pills. Although our bodies have changed, I still want to ask, how much do we want to eat? When Daipfeng heard that, his face looked a bit embarrassed. Elder So, if I were to eat this, I would probably have to eat up to 100,000 pieces. As soon as the words ended, everyone present was trembling at the same time. After a moment of bewilderment, the group of 5 key people simultaneously said no. No, they had tried their best. They really could not continue to eat anymore. As for So Tu, he immediately knelt down on the ground, crying and screaming that this thing was simply dirty. After eating it, I feel like my soul is polluted. If the price to pay to obtain an impurity-free spirit body is to eat 100,000 pills, then they would rather run away. At this time, Deepfeng saw the reaction of the adults like that and immediately felt a little dissatisfied. Haha, why cannot today's young people develop a little bit of the spirit of perseverance? After speaking, he took a marrow-cleansing pill and put it in his mouth, but did not have time to say the next sentence. The next second, I heard the sound of him retching in the main hall. Damn system. Is this what you said was a bit bad taste? I do not see any difference between this and eating mud. They can try to eat 200 or 300 pills, which I think is already very valuable. I think it's better to leave this marrow-cleansing pill behind, so that the family can fail. When the system heard Diepfeng say that, it immediately spoke seriously. Ding, the impurity-free spirit body may not appear clearly in this lower world, but as long as it flies to the upper world, the benefits will be extremely terrible. So please host, choose carefully and avoid the future. Regret. Hearing that, Diepfeng was immediately stunned. Good guy, it seems like we have to eat this. And right when Diepfeng was actively communicating with the system, at this moment a rough voice reached his ears. Diepfeng, you do not think you can eat it either. Do we see this or should we stop? We really cannot handle 100,000 pills. And when Diepfeng finished listening to Old Man So's advice, he opened his mouth with a serious face and said, Hums, that's the case. Then Old Man So has something bad to say first. Last time, Old Man So advised Diepfeng not to let them eat medicinal pills anymore, but when Diepfeng heard that, he smiled heavily, and at the same time lowered his voice and said that he would summon the male sister's crazy poisonous dog to force feed them. Hey, as long as you do not miss one pill, I will let that poisonous sister come out once. What will happen to everyone when it comes out? I cannot guarantee. When Old Man So heard these words, he was immediately stunned. Hateful. This little bastard actually used that crazy dog to threaten this over 800-year-old man. He really was not human. He immediately walked in front of Diepfeng, casually took a bunch of medicinal pills from Diepfeng, and at the same time actively expressed that he would set an example and absolutely not disappoint Diepfeng, Tiuhong, and So Tiu on the side, after hearing Diepfeng's malicious words, could not stop shaking and began to eat. The frenzy begins. As for Lacthian Tyet and the others, they were all skeptical. Hey, I rely on you guys to stop eating medicinal pills. Quickly tell me, what the hell is that poisonous sister, and how can she scare you into looking like this ghost? And right when the elders were asking questions, the group of 5 key people were scared by the atmosphere everyone created. I saw them not saying a word, but took the medicine and put it in their mouths to eat. Half a day later, Old Man So could no longer eat. In order to divert Diepfeng's attention, he began to ask Diepfeng about something. Oh right, little Diep suddenly remembered something. Today we killed Tin Guy at Sun Trang homepage. If Thach Thanfeng finds out in the future, I'm afraid he will come to us for revenge. When Diepfeng heard that, he was a little suspicious and asked, Does not he owe you 3 favors? Old Man Chu heard this and helplessly waved his hand to explain. It's okay if there's no conflict. The person can still be used. But now we kill his people with Thach Thanfeng's villainous face. He will definitely turn his face and refuse to recognize him right away. And right when Diepfeng and Old Man So were talking, the system displayed a mission information. Ding, send out a mission asking the host to bring 10,000 people from the reserve guard team to destroy Thach Thanfeng's Black Demon sect. A successful mission rewards 300,000 defeating points. You can refuse the mission. When Diepfeng heard the mission information, he was a little confused. System, Did not the Golden Armor Guard say before that the guard team had thousands and thousands of people? In the future, why did Dr. Feng to say there were only 10 people? Hearing that, the system immediately gave an explanation. Ding, because the Golden Armor Guard is just one of the reserve teams. The golden armor is a symbol of their identity. When will the golden armor be taken off? Only then will they officially become a guard team. When Depfong heard what the system said, he was immediately stunned. He did not expect Dr. Nam to have such a position. Thinking of this, Diep suddenly discovered something suspicious. Wait, that's not right. The first time I was in danger, you sent a reserve team to save me. If he does not fight back, will not we be done? Hearing that, the system opened his mouth a little embarrassed. Ding, you cannot say that we just randomly drew lots. After all, in this weak Huanthean continent, the reserve team is considered reduced in size. Deepfeng heard this and immediately gave the system 2 middle fingers. Damn system, you really do not care about my life. Forget it. My failure points are now more than 60,000. Another 30,000 is enough for me to use to break through. However, this dark demon sect is really strong. Even a reserve team was destroyed. Just thinking about it is scary. The system heard this and immediately responded. Din, the host, misunderstood. I simply wanted to let the reserve team out for some fresh air. After all, after training for a long time, you should rest a bit. When Depfong heard that, he immediately lost his words. But in 7 days I have to attend the sect conference. Will I be able to make it in time? Hearing that, the system immediately said to rest assured. 7 days is enough. At that time, let the guards tear apart space and take you to the secret conference. When Diepfong heard that, he felt reassured. After finishing talking with the system, Diepfong boldly walked to Lac Thien Tiat and opened his mouth to call master. When Lac Thien Tiat heard this sentence, he immediately pulled out his sword and placed it at Diepfong's neck. Haha, naughty boy, if you have the guts, just try asking one more question. See if this lady here cuts you. When Diepfong saw that, his face immediately fell. Oh, senior sister, I just want to go out with Elder So for a bit. As soon as Diepfong said the word sister, he heard Lac Thien Tiat immediately agree. When Diepfong heard that, he was immediately stunned. My elder sister has not even said what she's going to do. She already does not care about me. Hearing that, Lac Thien Tiat coldly opened her mouth to speak. Haha, looking forward to your master going out to work. Why should I care about a junior like you? At this time, Diepfong, after waving goodbye to everyone, did not stop and took Old Man So to the mountain gate. But when he saw Old Man Chu take out a flying weapon, he was immediately stunned. Mum, is not this the flying carpet in Aladdin's magic lamp? At this time, Old Man So saw that Diepfong seemed very interested in this flying carpet. So the old man immediately opened his mouth to introduce this flying weapon. But when Diepfong heard from Old Man So that this flying carpet used snacks to maintain its flight, he was immediately moved. Good guy, is not this the invincible divine weapon I've always dreamed of? If you have snacks, you can fly non-stop. This is simply too much for my taste. With this, we do not need to waste time learning how to fly. But right when Diepfong was busy thinking, Old Man So gave him a painful blow. This is the 3rd grade flying spiritual weapon that I used to travel. Its speed is even faster than your dung line realm. Once we have it, we can leisurely enjoy the scenery. Hearing the flying speed of this thing, Diepfong was immediately speechless. Good guy, why is the flying speed so slow like a turtle? If I rely on this, I'm afraid I would not be able to reach the Black Devil sect in 7 days. When Old Man So heard that, this time Diepfong came out of the mountain to go to the Black Demon sect, he was immediately stunned. Hey, I said, little Deep, why did you bring me to the Black Demon sect? Or do you want to find Thatch Thanfong to cause trouble? Hearing that, Diepfong immediately waved his hand to stop what he was about to say. Elder Chu, do not care where we go, just tell me if we can reach the Black Devil sect in 7 days. Hearing that, the old man shook his head and opened his mouth to answer. With you, I definitely will not be able to come for 7 days, unless I go alone. When Diepfong heard Old Man So say that, how could he give up? After thinking for a while, he had a good idea. I just saw that he was sitting on the plush carpet right now, feeling the speed and stimulation. But Old Man So is now playing the role of flying carpet and propulsion engine. Time is like water, years move by, days that cannot be defeated always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye you will reach the old town. At this time, Diepfong was standing in front of the restaurant's living room. Then he kindly called inside to Elder So, you should always remember to take the medicine. Elder Chu heard that and immediately felt sad. It's so unexpected that after going so far out, I still could not escape having to eat that weird mouthwash. At this time, Deep Fong, after telling Elder So to remember to take the medicine, continued forward. Walking back and forth, he suddenly remembered his eldest disciple and his junior sister. Humph, how could I forget something as good as this cleansing pill? Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind. Then immediately ordered the system to open a teleportation point to Van Ho Koff. After starting the transmission, the system took Diep Fong into a corridor through space. The next second, Deep Fong fell directly into a large bathroom. But as soon as Diep Fong fell, he only heard a shrill scream echoing in the empty bathroom. Seeing that Deep Fong was immediately extremely embarrassed. After that, knowing that he had caused trouble, he quickly said to Ho Mong Van and Dip Nu, "So, disciples, should you turn your back first? Master will come and massage you." At this moment, Diep Fong's face was filled with big words of surprise. Just because at this moment he saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. And the reason why he was able to enjoy such good benefits was because he was sent to Van Ho Kok's bathhouse by the dam system. Faced with the resentful eyes of his puppy when he was seen, Diep Fong not only did not hide but also directly cut off the bodyguards who were about to show up. After punching and kicking Diep Fong for 10 minutes, Ho Mong now looked full of shame. His mouth did not stop talking. Next time he told Diep Fong to choose a place not to be such an asshole. But Diep Fong was still reminiscing about the beautiful scene when he started asking him what happened when he came here this time. Hearing that, Diep Fong took out the space ring and said, "In this ring I have 200,000 cleansing water pills. You and Dao Dao each take half. Although this medicinal pill tastes terrible, you only need to fast for 100,000 pills to be able to possess the legendary impurity-free spirit body. Although this physique has a very average reputation in Xwanthian continent, once it reaches the upper world, it is extremely powerful, so you must swallow them all." When Hogo Mong heard that, she immediately tensed up. Knowing clearly that the matter was important, she immediately said very seriously, "The upper world. Okay, master, rest assured, the disciple will definitely eat all 100,000 cleansing water pills." Deep Fong had finished handing over everything. He told Ho Mong that he had to go destroy the Black Demon sect, and could not stay here for long. After saying that, he drew a transmission corridor and turned to leave. After Ho Mong heard that Dip Fong was preparing to destroy the Black Demon sect, he thought about it and immediately took action to help his master. I saw her immediately pick up the voice command token and begin giving orders to Lac Dao Dao, saying that the members of the Black Demon sect who came to Van Ho Cox to buy things must kill them all. And after finishing work, immediately go to her room. 10 minutes later, Lac Dao Dao hurriedly arrived in front of Ho Mong. When Ho Mong saw her coming, he with a smiling face held a tray of shiny golden cleansing pills for her to eat. At this time, the little witch also deliberately put the cleansing water pill into her mouth and kept saying, "Cleansing water pill. Do not know what it tastes like." But as soon as the cleansing pill entered her mouth, Lac Dao Dao immediately fell to the ground because it was too difficult to eat. Before fainting, Lac Dao Dao kept saying, "Master, if Dao Dao has offended you in any way, then you can tell me, kill me or do whatever you want. Why do you use this medicine to make me suffer?" Hogomong saw this scene and was immediately scared. Damn it, what exactly is this cleansing water pill? That one pill can make a divine realm cultivator fall to the ground. Luckily, I let Dao Dao's disciple try it first. Otherwise, if my tragedy was seen by others, would not my image be completely lost? "Dao Dao, this medicinal pill was given by your master. You do not need to ask anything. Just eat it. There are a total of 200,000 pills here. You and I each have half. We have to eat all of them." Hearing that, how could Lac Dao Dao hold back? She was extremely angry and immediately shouted loudly, "Damn it, 100,000 pieces of cleansing water pill, master. Is this wanting my life?" At this time, Ho Gumong was reluctantly advising Lac Dao Dao to eat medicinal pills. But the little witch now wanted to confirm with her sister before agreeing. As she spoke, she picked up the voice transmission token and started calling Lac Thean Tayat. But when the command card connected, Lac Dao Dao heard the voice on the other side. Her biological sister was talking and vomiting. She immediately felt something was wrong. "Master, let's stop." Hearing her sister's voice, it seemed like she was about to die. One morning, Diep Fong was stretching his back and shouting, "Today is a good day." As he spoke, he began to look at today's loser items. But when he saw the object displayed on the system screen, he was immediately stunned. Because today's item is 10,000 shards of understanding the way of refining Ki. The fragment of understanding the path of Qi refining after use, the ability to perceive the path of Qi refining increases significantly, and refining spiritual Qi has low spiritual Qi. Seeing that, Diepfeng immediately called out. He did not expect that this fragment would be able to refine spiritual energy after fusing. It's truly a small knife to pull up your pants and open your eyes. But this spiritual energy cannot be refined in the lower world. So how should I fail? But right when Diepfeng was suffering from thinking about how to defeat this pile of fragments, a tall, muscular figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The person who came was none other than old man So Hong-sun. At this moment, he saw Diepfeng frowning and immediately asked him what he was upset about. At the same time, after asking, the old man was also thinking in his heart, listening to old Batch say that every day Diepfeng thought about how to lose the family. I wonder what good things he would take out today. At this time, Diepfeng had regained consciousness and heard old man So ask. He immediately asked Elder So, what do you pursue as an energy refiner? The old man heard that and said with satisfaction, since you gave me Thianji Lu done, my pursuit has almost stopped. Diepfeng heard old man So say such nonsense. He immediately laughed evilly. Ha, it seems you have nothing left to pursue anymore, so it seems you do not need these fragments. As he spoke, he saw Diepfeng take out a shiny golden fragment from the space ring, while old man So was sitting as steady as a rock. At this moment, after seeing that fragment, he showed unusual excitement. Just when Diepfeng thought that old man So would happily accept the piece of understanding, the old man directly shook his hand and refused. Diepfeng, I have lost all faith in the way of refining weapons. This treasure has no fate with me. You giving me this is pure waste. And after Diepfeng heard So Hong-sun refuse so firmly, he still did not give up. After all, today's mission is to defeat all 10,000 perception fragments. Therefore, after a period of intimidation and seduction, Old Man Chu was unwilling and wanted to give up but could only sadly accept. After Old Man So merged all the fragments of the way of understanding the way of refining Kuai, he could create Kailan stone. But now, there is another difficulty facing him, that is, the unicorn will lead to a thunderous tribulation. But that terrifying disaster is not something a small fry like him can handle. So right now he is extremely miserable. When Diepfeng heard that, he was extremely disdainful, because he remembered that he had once waved his hand and could solve the dark clouds and lightning. Thinking of this, Diepfeng immediately patted his chest and assured, Elder So can rest assured, if at that time there is a disaster, just notify me, and I will take action. Elder Chu, who was next to him, heard this and was immediately stunned. Whoever stopped him would die. To you, Deep, do not be impulsive. When Diepfeng heard that, he did not think it was right and laughed. You can rest assured, Mr. So. The person I called out does not even pay attention to the heavens. Therefore, you just need to feel secure and help the sect make dishes and dishes. Hearing these words, Old Man Chu immediately froze on the spot. He still could not believe that in this world, there was someone who could resist the heavenly way, and that person is actually being controlled by Diepfeng. What exactly is the identity of this little girl Deep? But just when Old Man So was stunned, Diepfeng next to him suddenly called out to him, Old Man So, wait a minute, look down and see what's wrong. At this time, So Hong-sun was looking down in the direction Diepfeng pointed. I just saw that down there. There were a few people fighting with the ice wolf. Good guy. He did not expect to meet an inner disciple of the Black Demon sect here. Next to Diepfeng, after hearing the old man say that the people below were from the Black Demon sect, he immediately asked Old Man So what the strength of those people below was. But when he learned that all of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the foundation stage, he immediately stood up and prepared to attack. It's great that we can try out the magical skills we get while doing quests. The flower blooms into one branch on each side. At this time, the leading disciple of the Black Demon sect was fighting with a powerful ice mysterious wolf while shouting loudly at the remaining people. Damn it, today was so unlucky. I did not expect that as soon as I walked out the door I encountered 5 powerful demon beasts. If you still have any trump cards, then quickly pull them all out. Just a little longer, we will all have to type Geeg. When the other disciples heard that, their faces immediately filled with anger. The Undersea demon map that went to the Theandao battlefield this time is all with you. You still ask what old and broken things we have? I warn you, if you want to harm me even if we die, we will use you as a cushion. When Ahai heard that, he immediately became angry. He did not expect that people who were normally obsequious to him would dare to threaten him like that. They were simply toying with him. But right when several people were fighting with each other, Diep Fong was like an angel descending to earth. I only saw him jumping down from the air, constantly shouting for them to quickly get away. These monster beasts are for him to deal with. When several people from the Black Demon sect heard this, they immediately felt amused. They did not expect there to be a stupid person on their side. As soon as Deep Fong touched the ground, an extremely powerful stream of fire rose from the ground. Then, when the smoke cleared, a giant like a ghost and like a Buddha appeared before everyone's eyes. In just a few seconds, the Chi Ice Hyoen Lang began killing under the control of the purple pupils on the demon statue's face. When the people nearby saw this, they immediately felt extremely scared. But just as they were preparing to take advantage of Diep Fong's lack of attention to sneak away, Diep Fong seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned his head to look towards them. After that, I saw him away slowly disappear and then opened his eyes wide. Immediately, countless golden lights covered everyone. Immediately after, everyone opened their eyes wide and scattered as if they had lost their souls, constantly calling themselves the ones who deserved it. But at this time, the bald head lying on the carpet saw this and was immediately startled. This Buddha of good and evil is truly too scary. How long has it been since everyone was resolved? Good people become evil. They will lose their reason and attack each other. An evil person who becomes good will also lose his reason and will choose to commit suicide. It was the first time he had lived so long that he had seen such magical powers that could nullify the laws of heaven. But right when the old man was thinking to himself, at this time, Diep Fong's system suddenly displayed a notification. Ding discovered that the inner disciple of the Black Demon sect had the power of Heavenly Tao. Asked the host to promptly retrieve it. When Diep Fong saw the announcement, he was immediately extremely happy. Then I saw him rubbing his hands, then happily walking towards the inner disciples of the Black Demon sect. At this time, after Diep Fong snatched the Heavenly Tao token from the Black Demon sect disciple, he imagined the scene of traveling with his master and his wife to Thian Dao City to the point that his face turned red. The bald old man who was bewildered on the side saw this scene and immediately became full of doubts. I saw him immediately ask Diep Fong why he only took a small sign. But I missed a lot of good stuff on the ground. Diep Fong heard that and said that to him. Those things were just a small pile of trash. When the old man heard these words, he immediately lost his anger. It seems like we have to redefine this word trash. A long time later, Diep Fong and Old Bald Head were flying in the sky. The old man who was playing the role of engine support felt bored, so he opened his mouth to ask Diep Fong if he had any other trump cards, besides the Buddha's power of good and evil. Hearing that, Diep Fong replied somewhat uncertainly, "Does the sword intention of death, when it reaches the level of consciousness, is counted?" When the old man heard these words, he was immediately stunned. He did not expect that he was a sword cultivator and had already reached the level of mindfulness. Diep Fong saw the old man so surprised, he immediately said indifferently, "This does not count as anything. I feel that the sword dog cultivator's failure to reach the level of mindfulness is something I should brag about." Hearing that Old Bald Head was about to go crazy, he did not expect Diep Fong to be such a crazy loser, and just as Old Bald Head was silently exclaiming, his voice command card suddenly vibrated. The old man picked it up and saw that it was Thatch Then Fong calling to ask about the crime. Diep Fong on the side heard Old Bald Head's words and immediately said, "Tell the old man to tell Thatch Then Fong to clean his neck and wait. 6 days later, I will make his Black Demon sect completely disappear from Xuan Thian continent." The flower blooms in two, one branch on each side. At this time in the main hall of the Dark Demon sect, Thatch Then Fong was sitting in the chair when he heard Old Bald Head's response, and immediately became angry. He did not expect that buffalo-skinned old man So Hong Sun would dare to talk like that to a sect leader like him. Extremely angry, he immediately issued an order to summon all his disciples to fight. On the other hand, at this time inside Thian Ko Pavilion, a white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes full of surprise. Just because he calculated that 6 days later the Black Demon sect would completely perish in Xuan Thian continent. Hearing these words, the old god Chu Thong and a few others immediately cried out loudly. It turned out that the Black Demon sect had previously spent a huge price to borrow a secret treasure from Thian Ko Pavilion. At this time, when I heard that the Black Demon sect was about to be destroyed, of course I wanted to retrieve that secret treasure first. But right when several people were chatting and wanting to discuss, Deep Line Tyet was standing at the corner of the wall and was a bit unhappy, muttering, "It seemed like the big guys still did not take me seriously. yet they did not even give me a chance to eavesdrop at a meeting. But she did not know that Thean Kokak's resources were almost all concentrated on her. All the elders almost wanted to hold her in the palm of their hands. But right when Deep Line Tayat was silently lamenting, the elder inside made a decisive decision. He planned to send someone to retrieve that secret treasure within 6 days. As for who to choose, he uses Kythien Keen to see who is suitable. Hearing these words, Diep Lin Tayat immediately nominated herself, because it is said that if you use this item just once, it will ruin its life. Looking at this white-haired old man, if he continues to use it, he will probably have to have a funeral. But when the old man heard Deep Lin Tayat wanted to help figure it out, he immediately refused with words. Chaos is the future of Thean Kokak. Using Kythien Kin, if something happens, what will you do? Deep Line Tayat heard that and said that she had a lot of cause and effect marks on her body, so using Kythien Kin had absolutely no problem. But when the old man saw Deep Lin Tayat take out a glittering golden cause and effect mark, his whole body immediately went numb. Right when the old man's eyes were blurred, his trembling hands were about to reach out to touch the plagiarism. Then Deep Lin Tayat directly slapped him and flew away. Where did that hateful old scoundrel touch your hand? Remember carefully that in the future, this matter will be left to the female elder to be in charge of. At this time, Deep Lin Tayat was innocently asking the great elder, is her plagiarism and cause and effect normal? When the old man heard that, his whole body immediately felt uncomfortable, only to see him extremely excited pointing at Kythien Kin and saying, do you know how much price and longevity I have to pay once I use Kythien Kin? And using this cause and effect plagiarism of yours 10 times a day is no problem. So tell me yourself whether this cause and effect plagiarism is okay? Hearing these words, Deep Lin Tayat immediately became extremely happy. It turned out that her karma were so strong. Now she just wants to raise her voice and shout that Master Dip Fong is really a strong person. A few hours later, after seeing Kythien Kin, Diep Lin Tayat realized that the person who came to the Black Demon sect was herself, so she immediately turned around and left. The great elder saw that Deep Lin Tayat seemed to be in a hurry and immediately told Chu Thong to quickly chase her and dissuade her. As for me, I just looked at the books and said I was out of books. When the people nearby heard these words, they were immediately startled. They thought something had happened to their saintess going out. When the old man heard this, he cursed and said that he had a fart because he used Kythien Kin to look at it 66 times. Besides the first serious use, the remaining 65 times were all about trigrams. Haha, our entire warehouse is about to be destroyed. Elder Ninyamba also pointed out that each person had a small secret in their heart, and the one who was criticized the most was Chu Thong. He discovered that this guy went to brothels 1,095 times in 3 years, cheated 93 times, and had 4 stepchildren. All of these things were said by True Lin Tayat without missing a word, and at this time Chu Thong had caught up with Deep Lin Tayat. After hearing her black history being talked about endlessly by Deep Lin Tayat, she immediately angrily said, Saintess, is not plagiarism used like that? Are you destroying the family? But when Chu Thong himself talked about losing his family, he suddenly became dumbfounded. Good lord, why does this kind of loser feel so familiar? Thinking of this, his eyes immediately opened wide. Right after that, he immediately turned around and asked Diep Lin Tayat if she knew someone named Diep Feng. Hearing that, Deep Lin Tayat naturally chose to pretend she was unfamiliar. Are you kidding? My master even told me to be a spy. How could I be easily seen through? The flower blooms in 2, 1 branch on each side. At this time, Diep Feng was sleeping and suddenly received a notification from the system. Nail. Congratulations to the host's second disciple, Deep Lin Tayat, on successfully losing the family, rewarded with 800 defeating points. Rewarding 200 Kim Tam Tam Duok pills. Seeing this announcement, Diep Feng was immediately stunned. Good master, you are truly worthy of being my great master Diep's second disciple. Not long after accepting it, I realized that I was going to lose my family. At this time, Deep Feng, after receiving the defeat reward, asked the system what was going on. But when he learned that Deep Lin Tayat used cause and effect plagiarism to peek at other people's privacy, so the system judged him as a failure, he was immediately happy. Still the best, to you Tayat, the teacher really does not look wrong. Haha, as your master, of course I cannot fall behind. Niambe Deep Feng immediately took out 2 pieces of golden silkworm heart medicine stone from space and gave it to the old man. Old man so saw this scene and thought Deep Feng was giving him a tip, but just when he was about to happily accept it, Diep Fong said these things for him to use to build a latrin. Hearing that, the old man immediately became angry. Deep Fong, do you know how precious the golden silkworm heart medicine stone is? Do not spend all day thinking about spending, spending, spending. If you have money but no place to spend it, would not it be okay to give it to me? But when he heard these words, Deep Fong showed an expression as if you can do nothing to me and opened his mouth to speak. He himself did so to have the support of star-level sect elders. What are you angry about? Hearing that, the old man immediately became even more angry. I saw him immediately take out the voice command and then turn on the old man's phone. At this time, he wanted to hear if he could take such precious things and lose his family. Do those old men have any control at all? But when he heard the feedback from the voice command a few minutes later, the old man was still full of confusion. At this moment, he revealed his gentle and approachable face and opened his mouth to speak. Haha, Diepfong, I admit that I spoke a bit loudly just now, because my vision is still too small. What you did, Diepfong, was truly worth doing. The flower bloomed into one branch on each side. Right at that moment, Diepfong was talking excitedly with Old Man, so about how to effectively defeat a family. On the lawn behind Tranhai Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Tiu Hong Mao and Mandong Vu were conducting a passionate EV1 match. The president of the Chamber of Commerce, Tran Hai, was on the side with Old Man to confirm whether the prescription he had just received was effective or not. When Old Man heard the question, he repeatedly nodded in praise of this prescription. At the same time, he also reminded his family's president not to always say that his son was too poor. In fact, he already has some savings. President, you have never seen anyone truly unworthy. Do you know what makes a person worse than a dog? When Tiu Hong Mao's father heard that, he immediately became interested in Diepfong, only to see him immediately say, if there is a chance in the future, he must meet Diepfong, this loser. Time passes quickly like water. Days that cannot be lost always pass very quickly. Legend has it that the next day soon came. At this time Old Man So was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by a thunderclap, causing him to immediately open his eyes. Just because the old man felt that this thunder was not simple, it sounded very similar to the legendary lightning energy. But when he suspected that there was a monk nearby, he saw Diepfong holding a talisman walking towards him. Seeing this, the old man immediately asked Diepfong what was going on. When Diepfong heard that he did not answer, he only saw him casually throwing it away. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck the air. Old Man Chu saw this scene and was immediately shocked to the point of being stunned. He could not have imagined that the legendary lightning energy could actually be turned into a talisman. Moreover, it was wasted by Diepfong so quickly. Not liking the failure of the family, he immediately wanted to go back to sleep to calm his mind and avoid seeing these things that would make his heart panic. But when he just wanted to step towards the cave, Diepfong beside him pulled him back with one hand. While pulling, he kept saying, "Do not sleep anymore, Elder Shu. We have these blessings. Today we can move sideways like crabs." The old man heard that and immediately trembled in fear, still thinking, Diepfong liked to joke more and more. A god time passed by. We see that sometimes the whole person in a coffin is carried away. At this time, Old Man So was looking at the sky in bewilderment. The loud explosions were deafening. His mouth kept muttering to Diepfong, "Little Diep, tell me, will those lightning bolts up there accidentally hit us?" Niimbe, in his heart, was still lamenting that he ended up on Diepfong's enemy ship. Diepfong on the side heard that and laughed, guaranteeing that he absolutely would not. As soon as his words ended, a large bolt of lightning suddenly fell right next to the old man. Seeing this, the old man was immediately scared out of his wits. Very good. This is what you said you would not be careful about, right? While Diepfong and Old Man So were frantically throwing talismans, at this time inside the main hall of Thean Kokaf, the great elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that there would be someone who could control the energy of the heavenly tribulation thunder. 3 days later, now inside a living room of the Black Demon sect, Chuthong was full of helplessness and advised Diep Lin Tiat to quickly retrieve the secret treasure, otherwise it would be over. But at this time, Diep Lin Tiat spoke calmly, not panicking, the time had not yet come. This is what Secretary Hyoyan Thean reminded me. When Chuthong heard that, he was relieved and did not urge him anymore. The flower bloomed into one branch on each side. At this time, Diepfong and Old Man So slowly reached a mountain range stretching thousands of miles. At this time, Old Man So was pointing to a mountain to deep in the mountain range ahead and saying to Diepfong, You look at the red-gray buildings deep inside that mountain range. That is the power of God. Black magic. When Daipfeng heard these words, he was immediately extremely happy, and then he prepared to show Old Man so that he was the most powerful person in Hyanthean continent. After a while of dazzling golden special effects, I saw that at this time he was wearing a golden helmet, a black robe, a yellow armor underneath, and large flowered shoes on his feet. This appearance immediately made Dip Fong feels absolutely perfect. But at this time, Old Man Chu saw that Dip Fong had changed into a set of equipment, and immediately spoke speechless. Good guy, where is the toilet you said? But now you take it and convert it into a golden helmet, armor gold. But at this time Daipfeng did not care much about Old Man So's complaints. In the next second, Daipfeng raised his hand and pointed at the people of the Black Demon sect, shouting loudly in his mouth, "Where is my golden armored guard?" But as soon as his words ended, he saw a crash in the air. Suddenly, countless heavenly paths of thunder and tribulation appeared, and a group of majestic and tall voices appeared. At this time in the Dark Demon sect, there were many disciples who, when they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, were immediately surprised and speechless. How could they not have imagined that, in their lifetime they would be able to see the truth? Thunder tribulation heavenly path, in legend. In another place, in the Black Demon sect, an old man was immediately startled when he felt waves of powerful aura that wanted to destroy heaven and earth rushing towards the Black Demon sect. At this time, the face of the previous leader of the Black Demon sect, Zhou Chongshan, was filled with surprise. He never expected that his sect would provoke such a strong man. Extremely desperate, after he beat the bewildered predecessor, he immediately began to laugh loudly, then looked up to the sky and waited for the approaching death. In any case, today all the people of the Dark Demon sect probably will not be able to escape. At the same time, in another place, Daipfeng was now easily listening to Mr. Kim's report. But when he learned that he had organized his team and was preparing to attack the Black Demon sect, Daipfeng immediately laughed. "Good job, Mr. Kim, you have a fighting spirit. Try to join my guard corps as soon as possible, so we can grow and recreate our splendor." After drawing Mr. Kim a huge cake, Daipfeng immediately walked to Old Man So's side, smiling and opening his mouth. "Elder Chu, do not be stupid anymore. Quickly lead the way for us. Today we have revenge for resentment, revenge for revenge. You have to grasp this opportunity." When Old Man So on the side heard that, he was immediately happy. He never expected that he would have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a great will, immediately pointed at Chu Sung's son, and ordered all the guards to rush forward. But at this time, Old Kim, full of confusion, walked up to Daipfeng and opened his mouth to ask how to kill him like that. When Daipfeng heard these words, he immediately froze. "Damn, it's just random. Do you have to come and ask me no matter what?" Not receiving Mr. Kim's orders, after thinking for a while, he immediately made a suggestion. "Master viewers, or should we take advantage of the giant cloud above to bombard and send all the people of the Black Demon sect directly back to their ancestors? Is that okay for you to see?" When Daipfeng heard this, he immediately said, "This suggestion is good. Haha, I did not expect you to normally look so righteous. But I did not expect you to be a hot-tempered guy inside." But when Daipfeng had just applied Old Kim's suggestion, he was about to open his mouth to give an order. At this time, the system suddenly sent a reminder message ding, reminding the host, "At this time your two disciples are guests in the Dark Demon sect. You need to make some arrangements to avoid accidental injury." Hearing these words, Daipfeng was immediately stunned. He never expected that his second disciple Diblin Tayat would be here. After regaining his composure, he immediately ordered 3 golden armored men to guard him. As for the others, they took action, determined to destroy the insidious people of the Black Demon sect. But as soon as Daipfeng gave the order, they saw that the Black Demon sect's martial arts arena immediately encountered a double attack from the Black Demon sect. The heavenly path of lightning and the golden armor guard. When Chu Sung's son saw such a tragic scene, he immediately froze on the spot. His intuition told him that this time it was definitely over. At this time, Chu Thong was looking at the room that was as bright as day due to the intense light shining in. He immediately had a bad feeling. At this time, Deep Lentite not only did not react to this unusual situation, but even leisurely began to drink tea. Seeing this, Chu Thong could not help but mutter in a low voice, "Good girl, your heart is really big. Right now you're still in the mood to drink tea." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and went out to check the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the room, The horrifying scene before his eyes stunned him. Seeing the dark demon sect's addresses being struck to death by lightning outside the door, he immediately ran into his room, without saying a word, and closed the door. Seeing this, Deep Lin Tide immediately teased and said, "Haha, Elder Shu, is this not going to go out anymore?" When Chu Thong heard that, he immediately said, "Do not come out anymore, I feel very good here." Hearing that, Deep Lin Tide did not pay any attention, but instead began to doubt, not knowing why Hyoen Thien Kun told her to come here, and even said that someone would automatically bring her a secret treasure. Just hide in this room with peace of mind. At the same time, in another place, at this time the previous leader of the Black Demon sect, Chu Sung Sun, was bewilderedly looking at the destruction before his eyes. Seeing this, Deep Fong immediately ordered the guard team to prepare to deal with him, while the Golden Armor Guard team prepared to take action. System, this scoundrel very suddenly sent a reminder message, Dong, reminding the host, right now Diep Tiet needs a secret. And this secret is on Chu Sung Sun's body. Deep Fong saw the window appear, immediately shouted loudly, "Wait, do not rush to move, I have a secret treasure of my disciple, but it is in the hands of this bad old king. You two give it to me. It takes the beating, but remember one thing, do not kill it." When Chu Sung Sun heard that, he was immediately about to cry and faint. "Who do I rely on? Who is your disciple? When will I steal his secret?" The sect and its disciples were injured and died, but now they still come to slander this poor old man. You are truly unworthy? But right when the old man was being tortured by the two people, until he could not stand it, he shouted for Diep Fong to quickly give him a good time. Hearing that the old man not only refused to give up but also made a request, Diep Fong immediately gritted his teeth. After that, I just heard him immediately order old Kim, who was standing to the side, watching, to join the fight. A few hours later, Diep Fong could not help but exclaim, Chu Sung Sun in front of him was full of wounds, the previous leader's will was really too strong. Hearing that, the old man immediately cried bitterly and said, "Can you just say whatever you want? What is the need to torment an old man like me like this? If you do not tell me, how will I know what you want me to hand over?" Hearing these words, Diep Fong also became speechless. How could he know what that secret treasure was? After thinking for a long time, he shamelessly opened his mouth and said, "I do not know what that small thing is. It's just that my disciple is the Saintess of Thien Ko Pavilion." Having said so much, surely you already know what you stole. Being attacked mercilessly, Chu Sung Sun woke up when he heard these words. Then I saw him immediately trembling, taking out a stove and placing it in his hand. At this time, old man so saw the object in Chu Sung Sun's hand and immediately understood. He then explained to Diep Fong, "Diep Fong, you blamed him wrongly. I know this secret treasure, it is towards Thien Ko Pavilion." Hearing that, Diep Fong said he already knew what this was about. "Elder Chu, cannot you see that I'm kidding him? Before that, I did not give him a chance to open his mouth at all." At this time, Chu Sung Sun had a bruised face but was still laughing freely. But when Diep Fong asked him why he was smiling, he only saw Chu Sung Sun feeling extremely sad and said, "Haha, I did not expect that this old man, the leader of the Black Demon sect, would end up being bribed by someone else like that. It's really humiliating." Having finished speaking, the old man immediately grabbed the stove and rushed towards Diep Fong. He had no choice but to prepare to explode himself and Diep Fong to disappear from this world. Old man Chu saw this and immediately knew what Chu Sung Sun was planning to do. Then I saw him immediately block in front of Diep Fong, preparing to bear this explosion on his behalf. But right when old man so closed his eyes and prepared to receive the attack, old Kim on his right appeared in front of Chu Sung Sun, then casually gave him a slap that knocked him away. Old man Chu saw this and was immediately stunned, still thinking, "Who am I? Where are we? Why is our perception not consistent with the laws of this world?" But at this time, when Diep Fong saw that old Kim was so brave, he was happy and immediately wanted to give old Kim a name to encourage him. After thinking for a long time, he found a very suitable name. "So from now on, your nickname will be So Nay. Your name will be Deep Nat. Do you see any problem?" Receiving the new name, old Kim was immediately extremely happy. Then without saying a word, he immediately knelt down with Diep Fong and kept saying, "Deep Nat thanked the owner for giving him the name." Diep Fong was very happy to see that. After cheering for Diep Nat for a while, he sent all the guards back, and Diep Nat was sent by him to bring back the secret treasure that Chu Sung Sun took out and return it to Deep Lin Snow. At the same time, right now in a living room of the Dark Demon sect, Chu Thong was filled with confusion and pressed his face against the tightly closed door. While listening to the situation outside, he also thought to himself, strangely, just now there were obviously guns all over the sky. Why suddenly there was no sound outside anymore? But just when Chu Thong was doubtful and turned around to think painfully, at this moment he did not expect that behind him a tall figure would appear without a sound. At this moment, seeing this scene, Diep Lin Tiat had just opened her mouth to remind him to be careful and pay attention to his back. But before Chu Thong could react, Deep Nat suddenly rushed into the living room. He raised his hand and used a memory-erasing palm strike to directly knock him unconscious. Seeing this, Deep Lin Tiat immediately became extremely angry, but just when she wanted to protest, the silent Diep Fong immediately appeared in front of her, giving Diep Lin Tiat a big surprise conveniently. He could bring the secret treasure he collected from Chu Chongshan to her. But when Diep Lin Tiat saw that this person was the master she had longed for, she was immediately happy, then saw that she without hesitation rushed forward to hug him. Just like that, clinging to Dip's body. Fong does not want to leave. When Old Man Chu on the side saw this scene, he immediately felt dizzy. It's over. It's over. It seems like I know too many things, and I do not know if I'll be killed by this dark-hearted kid named Diep Fong. At this time, Diep Fong was helplessly pulling the complicated object that was pretending to be hugging him. At this time, Diep Lin Tiat was curious and asked her master if destroying the Black Demon sect would cause any other problems. Hearing that, Diep Fong immediately stopped. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Could it be that he said it was arranged by the system? Seeing that her master did not answer her question, Diep Lin Tiat saw that there was something difficult to say. She immediately lost interest and changed the subject. That's right, master, with the cause and effect plagiarism you gave me, I discovered it seems that the time when I want to take control of Thean Kokak is almost right before my eyes. Hearing these words, Diep Fong immediately felt confused. Good guy, this is really hard to understand. When did I say I wanted to take control of Thean Ko Pavilion? Is not it all your own stupid disciples' brainwork? At the same time, Diep Fong was lamenting, but at this moment he noticed Old Man So hiding on the side. I just saw him secretly holding a brush, not knowing what he was writing. But when Diep Fong asked him what he was doing, he saw that the old man, who already had a misunderstanding with Diep Fong, immediately swore. I know too many things, but you can rest assured that I will definitely protect these secrets. If I reveal even a little bit, let God punish me. Hearing that, Diep Fong immediately felt like he was about to explode. Hey guys, one or both of you like brain supplements, right? But when he heard Old Man So say he would keep it a secret, he smirked and said, Haha, Elder So, remember what you just said, if you reveal anything I will really peel your skin. When the old man heard these words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he reacted in time, otherwise it would have been dangerous. But right when Old Man So was silently lamenting. At this time, Diep Fong asked Diep Lin Tiat again, what should she do when Chu Thong wakes us up in a moment? Hearing this, Diep Lin Tiat patted her chest and told him to rest assured. She had countless ways to put things behind her. When he woke up, it was all gone. Hearing these words, Diep Fong was satisfied and nodded repeatedly. And after he and Diep Lin Tiat finished blessing the sect's transmission and communication functions, they began to instruct the old man to pack his things and quickly leave. But as soon as Diep Fong finished speaking, the system suddenly transmitted a notification. Ding, congratulations to the host on completing the mission. Reward 300,000 defeat points, and reward a Van Sol Theat blood ticket. Ding, this is a special type of evil aura. Inside is sealed 10,000 evil spirits. Can attack the opponent's soul. The owner needs to use their own blood to nourish the aura to become strong. The stronger the blood, the faster the resentment spirit matures, and the higher the damage. Hearing these words, Diep Fong was immediately frightened. Good guy, this time the special reward is too strange. If you bring this to the upper world, you will definitely be able to enter the divine weapon class. But just when Diep Fong was thinking wildly, the system interrupted his imagination. Deep host, do you have some future? When will you want to take these discarded things as your own? Even though you lived a poor life in the beginning, you still have me, right? We can completely replace those rewards. Life will be better later. Looking at the notification, Diep Fong somehow felt like he remembered someone. Anger flared up, and he immediately felt his fists itch slightly. Sensing Diep Fong's fluctuating emotions, the system immediately indicated that it would no longer mess around, and at the same time gave him a prodigy of destruction. Deep, the prodigy of destruction, closes the eyes of all living things, opens the eyes of all living things, is a necessary item when traveling far from home, killing people and setting fires. The current host can be used once per day. Hearing these words, Diep Fong said with satisfaction, "System, you finally did something useful." Diep Fong is extremely looking forward to the power of Dong, and is about to start trying it out. At this time, on a high, winding mountain outside the Black Demon sect, a golden light suddenly emitted. Then I saw Diep Fong showing an extremely surprised expression. But when Old Man So asked him why he was blinking madly, Diep Fong pointed towards the mountain and asked him in return, did he not see anything? Hearing these words, the old man immediately turned his head and looked over with some doubt. But when he saw the scene before his eyes, he was immediately frightened. I could only see in the old man's sight that the towering mountain in front that had existed without knowing when had been erased by someone. Just when the old man was extremely surprised and wanted to ask Diep Fong what happened, he ended up being interrupted by Diep Fong. Okay, Elder So, we do not need to talk about the disappeared mountain anymore. This trip has been difficult for you. This Vansol 13 I give to you. This is a spiritual weapon with good maturity. You just need to nourish it with your blood every day, and it will continuously become stronger. When you ascend to the upper world, its level will still be there, can increase further. At this time, Old Man So, when he felt the aura of this session, was immediately extremely frightened. Good guy, if I take this powerful coin and start selling things, will not I become an evil cultivator? Hearing these words, Diep Fong immediately laughed and said, Elder So, you can rest assured, in this session no one is innocent. They are all people who have massacred more than 1 trillion lives. So you just take it and use it freely. The old man heard that, and then accepted it with peace of mind. At the same time, in another place, Thien Duong sect Master Tran Chine Duong was standing inside the main hall. At this moment, he was asking his subordinates with a serious expression if they had already put resources into the Dimontown cave. But after receiving a positive answer from his subordinates, he said happily, Good, very good. The sect has been planning for hundreds of years, and we have finally waited for the day Patriarch Thienmei breaks this seal. Waiting for the day to break the seal, other sects will either be destroyed, or will have to submit. No one can stop the footsteps of our Thien Dong sect. A flower blooms, evil is the same. At this time, Tu Yu Nam Dewai, after taking Da Feng to the secret place, completed the mission, and Da Feng, after entering the cave, was staring at this dark cave to research. A clear cave. The system brought us here, so this proves that there is definitely a problem here. But while Da Feng was deep in thought, the system suddenly transmitted a message about his family's failure. Ding, today's loser product is Spirit Ball 200 grams. Ding, the Soul Spirit Ball contains extremely pure soul power. It is a special item created by monks specializing in soul cultivation. When Da Feng saw this purple gold ball, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, Is the system, the monk who specializes in cultivating divine souls, so powerful? So what is the use of the golden ball he created? The system heard Da Feng's question and immediately issued a reminder. Ding, remind the host, soul cultivators to cultivate their own divine soul power. When fighting, he can unleash terrifying mental attacks. His strength is extremely strong, and the soul spirit ball he created is extremely important to the alchemist and poison master, expert battle mage, etc. Da Feng listened to the system's explanation. He immediately felt speechless. Okay, I think I understand. You talk so much. Do you want me to trigger the related plot in this nameless cave? Hearing that, the system was a bit embarrassed to admit it, and at the same time reminded Da Feng there was a power that was preparing to harm his soul. But the system's antivirus function has already started automatically. Da Feng heard that and immediately understood, damn it, could someone come to investigate me? At the same time, on the other side of the cave, the mysterious old man Tiu Tran was stroking a soul spirit ball in front of him. Even though he was sealed in this torn cave for 200 years, he was able to refine so many spirit spheres. I did not seem to be at a loss when Tiu Tran was talking to himself. Immediately I heard Da Feng suddenly interrupt. Old man, what are you counting? The old man immediately froze when he heard that. Then I saw him immediately take back the spirit ball, then quickly turned around and asked who Da Feng was. How did you get here? When Da Feng heard that, he immediately laughed and replied, Of course I'm a man, but how did I get there? If you do not see it, it's as if you walked in. As he spoke, Da Feng walked towards the old man. At this time, Tiu Tran was immediately stunned. Damn it, this is a siege formation set up by Golden Emperor. How could he get in so easily? Could it be that the formation has lost its effectiveness? At this time, Tu Tran thought that Kim Luan Great Emperor siege formation was no longer effective, so he saw him immediately rush towards the exit. But the next second, he was directly hit on the head until he was bleeding. When he learned that the formation had not disappeared, the old man immediately cried. At this moment, he really wanted to ask himself, when will he be able to leave this evil place? As for Da Feng next to him, when he saw Tu Tran's crying and chaotic appearance, he curiously ordered the system to use this one-time opportunity to peek at the heavenly plan. Look who this old man is. The system immediately issued a warning. This person's name is Tu Tran, nicknamed Thean Malao Tu. His strength is that of a great soul cultivator at the peak of the 9 tribulation stage, who has gone through 9 heavenly and thunder tribulations. 2. This person just because 200 years ago offended the Golden Emperor's closable Denya, so he was sealed in this Devil Town cave by the Golden Emperor's clone. Defeng heard that and immediately laughed in his heart. He was truly a person who could not see his face, but had to say it again. If he waved the Soul Spirit Ball in front of him, he would probably be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Defeng very naturally approached the old man and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior, do you know what is called the Soul Spirit Ball?" Hearing that, the old man replied with special disdain, "Haha, of course the old man knows, and I still have a lot in my hand." Hearing that, Defeng immediately took out a soul spirit ball the size of a basin from space and placed it in front of the old man. He proudly asked, "So senior, how many soul spirit balls like this do you have?" And when the old man heard that and turned to look, he was immediately shocked. Damn, why is there such a big ball on Hyanthean continent? While the old man was still surprised by this rare soul spirit ball, he saw Defeng throw it away without hesitation. The next second, a loud noise was heard and the spirit ball shattered into several pieces. Seeing this scene, Tu Tren immediately cried out. He never expected that there would be such a loser in this world. Meanwhile, Defeng showed no fear and opened his mouth to speak. "Anyway, because I offended Den, I ended up here. Even if I wanted to get out, I could not get out. Instead of letting this soul ball be buried with me, I'd rather use it to do something more meaningful." The old man was startled when he heard that. He did not expect that this person in front of him was actually like him and was also imprisoned here by Dun Nat. As soon as Den Nat was mentioned, the old man's eyes became extremely gloomy. In his mouth, he swore viciously that if one day he escaped alive, he would definitely give this villain a painful beating. After talking for a while, the old man suddenly asked Defeng with some doubts. "That's right, kid. You just said you want to use the soul spirit ball to do some meaningful things. I'm very curious, what is it? Can you answer me?" Hearing that, Defeng happily said, "Senior, this is of course not a problem. You should look carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a very familiar BGM song ring out. After the noisy BGM ended, the old man was shocked to the point of bewilderment. In his mind, Defeng's familiar greetings appeared such as scampi, fried rice, chicken cooked with herbs. At this time, Defeng was in full swing with Tu Tran playing basketball under the basket. At this moment, the two of them were completely heartbroken when there were many broken soul spirit balls next to their feet. When the two of them finished throwing the 200th ball, they heard the old system suddenly give a reminder of the reward for success. Ding, congratulations to the host on today's success. Reward 1,000 points for losers. Reward 1,000 soul balls. BM consuming these spirit balls will no longer result in failure points. When Dafeng was happily checking the system rewards. At this time, Tu Tran was a little impatient and opened his mouth to remind him, "Dude, is your soul spirit ball gone? Why do not you come play again? If you're gone, I still have a lot left here." As soon as he said that, he immediately took out a pile of soul spirit balls from his shirt. And when he just took out the soul spirit ball, his mouth was still muttering, "My soul spirit balls are a bit small. How do you say we should play with these small balls?" Hearing that, Defeng immediately said, "We can play table tennis with these." As he spoke, he finished preparing the field and saw the two of them starting another great fight. A few hours later, after playing both the big and small bridge, Tu Tran was sweating profusely and said goodbye. And Defeng was also panting and happily accompanying the old man. "Haha, old man, Your spinning ball move is really too strong. Even I almost could not block it. When the two discussed soccer skills for a while, Tu Tran smiled and changed the subject to ask Da Feng. Do you know there is a Thian Duong Tong outside? Da Feng heard that and thought carefully for a while, then gave the answer, I'm a bit impressed with this. I remember my master and wife once mentioned it. And when the old man heard that Da Feng knew Thian Duong Tong, he immediately opened his mouth excitedly. Yes, boy, you do not know. This sect is very mean. They even wanted to harm me before. But when I casually gave them some benefits, I lied that I was Thian Malayatzu and promised to protect them when I broke the barrier. As a result, they happily helped us collect resources. Hearing these words, Da Feng immediately did not know what to say. Simply making up an identity can cause Thian Duong Tong to contribute for so many years in vain. He is truly a cunning guy. Thinking of this, Da Feng immediately began to want to drag Tu Tran into his sect. This kind of talent absolutely cannot let him slip away. After thinking about it, he began to ask Tu Tran, is this cave really indestructible? Hearing that, the old man was stunned. After thinking for a while, he pointed to the golden rock above his head and opened his mouth to say, hey, that's the eye formation of this siege formation. Just destroy it. We will probably go out of the formation. Hearing that, Da Feng immediately became interested. Great, is not this the best experimental object for me to test the power of the Eye of God of Destruction? Thinking of this, I saw Da Feng raise his head and quickly begin activating the Eye of Destruction. After a while of bright golden light, I heard the golden rock above my head make a sound, and then shatter. Seeing that the old man was both silent and happy, he could not understand what he had tried countless times and could not break. Yet, with just one glance from Da Feng, it was solved. Have I been living in a dog's belly all these years? When Tu Tran was still bewildered by surprise. At this time, Da Feng opened his mouth and asked him, since the seal was broken, why did not he come out quickly? When Tu Tran heard that, he immediately woke up with joy. Immediately I saw him not saying a word, but running straight out of the cave. Running out of the cave, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He immediately felt like he was in a dream right now. Extremely excited, he even turned around and asked Da Feng, was all this true? At this time, Da Feng had just run out of the cave, just in time to see Tu Tran turn around. He was immediately stunned. I just saw that the old man just now had a depressed look on his face. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the cave and turned into an exceptionally handsome man. Da Feng was extremely surprised and immediately lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. A moment later he raised his head and looked forward again. As a result, we only see the handsome man who was just now still handsome. At this moment, he immediately transformed back into the white-haired old man Bat Tun. At this moment, Da Feng even doubted, did the prodigy of destruction that the system gave him have a problem? Otherwise, how can we explain the strange things that just happened? Right at that moment, a Da Feng activated the prodigy of destruction, directly destroying the miserable formation. Great Emperor Kim Luan in the upper world immediately felt it. It was interesting. It was interesting. I did not expect that in this small world, there would be someone who could destroy my great formation. Looks like we have something to play with this time. On the other hand, at this time Da Feng had gone out of the cave and was chatting with Tu Tran. And when he learned from the old man's mouth that the reason he was locked in the cave was because he discovered a terrifying holy magic in legend and was framed by a villain. After fighting no longer, he was sealed at the bottom of the cave by the old man. Hearing this, Da Feng was immediately extremely happy, then saw him and immediately extended an invitation to join the sect with the old man. The old man heard that, thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. But when Da Feng saw that the old man agreed with him, he began to ask the old man if he wanted revenge in the future. Tu Tran heard that and immediately waved his hands in panic. No, revenge I do not think of. This is no different than looking for a way to die. If I am captured by Emperor Kim Luan again, my old life will probably be difficult to preserve. Da Feng heard the old man say such cowardly words and immediately felt helpless. After muttering in his heart for a while, Da Feng began to slowly ask the system, this Tu Tran is so strong, moreover, he has agreed to join the Tin Soul sect as a guardian elder. Then it would not be too much for me to give him 1,000,000 low-grade gold coins as a ceremony to join the sect. Hearing that, the system immediately replied, dang, the number is within the range of failure. Give out 1,000,000 low-grade metal spirits. As soon as he finished speaking, Da Feng immediately took out a storage bag and brought it in front of the old man. The mouth said that this was a ceremony to join the sect, Inside there were a million low-grade gold spirits. I hope you do not criticize too much. At this moment, when Tiu Tram heard these words, he had a bewildered look on his face. At this time, he began to wonder if the economic system of the Xuantian world over the past 200 years had collapsed. Otherwise, why would an ordinary sect's entrance ceremony cost 1 million ling gold? Furthermore, there is another possibility. Perhaps this rotten brat also has a conflict with Great Emperor Kim Loon. If not, how can it be explained? Thinking of this, Tiu Tram immediately waved his hand and quickly opened his mouth to say, "Da Feng, I just thought about it. I am a person who is always free and independent. About joining the sect, I think it's better to stop." Da Feng did not get angry when he heard this, then directly took out 2 soul balls from space and held them in his hand. If the seniors do not agree, then I can only give all these spirit prayers to someone else. Hearing these words, Tiu Tram immediately lost his composure, then saw him immediately stop walking and leave, then turned around and spoke loudly in front of Da Feng. "Da Feng, I was just joking, in fact I have long been eager to join." But right when Tiu Tram received the 1 million ling gold, he heard the system immediately make a warning sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the act of losing family. Reward 300 points of losing family. Reward 100 drops of pure soul water. Ding, pure soul water can purify impurities in the soul, purify it to the maximum extent. The soul will have the ability to change in a good direction. When Da Feng saw this reward news, he was immediately touched by the system. Then seeing him immediately come in front of Tiu Tram and opened his mouth to ask a question, "Old Tiu, I want to ask. What would happen if your soul was purified to the maximum extent?" Hearing that, the old man thought for a while before saying excitedly, "This must be said, so flying during the day is definitely no longer a dream." When Da Feng heard this, he immediately did not want to give pure soul water to him anymore. "Very good, the water is so good, I still let others in the sect use it." At this time, Tiu Tram was preparing to build a flying magic weapon to leave the secret world. At this time, Da Feng, before jumping on the old man's gourd, threw a piece of food out. Seeing this, Yu Tram immediately felt confused. He had never seen anyone take their cultivation equipment out and throw it to others. When Tiu Tram asked Da Feng what he was doing, Da Feng smiled and said, "This snack is a hole for Thian Duong Tong's group. After all, the great secret treasure is no longer there. So whoever picks up this snack will be the leader in this secret realm." The old man suddenly woke up when he heard that. That's right. After all, Thian Duong sect had previously thrown all the resources of the sects into the cave. After destroying the cave, we packed it all up and took it away. But when others came to the secret place to search, they discovered that there was only one piece of high-quality junk food left. It is estimated that the entire Thian Duong Tong will be attacked by people at that time. A few hours later, Tiu Tram was now extremely comfortable flying in the air, looking at the surrounding scenery. Right after that, he saw Tiu Hong holding a large top and flying towards him. He was still shouting loudly, "The dog robber was so bold. He actually dared to kidnap my master. Quickly let my master down." Olda saw this scene and immediately felt a little confused. He saw Tiu Hong coming with an aggressive aura, as if he were a royal family, so he did not dare to fight. Then I saw an extremely terrifying spiritual energy condensing in his hand. Prepare to see that the situation is not good, then take a risk with the other person. But right when the two were about to fight, Da Feng was awakened and immediately opened his mouth to stop. "Stop, stop, do not do anything, we're all family members." Tiu Hong and Tiu Tram, who were preparing to attack, were immediately bewildered when they heard that. After Da Feng explained for a while, the misunderstanding was cleared. But at this time, when Tiu Tram saw the big peak next to Tiu Hong, he immediately could not take his eyes off. Tiu Hong saw his eyes and immediately smiled and explained, "How, Elder Tiu, this is the top of the heavenly level. Each of the elders in our sect has one, which is very convenient for fighting." Hearing these words, Tiu Tram immediately gasped. He could not believe it. Now the top of Thian level was so cheap. Have prices in Xuan Thian realm really collapsed? You have to know, if this thing had appeared before, it would have really been fought over until it was over. But right when Tiu Tram was in a broken mental state, Da Feng on the side saw this and felt a bit embarrassed. In my heart I was still thinking, why is this Elder Tiu's mental qualities so weak? Just something happened and it broke down like that. If he were to know that the first condition of the Tin Soul sect was to let him touch the dog, he would definitely cry and faint. After a few people talked to each other for a while, Da Feng now began to ask Tiu Hong if she was the girl who led the team to Thian Duong Tung. If that's true, then tell senior brother to just go and do things in the secret world later. The secret scene does not have any good stuff anymore. After you're done, you can immediately return to the sect. Having finished speaking, he and Tu Tram rode the gourd and flew away alone. A few hours later, Daifeng and Tu Tram returned to Taifeng village. The old man looked at the hospital wall full of spider webs. He immediately felt that his situation was not good. As soon as Tu Tram entered the yard, a group of powerful and invincible aura immediately shocked him. Could this be Hong Choin's sword intent in the realm of sword heart? Very good. I did not expect such a tattered sect to contain such a terrifying sword cultivator. But right when Tu Tram just let out a series of exclamations, the dog appeared and immediately brightened his eyes. I just saw that the dog was extremely excited and holding a sword in the yard. Tu Tram was constantly emitting terrifying sword intent, but at that moment Elder Batch came and discovered the two people. But when he saw Tu Tram wearing tattered clothes, he immediately thought that this person was probably a beggar on the street. Thinking of this, he consciously started to deny. Impossible, impossible. How could Dafeng bring that kind of person back? This person is definitely the one who came to hug Dafeng's thigh. At this moment, Tu Tram's face was filled with shock. Just because he saw that in this tattered sect, there were 3 heaven tribulation realms, 2 primordial god realms, a group of powerful people like this. At this moment, he could not help but start muttering in his heart, "Mom, is this the standard of a small sect after 200 years? Unexpectedly, after 200 years, the strongmen of the back realm would be cheaper than the great monks at the Indan too. It seems that my development here will definitely not be good. You should still leave this place soon." But right when Tu then decided to prepare to turn around and leave Tan Sol sect. At this time, Old Man Chu suddenly appeared, successfully attracting his attention. To be precise, he was attracted to the weapon he held in his hand. Just as Tu then lost his voice and cried out, this was truly demon spirit, Ki. All the masters in the sect immediately heard the sound and ran over. As soon as Lac Thien Tiat was among the crowd, as soon as she arrived, she was discovered by Diep Feng, the lustful guy who craved her beauty. Just when Lac Thien Tiat was still surprised why an old man had the power of demon spirit, Diep Feng pulled Tu then who was standing blankly to one side, then pulled him in front of Lac Thien Tiat and opened his mouth to speak. Dear wife, this senior Tu then wants to join the sect as an elder and a powerful soul cultivator. His strength can soar at any time. Those who were still admiring demon spirits Kai were immediately frightened when they heard these words. That's awesome. Great monks can fly up at any time. So is not that stronger than the great elders in the sect level. But when Tu then saw that everyone had just learned of his strength, he immediately showed such a surprised expression. His intention to leave Tinsol sect and change to another sect immediately wavered. But right when Tu then was still hesitating, at this time, Deep Feng ordered the system to withdraw 100 Golden Soul Holy Spirit magic pills. The system heard that and immediately executed it. Ding spent 83,000 points and failed. Congratulations to the host on receiving 109,000-year-old Golden Soul Holy Spirit magic tablets. When he heard the system say that the lost points consumed did not exceed his expectations, he was immediately happy. Then, seeing his great interest, he immediately commanded Old Man had to lead Tu then around to get acquainted with the locations in the sect. Then let Old Man So and Old La go with him to the living area. When Lac Thien Tiat saw this scene, she was immediately unhappy. Good guy, what is your intention? Even commanding the elders. Do you want to take this opportunity to seize power? Deep Feng immediately laughed when he heard that. Then I saw him contemptuously say, "Oh dear, dear wife, why are we saying these words between you and me? After all, we will be the same." A few minutes later, now in the elders' living area in the sect, Deep Feng was standing in front of a wooden building and opened his mouth to say to Old La, "Old La, come quickly and help me destroy this small tome. I have prepared the wood and am ready to give Elder Tiuthua a new one." When Lala heard that, his brain immediately froze. Good guy, this Diep Feng really feels like new and old. Furthermore, why do I feel like he has a special hobby of collecting these disturbed people? So Hong Sun on the side heard this and gave another opinion. Old La, your words are a bit incorrect. Before, we voluntarily hugged our thighs, right when the two of us were constantly discussing. Seeing Deep Feng on the side hearing their words, he immediately became extremely embarrassed. Then I saw him immediately ask if the system could give them some hush money. He intended to pay hush money so that these two people would stop defaming him. When he heard the system issue a notification, he he immediately became extremely excited and shouted loudly towards the two people carrying wood. The two elders have worked hard. Once the courtyard is finished, I will give each of you 10 drops of great demon blood essence. Furthermore, I have prepared enough for you to choose as you please. When Lao Lu heard these words, a top cultivator immediately became extremely excited. Then, seeing him immediately use force and start frantically carrying the load. Suddenly, in the Eastern Elder's living area, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At this time, Diep Fong looked at the area just now that was still a wooden house, and in the blink of an eye, Lakai leveled it. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart, and he kept praising how strong Old La was. After being surprised for a while, Deep Feng then placed the giant trees he had just pulled from the system into the yard. When Lakai saw that, he was a little curious and asked Diep Feng, "What are these shiny golden trees?" Hearing that, Diep Feng immediately laughed and said, "This is called the Holy Soul Art. Their age is up to 9,000 years. After explaining, Diep Feng instructed the two to use up all of this wood, because he prepared a super surprising bomb for Elder Tu, then saying he could transform into a human. La Kai, who was on the side, heard this and was a little confused and asked Old Man So, "Why does a yard need so much wood? Old So, what do you say we should do?" Hearing that, the old man replied with a solemn expression, "Haha, this is not Dep Fong testing us, right? It seems that we cannot easily get 10 drops of this great demon's blood essence, but in another place, on the tree-lined street inside the sect's gate." At this time Tu then was shocked to the point of gasping by Old Man. Mouth? Olda, what do you say? Our sect leader is the daughter of a star-level sect leader. After being confirmed by Old Manhwa again, he could hardly believe it and began to accept it. Good guy Dipfong, at first you said it was a small sect, right? Why did it suddenly change into a branch of a top-level sect? And just when Tu then was still in a state of surprise, Old Man has continuous vomiting sound, directly woke him up. The first time he saw someone vomiting after eating medicinal pills, he curiously asked Old Manhwa, "What are you eating?" Hearing that, the old man did not answer but asked Tu then, "Do you know what is impure spiritual body?" Tu then heard that and said, "I only know a little about this type of spirit body." The old man heard that and said it was okay anyway. When that time comes, you will quickly taste this medicinal pill that is even harder to eat than shit. Having said that, the two of them arrived at a toilet built from Thean level low dun that Diepfong created. At this time, Tu then looked at this strange toilet. He curiously asked who lived in this place. Why did he still use a toilet? But when he reached the center of the toilet, the scene before his eyes made him dizzy. Why could not he expect that inside this toilet there would be a heavenly grade furnace placed here? Could it be that this strange hospital also belongs to Diepfong? Old Manha heard Tu then say that and told him the answer was correct. This is indeed Diepfong's. Furthermore, to tell you a rumor, Diepfong is also preparing to use essence stone to make this place a toilet. In the future, if anyone wants to save lives, just run to the bathroom. The probability of success will be 110%. Tu then heard that and immediately felt like he was about to freeze. Why did not he expect Depfong to lose his family like that? Remembering that in the past, I had to work very hard to resist 18 tribulation thunderbolts to be able to advance to the 9th stage of Bamboo Foundation. But now you say, you just need to hide in the bathroom for a while, and you can solve everything. Olda, do you know my feelings right now? Hearing this question, Old Manha was also very helpless. Then seeing him, he immediately took a medicinal pill and brought it in front of Tu, then to help him calm down. When Tu then saw the medicinal pill, he thought it was the same type of medicinal pill that Old Manha had just eaten and then vomited. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, Old Manha said again, "This is the legendary enlightenment pill. Moreover, the taste of this medicinal pill is also very delicious. Normally I do not have the heart to eat it, so just try some." Hearing that, Tu then felt secure and put the medicine into his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Tu then immediately froze, just because he had truly entered the legendary realm of sudden enlightenment. A few minutes later, Old Man saw that Tu then had come out of his state of sudden enlightenment, and immediately opened his mouth excitedly. "What's wrong? Is not it scary?" This medicine for sudden enlightenment is also from Diepfong. He also used an enlightenment pill to open the dog's mind. Tu then was still returning home. When he heard this, he was immediately more surprised. It's hard to believe that Diepfong uses these things so wastefully. Do you guys not care? Old Manha immediately laughed when he heard that. There are a lot of good things from that kid Diepfong, Mr. Tu. Why are you here? Did not Diepfong give you anything before coming? When Tu then heard that, he seemed to remember something, and immediately felt a bit shy. Hearing these words, Tu then seemed to think of something, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Old Ha next to him saw this and just laughed it off. An hour later, the two people who had been visiting for a long time finally arrived at the elder's living quarters. When Tu then went to the construction site and saw Lakai, and saw Hong Sun trying hard to split wood, he was immediately shocked. It's strange, why does this wood look so familiar? When he came closer to observe more closely, Tu then could no longer calm down. Mom, is not that the sacred soul sutra that I've always dreamed of? At this moment, when Tu then saw Old La and Old So cutting down the Holy Spirit tree, he could no longer calm down. But when he was quickly running to stop it, shouting loudly not to cut it, he saw Mr. Lai and Mr. So, at the same time swinging their hands and splitting the big tree into several pieces. This cruel scene directly caused Tu then, who was running to see it, and fainted. And his mouth kept muttering, if you destroy treasures like that, you will be punished by heaven. Old La, who was chopping trees, heard this and immediately became a little angry. We kindly built a house for you to live in, but in the end you cursed us. The one who is punished by heaven should be you. At this time, when Tu then heard that the Holy Spirit tree was being split to make a house for him, he was momentarily stunned. After recovering, he was immediately overjoyed. Then, seeing that he did not say a word, he snatched the hammer from Old La's hand. This sudden situation directly made Mr. La bewildered. Returning to his senses, he immediately asked Tu then, did not you say that cutting the Holy Spirit tree would be punished by heaven? Hearing this, Elder Tu immediately laughed. It's okay. It's okay. After all, I've been struck by lightning many times. Now I'm used to it. A few minutes later, a luxurious palace sparkling with golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Old Ha was shocked to the point of being stunned and directly exclaimed, Mom, is this a special treatment from the great concubine? Now I feel like I'm living in a slum. But just as Old Ha fell into self-doubt, he suddenly heard Old La's rude voice in his ear. So that's it, that's how it is. I understand why Mr. Tu has special treatment, but we do not. Hearing these words, Old Ha was immediately startled. Then immediately asked Mr. La why. Old La heard Old Ha's question and said with a serious face, do not you guys realize that this is a hint from Dip Fong? He saw that our will in cultivation had begun to loosen. That's why he gave Mr. Tu such high treatment. He wants to use a luxurious palace to encourage him. Hearing these words, everyone immediately fell into deep thought. Only Tu then was especially embarrassed, muttering quietly to the side. That's not true, although I have not known Deep Fong for long. But his intuition told him that Deep Fong simply wanted to lose his family. It certainly has nothing to do with that matter of urging cultivation. On the other hand, at this time in Deep Fong's room, the system notification sound suddenly came, directly waking up Deep Fong, who was sleeping. Ding, congratulations to the host for using up the sacred soul tree. The inspection system does not contain defeatist behavior, so there is no reward. Hearing these words, Diep Fong immediately jumped up from the bed. Impossible, why do not I get a reward if I lose my family? Damn system, did you block the reward? The system heard the question and immediately responded. Done, because Tu then accepted the house and participated in the construction process. This behavior does not count as failure. Dip Fong almost got angry when he saw that. He did not expect to cut down the sacred soul tree like that. The little old man actually accepted it, even built it himself. The flower blooms in 2 branches, one on each side. It is already midnight. Right in the Tan Han Tong's compound, 2 old men were gingerly hiding outside the courtyard wall, secretly whispering and discussing something. But so Hong Sun was just about to go to the bathroom when he saw a situation and immediately hid himself. Today he wanted to see who those 2 dark shadows were, yet he dared to sneak into the sect to steal chickens and catch dogs. Just when he was still planning how to capture these 2 people, then I heard an extremely familiar voice coming from afar. It turned out that the person who came was none other than the great ancestor, who had not seen me for a long time, and old bitch Kong, who had been imprisoned in Thiandao City for hundreds of years. But when So Hong Sun heard that, the 2 of them felt secure and were not prepared to continue taking action. A few minutes later, at this time the great ancestor and old bitch Kong entered the courtyard. But when they saw the splendid golden palace before their eyes, the 2 were immediately amazed. Mom, I did not expect that after just a few months of not seeing each other, This girl Theantayat could actually develop the sect into this. At this moment, the great patriarch and bitch Kuang like Leo Lao Lao entered the Day Quan garden. That splendid golden palace directly dazzled their eyes. But right when the great ancestor was admiring the luxury of this palace, the next second, he was directly pulled back by old bitch Kuang. Look, is this simply luxury? Have not you discovered that this entire palace is made from the legendary Holy Soul Tree? You must know that this is a supreme treasure that soul cultivators cannot even seek. The spiritual gold that I have saved for hundreds of years as a laborer in Thiandao City cannot even buy this wooden ring. Having finished speaking, old bitch Kuang kept asking his stunned great-grandfather if his saint's sect lacked a good chef. He himself followed the culinary path. Now we are in dire need of a place to show off our cooking skills. When the great ancestor heard these words, he was suddenly stunned. He did not expect that this dog thief bitch Kuang would not leave as soon as he arrived. That's why he even intended to dedicate his cooking skills. It's disgusting. Every year I ask him to make one dish, but I cannot get it. He also said that the old man did not deserve it, truly shameless to the extreme. But when two people were arguing to the point of getting involved, a hoarse voice suddenly appeared in their ears. You two, there is a living room here. It's late at night. If you do not mind, you can stay at my place. The two people who were fighting heard this and immediately bowed. They did not expect that someone could appear next to them without a sound like that. It seems that this person's strength is definitely above both of them. Luckily this time it came early. Such a master has already joined the army of girl Theantayat. If it were a few more days late, perhaps the new soul sect would be crowded with people. And just as the great ancestor continued to exclaim, So Hong Sun, who was hiding in a dark place, also appeared in front of the two of them. After a while of chatting, So Hong Sun immediately introduced the elder Tu to the great ancestor and bitch Kong. But when they learned that this person in front of them was actually a powerful person who could fly to the upper world at any time, the two were immediately stunned. Mom, what has this girl Theantayat been doing these past few months? We only asked her to establish a sect herself, but we did not say she had to turn the sect into this in one step. If we let it develop for a few more months, I'm afraid it will become a king uniting the entire continent. Old bitch Kong, who was listening next to him, was even more determined at this moment. No matter what, he must stay here. Even if the heavenly Kim came to chase him away, it would not work. When the great ancestor heard these words, he immediately could not bear it anymore. Then he saw a mouthful of 90-year-old rancid blood suddenly spurt out from his mouth continuously. Immediately afterward, a mouthful of 99-year-old blood suddenly spewed out from his mouth. After taking a few breaths, the great ancestor then turned around and asked the old man, Old So, then what are you doing here? Have you forgotten your first heart? Remember when you swore in the past that you wanted to create a ruler and divine weapon yourself? Why is it so depraved? Hearing this, the old man calmly clasped his hands and explained, Since the old man met Dep Fong, his worldly troubles have disappeared. Before I was really too ordinary and ignorant, always paying too much attention to the so-called spiritual energy in the furnace. How can the great ancestor believe this when he hears this? Just kidding, these words of yours are just child's play to me. But So Hong Sun saw that the great ancestor definitely wanted to know what benefits Dip Fong gave him. He immediately ran out of words, then reluctantly said the situation. But when they learned that Dip Fong had actually stuffed 10,000 pieces of weapon refining fragments into old, so everyone was surprised. At this time, some people also wanted Dip Fong to give him a chance to insert the fragments. At this time, Bitch Kwong heard that just joining the sect would have so many benefits. He was determined and immediately made So Hong Sun promise that after he entered the sect, he would care and help him more. When old man So heard that this boy Bitch Kong also wanted to join the sect, he opened his mouth curiously. He kept asking him if he also wanted to be an elder. Bitch Kong heard that and immediately denied it. At this time, he only thought about staying at Tan Han Tong to enjoy the benefits. Early the next morning at the sect's main hall, Lac Theantayat was looking surprised and asked his great-grandfather when he would bring you to Tan Han sect. Why did not he let him know? Hearing that, the great ancestor sitting in the front position not only did not answer, but also laughed and asked her back. Hey girl Theantayat, tell me, if I resigned from the position of great ancestor and ran to help you, how would you feel? Hearing this, Lac Theantayat immediately refused without thinking. No way, great ancestor, if you run here, what will the other ancestors do? Moreover, this place is the star-level sect. I see the dishes of the star-level sect, including the meat of the great force demon ape, and countless spiritual herbs. The dishes are all very good. If you come here, you must how. Speaking of this, Lack the entire could not help but be confused. Why did the great ancestor suddenly say he wanted to join? Could it be that the person behind the scenes pulling the strings is that mischievous guy? The flower bloomed in two branches, one on each side. At this time, Deep Fong was deliciously eating the dish that old man Bitch Kwong had just finished making, and kept asking the old man how to make this dish. The old man Bitch Kwong next to him heard Deep Loluk's question, and with a calm expression began to explain. This dish is boiled with the meat of the great power demonic beast plus countless spirit herbs. The amount of spirit herbs used requires time. This dish is not only delicious, but can also enhance your strength. The only downside is probably that it has a time limit. Hearing these words, Diep Fong was immediately more satisfied with old man Bitch Kwong. Good guy, there are so many secrets in the dishes. Such talented people absolutely cannot be ignored by the sect. But right when Deep Fong kept calculating in his heart, the next second, the system suddenly transmitted a reminder information. Ding, today's loser item is a set of 7 elements dragon and silver knives. That he long silver knife is a specialized knife used for cooking. There are a total of 7 here. Each knife has the spirit of long. Using knives can be used as materials to increase magic and maximum protection. After Diep Fong had just finished eating breakfast and saw the information about the lost items, he immediately became speechless. Good guy. The sect just arrived as a professional chef, and you've already defeated me in a whole set of god-level knives. Is not this trying to force people to leave? Damn it, do I still want to eat rice? After thinking carefully for a moment, Diep Fong immediately targeted his junior brother Vo Fong. After all, in the entire sect, before the old man arrived, only junior brother Vo Fong's cooking skills were still good. Thinking of this, Diep Fong immediately walked in front of old man Bitch Kwong. Then he began to introduce his disciples to the old man. But when old man Bitch Kwong asked the person Diep Fong wanted to worship if he practiced cooking, Diep Fong was immediately speechless. Right now he did not know what to say. You must know that my junior brother only knows how to refine medicinal pills, and is also a third-grade alchemist who is about to level up. Bitch Kwong on the side heard that the person who wanted to worship a monk was actually a monk learning alchemy. He was immediately stunned. And right when Bitch Kwong and Dip Fong were discussing the situation, they saw Tiu Lam Miu, who had just returned from Thien Dong Tung, waved at them and walked towards them. Seeing this, Deep Fong was immediately overjoyed, then immediately grabbed Tiu Lam Miu's hand and ran towards Bitch Kwong. But when Tiu Lam Miu learned that the old man in front of him was the newly invited chef of the sect, he immediately could not keep calm anymore. I'm a third-grade alchemist. I do not think about how to refine pills well, but I'm in charge of the entire sect's food every day. Those dark days can finally leave me. But just when Tiu Lam Miu was imagining the beautiful life in the future, the Diep Fong's words directly woke him up. Hey junior brother Vo Fong, the thing is like this. Lately I've been thinking about it, and I think you do not seem to be very suitable for cultivating alchemy. Today I just learned that elder bitch who is skilled in cooking is also here. How about you directly worship him as your master and change from Dan Dao to cooking Dao? What do you think? Having finished speaking, I did not wait for Tiu Lam Miu to agree or not. Deep Fong took out a gold box from space. Then while thinking, he took out a pickaxe and knife from the box and stuffed it straight into his junior brother's hand. But when Tiu Lam Miu just picked up that shiny golden pickaxe and knife, the dragon soul spirit in the knife suddenly began to awaken. Since Tiu Lam Miu grabbed the pickaxe and knife that Diep Fong gave her, the whole sect began to fall into panic. The reason is because the dragon soul spirit in the knife suddenly led to the heavenly disaster. But right when everyone was preparing to think of ways to deal with this disaster, at this time, Deep Fong received a reward notification from the system, congratulating the host on completing the defeat mission, rewarding 1,000 defeat points, and rewarding 100 pieces of insight. Hearing the reward announcement, Diep Fong was immediately happy. At this moment, he was thinking in his heart, it seemed that the dragon soul weapon had accepted his junior brother as its master. But right when Deep Fong was happily receiving the reward, he saw Tiu Lam Miu with a panicked look on her face and said to him, Damn it, there's a spiritual weapon in the knife. Senior brother, you are really good to me, but now there is a disaster outside. What should we do? As soon as Diep Fong regained his composure, he smirked when he heard this. Haha, junior brother, do not panic, I'm here. This heavenly tribulation certainly cannot hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw dark clouds in the sky, and the lightning that had just struck was instantly cut in half. The people below saw this and were immediately stunned. Damn it, is not this the mysterious guard next to Diep Fong? This person's strength is so strong, yet he can even cut it in half. But just when everyone was extremely surprised, they saw that the one-armed man, after cutting off the lightning, began to negotiate with heaven. When he smiled cruelly and suggested to the other karma cloud to increase the number of karma, the karma cloud heard that, and was so scared that he did not dare to provoke him. Immediately without saying a word he turned around and left, and Lac Thien Tiat below saw that one-armed man who just waved his hand and cut off the heavenly path of lightning. She also immediately froze on the spot. She did not expect that Huan Thien continent would have such terrifying powerhouses. And right when Lac Thien Tiat was looking blankly in the direction of the one-armed man who disappeared, Deep Feng came out from the palace. When Lac Thien Tiat saw him coming, she immediately questioned him with an angry face. Deep Feng, you villain, quickly tell me what that Dragon Soul Spirit weapon is all about. Was it you who caused it? But at this moment Diep Feng saw his wife's murderous expression. He immediately did not dare to tell the truth. Just when he was still suffering from thinking about how to pour this black pot to someone else, unexpectedly in the next second, Tu Lam Miu directly told the truth, and when Lac Thien Tiat learned that the thunder and disaster was actually caused by this old man Dep Feng, he also seduced Tu Lam Miu to worship old man Bitch Kong as a master to practice cultivation. She was immediately speechless. You bastard, you deserve to die. I knew it was you who did it. There's also Lan Vo Feng, how dare you? Do you have a talent for cooking? Tu Lam Miu on the side heard the question. He immediately changed into an appearance of being sure of victory, and opened his mouth to speak. Sect Master, Big Senior Brother said, it does not matter whether you have talent or not. As long as I have enough fragments of the sense of the true Tao, I can be invincible in the world. As soon as Tu Lam Miu finished speaking, Deep Feng also immediately interjected, saying that he had given his junior brother Vo Feng 100 pieces of enlightenment. Now he can make 4 great dishes. When old man Bitch Kong standing next to him heard Diep Feng say this, he immediately made up his mind to serve Diep Feng well in the future. It is possible to make someone without cooking talent in the blink of an eye create a 4th grade dish. If you can have a good relationship with the two of you, then is not it a matter of having as much genius as you want. But just as old man Bitch was silently thinking, at this moment Lac Thien Tiat also discovered his silhouette. Senior Bitch Kong, when did you join our sect? Why do not we know? Deep Feng standing next to him heard this and was stunned. Old Bitch, were not you invited by your master? But Bitch Kong was now facing the eyes of 2 people. He immediately sweated profusely. It's over. It's over. I did not even have time to say a few words and I was discovered. Old man Tak Kong's plan to cheat the heavens and cross the sea was mercilessly exposed by Lac Thien Tiat. Old Tat was immediately afraid and did not dare to speak up again. He did not understand why his plan was seen through so quickly. Lac Thien Tiat, smart as ice and snow, saw this scene and immediately understood everything. As for your mouth, just say it's okay and leave. If everyone has nothing to do, just go ahead. Deep Feng, you stay, I still have some things to tell you. A moment later, Lac Thien Tiat, who was walking in the main hall, suddenly stopped, then turned to look at Diep Feng, then asked him 2 questions with a serious face. First, Diep Feng, are you saying that the one-armed swordsman is one of your people? Second, what is your purpose in approaching me? Although the unexpected question caught Deep Feng a bit off guard, for an old 21st century playboy, he immediately pretended to reply with deep affection, Master, that one-armed guy is truly my person. And the purpose of approaching you is of course to marry you. Lac Thien Tiat, standing next to her, heard that and immediately turned red and was speechless. This obnoxious disciple, she has never seen anyone with such thick skin before. The system standing next to it heard that and immediately deeply sympathized and began to mock Diep Feng. Well, I'm afraid to expose you. Is that what you like? You're clearly coveting someone else's body. You are too low class. Hearing these words, Diep Feng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Damn system, what do you understand? My little master just wants to give his beautiful master a warm home. After settling his disturbed mood, he took advantage of the time when Lac Thien Tiat had not yet left, and immediately spoke up to persuade his wife to go to lunch and talk while eating. As if understanding Diep Feng's thoughts, Lac Thien Tiat heard that and glanced at him before nodding in agreement. Moments later, Diepfong and Lac Thientite arrived at the dining table. At this time, Diepfong looked at Lac Thientite, who was silent, and asked, "And master, do not you want to know who I am?" Although Lac Thientite saw this, she was very curious about Diepfong's background, but still had no good intentions in her mouth. Well, sometimes being too curious can kill you. Hearing that, Diepfong immediately showed even more interest. Does your master know about Infinity Holy Land?" When Lac Thientite heard this sentence, she immediately lost her composure. At this moment, no matter how much she thought, she could not understand how this rotten brat, Diepfong, knew about the Infinite Holy Land. Did he already know that he was a reincarnated saintess? Damn it, how much does he know? But at this time, when Diepfong saw Lac Thientite looking surprised, he did not pay any attention and smiled. "Okay, let's not talk about these anymore. Master, just believe that I would not harm you." "That's right, Master, I just learned that there are 2 heavenly Dao tokens, each of us has one. Or if we have nothing to do, let's go to Thiendao City for a trip together. How do you feel, Master?" Hearing that, Lac Thientite thought for a moment before sighing. Well, since Diepfong said he likes me, he probably would not have bad intentions towards me. Thinking of this, Lac Thientite nodded and agreed to go with him. But suddenly Lac Thientite thought of a problem. "But Diepfong, do you think this Thiendao token can be used outside? Or do we have to go to the Thiendao battlefield?" When Diepfong heard that, he did not pay any attention and said he did not know, or he should just try. Having said that, the 2 of them immediately began activating the teleportation token. A few minutes later, Diepfong passed the command to be transmitted to the streets of Thiendao Than. When he was excited and wanted to tell Lac Thientite, the token could really be used to transmit outside. Then suddenly he discovered that there was no longer a trace of his master on the street. Just as he was looking for his master's wife, a Thiendao Than taxi parked next to him again and again, and the driver inside was the ponytailed boy who drove him last time. Because Diepfong wanted to capture his beautiful master, he enthusiastically invited her to come to Thiendao Than with him. But unexpectedly, when he arrived at Thiendao Than, his master strangely disappeared. When Diepfong was frantically preparing to roll up his sleeves and start looking for someone, a Thiendao Than taxi time again parked right next to him. And just when Diepfong was about to tell the driver to go somewhere else and not block the road, he suddenly discovered that the driver inside was the ponytailed boy who once drove him. At this time, the driver stopped the car and saw Diepfong outside the window. As soon as he saw Diepfong, his head immediately pounded. "Damn, I'm really unlucky. I took 2 bus trips and met the same person." Just when he thought Diepfong was planning to stick around without paying, he saw Diepfong directly throw him a sparkling golden, ultimate silver lotus card. When he showed the card, Diepfong kept saying, "Driver, I have an urgent matter and need you to take me to find someone. This is my Engen Lian Nap card number 1. There is a lot of money inside. You can swipe the car fare as you please." Hearing these words, the ponytail boy immediately wanted to explode on the spot. He never expected this seemingly normal boy. It turned out to be a man holding the ultimate silver Lian Nap card, but unfortunately his Thiendao card was only for half a day. It's completely impossible to run the whole city. Hearing the ponytail boy's explanation, Diepfong was immediately startled and frightened. He never expected that it would take him half a day to drive all the way across the city. Oh my, it seems that if you want to find a beautiful master, you still have to rely on yourself. After saying that, he activated the system function, preparing to take a peek at the heavenly secret. At the same time, on the other side, Lac Thientite was walking on the pedestrian street with a shocked expression, looking at the prices of each commodity. When she saw that a branch of the sacred soul tree cost 50,000 heavenly Dao points to buy, she immediately became restless. As for the Lo Thienko Peak, the store also recorded a price of up to 20 million Thiendao points. Good guy, you should know that the Thiendao points here, 1 point, is equivalent to a block of top-quality junk. It seems I have to save for several lifetimes to buy it. 4 hours later, Lac Thientite, whose imagination was limited by poverty, was sitting sullenly on the side of the road. But her mouth was constantly muttering, this day of lacking money was really too miserable. When Lac Thientite was drowning in self-doubt, she heard Diepfong's extremely worried voice from afar. Hearing that, Lac Thientite was immediately extremely happy. Then, without waiting for Diepfong to run to her, she asked Diepfong how many top-quality crystals he had. When Diepfong finished listening, he gasped and replied, "Not much, Notch, only 1 billion. When she heard that there were 1 billion miscellaneous items, Lac the Tiat immediately froze on the spot, but before she could react, she saw Deep Fong pulling her crazy to spend money shopping. A few minutes later, Lac the Tiat now returned to the busiest commercial center in Thiendao City. When she passed by a long-standing herbal medicine store, she heard Lac the Tiat extremely generously say that she would cover all the medicinal herbs in this store. At this time, when Fat Li Fai, who was working as a hired laborer, heard this, he immediately became stunned. Hey man, why does this tone sound so familiar? Just as Li Fai was silently lamenting, Diep Feng also discovered his brother Li Fai. The two of them meeting each other again was like dry wood meeting a burning fire. Immediately stood on the spot and started chatting excitedly. When Diep Feng knew that Li Fai had been discovered by his family's ancestors because of his sword intent, to avoid the hard work of sword training, he ran to Thiendao Than to work as a hired laborer. He immediately enthusiastically took out a piece of the advanced star sword and gave it to him. I know you do not like practicing sword intent. I will help you break through to star sword. You can rest assured, in the future if I have anything good in the field of swordsmanship, my big brother will definitely keep a portion for you. Having said that, Diep Feng immediately rushed towards Li Fai like a hungry dog, then saw Li Fai's screams continuously ringing out, making everyone feel sorry for him. Last time, it was said that Diep Feng was walking around with his master when he accidentally met a fat little guy who was working for him. When he learned that the little fat guy was discovered by the old ancestor because of the sword intent on his body, in order to escape the hard work of sword training, he ran to Thiendao Than to work as a hired laborer. Diep Feng immediately became enthusiastic, seeing that he did not bother to ask Li Fei's opinion, but directly pressed him to the ground. Then without saying a word stuffed the star sword advanced fragment into his body. After finishing everything, the store manager saw that the hall was not okay, and heard the sound of running over. Seeing that the person coming was the manager, Diep Feng immediately patted the table and asked how much it would cost to chase his good brother away. The manager had just heard Diep Feng's wild words and was thinking about how to refute Diep Feng. Then Diep Feng saw through his thoughts. How could he give him a chance to refuse? Just say, how much is Li Fai's monthly salary? I'll give you 10 times more. When he heard there was 10 times more compensation, the manager's expression immediately changed. A few minutes later, Diep Feng was leading Li Fai, who had just been fired, and Lac the Tiat, walking aimlessly on the pedestrian street. Just as he was about to start a new round of excitement, he suddenly heard the system's warning sound ringing in his ears. Ding, remind the host that all items purchased at Thiendao Than must be consumed in a loser-like manner. Even if it is given to someone else, the other person still needs to consume it in a defeatist fashion, otherwise they will be punished with a certain amount of punishment. Diep Feng heard that and immediately asked again with some dissatisfaction, Mom, if I bring the things I bought at Thiendao Than to the loser's house, will I get points for losing the family? The system heard the question and immediately responded with a smile. Listen, of course you will not get the points of defeat, but the host can enjoy the feeling of joy that defeat brings. A moment later, Diep Feng turned to ask his beloved wife, is there any place worth entertaining in Thiendao Than? Tu Fat Tu heard that and immediately said, if you say the most entertaining place, then of course it's the unique foot massage shop and the little pink room. At the foot massage shop, there are powerful Kai the people who will help you massage. And in the little pink room, there are beautiful women who can spend time with you. And just when Tu Fat Tu wanted to continue speaking, he saw that Lac the Tiat was carrying a large bag of sparkling essence medicine and walking towards them. While walking, he kept complaining, the things in Thiendao City are really too expensive. I just bought 999 golden silkworm essence medicine stones and already spent 1,000,000 top-quality miscellaneous items. And at this moment, Diep Feng saw his beloved wife returning with a large bag of golden silkworm, crystal medicine stone, and her eyes immediately became sparkling. After that, without saying a word, he rushed up to get the bag of essential medicine, constantly saying that his beloved wife had worked hard, and let me take care of the rest. And when Lac the Tiat had her bag stolen, she instantly knew what was going on. Surely that traitor Diep Feng wants to lose his family again. Sure enough, in the next second, he handed that big bag of essence to Tu Fatty. After that, he very seriously instructed Li Fai to definitely spend all of this golden silkworm and medicine stone. When Li Fai, who was on the side, heard that, he immediately became stunned. How could he know how to spend this pile of golden silkworm essence medicine stone? Diep Feng heard this, and immediately gave the answer without thinking. Like this just take a pile of this golden silkworm and medicine stone to build a toilet. What do you say? When Li Fai heard this, how could he dare to agree? I only saw him quickly shaking his head and saying no, no, if I use such a precious thing to build a toilet. The next day my dog's head will definitely be crushed by the sect. At this time, Deep Feng saw that Li Fai wanted to refuse, so he immediately said you cannot agree. But now I will beat you to death. A few hours later, Lac Thien Tiat was now lying on the bed, experiencing the pleasure that foot massage brings for the first time. Immediately called stop, could not continue anymore. Last time, it was said that Li Fai took Dep Fong and Lac Thien Tiat to the foot massage parlor, and when they came out, they all felt light. And while Li Fai was still recalling the sublime skills of the foot massage engineer, Lac Thien Tiat interrupted his thoughts. I said, Li Fei, my family's Diep Fong disappeared after leaving the foot massage shop. Do you know where he ran to? Hearing that, Li Fai pointed towards the end of the street and then opened his mouth to say, Diep Fong seemed to have gone to play the slot machine. It seemed to be at the corner of the street over there. On the other side, at this time Diep Fong was staring at an adult claw machine with a resentful expression and muttering incessantly, disgusting, there is no model in the trial. Today I have to spend 100 billion miscellaneous to play with you. I cannot believe it still cannot be picked up. And right when Deep Fong was concentrating hard to start a new round of picking up the fake model, Li Fai's voice suddenly rang out, causing the model he was about to pick up to fall back to the bottom. When Deep Fong saw this, he immediately became unhappy. I got angry and immediately wanted to take Li Fai to fight, but when he turned around to prepare to strike, he saw that Li Fai was still talking at this moment, was nowhere to be seen. And when he was doubting or not understanding, he looked around to find Li Fai. At this time, Lac Thien Tiat had just arrived and answered his question. Humph, and when Diep Fong knew that Li Fai had been forcibly taken away from Thien Dao Than, his mouth still kept talking. Well, consider this guy lucky, just as I was about to scold him, he ran away. After muttering for a while, Deep Fong finally regained his composure, and then invited his master to invest together in a great model-picking career. But at this time, although Lac Thien Tiat was very interested in this animal claw machine, she knew that the time the two of them could stay in Thien Dao Than was running out. Therefore, he immediately refused Diep Fong's proposal. And when Diep Fong knew that he and his master were about to be forced to leave Thien Dao City, he immediately said with a sincere expression, when we go out later, we must hold hands to avoid getting lost the next time we teleport. Again, as soon as he finished speaking, the exuberant Diep Fong was still secretly happy. He could finally hold the small hand of his beautiful master. A few minutes later, Diep Fong now looked stunned, just because not only was he not teleported together with his master, but Thien Dao Than was even kind enough to take him to Ung Xuan Vian. Faced with hot, beautiful girls, Diep Fong can only risk his life to maintain his last line of defense. And when Diep Fong went through thousands of hardships and finally escaped from the courtyard, at this time a man with a torn blue shirt was also thrown out by several girls in the courtyard. Seeing this, Deep Fong immediately stopped and stood to one side, preparing to watch the show. But I did not expect that the man who was thrown out because he did not have money to pay was actually Chu Thong. And at this time, Chu Thong, who was adjusting his clothes, also discovered Diep Fong's figure. When you see someone you know with the same interests here, without saying a word, Chu Thong stepped forward to borrow some money from Diep Fong to deal with this situation. And while the two were talking quietly to each other, Lac Lin Tiat had already walked to their place. Deep Fong saw this and was about to say something to his eldest disciple. Then I heard the intellectual girl in Ung Xuan Vian deliberately scream, telling Diep Fong to come visit next time. Hearing these words, Diep Fong immediately wanted to open his mouth to explain, but was coldly interrupted by Diep Tiat's gloomy face. Haha, I did not expect. Your master is also a bad man. Deep Fong had just escaped from Ung Xuan Vian but met Chu Thong and his disciple Dip Lin Tiat outside the door. To avoid misunderstandings, Diep Fong can only waste his time trying to explain. When the two of them learned the reason Diep Fong appeared here, they could not help but exclaim that this Thien Dao city was truly too magical. And at this time, Diep Fong also suddenly discovered a small problem, which is why this old man Chu Thong also appeared here. When Chu Thong heard the question, he looked mysterious and said that this is a sect secret, I probably cannot tell him. But in his heart, he was thinking that this kid was very evil. The last time he probed the heavenly secret, he was betrayed. I still do not know how he knew he wanted to find the Holy Spirit. So this time, no matter what, I cannot let him know that I want to go to Star Soul Sect Thayan Nahailu Din. A few hours later, Chuthong now looked stunned. Just because Dipfeng was like a piece of dog skin plaster following him, refusing to leave no matter what he said. Unable to bear it anymore, he decided to take out his large falcon, intending to quickly fly away from this place of trouble with Diep Lin Tayet. Deep Lin Tayet saw this scene as he was holding gold cards. He immediately said he would get airsick, and was afraid he would not be able to adapt when he got on the plane. Chuthong, who was on the side, heard that and immediately complained. Lin Tayet, do you listen to what I'm saying? Before that, I flew continuously for 3 days and never saw you get airsick. And when Chuthong and Diep Lin Tayet were whispering to each other, Deep Feng opened his mouth to interrupt their discussion. I said, Elder Chu, your plane is really big. I wonder where you're going. If the direction goes through Tanhan Tong, can you give me a short walk? Chuthong, who was still discussing with Deep Lin Tayet, heard this and immediately became restless. Then, seeing that he did not ask, he instead asked Diep Feng if he was a member of Tanhan Tong. Hearing that, Diep Feng did not hesitate and nodded affirmatively, then told all about his identity. When Chuthong learned that Diep Feng was a true disciple of Tanhan Tong, he was about to open his mouth to say something, but the next second he was interrupted by Diep Lin Tayet next to him. I only saw that at this moment he was full of righteousness and seriously suggested that Chuthong take Diep Feng with him. This will probably increase the odds of borrowing Lo Din. But I said that with my mouth, but in my heart I was thinking, great, I can finally go to my master sect to see it. And when he heard the two people talking to each other, Diep Feng immediately understood everything. It turned out that Deep Lin Tayet came to borrow Thien Kolu Dun. After all, she had a lot of junk in her hand, so it would not be a problem to give a little to her eldest disciple. Thinking of this, I saw him patting his chest and saying, as long as Chuthong brought him back to the sect together, then Lu Dun's matter would be left to him. And Chuthong, who was hesitant when he heard that, immediately decided to bring Diep Feng together to Tanhan Tong. A few hours later, the three of Diep Feng returned to the Tan Sol sect. At this time, when Deep Lin Tayet saw the torn courtyard gate in front of her, she immediately felt a bit dizzy. Master is so generous, why does he have to stay in such a small and desolate sect? And while Deep Lin Tayet was still doubting herself, Chuthong was immediately surprised by the situation inside and stood on the spot. Just because he had just approached the new Soul sect, he discovered that the courtyard was emitting several powerful martial product auras. He could not understand why there were a bunch of Do Keep realm bosses gathered in this place. And while the two were still stunned, they only saw the door bang, and then suddenly there was a sound. A gray figure flew out from inside. The three of Deep Feng had just arrived at the gate of Tanhan sect when they were startled by the sudden situation in front of them. Waiting until the smoke cleared, Deep Feng recognized that gray figure. Good guy, is not this the great ancestor of our sect? How did he get into this situation? And at this moment, the great ancestor had just stopped, and when he raised his head to look, he also discovered Diep Feng and the others. When he saw Diep Feng, his heart immediately felt indescribable joy. Then I saw him immediately tell the whole story. Diep Feng, I was chased by So Hong Sun and Bitch Kwong, each using a Thien level Lu Din. Do you understand this feeling? I heard you have a Lo Din in your hand, maybe lend it to me to use. Today this old man, I must make these guys' bones relax a bit. When Chuthong, who was on the side, heard these words, he was instantly frightened. How could he have never expected that in Xuan Thien continent, there were only a few heaven-level Ludines, but now there are 3 in this small, unremarkable sect. And you guys actually say you want to pick up a heavenly rank Ludine and punch it in the face. Chuvamin is really too much. Could it be that we do not leave a little dignity behind for Ludun? At this time, Deep Feng heard the story of the great ancestor and was also full of confusion. When have I ever given a Thien rank Lodin to this old guy Lap Kong? When the great ancestor heard the question, he immediately spoke calmly. Haha, that Lodin of his was taken from your toilet. After hearing this, Diep Feng was speechless, but he did not have time to react. At this time, Tu Yu Hong and Lakai each carried a Lodin in front of the great ancestor. Then I saw 2 people shouting loudly, if you want to see Lodin, then hurry up. We are only missing him as we prepare to go to Taiwan. Chu Thong, who was on the side, heard this and was immediately stunned. At this time, how could he not have thought that there would suddenly be so many of the heavenly rank Lodin? Could it be that low? At this moment, Tu Hong opened his mouth again. Great Patriarch, maybe you can just take Lan Vofeng's Lu Dun and use it first. Anyway, the thing he was holding was left unused in the bathroom as a pillow. At this moment, Chu Thong's words made him unable to bear it anymore. He immediately ran to Diep Feng's side and pointed at those people and asked curiously, "What are they doing?" Hearing that, Diep Feng immediately opened his mouth to speak with a surprised look on his face. "What's the situation that you do not see? They have too much free time and want to fight." Having finished speaking, Diep Feng immediately took out a heaven-level furnace from space and spoke to the Great Ancestor. "If you win in the Great Chaos, then I will give this Lodin to you." When the Great Ancestor heard this, he immediately became extremely excited. Seeing that he did not say a word, he immediately turned around and left. Right now he is trying to defeat all the participants in the Great Chaos battle. A few minutes later, now at the martial arts demonstration ground of Tan Han Tung. At this time, Tu Hong looked speechless as he looked at Tu Tram, who was panting as he spoke. "I've only had a few games but I've already lost, it's really too weak." But just as Tu Hong kept complaining, unexpectedly at this moment, a graceful figure carrying a large top rushed towards them. After Chu Thong and Deep Lin Tiat followed Deep Feng to Tan Han Tong, they witnessed with their own eyes a scene of carrying a heavenly rank Lu Din to fight in a great chaos. At this time, Chu Thong looked at Lac Thien Tiat, who was quickly flying to join the fight. He could not help but curiously ask Deep Feng who that girl was. Deep Feng on the side heard the question and laughed and said, "She is our sect master." Hearing these words, Chu Thong was immediately surprised. No matter how he dared to believe, Lac Thien Tiat was just a peak primordial god realm monk, but could actually recruit so many peerless powerhouses. How did she end up doing it? But just when Old Man Chu was falling into self-doubt, Diep Feng on the side spoke up to interrupt his thoughts. "Elder Zhou, so many experts are fighting, do not you feel bored standing on the side watching? Or maybe you can go up there and play a bit?" Chu Thong was interrupted from his thoughts. Upon hearing this, he immediately asked him with a surprised look on his face, "Does this great chaos match require a heavenly rank Lo Dun to participate? Do you still have extra Lo Din for me to use?" Hearing these words, Diep Feng immediately said with a confident expression, he himself also had a Lo Dun that was being used as a dog's nest that he could use. As Diep Feng spoke, Chu Thong suddenly felt a bit panicked. At this moment, he even felt that he was not as alive as a dog, right when the two of them were muttering and talking. At this time, the system's reward reminder sounded in Diep Feng's head. "Ding, Big Sister Secret Realm Sect has finished ahead of schedule. Congratulations to the host on completing the mission. Reward 100,000 defeat points, reward Pure Soul Crystal Stone." Seeing the reward, Diep Feng immediately sighed. "Good guy, before you even gave me a drop of Pure Soul water, I have not used it yet. Now your system is still active, when do you want me to use it? Yet my failure score is already 940,000. It should be enough for me to break through the divine burial stage." And right when Diep Feng was calculating his own upgrade plan, Chu Thong spoke up again, interrupting his thoughts. "Little friend Diep Feng, I want to try this big chaos fight. I wonder if it's possible now." Hearing Diep Feng's words, he immediately laughed. Immediately nodded and agreed with him. This was naturally not a problem. "But after I break through a bit of my realm, I can lead you to get the heavenly rank Lo Din." "Wait a minute, it'll be quick." When Chu Thong heard this, he was immediately frightened. He quickly advised Diep Feng that if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he should choose another place. "This place is too noisy and chaotic, it's really not good." As soon as Chu Thong's words ended, he saw Diep Feng sitting cross-legged and began to break through like splitting bamboo. A few minutes later, Diep Feng had now broken through the peak of the divine burial realm in one breath. Deep Line Tiat stood to the side when she saw such a horrifying scene. She was also scared. "Even our family's ancestors hated your low cultivation base at first. Now I understand clearly, his reputation when upgraded was so terrifying." And just when everyone was doubting themselves, Deep Feng's ears rang out the system's voice. "Done, send out a mission. Within a month find enough Thien Dao orders, lead everyone in the sect to Thien Dao City. A successful mission rewards a lot of points, but a failed mission receives no penalty." Hearing these words, Diep Feng immediately asked in doubt, "Do you not have a Thien Dao order on your body?" Hearing that, the system gave the answer, "Yes, but you need to complete the defeat task to have a chance to receive it." Hearing these words, Diep Feng immediately fell into thought. "So what should I do now to be able to lose my family magnificently?" But when he saw that the great chaos of the battle had been won and lost, Diep Fong secretly went to his disciple's side to ask how old man Chu treated her every day. When Diep Fong learned from Deep Lin Tai's mouth, Chu Thong usually treated her quite well. He immediately laughed, then saw him and immediately summoned the system to start asking, System, Chu Thong cares so much about my second disciple. Should I directly give him a heavenly rank Lo Din as a thank you? Continuing from the previous part talked about Diep Fong asking the system whether to give the winner of the chaos match, Chu Thong, a heavenly rank Lo Din. If the system hears that, how can it be generous and say something? It takes at least two to fully demonstrate the power of the richest man in Huoyan Thean continent. Hearing Diep Fong's words, I felt a bit speechless. Yet even the system feels too stingy. Thinking of this, I saw Diep Fong come to Deep Lin Tai's side and told her everything. But when Deep Lin Tai learned that her family's great-grandfather wanted to give 2 Lo Duns to the heavenly family for her sake, she immediately became flustered. World-honored one, if you really want to give a Thean Heap Lo Dine, just give one to the Thean Heap Pavilion. There is no need to give 2. Diep Fong on the side heard this and immediately opened his mouth to speak again. Haha, but I see that Elder Chu does not seem to have any real spiritual items in his hand. Hearing these words, Diep Lin Tai only vaguely understood what Diep Fong wanted to do. After 3 minutes, Diep Fong saw that the chaotic battle was over, so he secretly walked to Chu Thong's side and opened his mouth with a smile. Elder Chu, you and I are also considered acquaintances. Do not borrow that heavenly grade burner, or how about I give you 2 directly? Can you see? After speaking, he saw Deep take out 2 large Lo Duns from space. When Chu Thong on one side saw this scene, he was immediately frightened. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to refuse, Diep Lin Tai on the other side interrupted what he was about to say. Elder Chu, Diep Fong, said that he does not seem to have any real spiritual items in his hand right now, so he directly gave 2 of them to Thean Hape Pavilion. What about one of them? Just consider it as a gift for him, and in face being given this precious thing. After being stunned for a long time, Chu Thong regained consciousness and immediately bowed 90 degrees to Diep Fong, then solemnly opened his mouth. Young friend Diep Fong, if in the future there is a need for me, Chu Thong, then just tell me, even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, old Chu will still be willing to give you good money. Having finished speaking, Chu Thong and Deep Lin Tai immediately rode their flying machines and waved goodbye to Diep Fong. A few minutes later, Deep Yep Fong looked at a few elders with messy hair and could not help but feel a little bit impatient. But when he heard the old men say that before they could fight, they wanted to finish lunch and continue fighting again, Diep Fong immediately smelled the scent of defeat. Seeing that, he immediately asked the system, could he give them tens of thousands of healing pills? When the system receives the question, it immediately issues a confirmation message. Because the request is in accordance with the act of losing a family, the host will be rewarded with 30,000 pieces of 9 marks. 9 products of continuing fire body dissipation. Remind the host that these 30,000 medicinal pills have trapped people whose faces are swollen and purple, and the host needs to eat them all within a day. And right when the system and Diep Fong were asking one-on-one questions, Old Man Ha had an expression on his face. Old Man Ha on the side shouted even louder, could this be the 5 patterns and 9 grades of continuing fire body dispersion? At this moment, Old Man Ha looked at the few people with small surprised expressions, and he suddenly felt proud in his heart. It seemed that the effect of his trying to show off had been achieved, only to see him with a proud face, swallowing a few red pills in one breath, saying while eating, haha, yes, this used to be a pill. That's the fate that I keep at the bottom of the box. But now it's only worthy for us to make snacks. But just when Old Man Ha was boasting too much, Old Man Batch was next to him, quietly pulling his sleeve back. Old Man Ha saw this and was a bit confused, but he did not receive a notification from his good friend yet. All he could see was the deep, scary voices of Diep Fong and Lac Thien Tiat in his ears. How saying that does Old Ha really like to see us people defeated and pitiful? Last time, Old Man So said that he wanted to appear like a failure in front of everyone, so he was so proud that he swallowed a continual life fire body pill with 5 patterns and 9 grades. Seeing that the old man had recovered from his wound in the blink of an eye, Diep Fong did not know if he was allowed to eat the system's medicinal pills. Would he still be considered a failure or not? Immediately started asking the system, and the system heard Diep Fong asking and immediately gave an answer. Therefore, The target has been determined, the prerequisite that the opponent needs to recover from his wounds. So please, the host, based on this foundation, carry out the act of defeat. Seeing this announcement, Deep Feng immediately knew what he had to do. Immediately after that, he ignored Old Man Chu's protests and ordered those present to let the old man, who had just recovered from his wound, know that he was unskilled. If you want to appear like a failure at Tan Han Tung, what price will you have to pay? A few minutes later, at this time Old Man So had turned into a big pig's head, living without any regrets, and just when Old Man So somewhat weakly asked Diep Feng, he had clearly recovered from his wound, why still want to beat me back to my original form? When Diep Feng stood next to him, he laughed and replied, because you have to eat my medicinal pills. As soon as Old Man So heard this sentence, before he could even open his mouth to say anything, he saw Old Man Batch next to him bursting into laughter. Seeing this situation, Deep Feng also laughed and said, Mr. Batch, do not laugh either. Everyone has their share. Hearing these words, everyone present there were all startled at the same time. At this time, Luthien Tiat became even more helpless and opened her mouth to say, Diep Feng's medicinal pill tastes really good. How about leaving it for this dog to use? We have the medicinal pill and can handle it ourselves. Wound treatment. When Diep Feng heard that, he kept shaking his head. Master's wife, everyone has wounds on their bodies. How can I give this medicine to the dog? There are a total of 30,000 pills here. For everyone's health, please eat them all before dawn. I do this purely for everyone's good. Hearing that they had to eat 30,000 pills in one day, everyone immediately wanted to cry and faint. At this time, their minds had successfully recalled the fear they had been manipulated by Diep Feng's medicine several times. At this time, Thien Tiat was so angry that he immediately announced the first iron law of the sect. Damn it, from now on in the sect, fighting is forbidden. If anyone still dares to cause trouble, just wait for death. But right when everyone was wailing and crying, Diep Feng remembered his disciple, not knowing what he was doing these days. Having said that, Diep Feng immediately lifted his leg to visit his little brother. A few minutes later, Diep Feng arrived in the kitchen of Tin Sol Tung. When he saw Tu Lam Mu cooking deliciously, he immediately became happy. Meanwhile, Tu Lam Mu, who was stir-frying vegetables, also discovered Diep Feng. As soon as they met, they immediately began to ask attentively, Senior brother, I feel that the method of cooking is much more interesting than the method of alchemy. Before, when I was practicing, I need someone to urge. But now I can make whatever I want to make. This kind of new experience is really very comfortable. When Diep Feng heard that, he was a little surprised and said, Could it be that you have discovered that you have more talent than others in this way of cooking? Hearing this, Tu Lam Mu immediately nodded and agreed, then did not forget to praise Diep Feng for hiding it so well. Before, he always thought that he only knew how to lose money, but now it seems that his eyes are not bad. But as soon as I looked, I saw my natural self is a great. Diep Feng was listening to these words and really did not know what to say. In his heart, he was always thinking if he really had good eyesight, but as soon as Diep Feng's face turned red, he received flattery from his disciples. Home at this time, so Tu was holding a pot of green vegetables with a smiling face. Walking towards them, Diep Feng saw that and was a little curious to ask why the two of them were mixing together. Hearing Lam Mu's question, he whispered to Diep Feng, and when Diep Feng knew the reason, so Tu immersed himself in the kitchen again. Because of his appetite, he was suddenly happy. How he did not expect that this girl, so Tu was still a clumsy worm. The previous chapter said that when Diep Feng came to the kitchen, he immediately discovered that so Tu was a sneaky worm. And right when Diep Feng and Tu Lam Mu were secretly discussing behind so Tu's back, at this time so Tu in the kitchen also discovered Diep Feng. But since the last time so Tu saw Diep Feng summoning that powerful and unique name, she felt a little fear and surprise towards Diep Feng. If one day Diep Feng is unhappy and calling out a unique name would be very dangerous. But right when so Tu was dying it herself, Diep Feng spoke up again, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. So Tu, I just forgot about you. It seems that in the sect, you are the only one who has free time and nothing to do, right? Her thoughts were interrupted. When so Tu heard that, he became a little angry. I'm not the one sitting idle in the sect. This lady is the only one taking care of the inner sect disciples, is also responsible for supervising cultivation. Diep Feng next to him heard but did not think it was right. The brothers were busy fighting every day but never saw you. Seeing you so idle, your work will be a bit more in the future. He said, seeing Diepfong take out a virtual bucket, your job is to hold this water for someone in the sect making tea to drink. So Tu immediately lost his words when he heard that, good guy, where did you get the idea for this combination of tea? But just as so Tu was stunned, the next second he heard a boom, and a huge barrel of pure salt water pointed straight into the sky appeared in front of several people. The two of them saw this and immediately started to insult Diepfong. When Diepfong heard the insult, he immediately opened his mouth to explain, I did not expect this bucket to be so big. Anyone can drink this water. It's impossible for Elder Tu. If he took a sip, he would probably fly out of everyone's sight in the next second. On the other hand, at this time little Hong Mao was flying with his father Hong Daihai towards Tin Han Tung, and the purpose of their trip this time was to survey Lac Thien Tiant's situation. Well, I do not know if this discussion about the blood body pill will be enough to make the force supplement, but just when you guys were about to fly to the Tun Soul sect. At this moment Hong Daihai suddenly became frightened, and yet there are many experts stationed here. At this time Lac Thien Tiat below also discovered 3 people flying in the sky. Seeing this, she immediately told Old Man Tu to conserve his breath, then asked Hong Daihai what his purpose was in coming here this time. What? At this moment, when Hong Daihai felt countless extremely powerful auras, he immediately took a breath of cold air. When Man Haifeng next to him saw this, he was a little suspicious. President, this is you. What's the situation? Have not we come from far away? Why do not we come down and discuss with Sect Master Lu? When Hong Daihai saw that, he felt a bit upset. Old man, do not you see what they are eating? That is the continuous life fire body pill, 9 patterns, 9 grades. One pill is not known how many times better than the blood body spirit pill, but Sect Master Lac can treat them like candy to enjoy. In this situation, even if Lucbo made 10 years of profit, I'm afraid they would not be satisfied. Thinking of this, Hong Daihai said goodbye to Lac Thien Tiat then turned and left. At this time, Old Man Tu felt extremely thirsty because he had eaten too many medicinal pills. While looking for water to drink, he was attracted by the fragrant scent of tea. After following the scent for a long time, he found the source of this tea smell. When he discovered that the fragrance was created by the girl So Tu, who was making tea. The old man could not wait to ask her for a drink to quench his thirst. Meanwhile So Tu, upon hearing Old Man Tu's request, refused him without hesitation. While refusing, So Tu also recounted Diepfeng's special advice again. This water Mr. Tu cannot drink. If you drink this water, I'm afraid that in the next second you will fly straight into the sky. Hearing these words from So Tu, Old Man Tu suddenly realized something. That's right. This thing is so precious. How could Diepfeng easily give it to me? Thinking of this, Old Man Tu gave So Tu a tireless warning. Tell So Tu to cherish this pure soul water. This thing is much more precious than wine that absorbs spirit springs. That's why I cannot fully use this water. And So Tu stood to the side, looking at the old man in front of him who was still babbling non-stop. She got a little impatient and took out a large bucket of pure soul water to show the old man clearly. Old Man Tu, look here, this is what you said is invincible. At this time, when Old Man Tu saw the pure soul water in the wooden barrel, he was suddenly speechless. He never expected that the legendary spirit water could be stored in a barrel. After being attacked, there was nothing left of Old Man Tu. Immediately trembling, he turned around and left, but his mouth kept talking, I was probably still dreaming. A few minutes later, Old Man Tu was sitting on the top of the mountain, looking at the falling sunset. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless scolding. He regretted that he knew this long ago, and should not have come to this tattered sect. The feeling of having the 3 views overturned every day was truly too unpleasant. But just as Old Man Tu was lamenting his fate, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Haha Tu Tram, you really made it easy for me to find you. Turns out he was hiding here. Hearing this voice, Old Man Tu shivered. Damn it, could this voice be Din Nat, that old thief? Sure enough, the person who came was Din Nat, the person who had harmed and suppressed him for 100 years. At this moment, he was filled with teasing and continuously taunting Old Man Tu. Unexpectedly, the #1 handsome man who had cultivated his soul 100 years ago was praised by the world. But now he has wandered into an old beggar woman. Haha, you are truly so pathetic. As he spoke, Din Nat pointed at Tin Sol Tong and smiled at Old Man Tu. I advise you to take advantage of the time. I still have to deal with this sect that dares to harbor you and flee quickly. Otherwise, even if you want to run, you would not be able to run. Old man Tu is standing on the top of the mountain. When he heard the words of Din Nat, who had a deep hatred for him, how could he bear it? Extremely angry, he immediately used his strongest move, wanting to fight with Din Nat. When Din Nat next to him saw that, he just smiled faintly. How is summoning such a weak avatar? You're really kidding me? Do you think that over the past 100 years, other people have not made any progress? Quickly open your eyes, Din Nat will show you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Din Nat immediately released a substitute dozens of times stronger than Old Man Tu to stand on the top of the mountain. Just when Old Man Tu was crying and sitting on the top of the mountain thinking about life, he did not expect Dun Nat to come looking for him to cause trouble. And right when the two people met and were about to fight, Diep Fong, who was in Tin Sol Tong, also received a warning message from the system. Seeing this, Diep Fong immediately ordered Tu Hong to go with him, preparing to rescue poor Old Man Tu. Dun Nat. At this time Old Man Tu and Din Nat were fighting and it was difficult to win or lose. After the two fought through several hundred moves, Old Man Tu, who had not been able to practice for 100 years, was no longer Din Nat's opponent in strength. When Dun Nat saw the old man being beaten back by him, he immediately began a merciless round of teasing. When talking about excitement, he even laughed and told the old man to quickly reveal all his trump cards. Thousands of times, do not hold back, otherwise in a moment you will have to die here and there. At this time, Old Man Tu heard this and immediately followed suit. Then I saw him immediately take out his secret weapon from space. As for Dai Nihi on the side, when he saw the things that Old Man Tu took out, he was immediately scared. At this time, Din could not figure out how Old Man Tu could condense two soul balls that were bigger than watermelons. At this time, when Old Man Tu saw Ding's unbelievable expression, he calmly opened his mouth. Haha, 100 years ago I could rely on my own strength to be arrogant. Now I can still take your head as easily as any of 10,000 soldiers. Today I will use my strength to tell you something. Your sole request to men calls it uncertain, and my sole request is called having money with no place to spend it, commonly called wanting to lose your family. And right when the two were enthusiastically competing with each other, using the spirit ball, Diep Feng was standing on the top of the mountain, watching this battle of flying chickens and barking dogs. Is this the fighting method we are talking about? It's truly mind-boggling. If this goes on any longer, I guess I'll be lulled to sleep by them. At this time, Tu Hong was watching the battle enthusiastically when she heard Diep Feng say that, and she was a little suspicious. Master, cannot you feel their powerful spiritual energy clash? In addition, at this time, Din did not want to continue comparing Spirit Ball with Old Man Tu anymore. Losing too much, he immediately increased the distance with Old Man Tu, saw him jump into the sky, and then immediately behind him a dazzling golden halo appeared. Old Man Tu saw this and whispered that something was wrong, but before he could even try to open his defense, the next moment, that dazzling golden halo suddenly emitted terrifying power like a rain of needles. Dunyi flew into the sky and used a terrifying attack called Dazzle Kim Loon. But Old Man Tu was subjectively unprepared and was hit. Immediately after that, he was at a disadvantage, could not fight anymore and was about to faint. Diep Feng and Tu Hong, after watching the whole battle, rushed to his side to help him. At the same time, Din Nini, flying in the sky, also discovered the two people. Seeing that he had no intention of panicking at all. Haha, Old Tu, do not think that if you have reinforcements, you will be safe. Do you know why my master deliberately let you live? Because he wants to know how you solved the Sivan Great Formation. Now I'll give you a minute to think. If you obediently answer my question, perhaps there is still a way to live. If you do not, waiting for you will be the sky-high anger of the great Emperor Kim Luan. But Old Man Tu heard that and did not have time to say anything. At this time, Diep Feng spoke up. Haha, the I Wind magic array was destroyed by me, and Elder Tu was also saved by me. What do you think? Any comments? Dine E stood in the sky and laughed when he heard that. It's true that the toad wants to eat swan meat. What a loud voice. Just a small hidden realm cultivator, yet he dares to loudly say that the magic formation was broken by you. Are you kidding me? At this time, Diep Feng heard Dung Yi look down on him. He immediately opened his mouth and said a cruel sentence. Okay, that halo of yours hurts my eyes. If only I could use my secret technique to destroy the eye formation, and then take that light ring from you as well. Hearing this, Din He was not only not angry, and he replied contemptuously, are you the only one who still wants to destroy my golden wheel? Then I'll just stand here, and you can go ahead. And when Dendai had just finished speaking, Diepfeng also used his secret skill Eye of God of Destruction. In the blink of an eye, a loud explosion was heard, and the golden wheel behind Dungi immediately shattered. Because the golden wheel was destroyed, Din Yi was also seriously injured, his mouth constantly spitting blood. Unable to resist, he immediately prepared to summon his master to deal with these people. Seeing that old man Tiu immediately felt his scalp tremble. Then I saw him quickly stand up and tell Diepfeng to quickly attack him. But at this time, Diepfeng heard that and smiled without paying any attention and waved his hand, and at the same time announced that he wanted to fight that old man's light circle. Just as the two were whispering, a giant golden hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, in the next second, a figure carrying a sky-high aura slowly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Diepfeng immediately opened the system, preparing to call Dr. Feng to solve this problem. The system, that had just been called up, heard Diepfeng speak, and came up with a different strategy. Ding, host, I have a better candidate. That person can use the projection to pull the opponent's true body over. At that time, the enemy is caught, and how they want to deal with it is up to the host to arrange. When Diepfeng heard what the system said, he was immediately stunned. He never expected that he could do such a thing. On the other hand, at this time the projection of the great Emperor Kim Luan had arrived in front of Dine Mi. As soon as the golden wheel great emperor appeared, the golden wheel behind him began to radiate a brilliant light, and even flashed irregularly. At this time, when Emperor Kim Luan saw Dai looking so miserable, his eyebrow twitched. Then seeing him with an icy face opened his mouth and asked, Dunna, what is this all about? Why did he appear so seriously injured? And where is your golden wheel? As soon as Kim Luan's projection arrived at Hyoanthian realm, he immediately saw Dun Yi in a miserable state. After asking about everything, he immediately became extremely angry. Well, I want to see who dares to injure my disciple. Truly looking for death? Really looking for death? Having said that, he saw great Emperor Kim Luan's body surrounded by brilliant light, his fierce aura bursting out into the sky, and Diepfeng standing below was angry again. In this Hyoanthian world, he does not allow anyone to be stronger than him. Thinking of this, he asked the system how strong this dog-fart emperor was in the upper world. How does it compare to Infinity Holy Land? As soon as the system heard it, it immediately responded without hesitation. Ding, great Emperor Kim Luan can destroy the entire Infinity Holy Land alone. Hearing the system's response, Diepfeng was immediately frightened. He never expected that this great emperor in front of him would have such terrifying strength. It's really too scary. But my backup guard team was able to break through space to drag that guy's projection to the lower world. Then the strength of the reserve guard team must be so strong that it can preside over the entire upper world. At this time, the system heard Diepfeng muttering in his heart and reminded Diepfeng that the upper world is just a small grain of sand in countless worlds. But only the top experts in the highest realms can make the guard team feel a little pressure. So every time the host loses, he can receive hidden rewards. The system will give these hidden rewards to the reserve guard teams, allowing them to enhance their strength. Hearing that, Diepfeng understood a little. It turned out that part of the purpose of my defeat was to help the system train a reserve guard team. But right when Diepfeng and the system were asking one-on-one questions, Dengai hugged Kim Luan's thighs and started cursing at the three people below. His mouth constantly criticized the mastermind, Diepfeng, that little white-haired guy. Hearing these words from Dun Yidi, Kim Luan was extremely angry. Then he saw that he did not care whether what Dunai said was true or not, but immediately prepared to crush the ants that dared to dance in front of him. And just when Kim Luan was about to compare Diepfeng to an ant, Deep Nat appeared behind Kim Luan. Then seeing him cruelly asked Kim Luan, "Who do you say is the ant?" As he spoke, he waved his hand towards Kim Luan. Kim Luan, who was next to him, saw the scene and was immediately surprised. He never expected that this name Deep Nat would have such profound strength. Yet he still bowed to a small hidden monk. Scared to the core, Kim Luan immediately began to ask Dai which side he had offended. When Dainhai heard that, he was also bewildered. How could he know who these people were now? Is not he himself here following his master's orders to cause trouble? When Kim Luan heard that, he immediately trembled in fear. Then I saw him immediately deny everything Ding Ai had said, even to deny being the mastermind. Right on the spot, he directly expelled Den Mai from his sect. Then when he saw that Deep Nat did not even glance at him, without hesitation, he immediately lifted his feet and turned to leave. When Depfong saw this scene, he was suddenly speechless. After recovering, he immediately ordered Diep Nat to take that person back. After receiving the order, Diep Nat immediately flew to Kim Luan's side without saying a word. After that, the attack was a heavy blow. At the same time, Kim Luan's main body was still in the upper world, and suddenly felt a terrible force pulling him back. But he did not have time to react yet. He was torn apart in space and flew directly into Diep Nat's hands. Diep Nat instantly pulled Kim Luan's true body from the upper world down to the Hyanthean world. At this time, Din Duck and Kim Luan were subdued and obediently knelt in front of Diep Fong. Seeing this, Diep Fong immediately ordered Diep Nat without hesitation to kill him. But Diep Nat received Diep Fong's order in the next second. He immediately waved his hand and cut Din Duck's head in two. After finishing cutting Din Duck, he immediately pointed at Kim Luan, then asked Diep Fong, the owner, should this trash guy also be cut to death? Kim Luan was already scared to cry. When he heard this, how could he hold back? I immediately saw him facing Diep Fong and screaming and crying, "Beg, spare my life. I am willing to apologize and compensate." But at this time, Diep Fong saw this and did not act voluntarily, but turned around and asked the little old man what to do next. After all, this disaster sealed him for 100 years. Such a life and hatred should be left to him to decide so, as not to leave any doubts in his heart. But at this time, Old Man Tu could not have thought that Diep Fong would not only take him out of the magic circle, but would also take revenge for him. He really deserves it. And right when Old Man Tu was secretly moved, Tu Hong, who was standing next to him quietly watching all this, also felt extremely moved at this time. You can use the life of the great emperor of the upper world to exchange the feelings of a strong man of the lower world. Only the owner of the house can do this thing of exchanging roots for branches. But thinking carefully, following such a master is not necessarily bad. At this time, Old Man Tu, after being moved, also made up his mind. I immediately saw him facing Kim Luan and said every word with hatred. "Young man Dip, I think killing him like that is really too convenient for him. So I decided to enslave him until life is worse than death. If I die, he will have to act as a cushion for me. Only then can the hatred in our hearts be resolved." At this time, Diep Fong heard that and nodded and told Diep Nat to take out the contract for the two to sign. To be sure, Diep Fong also asked Diep Nat if this contract was signed, would it still be effective in the upper world? But when Diep Fong learned from Diep Nat's mouth, as long as Kim Luan's strength did not exceed his, then he could not escape from his demon claws. Only then did Diep Fong feel secure and begin to ask Old Man Tu. "Tu, how is Kim Luan's strength now?" At this time, Old Man T heard the question and hesitantly opened his mouth to say, "Deep boy, do not laugh after hearing this. Even though he was sealed and lost some of his strength, if he really used his hands and feet, I'm afraid he could single-handedly defeat 100 shrimp like me." When Diep Fong fully understood Kim Luan's strength, he told Old Man Tu to prepare to return to the sect. As for Kim Luan's arrangements, when the sect lacks someone to do the housekeeping, let him do it. As for Kim Luan's identity, let's keep it hidden from everyone for now. Waiting for the right opportunity, I will announce it to everyone. At this time, Old Man Tu heard the order and nodded and said he understood. A few minutes later, at the gate of Tin Sol Tong, Lac Thien Tiet was looking bewildered into the distance. But in her heart, she was still wondering, why was Elder Tu then not happy at all? And where did Diep Fong, that mischievous guy, take Tu Hong with him? What is all this about? But just as she was deep in thought, Diep Fong's voice came to her ears. But when Lac Thien Tiet heard the call and looked back, she immediately stiffened. Was this traitor trying to rebel? 3 people went out and came back with 1 more person. My bad premonition had indeed come true. Seeing that, she immediately went to Diep Fong's side and aggressively forced him to explain clearly to her. "That damn bastard, tell me who is this trash? What do you mean by taking him back to the sect? If you do not tell me clearly, this lady will liquidate the household today." Diep Fong took Kim Luan back to Tin Han Tong, but unexpectedly was caught by his master's wife. Therefore, Lac Thien Tiet immediately forced Diep Fong to give her a reasonable explanation. "Who exactly is this random guy? What do you mean by taking him back to the sect?" At this moment, Diep Fong heard that and immediately made a smiling face and walked to his wife's side, then opened his small mouth. Master, you should praise me, right? Viewers, the positions in our sect have everything. The only thing missing is a janitor to give orders. Is not this the one who went on a trip and captured this random guy to add more bricks to the sect?" Hearing these words, Lac Thien Tiet was suddenly speechless. People of our sect only know how to eat melons and talk about things every day. They're all a bunch of salted fish, so why not ask them to do it themselves? Furthermore, even if you want to hire a handyman, your strength must be at least the foundation stage. This trash guy, does he have that kind of strength? Kim Luan, who was standing next to him, heard this and immediately stiffened. Hey guys, what kind of family is this? I have not been to the lower world in a few years, but now the minimum recruitment standards are already that high. But right when Kim Luan was bewildered in his heart, Diep Fong opened his mouth to lack the entire. Dear wife, you are too petty. As the sect's only housekeeper, how could I just randomly find an ordinary foundation stage monk to do it? That random guy you brought back today, he's a powerhouse who's about to ascend to the upper world. Only this kind of person joining can highlight the invincible spirit of our sect. Hearing these words, Lack the entire immediately could not bear it anymore. Good guy, how can you say this? Are not you afraid of putting pressure on others? But right when the two were whispering to each other, Kim Luan had a smiling face. Good, very good. Diep Fong is still flattering this woman like that. It seems that as long as I try to show off a little and wait for him to reveal my true identity, this woman will definitely be afraid of my strength and force Diep Fong to let me go. But right when Kim Luan was deluding himself, Lack the entire suddenly pointed at him and opened her mouth to ask, Tell me, how much money did you spend to trick this scoundrel into coming here? When Kim Luan heard this, he was immediately bewildered. At this moment, he was constantly complaining in his heart. This girl is wrong. It's obvious that this rotten boy, Diep Fong, brought me here from the upper world. He's really not human. No, I have to perform well now, otherwise Tiyun will definitely not leave me alone in the future. Thinking of this, Kim Luan immediately changed his expression. And right when he was about to open his mouth to explain, at this moment Lack the entire did not want to listen anymore. She directly showed her expression that she understood, agreeing. I said if you want to be a housekeeper, then go ahead and do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Luan was about to say something more when he was directly interrupted by Old Man Tiu. I only saw Old Man Tiu looking at Kim Luan with a smiling face and saying unexpectedly, Great Emperor Kim Luan would one day become a slave to this old man. It's so life-changing. But do not worry, I would not make things difficult for you. If it were not for you, I would not have met these little guys. Consider it a gift you gave me. So I will not be too harsh on you, so just do your job well and repay me for 100 years and you can leave freely. When Kim Luan heard these words, he was immediately extremely happy. Extremely excited, he bowed to the ground. A few minutes later, Kim Luan followed Tu then to a magnificent building. When he saw that the main material to build the buildings used the 9,000-year-old Holy Spirit tree, he was immediately scared and fainted. Before fainting, he kept muttering, Damn it, what else was I fighting about at that time? Is he deliberately teasing me? On the other hand, at this time inside Hoan Yentong, Li Fai was proudly standing in front of the sect's great ancestor. When the great ancestor heard that, he was a bit surprised. This brat clearly could not stand the hardships of practicing swords and escaped from the sect. How could he have expanded like this after just a few days of not seeing him? Seeing that our missiles did not take them away, on the contrary, they still had a proud look on their faces. But at this time, after Li Fai's master saw him, he did not care so much, immediately took off his shirt and prepared to attack, wanting to beat Li Fai to death. And just when his out-of-control fist was about to reach Yu Fat Tu's collar, Yu Fat Tu's one sentence directly stopped his master's flying punch. Li Fai's master looked arrogant after Li Fai returned to Thian Duong Tong and immediately became angry. If I do not teach this brat a lesson today, I'm afraid I will not be able to dispel all the resentment in my heart. After speaking, I saw him raise his hand towards Li Fai's face and pat it. But at this moment, when Li Fai saw this, he was still arrogant and fearless. Waiting until the hand was about to clap in front of him, he loudly called out to the great ancestor. Great ancestor, this trip of mine was mainly to find an opportunity to break through. Now that the opportunity has come, I have realized the meaning of death in each move. Great ancestor, come quickly and save my life. And as soon as Li Fai finished speaking, a figure appeared and rushed to his side. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise was heard. Li Fai's master was slapped by the great ancestor who came to rescue him, causing his face to become swollen. With this old man here who dares to touch Li Fai. This is the future supreme sword cultivator of my sect. How could I let you scold me like that? And while the great ancestor continued to scold Li Fai's master, Tiu Fat Tu, who was bored, took out an item from space, which surprised him to the point of gasping. Damn it, 2U52, where did you get such a new key? And there are so many of them. At this time, when Li Fai heard the great ancestor's question, not only did he not answer, but he happily asked him again. Great Patriarch, how do you feel when you see me bringing these new keys to Mao Fuong? Hearing these words, the great ancestor and his master could not bear it anymore, could not accept Li Fai's failure to this extent. At this time, regardless of whether Li Fai was the future of the sect or not, the two people were so excited that they immediately started playing extremely exciting mixed doubles. At the same time, somewhere else, inside the new soul sect, Deep Feng had just woken up. He began to complain that he had received such a spiritual destroyer again today. After muttering for a while, he loudly shouted outside, "Big ancestor, old bitch Kong, you two come here quickly, I have some things I want to throw away." Hearing this, the two of them immediately ran towards Deep Feng's residence. Seeing that, Deep Feng immediately summoned the system and started asking, "System, if I give 500 spirit pillars to someone who is experiencing a life of beggars, is that considered a failure?" The system responded in a tone like this. Ding! Okay. At this time, Lac Thienhan's state of mind was also that of a real beggar. Therefore, the system judges that the host giving spirit sauce to beggars is a disgraceful act. Hearing Deep Feng's words, he no longer had any worries in his heart. Right after that, he saw someone raising their hand towards him. He immediately did not think much and threw 500 spirit columns into the torn bowl. At this time, the great ancestor, after seeing today's beggar's reward, immediately went out with an excited face. Only old bitch Kwong, who came one step slower, was lying on the ground, stomping his feet and hands. After regretting for a while, old bitch Kwong took the situation seriously and thought of taking advantage of the time when everyone had yet had time to react, to take a step forward to be happy. But when old bitch Kwong was tiptoeing on the way to the luxurious palace, old bitch Kwong suddenly discovered that Kim Luan was a stranger standing to the side. But when old bitch Kwong learned of Kim Luan's identity as a handyman disciple, old bitch Kwong suddenly felt interested and opened his mouth to talk to Kim Luan. Haha, it is indeed a bit strange if the sect does not have any miscellaneous services. That's right, so what is your current state? Hearing old bitch Kwong's question, Kim Luan immediately said embarrassedly that he was about to fly up. Old bitch Kwong on the side heard that and immediately became stunned. Good guy. A big man who is about to ascend to the throne is actually working as a handyman in the sect. Just what is this girl Thien Tiat doing? After old bitch Kwong realized that the person in front of him was a little misfit about to fly up, he was suddenly a bit stunned. It seems that when Diep Feng pulls people into the sect, there seem to be no limits or standards regarding strength. Then I have peace of mind. At this moment, Kim Luan saw the completely unconcerned face of old bitch Kong and was a bit unhappy. It's clear that his status is so noble that no one cares. It's not normal. Forget it, I should still do my job well and quickly leave this hellish place. Thinking of this, Kim Luan started a new round of cleaning. And when he swept to the sect's main hall, a sparkling blue magic formation, with Lac Thien Tiat sitting in the middle of the formation startled him. Damn it! This is a battle between the infinite profound spirit and the infinite profound blue bow. Infinity Mysterious Palace is a practice that only the Holy Master and successor of Infinity Holy Land can practice. Could it be that she is a reincarnated saint? This is truly news that cannot be ignored. While Kim Luan was thinking to himself, Diep Feng appeared and directly interrupted his train of thought. Master's wife, I want to leave Tan Soul Sect with junior brother Vo Feng to Thien Dan City. Anyway, the matter of junior brother wanting to change from Dan Dao to Chai Dao requires careful discussion with family members. Moreover, if there are children there, the rate of convincing family members to agree will be much higher. What do viewers think of this? Lac Thien Tiat, who was cultivating on the side, heard this. She immediately stopped all her cultivation, then saw her quickly stand up, then said with a serious face. With Deep Feng, you want to go out, I agree. But there's one thing I have to tell you in advance. No matter how many people you take out when you go out, when you come back, there absolutely cannot be more than one person. Do you understand my words? Diep Feng could not wait any longer and wanted to go outside when he heard this, and immediately nodded in agreement. After making a series of affectionate gestures to his wife, he happily took Tiu Lam Mu with him, then turned around and left. A few minutes later, at this time Diep Feng was leisurely flying in the air with Tiu Hong and Tiu Lam Mu. At this time Tiu Lam Mu looked at the vast sky. He could not help but exclaim to Diep Feng, Master brother, you are really so good to me. I just said, I wanted to go to Thean City for a little while, but without any hesitation you took me right away. You even went to borrow Elder Tiu's skeleton fox to ride. You really mean it. Makes me emotional to death. But when Tiu Lam Mu was personally moved, when Diep Lawluk heard this, he gave him a huge physical blow. Junior brother Vofeng, you do not need to be too emotional. In fact, the main thing is I have a mission in mind and need you to guide me to Thean City to participate in the alchemy conference. That's why I'm going with you. If it were not for that person giving you so many things, I would not be interested. Tiu Lam Mu, who was still moved, after hearing this, immediately became like an obedient cat and did not say another word. Time is like water, the years fly by. The days of not being able to lose family always pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed. At this time, several people had arrived at Thean City. Seeing the bustling bustle of the city, a Tiu Hong could not help but admire how bustling this place was. And at this time, Deep Feng, after jumping down from the gourd, immediately ordered Tiu Lam Mu went to find his grandfather first. And he still has a few things to deal with. After speaking, he led Tiu Hong towards Thean Pavilion. A few minutes later, now inside Thean Pavilion, Diep Feng was looking surprised as he listened to the examiner's assessment standards. When he learned that, if he wanted to register to participate in the conference, he had to pass the primary exam first. He was suddenly speechless. Good guy, I have never alchemy. How do you want me to test? While Diep Feng was thinking hard about how to pass the exam, the system appeared a reminder message. Ding, post a branch mission. If the host uses the spirit grass provided by the system to participate in the primary assessment, he can receive a reward of 500,000 defeat points. At this time, after Diep Feng saw the mission announcement, a good idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Then seeing him, he immediately went to the examiner to ask if he could use the spiritual herbs he brought. Having said that, he did not wait for the examiner to agree, so he let Tiu Hong take out his secret weapon. But when the examiner saw the large furnace top that Tiu Hong took out, he was immediately surprised. After Diep Feng saw the system issue tasks to participate in the alchemy conference, he went with Tiu Hong and Tiu Lam Mu to Thean City. When he learned that, if he wanted to participate in the alchemy conference, he had to pass the primary exam, he immediately ordered Tiu Hong to bring a heaven-level alchemy furnace to perform the spell. And when the alchemy furnace appeared, it directly made the examiner's eyes turn O and mouth form a. It was just that he was very confused as to why there were so many cracks on this alchemy furnace. Could it be because I refined too many medicinal pills that this happened? At this time, Tiu Hong was looking at the alchemy furnace he fought side by side about to be taken away for alchemy, and he suddenly felt a little unwilling. Extremely unwilling, he immediately opened his mouth and begged Diep Feng to please not use him to do this. He always felt that after alchemy, this alchemy furnace would no longer be clean. Hearing this from Diep Feng, he did not care much. Then I saw him pulling Tiu Hong out with tears in her eyes. On one side, he was still muttering to him, Tiu Hong, I know you are familiar with this alchemy furnace, but unfortunately, I do not have any alchemy furnace to use now, so I can only use yours temporarily. But right now, how could Tiu Hong die so quickly? Unwillingly, he immediately struggled and said, Master, do you not have a pill furnace in your hand that you can use? Is not that Kulong Fenthian alchemy furnace the legendary alchemy furnace? But Tiu Hong still has not had time to say a few more words. I saw Diep Feng directly say that the Kulong Fenthian alchemy furnace was specifically for grilling meat. How can that precious thing be used to refine pills? Tiu Hong, your thinking is really too trivial and unrealistic. After speaking, he immediately reasoned that Tiu Hong standing in the house would affect his alchemy, so he forced him to go out. When the examiner on the side saw the strange actions of these two teachers and students, he was suddenly speechless. Good guy, even though he's a heaven-level alchemy furnace, can he still play like that? Well, after all, to be able to own such a precious alchemy furnace, he must be someone with quite a bit of experience in alchemy. So let's just wait and see. Thinking of this, the old man immediately walked in front of a bronze gong. Then I saw him shouting to start alchemy, and then using force to hit the bronze gong. When the bronze gong signaled the start of the test, I saw Diep Feng take out a large bag of herbs from space and pour it into the pill furnace filled with spirit springs. At this moment, the examiner who was looking forward to seeing this immediately changed his expression. Then I saw him begin to comfort himself. It's okay, this is just the first step. Maybe this kid was a bit impatient, that's why he failed, and he did not even have to take a breath. I saw Dipfeng again take out a pile of green powder and throw it into the big peak. When he saw this scene, the examiner was startled, but he did not have time to react. Immediately, there was a loud explosion inside the furnace, which directly knocked the old man out. But the moment the furnace exploded, the system also spoke up. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Reward 500,000 defeat points. Ding, remind the host that this mission can be repeated indefinitely, until the examiner declares the end of the examination. Hearing these words, Deepfeng's eyes immediately lit up. Then he immediately went to the examiner's side and opened his mouth to say, Officer Trine, I was a bit nervous just now, which caused the alchemy to explode. Now let's try again. With experience, this time we will probably succeed. The old man on the side heard that, although his face looked a bit wrong, he still gave Dipfeng another chance to refine pills, and also specifically told him to be careful this time. After all, his alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs are good things that are hard to find. When Dipfeng heard the old man agree, he immediately started refining pills with the furnace without saying a word. A few minutes later, the old examiner had tears in his eyes, just because Dipfeng had started the furnace again. And when Dipfeng still wanted to boldly ask the old man for another chance to alchemy, the old man was completely desperate and directly announced that Dipfeng had passed the test. Seeing this, Dipfeng suddenly felt extremely regretful. Good guy just earned 1 million points, looking to make a few more. As a result, you told me that the opportunity to pluck goat hair is gone. And just as Dipfeng was muttering silently, at this moment in a restaurant in Thiandanthan, in a living room, there were two people chatting enthusiastically with each other. When Tu Lam Mu's grandfather, Lan Tu Long, saw the top of the heaven-level alchemy furnace that Tu Lam Mu took out, his expression immediately stagnated. After a moment of bewilderment, the old man slowly opened his mouth and asked, Little boy, what are you doing? Why is the top of the heaven-level furnace filled with water? Is there any special opportunity? When Tu Lam Mu heard Grandpa's question, he did not care and explained, Haha, it's okay. This is probably the last time I used it to hold water and forgot to throw it away. People can just ignore it. When the old man heard these words, he was immediately angry and could not control himself. Angered to the point of dizziness, he really wanted to be cruel and beat this loser in front of him to death. When Lao Lan heard his nephew say he used a heaven-level alchemy furnace to store water, he immediately became extremely angry. How can such a treasure be used as a water container? In the end, who gave this kid that courage? Just when the angry old man wanted to get involved with Tu Lam Mu quickly shook his head and spoke up to explain. But when the old man learned that Tu Lam Mu had dared to repair himself to prepare to give this big cake to him, the old man immediately changed his attitude. Ha ha ha, Vofeng, although you are a bit extravagant, but with such filial piety, Grandpa is still very happy. My grandfather also had the opportunity to see the heaven-level alchemy furnace, but that peak has disappeared with old ghost Tu Tran. That time also made me sad for many years. At this time, when Tu Lam Mu was on the side, when he heard his grandfather mention the name Tu Tran, he was immediately stunned. Grandfather, you are talking about a great soul cultivator. Are you still talking to yourself? Hearing that, the old man was immediately surprised and asked, Vofeng, how do you know this person? Tu Lam Mu saw her grandfather asking that and stuttered in response. After clarifying that Tu Tran was taking on the position of elder at Tan Han Tong, the old man was immediately a bit bewildered. Good guy. I did not expect that the small sect opened by Lac Vo Dan's daughter would have such magical power, and could actually attract old man Tu Tran. On the side, Tu Lam Mu saw that his grandfather did not look normal, so he asked a little cautiously, Grandfather, do you also want to come to our sect to be an elder? But the number of elders in your sect now is more than the number of disciples. The newest one is still a handyman disciple. That person's strength is that of a peak powerhouse about to ascend. So this time it seems a bit difficult for people who want to join. Huh? When the old man heard that, how could he admit it? Seeing him, he immediately stiffened his tongue and replied, The strong also have their dignity. If you want me to work as a handyman for a disciple, it's definitely impossible. While the two were whispering to each other, the examiner, Trine Hai, was running towards them in panic. As he walked, he shouted loudly, It's not over, Mr. Lan, there's something big going on. But when Lao Lan learned about what happened at Thiankin Pavilion from Trine Hai's mouth, and then heard Tu Lam Mu say that his senior brother had continuously given away more than a dozen heaven-level alchemy furnaces, he immediately panicked. Impossible, how can there be such a loser? What's the point of continuously giving away more than a dozen heaven-level alchemy furnaces? While Trine Hai and Tu Lam Mu were explaining to Mr. Land that they had not lied, Diep Feng suddenly appeared in the living room. When Diep Feng discovered that this examination official, Trine Hai, was also in Tu Lam Mu's room, he immediately realized that Trine Hai was also family. He was used to losing his family and immediately contacted the system. He was about to ask the system if he could give Trine Hai, the person who helped him cheat, a heaven-level alchemy furnace. When Diep Feng received confirmation from the system, he immediately performed a sneaky operation through the back door with Trine Hai. At this time, the system also sent a congratulation message. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the loser action. Reward 100,000 loser points. Seeing myself receive another 100,000 points of defeat, he immediately hugged Trine Hai and smiled brightly and said, Chief Trine is such a pity. At that time, if you let me try a few more times, I will definitely give you an alchemy furnace with a name engraved on. When Trine Hai heard that, he just laughed it off. At this time, he still thought Diep Feng was just joking with him. Yes, at this time La Lands was eavesdropping on the side, thinking the same thing as Trine Hai. How could there be such a terrible loser in this world? But just when La Lan was silently muttering that Diep Feng was tricking the devil, Tu Lam Miu could not bear it anymore, and immediately exposed the truth. Grandfather, what my senior brother said is true, otherwise I would show it to everyone. As he spoke, Tu Lam Miu directly took out a golden bell and a set of top-notch kitchen utensils for his grandfather to see. When La Lan saw these things, he immediately panicked. Good guy, where do you get so many god-level items? At the same time, in another living room, Diep Feng was receiving today's loser items. But when he learned that the item he lost was a small box of Van Tho Quine Tong Da, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Just because Van Tho Quine Tong Da is brewed by thousands of special spiritual herbs, one drop has thousands of leaves. With just one sip, anyone who drinks will immediately become an alcoholic. Drinking other types of wine just feels bland and tasteless. With such a great legacy, he did not dare to casually give it away to someone else. If even a little careless, that person could drink to death. After thinking for a while, Diep Feng suddenly came up with a good idea, then immediately a good plan appeared in his mind. Then he quickly stood up and walked out of the room, talking non-stop as he walked, Tu Hong, where are you? Come over here quickly, I have something to tell you. After Diep Feng received a box of Van Tho Quine Tong Da used to defeat the family in his room, he immediately rushed out to find Tu Hong. In another room, at this time Tu Lam Miu and his grandfather were soaking their feet in a bucket of water. While soaking their feet, the old man asked him a little incredulously, Tu Vofeng, is this your daily life in the sect? Using Quine Tong Da and Hoi Han Thao to soak your feet is truly a luxury. Tu Lam Miu on the side heard that and immediately nodded repeatedly in response. While the two were whispering to each other, Tu Hong was walking towards them holding a bucket of hot water. But when Tu Hong said this bucket of hot water, Diep Feng told her to bring it for the two of them to use to make wine to soak their feet. Tu Lam Miu and his grandfather immediately had some thoughts. Is this really just for foot bathing? Just because the smell of the wine in the wooden barrel was so rich and fragrant, the two of them really wanted to try a little taste at this moment. But when two people were considering whether to try a sip or not, at this time, Tu Hong immediately spoke up and reminded Vofeng, stop. The owner has said that this wine is only for foot baths. Do not drink, otherwise no matter what kind of wine you drink in the future, it will taste bland. Just tasteless. Hearing these words, Old Lan immediately regained consciousness. But when he saw that his nephew was still possessed by an evil spirit, he immediately punched him out without saying a word. After a battle of flying chickens and barking dogs, Tu Lam Miu regained consciousness and together with Old Man Lan, he once again returned to soak his feet in the wine barrel. After Old Man Lan had never experienced this refreshing feeling. At this moment, I could not help but start to wonder that I really wanted to go to Tin Soul sect to become an elder of the sect. Tu Lam Miu on the side heard that and immediately advised him not to cause trouble anymore. Currently, there are more elders in my sect than there are disciples. What's the point of the old man coming in? Moreover, whether you can join or not depends on your senior brother's will. Only when he nods can people join the sect. Only when he nods can he join the sect. But when Tu Lam Miu had just finished speaking, Old Lan immediately stood up and slapped the table to decide that this time in the alchemy competition, Diep Feng must compete for first place. Time passes quickly like water. Days that cannot be lost always pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the second day has come. Diep Feng is now recalling what happened during last night's drinking session. After smiling inwardly when he learned that the system had rewarded him with an additional 10,000 bottles of Van, the Quine Tong Dai, he let the system start opening today's loser area. But at this time, the system immediately gave feedback after hearing that because today's loser item is a divine pill refining card, the then Dan refining card, after use within 24 hours, has the ability to refine one then Dan. The grade and type of divine pill will be randomly generated by the system. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Deep Feng smiling happily. Good system. So if I use the refining card to refine the divine pill, and then trample the divine pill in front of everyone, is that considered a disgraceful act? Hearing the question, the system immediately responded. Because what kind of behavior is a failure? If the host does so, the system will reward you with an additional 1,000,000 defeat points. Hearing that, Deep Feng felt extremely happy. It seemed that in order to get 1,000,000 points, he had to feel sorry for those alchemists. Just when Deep Feng decided to do something big, Tu Lam Mi ran to urge him to now be able to attend the alchemy conference. Yesterday, my grandfather helped him register for all the competition categories. 10 minutes later, the square was now extremely bustling. When Deep Feng arrived, he immediately used the card to refine the Dan. Ding, while fusing cards, the system has randomly selected a medicinal pill type of wine for you. The type of medicinal pill is wine grade or Kit Dan. The grade of refined medicinal pill is food steady. Deep Feng arrived at Trung Hung Square and immediately used a god-level alchemy card. The next second, the system's explanation rang in his ears. While merging the cards, the system has randomly selected a medicinal pill type of wine for you. The type of medicinal pill is the wine grade breaking solution pill. The grade refined medicinal pill is food steady. Pills and wine products of breaking solution pills. Monks who can withstand one or more lightning tribulation can skip one lightning tribulation after using it. If you can withstand 8 monks after using it, you can fly directly to the upper floor. I did not know, but as soon as I heard Deep Feng, I was startled. At this moment he could not believe it. The system randomly selects the one that can produce the magical Source Spirit pill. If I take this 24-hour opportunity to refine a few more pills, then when my sect wants to break through to the sky, will not it be a piece of cake? Thinking of this, Deep Feng immediately asked a question, System, can this breaking solution pill be opened from the pill bottle? Hearing the question, the system immediately replied that it was not a problem, but the probability of opening Thoi Van would be very low. Hearing that, Deep Feng immediately said that the probability was slightly lower, which was okay. If that does not work, you can still use loser points to accumulate, which is fine. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Deep Feng successfully merged the alchemy card. At this time, he had clearly remembered the medicine, operation, and fire monkey in his mind. After digesting all the steps of alchemy, Deep Feng had now arrived at the deserted wine rest area. When he saw that there were 3 people in this area, he could not help but begin to secretly complain in his heart. I went to the top-level Theandan city to participate in the medicine refining conference where there were less than 200 people refining pharmacists from grade 6 to grade 8. Talent in Hoyan Thean Day continent is also very rare. Just as Diep Feng whispered, he looked at the 3 people in front of him. 3 9-level alchemists in the rest area also discovered Diep Feng's silhouette. Among them was a slightly annoyed monk who frowned and asked him, "Whose disciple is this kid? Why did you run around without wearing a robe and even barge in here? There are really no rules." Hearing this, the man dressed as a Taoist gave another opinion. "That's not right. Cannot everyone see that Elder Lan is always staring at him? I think this person is probably an old monster who maintains a youthful appearance." Hearing that, the 2 of them immediately raised their heads to look up. Sure enough, at this time Old Man Lan was seriously observing Diep Feng, a small shrimp that they considered insignificant. At this point, a few people finally understood, then started talking about Diep Feng again. At this time, Diep Feng's keen eyes and ears saw that they were labeling him, and he suddenly felt that he was being framed. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should teach a few people, he suddenly heard the resounding sound of gongs and drums in the yard. Seeing this, Deep Feng immediately ignored their small intention. He immediately calmed down and rushed to the medicine refining area to light a fire. The faces of the spectators watching this scene immediately changed. The reason is that they did not expect Deep Feng to be so young. But the fire of destiny's essence is so terrifying and invincible. At this time, Deep Fong did not care about the audience's exclamations. He quickly put the elixir needed for breaking prize pill into the pill furnace. Old Man Leng stood to the side and did not expect that alchemy could be so arbitrary. Not to mention Diep Feng's strength, why does he have such a terrifying nature of fire? Just looking at the spiritual herbs he took out, the old man had never seen them before. What does he want to do in the end? The faces of several wine refiners on the side also changed. Then I saw them start to complain. Damn, this person is now alchemy. Why do I feel like he's using the fairy grass as firewood? I originally thought that the person participating in the medicine and wine refining competition must be a top-level boss. Who would have thought this person was an idiot? People say it's funny, is not it? But just as a few people were secretly laughing, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out in the air. Each wave of heavenly pressure descends from the sky, making it difficult to breathe. The old man standing next to him saw this scene and gasped in surprise. He could not have imagined that Diep Feng refining the wolf flower pill could actually lead to the legendary Thian Dao, Thunder Tribulation. Is it true that I have seen a ghost? Deep Feng had just put the immortal grass into the pill furnace. Immediately, lightning flashed above the rolling black clouds. After Diep Feng stirred the pill furnace for a few minutes, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed directly at the furnace lid. Then a spirit pill emitting a strange fragrance appeared before Diep Feng's eyes. Seeing this, Tang Hai was startled and surprised. He could not have imagined that the scene would only be written in the Hien Thinkium Vam Van Luck. A scene that has never appeared for thousands of years appears here again. Being able to witness Shen Dan's birth with my own eyes is truly third-generation lucky. Elder Lan, standing next to him, was also surprised after observing the wine product of the Feijidan storehouse. Just because the medicinal pill Diep Feng refined, there were 10 lines. The crowd watching from afar were also talking loudly. Right now they are extremely shaken. Damn, is this pill finally done or not? My heart is completely clenched now. Why has not the heavenly tribulation fallen yet? At this time, Diep Feng heard everyone's whispers. He was also extremely doubtful in his heart. I clearly practiced alchemy following the correct steps. But why does the heavenly path of heavenly tribulation just stop in the air and refuse to descend? Right when Diep Feng was falling into deep doubt, Tiu Hong stood next to him and reminded him, Master, or are you staying away from the Dan? So can heavenly Dao bear down on the divine pill and thunder tribulation? Diep Feng just heard Tiu Hong say that. He immediately froze. Great, can even standing here affect it? Following Tiu Hong's opinion, he began to step back. Right when Diep Feng retreated 100 meters. Immediately, I saw countless terrifying thunderbolts falling around the pill furnace. The movement was so great that it directly created a large square hole, with a radius of 100 miles. Half an hour later, the heavenly thunder tribulation finally dissipated. Accompanying it was a magical pill sparkling with dazzling light that appeared before everyone's eyes. When the old man saw this scene, he was so excited that he shed tears. The old man witnessed the divine pill appear with his own eyes. Even if I die now, it's worth it. Tang Hai on the side saw this and shouted even louder that Diep Feng was the eternal god in the hearts of all pharmacists. But just when everyone was still admiring that strange divine pill had just appeared, at this moment, Tu Lam Mao had a bad feeling rising from his heart. But Tu Lam Mao has not opened his mouth to say anything yet. Immediately, Diep Feng immediately threw the breaking bond pill to the ground in front of everyone. Then I saw him raising his gun high and high. Everyone who saw this scene immediately panicked. But they have not been able to stop them yet. The next second, Diep Feng stomped down fiercely with one foot, directly trampled that breaking formation pill. The divine pill, after going through a difficult thunder tribulation, was then accidentally thrown to the ground by Diep Feng. Seeing this, everyone immediately cried out in their hearts. But do not wait for them to say anything yet. Seeing Diep Feng suddenly step down with one foot, he immediately trampled the magic pill. But right at the moment Diep Feng trampled on the Fei Ket Dan, his ears immediately heard the system's warning sound. Nail. Congratulations to the host on completing the mission. Bonus of 2,001,000 defeat points. And right when Diep Feng was happily counting his losses, he saw that the 3 alchemists behind him were about to go crazy. Old man, where is my 49-meter large sword? This kid destroyed the divine pill and was still there secretly happily. This is truly disrespectful to us. Destroying my divine pill is destroying my faith. Everyone do not stop me, I have to decide a fight with him. At this moment, He heard the constant crying and cursing behind him, and Diep Fong not only did not panic at this time. On the contrary, I felt that there were few people scolding him. But right when he was thinking about whether he should refine one again, and then continue to take it out and stomp on it again, then he heard Old Man Lan suddenly scream loudly, directly interrupting his train of thought. Be quiet, do you all know what is a good thing? Hearing the question, everyone was silent at this time. Just because the vast majority of people here are just low-level alchemists. How can one understand the meaning of this high-ranking man's words? A few minutes later, I found that no one could answer me. The old man immediately continued speaking. If we are too attached to pursuing divine pills all our lives, it will only make divine pills become chains that bind us. But right when Diep Fong created the magic pill and then trampled it, I suddenly realized. If you can refine the divine pill, then you can also destroy it. So we cannot be satisfied with just one magic pill. What we pursue should be the supreme alchemy path. Hearing these words, Diep Fong immediately panicked. He never expected that his disgraceful behavior would be corrected like this by someone else. But he did not have time to say anything yet. I saw that everyone here was now completely satisfied and knelt down. Diep Fong had never seen this kind of situation before. Seeing the situation was difficult to clean up. He immediately wanted to find Elder Lan, the person who created this rumor, to explain. But unexpectedly, as soon as Diep Fong turned his head, the scene before him made him immediately stunned. I can only see that the pressure on Old Man Lan's body is constantly increasing. Thoa Hai, who was on the side, saw this and immediately knew that this old man wanted to make a breakthrough. Just when Thoa Hai was panicking and wanted to say something, he heard Old Man Lan open his mouth to speak. And he could not suppress his momentum. Today is definitely the day I ascend. Thoa Hai helped me tell those old men, I'm one step ahead. If there is fate, then we will meet again in the upper world. Having finished speaking, the old man now looked towards Tiu Lam Mao and saw his lingering look. He immediately pampered and gently comforted Tiu Lam Mao. Do not cry at all. This old man just ascended to the upper world, not died, so why are you crying? And this senior brother of yours is very special. He can easily refine the supreme divine pill. His identity and background are certainly not ordinary. As long as you and him get along, your future achievements will definitely surpass my old man's. After finishing speaking, the old man spoke respectfully to everyone, then prepared to step onto the fairy road. But just as Old Man Lan had just stepped up the ladder, he saw Diep Fong raise his hand and threw a 2D precept into his hand. As he threw it, he kept saying, Elder Lan, this precept is given to you. There are quite a few good things inside. Put it away quickly at an important moment, it might save a life. The old man, upon hearing that, was immediately extremely happy. When he saw the thread containing Bach Theo Quang Jiang Day in the world, his eyes sparkled even more. After solemnly saying thank you to Diep Fong, the old man then turned around and flew away. And as soon as the old man's figure disappeared, he saw Tiu Lam Mao, who was still feeling sorry for the separation from his loved ones, and then returned to his usual carefree appearance. Even because he wanted to collect some fragments of the top-quality breaking bond pill, Tiu Lam Mao directly ignored the image and crawled to the ground. Seeing this scene, Diep Fong was immediately scared to death. But he did not expect that the people who saw this scene did not want to laugh. On the contrary, they all ran towards him like crazy. There are even people who directly said that there is definitely a lot left under the soles of Diep Fong's shoes. When the rest of the people heard this, they immediately stared at Diep Fong. Diep Fong has never seen this kind of scene before. How can he bear this moment? He panicked and intentionally hugged Tiu Lam, then without saying a word, he ran away. The audience in the ring wanted to collect the pieces of the top-notch breaking bond pill, so they directly aimed at Diep Fong. Seeing that, Diep Fong still dared to stop in the ring, only to see him hug Tiu Lam without saying a word and then turn and leave. A few minutes later, Diep Fong was now free from the crowd of crazy onlookers. And just as he was leaning against the living room door and wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, in the next second, he suddenly heard Ho Vu Meng's gentle voice. Seeing this, Diep Fong immediately asked her what was wrong. Receiving the response, Ho Vu Meng was immediately extremely worried and told the reason. And when Diep Fong found out, it turned out that since Ho Vu Meng received the impure spirit body, the elders of Van Ho Cox had been incessantly questioning her. Not knowing how to explain it, she just came to find me. But just as Diep Fong wanted to say something, he suddenly heard a ding sound from the system. Ding, issue a mission, invite the host to Van Ho Cox home. Improve the living environment of the eldest disciple. have a chance to reward Heavenly Tao Order. Seeing the system prompt to send out tasks, Deep Feng immediately felt interested. Anyway, the Thean Tao Order is the reward I really crave. Thinking of this, Deep Feng immediately told Ho Vumong to delay the time first. Let him personally go to Van Ho Kok to explain what happens next. Hearing that, Ho Vumong naturally happily agreed. But just when Deep Feng was about to turn off the communication, at this moment Ho Vumong suddenly opened her mouth to give instructions to Deep Feng. Yes, master, I am waiting for you in the sect. But when people come, you have to tell me in advance to avoid the scary situation of someone watching while bathing. When Deep Feng heard this, he was immediately so embarrassed that his toes were about to dig into a 30-meter tunnel. Time is like water, the years move by, the days of not being able to lose family always pass by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived very quickly. Deep Feng, Tu Hong and Tu Lam Mao are now sitting around the dining table. At this time, after Deep Feng told the two of them that he would not return to the sect for the time being, but would visit Ho Kok first, the few of them immediately started to eat. While eating, Deep Feng was still looking to see what today's loser item was. When he saw the item was Thuong Lam Min Diem, he was immediately stunned. Just because of the fire he used to refine pills yesterday was this. This is a type of innate fire that continuously increases the fire's power as its strength increases. Wait until the star fire is upgraded to its limit, and you can perfectly refine any grade spirit herb. Such a good thing, how can I lose it? Thinking of this, he immediately glanced towards Tu Hong who was eating. Having said that, I have to say it again, it seems that after entering the sect, my little disciple seems to have not given him anything good other than giving him a heaven-level furnace top. Thinking of this, Deep Feng immediately turned around and said to Tu Hong and everyone, I said, Tu Hong, now Kutu is always trying to become the best dog seer in the world. So as a senior, I do not think you should continue to live such a leisurely life anymore. To help you escape this comfortable state, as the owner, I have decided to do my best to sponsor you. When Tu Hong was eating, her eyes lit up when she heard that. At this moment, she understood clearly in her heart. My master said so much, he just wanted to spend money to find someone to lose his family. This aspect he had long wanted to experience again. But when Tu Hong asked Diep Feng if he wanted to give him the blood of a great demon or a top-notch weapon, Diep Feng immediately shook his head and said no, but rather wanted to give him a super-powerful short-lived star, and moreover, Diep Feng also thoughtfully outlined a future cultivation path for him. After hearing Diep Feng's words, Tu Hong also felt that it was okay. After all, following his master, even if he was a fish, he could easily fly to the upper street. After a few minutes, Tu Hong received the destiny crystal given to him by Diep Feng. At this time, he was ready to become the strongest single demon on the continent. When he saw his heavenly world at the bottom, well, it was extremely painful, just because I had used it before, arbitrarily punching people, resulting in countless cracks on the top. When Diep Feng heard that, he became even happier. He did not expect that he would lose his family again. Thinking of this, I saw him immediately excitedly say, if that's the case, then Tu Hong and Kulong Fenthian Din will also give this spirit to you, and your damaged one can continue to be used. Hearing that, Tu Hong immediately felt extremely happy. Being able to meet such a master was truly third-generation lucky. But the matter was not over yet. He did not wait for Tu Hong to say thank you. Seeing that, Deep Feng immediately said that he also had a kind of star fire that was prepared to give him. But when Tu Hong heard that, he immediately refused and shook his head repeatedly, explaining that the alchemist had a star fire. That's enough, adding more would not help. But who knew that Diep Feng at this time did not care about Tu Hong's words. He liked to dominate the king's palace. Immediately, without saying a word, he pressed Tu Hong to the ground, then continued to fuse the star fire of his destiny. Then into Tu Hong's body. Tu Lam Mao, who was next to him, was startled when he saw this. This kind of guy showed his grandfather, who spent more than 200 years cultivating his destiny star fire. Seeing this, I do not know how he would thank him. He'll probably grumble like crazy all night long. After Diep Feng forcibly merged the two types of elemental fire for his younger brother, they immediately began their journey to Van Ho Ho. But when they were about to reach Van Ho Ho Mountain Gate, the dim spring scenery before their eyes immediately attracted Diep Feng. And while he was still admiring that Van Ho Ho was like a deserted place, at this time, Tu Hong and Tu Lam Ma spoke up again. The owner of this place is not a deserted place at all. The appearance is peaceful, but in reality it hides danger. Do not be fooled by the appearance in front of you. Legend has it that this place once poisoned a great King Phythane to death, so normal people usually would not come to Van Ho Ho. But Diepfong was still enjoying the beautiful scenery. When he heard these words, his face immediately turned pale. He did not expect that this place would have so many traps. It seems that he still underestimated Van Ho Ho too much. A few minutes later, Diepfong arrived in Van Ho Ho, and Ho Du-mong was standing outside the main hall waiting. When Ho Du-mong raised his head to greet his master, Tiu Lam Mao could not help but wonder, when will his senior brother have more disciples? Why have I never heard him talk before? Tiu Hong heard this and said with a heavy face, I do not know, but I discovered that this person in front of me is very strong. Even his momentum is vaguely above mine. While the two were still whispering, at this time Diepfong jumped down from the flying magic weapon and followed Ho Du-mong into the main hall. As he walked, he kept asking, Big disciple, is your new Meng Ho Kok great? Any mountain protection battles? Ho Du-mong, who was leading the way, heard this and immediately arrogantly said, Your sect has been inherited for tens of thousands of years. The defensive formation and the Ho Sun Great Formation, of course, exist, and the power of the formation is extremely strong. Even if a strong person ascended here, he would have to deter. Hearing that, Diepfong not only was not afraid but also said arrogantly, So if I take out a group of powerful people to ascend, how will Tiu Mong Mong deal with it? Hearing that, Ho Du-mong was startled. Haha, master, will you listen to what I'm saying? Our sect has always treated everyone well, so how could it recruit a group of ascended experts to kill? Master, quickly give up this dangerous idea. Even though he said that, Diepfong could still hear the dishonesty in Ho Du-mong's heart. Thinking of this, Diep Lao Luck immediately issued instructions to ask the system. You see, my great disciple's Van Ho Kok system seems to be unable to withstand a group of ascending experts. With such a big threat, should you give me an improved copy and a mountain protection? Formation. At this time, the system heard that Diepfong wanted to lose his family and immediately spoke up. 1. Congratulations to the host for your proposal being accepted. Reward you with 100,000 loser points. Reward a book of secret formations with a super enhanced version of Van Ho Dok Lin formation. Reward the Indao order. Diepfong heard that just satisfied. But when he wanted to hand over the formation to Ho Du-mong, suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, causing him to withdraw his hand that he was about to extend. Then I saw Diepfong starting to ask his disciples if they had finished using the magical medicine that they gave him last time. When Ho Du-mong heard that, she was embarrassed and said, Master gave me the spirit pill. I still cannot bear to use it. Those things are too precious, and I want to protect them carefully. When Diepfong heard Ho Du-mong cherishing the things he gave her like that, he was angry. Good guy. My eldest disciple's enlightenment about losing his family is not as good as his second disciple's later. It seems I have to quickly educate him and put him on the right path of losing his family. Thinking of this, he asked if the system did not give out the secret book now, would the reward be revoked? The system next to him heard this and was extremely angry, saying who was Diepfong looking down on, how could the system, a god-level loser, send things back? Having said that, the system also said that as long as Diepfong makes a proposal to improve Van Ho Kok, the system will give high rewards, and the rewards are up to Diepfong to handle. At this moment, Diepfong looked at the few little lolets standing in front of him, not even as tall as his knees, and he felt extremely speechless. Just because Diepfong did not expect that the ancestors of Van Ho Kok were all children. Seeing such adorable lolets, Diepfong immediately said, and asked his eldest disciple to quickly take out 100 plants of the dragon tree, which he intended to give to these children. Only after Diepfong arrived at Van Ho Kok did he discover that the elders here were all children. Diepfong saw that they were so cute and wanted to tease these little lolets. Thinking of this, he immediately told Ho Vu-mong to take out 100 plants. Second Patriarch Than Vong-yan was stunned when he heard that, but did not have time to say anything. Immediately I saw Diepfong holding the ghost grass and was now pretending to be serious and questioning several people. Do you elders know where you went wrong? Hearing that, the group of little lolets were extremely confused. Naturally, it was the first time I met him. How could I be wrong? A few people who were caught in the wrong hat immediately refuted that Diepfong liked to cause trouble. Humph, you rotten brat, no matter what you like, we are absolutely not wrong. Furthermore, even though you are my sect master's master, you have no right to question us. Beyond everyone's expectations, right after they finished speaking. Without saying a word, Diep Fong threw the 100 Negras ghost plants out like trash. Then asked Tiu Lam Mao to chop them into pieces. The little Lolats saw this and immediately felt speechless. At this time, they were all doubting whether this Diep Fong was sick or not, but Diep Lo Luck on the side saw those Lolats so emotionless. He immediately froze, his aggressive spirit aroused. Immediately asked Ho Vu Meng from the side to bring out another 100 pig soul branches to defeat the family. Seeing that great Patriarch Chuk Bang Lan and second Patriarch Tran Vi Mang were immediately stunned. They still do not understand what Diep Fong's defeat means. Did he think we would be heartbroken? But just as the two little Lolats were secretly complaining, the words of the third Patriarch Old Tiger Tai, like a sober person, directly woke them up. Please tell me, is there any possibility that these herbs and elixirs were originally given to Vu Mong by him? In other words, perhaps it can be considered the common property of our Van Ho Koff. As soon as these words were said, the two little Lolats could not bear it any longer. As soon as Diep Fong asked Tiu Lam Mao to cut off 100 plants of 5 poisoned cedar flowers, the two little Lolats realized something was wrong. Yes, immediately hugged Diep Fong's thigh tightly. A few minutes later, the two of them looked at the pile of genius and earthly treasures being cut into fine powder, and immediately burst into tears in the bathroom. Diep Fong on the side saw this scene. He finally told them where they went wrong. Haha, the things you are seeing are all I let my eldest disciple use to ruin his family. But what did he do? I did not think about taking these things to bathe and soak my feet, nor did I want to refine them into magical elixirs. Every day I only thought about how to store them. But your relatives are ancestors, but you do not supervise my eldest disciple well. Then tell me, are you wrong? At this time, when some people learned that it was because Ho Dumong was too difficult to defeat, that led to Diep Fong acting like that. Not only did the little Lolats not blame him, but they also said that their sect was originally a frugal family. Although Diep Fong said you can use things as you please, if you want us to be so lavish and wasteful, we will still feel very uncomfortable. Hearing that, Diep Fong immediately got angry. It seemed like he had to do something more evil. After thinking about it, he saw Diep Fong taking out the secret formation and speaking. Haha, this is a super enhanced version of Van Ho Doc Lin formation. Its power is enough to resist the attack of a group of flying experts. You may not believe what I say, but it does not matter. Anyway, in the next second it will just turn into a pile of bloody mud. Hearing that, the little lasses could no longer sit still. Whether it was real or fake, they had to stop Diep Fong from continuing to lose his family. But as soon as they opened their mouths to stop Diep Fong's disgraceful behavior, Tiu Lam Mao quickly pulled out the knife from its sheath and saw him making several slashes, like someone cutting fruit. The great formation of the secret dictionary became a pile of shredded paper to stop the bleeding. A few little Lolats could not accept this scene, so they collapsed on the spot. After Diep Fong broke the secret point of the enhanced formation, all three Bokinlan ancestors felt heartbroken. And just when everyone was extremely heartbroken, Diep Fong calmly asked, "Are there any other toxic plants missing here?" When the great patriarch and the second elder heard this, they were stunned, not knowing what this guy wanted to do. It can only be said carefully. In the book there are many poisonous plants that the current sect does not have. When Diep Fong heard that Van Ho Kok was so poor, he immediately told the system that his eldest disciple lived too poor, and did not even have the poison to cultivate Van Ho Kok's body. Should the system give him another one, a little more? The system heard the response and nodded continuously. 1. The host's request is reasonable. Reward 100,000 points for defeat. Reward 2 heavenly Dao tokens. And 100,000 types of poisonous spirit herbs needed for the body of 10,000 poisons. When Diep Fong saw the Thian Dao order, he immediately laughed. Then when he saw him, he immediately turned his head to face the little Lolis and arrogantly said one sentence. The road is Van Ho Kok, but cannot find the ingredients. Then why learn to practice the 10,000 poisonous body? Let's disperse. There are 50 parts of poisonous spirit grass here. Please help me chop it into small particles. Little Loli Chuk Bang Lan was startled when she heard that. Then she saw him say in an almost crying tone, "Destroying the spiritual grass like that was truly heartbreaking." Tran Vi Meng, on the side, quickly said that as long as Diep Fong stops this disgraceful behavior, they can do anything. Hearing that the little bullies had finally given up, Diep Fong did not continue to lose the family anymore. And just when Diep Fong and a few little Lolats promised to rectify the entire Van Ho Cox in the future, At this time they arrived at the square of Van Ho Kok. Looking at the meticulously cared for flowers and plants, Diep Fong looked disdainful and said to the little Lolits, "Look, these flowers and plants are too ordinary, so I decided to uproot them all." Tran Vi Meng, who was on the side, heard this and immediately shed tears and said, "This is such a waste." 2 hours later, at this time, the three little Lolits looked at the empty square and screamed loudly. Their house was about to be demolished by Diep Fong. At this time, Diep Fong looked at the reward of 1.8 million loser points and 9 Tiandao tokens sent by the system. He immediately smiled very happily, seeing that he was getting closer and closer to his dream of leading everyone in the group. The sect has arrived at Tiandao City. As he was about to leave, he immediately patted his chest and told the boys that he would pay for everything needed to build Van Ho Cot, and this time he would definitely cure his eldest disciples' illness. After speaking, he turned around and left. A few minutes later, Diep Fong was now flying in the air. Because he had free time, he went to see what the loser was today. When he saw that the loser was a painting containing the heartless meaning of swordsmanship, he was momentarily bewildered. Because of this, he did not know how to handle it well. Time is like flowing water, years pass by, the time to travel always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, Diep Fong and the others arrived at a small town. While Diep Fong was reminiscing and discussing delicious Jiu luncheon with Tiu Lam Mu, he suddenly saw a handsome purple-haired little brother walking back their side. At this moment, Diep Fong saw such a handsome man staring at him. Could it be that he was coveting his beauty? Thinking of this to secure a way out, Diep Fong immediately wanted to stand up and fight this person, but just as he wanted to attack, he saw the purple-haired little brother suddenly pull out a painting from space. Then told Diep Fong, "Brother, I have a painting that contains the meaning of good fortune and death. I wonder if you are interested. Batch can sell it to you at a low price." Diep Fong, who was about to attack, immediately lost his words when he heard this. It turned out that this kid was looking at him for so long to make a sale. After muttering for a while, he suddenly felt that this was also a good opportunity for him to lose his family. Thinking of this, Diep Fong immediately made an appointment with Batch Loy to go to a nearby restaurant to eat and drink. But the two of them did not know that, at this time on the other side, there was an old man running at extremely fast speed. Fly towards them. Tu Batch wanted to sell to Diep Fong a mountain and water painting containing the meaning of death. Diep Fong saw that and said he needed to eat a meal, but in fact, in his heart, he thought this was a good opportunity to lose his family. So the two of them arranged to meet at a restaurant. After Diep Fong finished checking the goods, he immediately turned to ask Tiu Batch how much he wanted to sell this painting. Tiu Batch heard the price being asked and said that just paying him for the wine once was enough. The other things were not important. At this time, Diep Fong heard Tiu Batch quote such a low price. He was immediately unhappy, extremely angry, and protested whether Tiu Batch was looking down on him. As he spoke, Diep Fong also told Tiu Batch to quickly raise the price. He wanted to pay 10 times more to buy it. Tiu Batch on the side heard what Diep Fong said. He immediately felt that the person in front of him had a problem. Feeling that what they were saying did not agree with each other, he wanted to turn around and leave, but he did not expect that as soon as Tiu Batch walked out, "Do not stay drunk for a long time." Tiu Hong, who was next to him, teleported in front of him to block him. Tiu Batch thought he had encountered a robber and immediately wanted to fight back. After seeing Tiu Hong's true strength, he immediately obediently handed over the painting to Diep Fong, and frankly said that this painting was stolen by him, so he really did not understand its price. The purpose of stealing the painting was to get kicked out of the school. When Diep Fong heard that, he was stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of the thing he received today. Did not he just sign a portrait of a sutra with a heartless meaning? But that thing was still strong, more than the painting that Tiu Batch gave. Thinking of this, he immediately told Tiu Batch his thoughts to the side. Tiu Batch, after receiving the painting, expressed disapproval. Seeing that, Diep Fong was speechless, wondering why he kept wanting to be kicked out of the sect. It turns out the problem is here. I do not have any eyesight, so I have to leave. While Diep Fong was silently blaming himself, he saw the door of the room suddenly being forcefully broken open. Then he saw an old man rushing through the door while cursing. Without saying a word, he strangled Tiu back and scolded him for being a family destroyer. The work that I painstakingly observed the powerful cultivating for 7 days and 7 nights to finish. ended up being sold by this rotten brat. You really have no conscience. How could Tu Batch hear that and agree? Not wanting to be beaten, he quickly repeated the agreed words to his master. At this moment, the old man heard that Dip Fong was about to exchange trouble with his disciple, and he was immediately stunned. Wanting to recover the situation, he immediately told Dip Fong that he wanted to cancel this transaction. But when Dip Fong heard that, he refused to agree. To avoid a long night full of dreams, Dip Fong immediately tore a large hole in the painting without saying a word. While tearing it up, he said the quality of this painting was too weak. Seeing this, the old man immediately stiffened. He did not expect there was someone in this world who was more uneducated than his disciple. It's really so obnoxious? While the old man was questioning himself, a few Tu Batch looked confused and pointed at Dip Fong's painting. Master, do not be too angry. Could you please take a look at the painting that my son redeemed from this brother? Having said that, Tu Batch opened the painting without waiting for the old man's consent. As soon as the painting was open, a golden dragon immediately roared and rushed towards the old man. Seeing this, the old man immediately panicked. Oh my god, yet there are people who use paintings that contain unintentional meanings to sell. When Tu Batch's master saw the painting that Dip Fong traded, he was immediately scared. At this moment, he could not have imagined that there would be someone in this world who would dare to use a painting with unintentional meaning to make transactions. Have not waited for the old man to say anything yet. Then, in the next second, Tu Batch did not hesitate to tear up that valuable painting. Seeing this, the old man was a bit bewildered, but after being lost for a long time, he regained his composure and continuously shouted loudly at Tu Batch. You damned, what are you planning to do? But right when the painting was torn apart, Dip Fong's side also received a system reward notification at the same time. Ding, congratulations to the host on your success. Reward 1,000 loser points. Reward 10,000 disaster enlightenment fragments. When Dip Fong saw the reward, he was not happy at all. Just because he did not expect that on this continent there would be someone worse off than him, he immediately became aggressive. Immediately said he wanted to compete with Tu Batch. But when Tu Batch heard that, he did not bother to dissuade him. Do not joke. Compared to me, you cannot compare. After all, I have a good master who will let me fail, and I have all sorts of geniuses and treasures. And what do you have? My master used his toes to paint those torn paintings better. As soon as these words came out, Dip Fong had no time to react when he saw that the old man was already angry. Extremely angry, he stepped forward and kicked her. You damn prankster not only destroys my paintings every day, now you want to damage my reputation. Believe it or not, I will let you only use your toes to hold a pen in the future. After speaking, still not angry, he kicked Tu Batch's butt again, kicking and talking at the same time. Do you know how valuable the painting you just tore up was? You have no eyes and dare to show your face here. But when Tu Batch, who was secretly attacked, heard that, he still said unconvinced. No matter what, then the first loser position must be me. Dip Fong stood on the side watching Tu Batch being beaten when he heard these words. He immediately could not sit still anymore. Being looked down upon by others has never been his style. Thinking of this, he took out the fragment and sensed disaster, then ordered Tu Hong to push Tu Batch down in front of him. Today he must let Tu Batch know who is the real tycoon of Huanthian continent. Seeing this, Tu Batch was stunned. What exactly do these two people in front of me want to do to me? But there was still no time for him to react. He was pinned to the ground by Tu Hong. Seeing this, Tu Batch immediately called for help to his master, who was watching the play next to him. But who would have thought that his master not only did not help, but also supported the two of them to push him down even faster. A few minutes later, right now in the living room of the restaurant, Tu Batch had a sad look on his face and said he was no longer pure. But the master on the side heard that and gave him a fatal blow to his weak spot. Haha, look at you, this is the real loser. What are your things? After speaking, the old man let out a disappointed sigh. It turns out that this kid's ability to create art through upgrading his perception fragments has surpassed even me. It's time to let it go on its own. Think about this. He immediately told Tu Batch his thoughts. Tu Batch on the side heard the old man say that his fate had ended. He did not have time to say anything yet. At this time, Dip Fong felt bad. Feeling a bad premonition, he wanted to say that Tu Batch could not follow him. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Tu Hong, standing next to him, knew clearly what Dip Fong was thinking, but suddenly pulled the hem of his shirt. Then, in a low voice, he advised him to accept Tu Batch into the sect. Tu Batch's master has nothing left to teach in the art of painting, so on the spot, the declaration of teacher-student friendship with Tu Batch ended. But Tu Batch heard this and did not have time to say anything. I saw that Deep Fong had a bad feeling and was about to open his mouth to say that he would not accept him into the sect. But just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, then he saw Tiu Hong next to him suddenly pulling him back. Then he leaned close to Deep Fong's ear and spoke softly. Master, I see that this kid is very knowledgeable. Is not this the talent you need? When Deep Fong heard these words, he suddenly felt a bit shaken. But when he remembered Lac Thien Tiat's angry appearance, he immediately extinguished this thought. Tiu Hong saw that Deep Fong's face was gray and unclear. Knowing clearly what his master was thinking, he immediately proposed a plan. But when Deep Fong heard that accepting Tu Batch could make his master and wife happy, he immediately made up his mind. After all, what woman could resist such a perfect gift? Furthermore, if you're interested, you can ask Tu Batch to paint a picture of the Spring Palace for you to see. Thinking of this, Deep Fong immediately pulled Tu Batch back and happily said to the old man, Senior, you do not need this disciple. I can help you take care of it at Tan Han sect. I do not dare talk about anything else, but I guarantee to help you raise him white and fat. The old man immediately felt happy when he heard this. Ha, finally got rid of this loser disciple. Hiding his excitement, the old man said goodbye to Tu Batch and immediately turned and ran away. Extremely happy, he decided to fight with Tu Dao Hong tonight for 300 rounds. Time is like flowing water, years move by. The days of not being able to lose family always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At this time, Deep Fong and others had arrived in front of the sect of the New Soul sect. At this moment, Tu Batch could not bear to see the torn door. He was momentarily confused. He could not imagine why Deep Fong, this loser, was in a sect like this. Feeling that something was wrong, he could not help but wonder if he would get hit in the kidney after going inside. But right when Tu Batch was doubting himself, an object suddenly flew across the sky, directly interrupting his thoughts. It was not until he looked closely that he discovered the black shadow. Another dog is riding a flying sword and posing in the air. But right when he was still surprised, Tiu Ong and Tiu Lam Mu now looked extremely surprised. Good. I did not expect puppies to progress so quickly. We had not seen each other for a few days, but were able to fly in the air. In addition, it also has Hong Choin's sword intent. I'm afraid he has already become the #1 sword dog on the continent. But right when the two people were constantly exclaiming, at this time, the puppy held two scimitars and hit Batch for Thuong's head. Tu Batch on the side saw this and was immediately shocked. He could not have imagined that in this sect, even a dog could have such a cultivation level. After being kicked out of the master's school, Tu Batch immediately followed Deep Fong back to Tan Han Tung. But as soon as he entered the sect, he was surprised by the scene before his eyes. Just because he saw one person fighting one-on-one, the level of intensity directly hits from the ground to the sky. Seeing this, Tu Batch could not help but ask Deep Fong, does this sect specialize in raising demonic beasts? Deep Fong on the side heard that and shook his head and said, currently there are monsters in the sect besides Tiu Hong and the puppy, then there is no one left. But right when Deep Fong was introducing the sect's situation to Tu Batch, Kim Loon, who was sent to work as a handyman, picked up a broom and walked towards him. Seeing this, Deep Fong naturally happily handed Tu Batch over to him to lead away. Then he easily turned around and left. Kim Loon was on the side when he saw Deep Fong going further and further away. He immediately secretly ran to Tu Batch's side. Then he opened his mouth and said, was your brother also arrested? Are you also an ascended powerhouse? When Tu Batch heard that, he was suddenly stunned. Waiting for him to regain his composure, he quickly opened his mouth to say that he was not. But right now, he was worried in his heart. Why did the servant in front of him ask such a question? Could it be that this person is a great king? Thinking of this, he quickly denied it. What kind of joke is that? Why does a top powerhouse like this work as a handyman? This is truly a ridiculous story. This sect is too mysterious and strange. I should still quickly find a way to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to preserve my life. But right now Kim Luan is also calculating in his heart. Just because he looked at it, he knew that the kid in front of him wanted to run away. Deep Fong asked me to lead, so he probably wants me to take care of him. So to prevent him from wanting to run away at any time, I have to give him a little shock. Thinking about it, I saw him raise his finger in the air. A terrifying stream of aura immediately rushed straight into the sky from his finger. Then as soon as a 7th-stage golden condor flew by, it was directly roasted into a roast chicken. Tubach saw this scene and was immediately extremely frightened. But Kim Loan finished dinner tonight. After seeing Tubach's appearance, he was extremely satisfied and opened his mouth to speak. I also wanted to leave here before. But just because Diep Fong did not agree, I did not dare to go. And the reason for that is because we know the consequences of not saying goodbye. It's something that no one can bear. After being tormented, Tubach finally gave up the idea of running away. But in another place, this time in the main hall of the sect, Lac the Intiate was now expressionlessly praising Diep Fong for being a good disciple. Going out for a trip without making a sound brought me back someone. Diep Fong below heard such cold words. Suddenly I felt a bit worried. Just because he knows if he does not explain clearly today, my master and wife will definitely kill him without hesitation. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his mouth to speak. The person I brought here today is a painter who specializes in filial piety. There is this person, even if the world-honored one ascends to the upper world, her appearance can still be admired and worshipped in the lower world. And now, after hearing these words, Lac the Intiate did not pursue him anymore. But just when Diep Fong thought he had passed the test successfully, at this time, Lac the Intiate asked him what he was doing out this time. But when Diep Fong heard his wife's question, he very heartlessly told everything that had happened in the past few days to Lac the Intiate. When Lac the Intiate heard all of Diep Fong's disgraceful actions, she was startled. You loser, with one foot, crushed the peerless divine pill, and with one move, forcibly merged the two types of divine fire into Tu Bun's body, also actively building other sects. Haha, what kind of person do you say these things? Are you not heartbroken like this? As soon as these words came out, Diep Fong immediately did not know how to explain. He could not tell his master and wife that he was actually a hacker. After thinking for a while, he came up with a more appropriate way to visualize it. Right in the moment of danger, without saying a word, he kicked a large hole in the stone slab under his feet. But when Diep Fong wanted to explain that the things he considered were good things, in fact, just like this broken rock, for him it was not worth mentioning at all. Only seeing Lac the Intite's expression at this moment was a bit sad. Seeing that Diep Fong was suddenly stunned, after asking clearly, it turned out that underneath the floor was a large formation that his master and half had just set up, so he immediately felt happy. Just because he knew his chance to lose his family had come again. Last time he said Diep Fong had returned to Tan Sol Tong, he was in front of Lac the Intite destroying the mountain protection formation she had just set up. Seeing this, Lac the Intite was speechless. Damn, I used to think my master was so majestic as the sect leader. Why is it my turn to feel so uncomfortable every day? While Lac the Intite was secretly complaining, at this time inside the Infinity Holy Land in the upper world, a beautiful woman also seemed to feel something. I saw her suddenly sneeze loudly. After sneezing, she asked herself a question. Strangely, could someone be talking about her? The flower blooms into one branch each. At this time in the main hall of Tan Han Tong, Diep Fong looked at Lac the Intite with a disappointed expression. He felt a little guilty and wanted to make up for it, so he immediately asked the system, I've destroyed my master's eyes. Can I make up for it with a stronger one? The system nearby heard this and immediately issued an announcement. The sect's main hall formation is a low-profile version of the Infinity Mystical Formation. The sect master could not find a suitable eye formation in Xwanthian continent. Therefore, the system will provide you with Infinity Spirit Stone instead. Hearing this, Diep Fong was extremely happy. Immediately tell this good news to your master. When Lac the Intite heard there was a better alternative, she immediately turned her sadness into happiness. But there was no time for Lac the Intite to laugh. Then she saw that the eyes that Diep Fong took out directly made her freeze. Just because the eye array that Diep Fong took out was really too big. But when Lac the Intite exclaimed, her eyes were too big and easily destroyed. When Diep Fong heard Lac the Intite mutter, he immediately understood that this was a good opportunity for him to lose his family. Seeing that he did not say a word, he swung the big hammer towards the eyes. Seeing this, Lac the Intite was extremely surprised. But there was still no time for her to stop him. I saw Diep Fong smashing the mountain-sized eye formation into a small stone. When Lac the Intite saw that, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Damned! Knowing this early on, I should not have said so much. Would not it be better if I directly agreed with him? But when Lac the Intite was blaming herself, at this time the system also sends a reward notification. Congratulations to the host for activating the defeat behavior. Bonus of 100,000 points. Reward a Thiendao card. Seeing that the reward was activated, Deep Fong was naturally extremely happy. But when he saw the things he lost today, he was a bit stunned. Just because the object that was lost this time was 100,000 tam Diep Voho fruits. The number of other fruits is so much, do not know when to eat. After thinking for 10 minutes, suddenly a light flashed in his head. A great plan immediately appeared in my mind. Diep Fong, after thinking carefully for more than 10 minutes, he had just thought of a way to spend all 100,000 tam Diep Voho fruits. His intention was to call the entire sect to organize an entertainment activity. When Lac Thien Tiat was next to her, when she heard Diep Fong say she wanted to fight the fruit battle, she was stunned. Because of her 2 lifetimes, she rarely plays with others. But right now, when Diep Fong saw his master, his wife seemed very curious. He quickly stated the basic rules of this game. Haha, the rules of the game activity are actually very simple. That's arbitrarily holding the mixed spirit fruit ring. Among them, 2 people will be beaten the most and will be punished the least. The punishment for the loser is to eat 5,000 bone marrow cleansing pills. Elder Batch standing next to him heard that and immediately felt that Fong's punishment was truly excessive. If you really eat 5,000 bone marrow cleansing pills, you will definitely have to leave. At this time, Lac Thien Tiat heard that the game was being played, and there was also a punishment. She also directly refused to play around because she was a sect leader and needed to maintain dignity. Diep Fong saw that Lac Thien Tiat did not want to play the game, but wanted to escape. He immediately took out an eyeball more than 3 meters high to threaten him, wanting his master's wife to change her mind. Hearing that Lac Thien Tiat could not escape Diep Fong, when she saw Diep Fong take out a top-notch eye to threaten, her face turned red and she nodded in agreement. But when she learned that Diep Fong would not participate, she was not happy. But Diep Fong was next to him when he saw that Lac Thien Tiat's expression was wrong. He quickly opened his mouth to explain, actually I also want to participate, but to be fair, the game must have someone to rate it. Speaking of this, Lac Thien Tiat's expression was now better. But when Diep Fong thought that there was no problem after solving his wife's problem, Katu Battle, standing next to him, extended his claws to pull his pants. Then Woof Woof opened his mouth and said, I'm a beast so I would not participate. But Diep Fong was in a hurry to spend all 100,000 fruitless fruit. How could he indulge it at this time? He could kick it away with one kick. While kicking him, he still kept talking. I announced the first fruit fighting contest of the new Soul Sect to officially begin. And as soon as Diep Fong shouted start, everyone took turns holding the best quality silver fruit in their hands. Play! At the same time, on the other side, at this time there was an old man and a young man standing in front of the door of Tan Han Tong. And the status of these 2 people is not ordinary. The old man Truong Dong Fong is a doctor of Chi Dong Quoc. The young man Triu Din is the crown prince. The current second most powerful person of Chi Dong Quoc. At this time they are preparing to stay here tonight. And when the 2 were about to enter, Triu did not forget to instruct the old man to call him young master later. After all, our Xich Dong nation is too strong, holding countless large and small sects in our hands. If we accidentally reveal our identity, we are afraid it will scare them. The old man next to him heard that and nodded in agreement. But as soon as the 2 of them entered the sect, I did not know who was playing too hard without looking. So he threw a fruitless fruit at Triu's face. Haha, this kind of welcoming guests is something the 2 of you have never seen before. Triu Din and old Truong were tired on the way. When passing by Tan Han Tong, the 2 immediately decided to stay here for the night. But as soon as he entered the door of the sect's main hall, Triu Din was extremely lucky to be hit on the head by a flowerless calico fruit. And when he wiped away the rotten meat on his face, the scene inside made him momentary. Do not understand anything. Just because he saw that inside the main hall of the new Soul Sect, many people were happily holding fruit and throwing them around. Some people were even like little blue cats, directly picking up a hoe and chopping the fruit into a person there. Seeing this outside the door, Triu Din felt extremely helpless. In order not to disturb everyone in the shop, she quietly suggested to the old man next to her that we should just record outside. Tonight. Door. Humph, but at this time old man Truong was no longer in the mood to listen to what Triu Din had to say, just because he discovered that the thing that people arbitrarily threw everywhere was actually the legendary Tam, Deep Vu Hokwa. Even Triu Din has only tasted such precious good things. The Bai family's lack of respect like that made the 2 people's lungs explode. And right when they were emitting fragrance, Kim Luan felt it and immediately threw a sharp look at them. Old Man Truong saw this and immediately used his large, unkind hand to cover Triyu Dun's mouth. Having been gagged, Triyu Din suddenly looked confused when he saw this. But right at that moment she hesitantly asked the old man why he did that. At this time Old Man Truong also quickly spoke up to explain. And when Triyu Din knew that the man facing him in front of him was a super expert, she immediately did not dare to say anything more. At this time, Deep Fong, who was acting as a referee, also felt something was wrong. Sensing something unusual, he immediately turned around. And when I saw a stranger standing in the sect's main hall, he was momentarily stunned. But do not wait for him to ask who they are. Seeing this, the old man immediately spoke up. Do you guys know what spirit fruit they are throwing? When Deep Fong saw the old man asking about something, he did not pay attention and spoke up. It's just that these are just some tam diep voho fruits. It seems to be said to be one of the highest level spiritual fruits of the Thean Dao battlefield. The old man asked if there was a problem with this. Hearing Deep Fong ask him back, Old Man Truong became even more angry. Unfortunately, not only did his loud shouting go unnoticed, on the contrary, it makes everyone play even more enthusiastic. And right when the old man was silently angry to the extreme, suddenly he discovered that Triyu Din, who was still by his side just now, was nowhere to be seen. Old Man Truong was panicked and helpless through Deep Fong's instructions. When he first saw it, Triyu Tree had lost all will and was picking up fruit peels on the ground. While eating and picking, his mouth kept muttering. The result is not good. It's a pity to lose like that. Real food like this, it's better to eat it than let it rot on the ground. Having finished speaking, Triyu Din did not forget to extend a warm invitation to the old man. At this time, Old Man Truong heard this and immediately became angry. How can such a weak personality be able to be the future monarch of our Xich Duong kingdom? But despite saying that a few minutes later, the old man had now joined the battle to voraciously destroy the top-quality spirit fruit. Seeing that Deep Fong was suddenly speechless. Tim, I really admire these two people. Is this the national teacher and the royal crown prince? Why do I feel like the two of them came here to beg? After Triyu Din and Old Man Truong arrived at the main hall of Tanhan Tung, they were extremely surprised to see top-quality spirit fruit scattered all over the ground. Looking at the crushed spirit fruits before their eyes, the two of them not only did not hate them at all, but he directly squatted down and ate happily. And right when everyone smashed all the top-grade Tam Deep Voho fruit, the system on this side also immediately issued a reminder to complete the task. Congratulations to the host on completing the failed product today. Reward 1,000 defeat points, reward 10,000 Tam Deep No Ho fruit. At this time, Diep Fong saw that his mission had been completely completed. Well excited, he immediately waved his hand and gave the crushed spirit fruit on the ground to the doctor and the crown prince. Triyu Din on the side heard that and was immediately moved to tears. Haha, even if the spirit fruit is crushed, it's still something I crave and cannot have. And right when Triyu Din and Old Man Truong were secretly happy, at this time, Deep Fong came to Kim Luan's side to ask who won and who lost the match. Hearing Deep Fong's question, Kim Luan immediately told everyone the results of the win or loss. At this time, Deep Fong heard that Ku Tu and his master had lost in this game and laughed happily. He was immediately extremely happy. And when Lac Thien Tiat saw Deep Fong with such a gloating expression, she was momentarily dissatisfied. Disgusting. It seems this kid has not fought for 3 days and wants to go upstairs to catch chickens. If it were not for him being by my side urging me to take the initiative to get beaten, I did not become the last loser in this game. But right when Lac Thien Tiat was silently upset, at this time, Deep Fong smiled and gave 100 Tam Deep Voho fruit to Lac Thien Tiat. While giving, he did not stop talking. Master, how could you bear to let him eat those rotten medicinal pills? Thinking about it carefully, eating that medicinal pill is still too inhuman. So let's change to eating 100 of these delicious fresh Tam Voho fruits. Having finished speaking, she did not wait for Lac Thien Tiat to agree or not. Seeing that Deep Fong also directly gave another 100 spirit fruit to Tu Hong Ka, Lac Thien Tiat, standing next to her, immediately felt happy. Then, when she understood everything, she immediately happily accepted the fruit. Old Man Hao on the side heard this and immediately regretted it, gritting his teeth. As for Triyu Din standing in the distance, seeing this, he secretly shed tears even more. Why do I, as a prince, always feel like I'm not as good as a dog? A few minutes later, the sect's main hall was restored to cleanliness and order. At this time, Lac Thien Tiat was verifying the identities of Triyu Din and Old Man Truong. After she recognized the identity of the two people, she asked them why they came to the sect. Could it be that, as rumored, they came to collect a protection fee? Hearing this, the two were about to say something. At this moment, Diepfeng was like a cat seeing a fish and ran to Old Man Truong's side. Seeing this, Old Man Truong did not dare to delay and quickly explained to everyone. No, you guys misunderstood. We at Sich Duong Quoc never collect protection fees. But right now Diepfeng does not care whether Sich Duong Quoc really comes to collect protection fees or not. Seeing that he did not say a word, he pulled out some protection fees from the circle. Then he continuously stuffed it into the old man's body. Then I saw him talking about his good friend Dong Mun. The senior should also help a little. On the other side, at this time, Lac Thien Tiet saw that the two people in front of her were not here to collect protection fees. She immediately asked Triyu Din why he was here. Triyu Din below heard this and generously said that the kingdom was in danger. The purpose of coming here is to search for the god. Hearing that, Lac Thien Tiet was suddenly startled. Good guy, could it be the person you're looking for? The one who refined the divine pill a few days ago, and then crushed it into medicinal mud. And right when you guys were asking one-on-one questions. At this moment, Diepfeng heard what was going on and immediately wanted to run away. While walking, his mouth kept muttering. Good guy, you really found the right place. But it's not that I do not want to help you. It's just that I really have a powerless mind. Previously, it was possible to refine divine pills. It's all thanks to the help system. Otherwise, I would have practiced one explosion at a time. But right at that moment, Diepfeng wanted to secretly turn around and leave. Then Tiu Lam Mao, with a smiling face, pretended to run out and ask a question. Senior brotherly, did not you previously refine a top divine pill in Thien Dan City? Is not the Dan god they're looking for the one you're looking for? After Diepfeng's Dan then identity was mercilessly exposed by Tiu Lam Mao. He was about to sneak away, but the next second he was stopped by Triyu Den and Old Truong. At this time, Tiu Lam Mao was still proud and delusional that this time he had helped his senior brother make a big deal. After this, senior brother will definitely not mistreat me. But he did not expect that Diepfeng now had the intention of directly killing him. A few minutes later, Tiu Lam Mao now felt that the atmosphere seemed to be starting to become tense. It even seems like I made a mistake, now he does not dare to move anymore. After saying goodbye to Diepfeng, he did not stop and turned around to leave. The expressions on Triyu Din and Old Truong's faces were extremely excited at this time. Just because they finally found Dan then. This time, our national pillar seems to have been saved. Lac Thien Tiet by her side rarely softened her voice to advise Diepfeng, but Diepfeng, as the god of water and fire Dan, when he heard his master, his wife could actually speak to him so gently. How could he be so cruel as to refuse her now? Diepfeng was so confused that he could not find a direction, so he immediately gave instructions to the system without hesitation. Let it help me plan to practice the 7-9 patterns breaking core pills. The system, after hearing the command, also started booting up the next second. Calculated, a total of 234,000 defeat points were consumed. Congratulations to the host on receiving 7 divine grade bond breaking pills. Hearing these words, Diepfeng immediately could not sit still. 7 magic pills, but I spent 230,000 all of my money. If this happened a few more times, would not I be directly bankrupt? And just when Diepfeng wanted to complain a few more words, Tiu Hong had already walked to his side. Lac Thien Tiet stood next to see Diepfeng calling Tiu Hong over. She also suddenly felt uneasy, and then a bad thought suddenly rushed into her head. It's not that it's not. Does this bastard want to do something crazy, so that Tiu Hong can practice alchemy? If that's really the case, what should we do? When Diepfeng learned of Lac Thien Tiet's guess, he also confidently nodded to his master and wife, and at the same time boastfully said that Tiu Hong was personally raised by Dan then. Its strength is still worthy of recognition. As he spoke, Diepfeng secretly put 7 divine grade formation breaking pills into Tiu Hong's hand. He prepared for Tiu Hong to drink everything, while constantly reminding his mouth. Tell him that when he eats the last pill, he must remember to control the aura in his body well, otherwise he will have to leave this big family. When Tiu Hong on the side heard that he could improve his strength again, he immediately agreed, without hesitation. A few minutes later, Tiu Hong was now ready to put the last breaking bond pill into her mouth. But as soon as that spirit pill entered her mouth, Tiu Hong's body suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. Old Truong standing next to him saw this and was immediately surprised and speechless. How could he have never expected that a peerless powerhouse of the great demon realm could continuously increase to 7 levels within a few minutes? This is truly unbelievable. And when Lac the Entire saw this scene, she also felt extremely curious. After asking clearly, she found out that the reason was due to the medicine given to her by Diep Fong. At this time, she was also stunned. And if we say that among the people present, who is more excited than her, it must be Triyu Din. At this time, he also began to doubt his life. After Lac the Entire's surprise passed, she immediately walked up to Diep Fong and opened her mouth a little shyly. Diep Fong, can you give me some of this breaking bonding pill? But Diep Fong stood next to him when he heard his master's wife come to beg him to work. Being an experienced, exuberant guy, of course he happily agreed. Not only that, in order to appear in front of the goddess, he even generously said that he would bear all the shares of the entire sect. And right as the two were talking to each other, Tiu Hong had completely digested the medicinal power of the divine pill, leveling up to become a powerful Phi-Thang. After Diep Fong gave Tiu Hong 7 god-level breaking bonding pills, Tiu Hong successfully upgraded to a Phi-Thang expert in an instant. And as soon as Tiu Hong broke through, the people in the Elder's Yard also felt it. At this time, Kim Loon could not help but wonder what kind of power Diep Fong was. How could the treasure in his hand disappear? Not all. On the other side, at this time in the sect's main hall, old Truong was holding his chest in pain. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand why the treatment of a small entourage next to Diep Fong was treated, yet it's even more generous than the treatment of a national doctor like me. Meanwhile, Lac the Entire, who was next to her, was extremely worried and wanted Diep Fong to go with Tiu Hong to refine pills, to avoid Tiu Hong failing to refine pills and exploding the entire pill hall. But when Diep Fong heard that, he did not pay any attention and followed. Anyway, I can take this opportunity to walk around the Imperial City. Just say go and go. I saw Diep Fong right now leading Old Batch and Tiu Hong to prepare to go to the Duongbao. But right when they were about to depart, Diep Fong was surprised to discover that the flying aura he was supposed to go to was actually a great palace. That's too much enjoyment. A few hours later, Diep Fong and the others were already flying in the sky, and inside the main hall, old Dipluk was looking disgusted and asked Old Batch why he took him away this time. That's because you're too weak. You have to try your best to cultivate. Then I can help you ascend to the top. Hearing these words, Mr. Back immediately smiled happily and nodded repeatedly, thinking that this time he would finally have the day to raise his head. After hearing Diep Fong's conversation, Triyu Din and old Truong next to him began to doubt life. How could they not have imagined that the dream of flying that others could not reach, yet, in Diep Fong's mouth, it was as simple as a meal. And just when Triyu Din and Mr. Truong were doubting life in the room, at this moment Diep Fong's ears suddenly came a warning reminder from the system. Dun reminded the host that a foreign guardian god of war appeared ahead to assassinate Crown Prince Triyu Din. Seeing this, Diep Fong was immediately startled and frightened. Triyu Din's status as Crown Prince, such a secret thing when he left the palace, was actually revealed to the public. There is also a classic assassination plot. This is really interesting. At this time, outside the main hall, the war god Hak Hai of the Thunder Vu Kingdom was uttering cruel words while swinging the meteor hammer in his hand. Listen, old Trung, now you must bring the crown prince of your Chai Dong kingdom out here within 1 minute. Otherwise your end will be your day of doom. Hearing these words, Diep Fong could not help but let out an exclamation. Ha, I forgot how long it's been since I heard anyone talk to me like this. This person is truly looking for his own death. Not long after Diep Fong left Tanhan Tong, they encountered a super expert who came to arrest Triyu Din. At this time, Hak Hai was holding the meteor hammer in his hand and was single-handedly blocking the advance of the spacecraft. But his mouth kept saying sarcastic words. Yu Hong immediately could not help but see this scene. Extremely angry, she immediately opened her mouth and asked Diep Fong, who was standing next to her, Master, can I go and tear that idiot to pieces? But Diep Fong did not want to waste precious time on a small fry, so he just nodded indifferently upon hearing that. After receiving a positive answer, Yu Hong immediately appeared at the main door of the spacecraft. Seeing this, Hak Hai immediately felt a bit confused. Looking at the face of the person opposite, it felt a bit familiar. Could she be the rumored witch? As he spoke, he took out a reward order from space and opened it. It's just that compared to the painting in the bounty, Yu Hong is much more beautiful. Thinking of this, Hak Hai could not help but laugh. But right at the moment Hak Hai was commenting on Yu Hong's portrait. At this time, Tiu Hong was so angry that she could not bear it and grabbed a large knife and rushed towards him. Half high, this strong man saw that but did not think it was right, just because he had the terrifying strength of being about to ascend. But right when he was boasting proudly, Tiu Hong's powerful circular blade attack directly knocked him out. After one attack, Hak Hai knew that his strength was completely unable to defeat Tiu Hong. Without fighting back, he immediately pulled his big brother's back away. He wanted to use pressure to scare Tiu Hong into running away. But when Dep Feng learned that the force behind this strong man was Thien Vu Tong, he immediately called Tiu Hong to quickly kill him. But Tiu Hong, after hearing Deep Feng's instructions, no longer held back. Right after a series of perfect combos, Hahai was beaten into a pile of fine powder by Tiu Hong. And as soon as Tiu Hong finished solving Hahai, Deep Feng also immediately received a reminder message from the system. Congratulations to the host for killing Hahai, opening up a line of revenge on the upper realm. Reward a Upper World Tower experience card. Experience period is 15 days. Seeing this, Deep Feng was a little suspicious. Why does the system naturally give us such rewards? Is there a big secret inside that no one knows? But at this time, the Battle Lin system was asked and chose to remain silent. And right when Diep Feng was silently speculating, the battle spirit in the token that Diep Feng kept in his pocket suddenly transmitted the urgent voice of Tiu Lat Miyu. Senior brother, there's someone coming to cause trouble. Hearing these words, Diep Feng was immediately extremely surprised. And until he regained his senses, only then did he slowly realize what was happening. There is no doubt, this is definitely caused by the system. Certainly not wrong. Just saw the next second, the system gave a notification window. The content of the notice said that he was negligent. I originally thought that Tin Soul Sect was always safe, so the upper world was not blocked. But I did not expect that the Saint Emperor of No Disability had something that could find Lakthe and tie it. At this time, Deep Feng was no longer in the mood to listen to the system's nonsense. His heart was burning like fire. He immediately wanted to go back. When Old Man Truong and Triyu Din heard that, they immediately felt awkward. Just because if Diep Feng had not gone to Chai Duong Kingdom, would not the war god have been more or less good? And right when they were falling into an awkward situation, Diep Feng now threw a storage ring to Old Man Truong. As he threw it, he said, "There are things in this ring enough to help you rescue the war god of Chai Duong Kingdom. I have urgent business to take care of first, so I would not go with you guys." After entrusting the two people, he quickly turned around and spoke to the rest. Tiu Hong and Old Back, listening to my command, immediately turned around and flew at full speed. At this time, Deep Feng was on his way to Xich Dong Quoc. He suddenly received an urgent notification from Tiu Lam Mao. And when he heard that his master was taken away by people, he immediately changed his route to Chai Duong Quoc. Wait until he returns to the sect again. At this time, there was no longer Lak Thien Taiet's voice in the sect. When Diep Feng saw this scene, he was suddenly bewildered. And Bach La Kim Tri next to him was also extremely worried. When he asked Diep Feng what to do next, Diep Feng also said without hesitation, "Of course, I took everyone to heaven to welcome the master back." As he spoke, he directly crushed an upper world experience card that the system gave him. Right after that, a sky ladder connected from the sky to the ground. Deep Feng, after solving the problem of how to fly to Upper Geoi, he immediately confidently ordered everyone to go with him. At this time, Tu Lam and so Tu felt that their strength was too low. Immediately asked Diep Feng, "Can people who have not yet reached the realm of flying ascend to heaven?" Hearing the question, Diep Feng was extremely confident and said it was okay. "As long as I'm here, even heaven is not afraid." But right when Diep Feng was instructing everyone, Tu Lam was extremely surprised and pointed to the sky. "Master, what is that thing in the cloud?" Diep Feng heard Tu Lam speak so urgently. Immediately he raised his head and looked over, and when he saw a lightning dragon tied with cloth appear in the sky, he was momentarily bewildered. At this time, he could not have expected the sky ladder the system gave him. It can lead to such terrible heavenly disasters. And right when Diep Feng was amazed, then behind him suddenly came a clear and pleasant voice. "Master, there's nothing to worry about. The owner just needs to wait a moment. The subordinates will handle it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Feng did not have time to react. I saw a cute little dragonfish running and laughing up the sky ladder. At the same time, Data also appears above its head. And when the little dragonfish saw that the members of the guard team wanted to come and take away his last chance to play, it was immediately angry. But right when it was about to spit out harsh words to scold them, we saw members of the guard team stopping it. then rushed towards the lightning tribulation. Tran Hao Vu, who was on the side, saw this and was immediately surprised. Faced with such a terrifying thunderstorm, one can still be calm and fearless. Their strength has probably reached the realm of gods. Thinking of this, Tran Hao Vu did not forget to glance at the loser Diep Feng. Haha, worthy of being our little junior brother. Easily do things that we cannot do. And right when Tran Hao Vu was silently lamenting. At this time, the people of Tin Soul sect also began to climb the ladder to heaven. After Diep Feng and everyone in Tin Soul Tong climbed the ladder to heaven, it only took a moment for them to reach the end of the sky ladder. And when Diep Feng just set foot on Thien Jioi, he immediately could not wait to ask Kim Luan where he was now. Kim Luan on the side heard the question and calmly responded. They are currently arriving at the spiritual land of the Taihu Sword sect. If you want to go Infinity Holy Land, just go east. And when Diep Feng heard that this was the Taihu Kim Tong, he was immediately angry. Tiu Long knew, and the members of the God-level Guardian team next to her immediately asked, do they need to go destroy that damn Taihu Sword sect? Hearing the question, Diep Feng still had no opinion. Seeing Kim Luan standing on the side, I was secretly jealous. At this moment, he could not help but lament the powerful strength of the God-level Guardian team, along with Diep Feng's infinite resources. But do not wait for Kim Luan to say a few more words. I saw Diep Feng standing to the side right now, telling him what to do next. Kim Luan, I remember you are an unsurpassed great emperor of the upper world. So does this place in the upper world also have meaning that belongs to you? Hearing that, Kim Luan immediately panicked and quickly said no. And he also said that he was only here to establish a small sect. Diep Feng saw that and said it was okay, even if it was a small sect, he was fine. Speaking of this, he immediately laid out his plans to build his own new soul holy land. Tell Kim Luan about it. And in his heart he was still thinking that this would be the best debit gift for his master and his wife. After giving instructions to Kim Luan, Diep Feng turned around and spoke to the God-level guards. When the three people learned that Diep Feng wanted them to lead the new soul sect to the three major sects to seek revenge, they conveniently brought back all the belongings of that sect. They immediately laughed. But when he heard Diep Feng's instructions not to destroy the gate while slaughtering, Tiu Long Nu standing next to him was immediately dissatisfied. Seeing that, Diep Feng immediately sat down and gently explained to her. Haha, Tiu Long Nu, do you know what the most desperate thing in the world is? That is the person who has passed away but the money has not been spent yet, or the person who is still alive but the money is gone. Not everyone can understand this pain. While Diep Feng was explaining the principles of life to Tiu Long Nu, there were several uninvited guests at Taihu Kiem Tong. And the people who came were none other than the wives led by Tiu then. At this time, they were arrogantly cursing right in front of the Taihu Sword sect's door. The leader of the Sword sect was so angry that he lost his reason, so he pulled out Tam Sich Kain Feng and rushed forward. At this moment, she still secretly made up her mind. Then saw Tiu Long Nu, the leader who came to destroy the Taihu Sword sect, and also took action. I only saw her appear in front of that big man and then kick down, directly sending the Sword sect master back to heaven. At the same time, Bong Lei Tin Dao and Thien Vutong also heard the sound of black people carrying coffins. The previous episode said that after leveling the three major sects, Diep Feng also immediately asked the system. When the system knew that Diep Feng asked him to help create an unusual rain, the system immediately turned to stone. On the other side, right now inside the Infinity Holy Land, Lac Thien Tiat was rubbing her master's back with a worried look on her face. While stroking the fox's fur, he kept asking, "What is the matter with my master bringing me here so urgently? It's been 2 days, why have not you mentioned it yet? Did you bring me here just to brush my fur?" The fox next to him heard that and laughed and asked, "Is there anything wrong? My master spent so much effort to find you. Should not we enjoy it a little? Good boy, would not you give me a few back rubs?" After speaking, she was dissatisfied and scolded the three great sects for harming her reincarnated disciples, and announced that waiting for successful success would level these three holy places. And Lac Thien Tiat was sitting next to him when he heard the fox say he wanted to avenge himself. She immediately opened her mouth and said, "Just let me do the revenge thing." The fox lying next to him heard this and did not say anything more. A few minutes later, now in Lac Thien Tiat's bedroom, Lac Thien Tiat looked at the empty room. At this moment, her heart missed the lower world. "I do not know how long I have to wait for my father. Only my little sister and everyone in the sect can ascend to the upper world. But when she thought about being promoted to Thunder Tribulation, she felt it was too dangerous and was extremely worried about whether everyone could overcome this challenge. But when she thought that there was still Diepfong in the sect, she suddenly felt a little more secure. After all, his status as the #1 loser of Xuan Thean continent is not a joke. While muttering, Lac Thean Tiat missed everyone even more, and now she could not help but shed tears of sadness. While she was silently wiping away her tears, a dense nebula suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing this, Lac Thean Tiat was immediately startled. Just because this scene of money falling from heaven is so familiar. While she was still doubting, the fox quickly flew to her place. While flying, she kept asking Lac Thean Tiat urgently, "Are you still engaged to anyone in the lower world?" Lac Thean Tiat just recovered when she heard her master suddenly ask that. She immediately blushed and waved her hand to say no such thing. But as soon as Lac Thean Tiat quickly denied it, then a large yellow boat suddenly appeared in the air. At this moment, a loud and familiar voice rang out, and when Lac Thean Tiat heard the content in the voice, it was again. Diepfong was shouting that he wanted to marry her. Her eyes immediately turned red. After Diepfong stood on the golden spaceship to express his feelings, the fox heard that someone wanted to steal his white cabbage, and immediately became angry. What the hell is New Seoul Holy Land? This old lady has never heard of. For someone as anonymous as you to want to marry my good disciple, it's truly a dream. When the fox took the liberty of replacing Lac Thean Tiat and refused the marriage proposal, Lac Thean Tiat, who was standing next to her with a red face, quickly intervened. "Master, do you still remember the New Seoul sect that I built in the lower world? Unexpectedly, that New Seoul Holy Land was built by your disciples, and he is the person standing on that golden spaceship. How can the fox believe this when he hears this?" She spoke harshly. If Diepfong could create a world of holy spirits. She immediately ate the holy card in her hand. When the fox is swearing and promising confidently. At this time, Diepfong decided to jump from the air. While talking, he kept calling his master's name. The fox below saw that and immediately knew he was about to be slapped in the face at the speed of light. And when she was about to break her promise and escape, then Lac Thean Tiat, feeling shy, started asking Diepfong how he got here. "Then how can we build our own Holy Spirit?" Diepfong heard the question but appeared not to care, and also said that flying is just a small thing, even if it is a Holy Spirit sect. As long as he wants it, it will not be a problem to easily conquer one. As he spoke, he proudly told Lac Thean Tiat. He led everyone from the Starsar Soul sect to directly level 3 great holy lands. When Lac Thean Tiat, standing next to him, heard this news, he was so moved that he cried. When she could not say anything, I saw Diepfong laughing and kneeling down on one knee in front of Lac Thean Tiat. While kneeling, she kept softly asking if Lac Thean Tiat was willing to marry him. After speaking, Diepfong immediately opened the sex device. Lac Thean Tiat's face turned red when she saw Diepfong take out the box. She was curious and asked what the love object was. "Why is it so strange?" And when Diepfong told Lac Thean Tiat that the box was an organ that could destroy 3 great holy places in 1 second, she said happily, "This proposal of yours is really great." When Lac Thean Tiat was about to nod and agree to Diepfong's proposal, at this moment, the fox wanted to scream in disagreement. But just as she was about to open her mouth to object, at this moment, the Tin Soul sect people who were watching immediately took action. In the end, the fox was unwilling and could not voice his objections. And Lac Thean Tiat is immersed in the sweet and sour taste of love. At this point, I could no longer notice the noise happening on the fox's side. While chatting, the two of them gently pressed down on the agency button in their palms, and a loud explosion rang out. The 3 famous holy places of the upper world have since disappeared into thin air, and when the 3 great holy places were destroyed at the same time, looking at the fire and smoke in the sky, Lac Thean Tiat opened her mouth to speak. "Diepfong, I want to experience the path of defeat with you. I do not know if it's possible." So that's the end of the story. Hello everyone, in the next video,